Chapter 641, It's Really Magical. Emerald Sea. On the vast sea, 3 cargo ships flying the flags of the Chamber of Commerce were moving forward with difficulty like 3 lonely leaves. Behind the cargo ships, several pirate ships were spreading out, chasing relentlessly, gradually shortening the distance between each other. The pirates grabbed the ropes with one hand, hanging all over the deck, and waved their weapons with the other hand, making excited shouts. The greed on their faces was that they were about to receive the harvest. On the cargo ship. Captain, the pirate ship is faster than us. If it goes on like this, it will be caught up sooner or later. The deputy walked over quickly, looking ugly. Throw away the cargo. Throw away half of the cargo. Reduce the weight on the ship. The captain gritted his teeth and ordered. The deputy hesitated. The captain cursed. Throw away the cargo. If you want to live, throw it behind the ship. The deputy nodded, and asked people to signal the ships on both sides, while giving the crew the order to throw away the cargo. The crew immediately took action. Throw the cargo in the warehouse into the sea, reduce the weight of the ship. The other 2 cargo ships also began to throw away the cargo. The floating objects filled the sea behind, and also caused some obstacles to the chasing pirate ship. Damn it. Didn't they say there were no pirates in the Emerald Sea? Treasure Island held an exhibition. But they can't even guarantee the safety of the route. The association advocated that the island owner cleared the pirates in the Emerald Sea. Damn. They are all liars. It's too harmful. The crew complained and cursed. But they still threw the cargo out. The speed of the ship also began to increase. But just when they thought they could get rid of the pirates who were chasing them, suddenly, someone shouted, "Look at the sky. Something is flying over." Everyone looked up at the sky behind them. In his eyes, the hope that had just risen also disappeared in an instant. I saw a group of banshees with human faces and eagle bodies, chasing up in groups, their feet like eagle claws, grabbing the rolling thunder with burning fuses. Flying enemy. Be careful. The captain's face was pale, and he reminded loudly. Boom, boom, boom. Rolling thunders fell on the deck. An explosion sounded one after another. Thick smoke covered the deck. The crew members affected lay on the ground and wailed in pain. After a round of torpedoes, the banshees began to hover in the sky, swooping down from time to time, grabbing the fleeing crew members, and throwing them from the sky into the sea. In the chaos, the pirate ship approached quickly. It surrounded the 3 cargo ships in the middle. Boom, boom, boom. The pirate ship shot out iron spears with barbs and nailed them into the hull, connecting the cargo ships together. And there was no chance of escape. The pirates on the deck, holding weapons, looked at the people on the cargo ship with a joking look. What should we do? We can't escape. The crew's voice was full of despair. Prepare for battle. The crew held weapons, and prepared to deal with the enemy boarding the ship. Ha ha, you poor fellows, if you throw your weapons into the sea, you will be given a small boat to leave here. The pirate captain, wearing a captain's hat, said in a hoarse voice, coldly. He glanced at the crew holding weapons, and then glanced at the entrance to the cabin. Don't believe him. If we throw away our weapons, we will only die faster. The captain of the cargo ship gritted his teeth and said, Ha ha. The pirate captain grinned, and then gave the order directly. Kill them all. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As the pirate captain gave the order, the crossbows on both sides began to shoot at each other. More pirates jumped up from afar. They rushed onto the cargo ship and started fighting. In an instant, the sound of metal collision, screams, and painful wails intertwined on the sea. The harpy also let out an excited wail, swooped down again, and cooperated in attacking the enemies below. People kept falling down, and blood flowed on the deck. Whoosh, boom. Suddenly, a sharp and piercing whistle sounded. Then, there was a deafening explosion. The pirate ship blocking the front suddenly exploded. The hull collapsed, and the broken wood flew like bullets, hitting the hulls of nearby ships. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sharp whistling sounded again, more dense and piercing. Boom, boom, boom. One pirate ship after another exploded, and the broken wood chips fell all over the sky like raindrops. In the blink of an eye, all the pirate ships were attacked. The hull broke, and a raging fire was set off. The broken wood fragments floated all over the sea, like a muddy swamp. The pirates, who fell into the water and survived, struggled in the sea, and swam to nearby floating objects. On the entire sea, there were only 3 merchant ships left, floating alone on the debris-filled sea. On the merchant ships, The two warring parties were frightened by the sudden bombing and fled. Hiding in a hidden place, they looked around in fear, looking for their target. However, there was nothing around. They saw nothing. Nothing at all. The attack just now seemed to be shot from an invisible place. Damn it. Throw down the rope and pull us up. Kill them all and pull us aboard. Under the ship, the shouts of the other pirates were heard. The pirates on the ship reacted instantly and rushed to the edge of the deck. The captain of the merchant ship also shouted, "Stop them." Instantly, the two sides fought again. On the frigate, the dwarf deputy Deacon Gideon, the members of the first team, stood on the deck, looking at the smoke rising in the distance with horror. Everything happened too fast. And by the time they reacted, when the cannon sounded, and the target in the distance rose with smoke, a few people realized that this was an attack. And it hit the target. Everyone stared blankly into the distance, swallowing their saliva. Such a long distance, and still so accurate. How could it be so powerful? Even more terrifying than the armored vehicles and equipment on Treasure Island. The frigate quickly approached the pirate ship, and Philippa came over from the back, picked up the telescope and looked ahead. The dwarf deputy deacon came over and asked, "Captain Philippa, was that a new device you just used?" When they set off, several people were already shocked by such a large ship. Now it seems that it is not only big, but also has a terrifying attack power. It can directly smash the ship, which means it can also smash any person or building. As the dwarf deputy deacon asked, the members of the team also looked over. Philippa raised his head slightly, with a little pride in his tone. "The weapons on the ship can attack anything you can see." "My lord, it's amazing," the dwarf exclaimed. As they were talking, the alarm on the ship sounded. Looking into the distance, I saw more than 10 monsters with human faces and eagle bodies flying towards me quickly. They were aggressive and bloodthirsty in their eyes. Harpies are rarely seen in the Emerald Sea, the dwarf deputy deacon said immediately. "They are the flying soldiers of the pirates." "Be careful," Philippa said, and walked quickly towards the cabin. The team members also put away their weapons. The green parrot and the owl of the team ranger also hid in the cabin. Philippa returned to the cockpit and said to the skeleton, "Wu Hung said last time, what kind of anti-aircraft missile can attack these?" The skeleton looked down at the radar dial, and then shook his head. "Damn, it can't be used," Philippa cursed, then picked up the microphone and said, "Shooter skeleton, come out and attack the flying targets in the sky." The sound of bones rubbing against each other sounded. Skeletons holding rifles came out from the deck one by one. The empty eye sockets looked at the harpy swooping down, opened the safety, and pulled the trigger directly. Dense bullets shot into the sky. The harpy's body was instantly pierced by bullets, and it fell from the sky with feathers. The harpy that fell on the deck was shot again by the skeleton, and was directly killed. Soon, the harpy that rushed over disappeared. Only a few scattered ones flew away with blood dripping. The frigate continued to approach the battle zone. The troops of both sides were still fighting in a group. Philippa took the microphone and spoke through the loudspeaker on the ship. "This is the frigate of Treasure Island. The people in the caravan throw away their weapons. The targets holding weapons will be regarded as pirates and killed." The huge voice resounded over the entire area. Looking at the magnificent warship dock nearby, everyone on the merchant ship swallowed their saliva. "Let's retreat and throw away our weapons," the captain of the caravan said. With some doubts in their hearts, the caravan's men retreated to distance themselves, and then put their weapons under their feet. The pirates held their weapons tightly. The ship of Treasure Island also stated that they would clean up their people. Putting down their weapons would only make them die faster. On the deck, Philippa did not give them too much time and directly ordered, "Kill all the people holding weapons." The skeleton standing on the edge of the fence began to shoot downwards. On the deck of the merchant ship, the pirates struggling in the sea died in large numbers under the shooting of bullets. The blood dyed the sea red. Chapter 642, the loss was huge. Soon, the battle was over. The frigate was surrounded by corpses. The rope ladder on the side of the ship was thrown down, and the captain of the merchant ship climbed up in a ragged outfit. He carefully scanned the skeletons around him, and when he saw the people in the middle of the deck, he immediately quickened his pace and walked up. He bowed and thanked them. "Thank you for the rescue." Philippa looked at his messy appearance and asked, "Which caravan are you from?" "From the Lemay Chamber of Commerce." "Going to Treasure Island?" Philippa asked. "Yes. Our destination this time is Treasure Island," the captain continued. Philippa went on to say, The ones chasing you are the storm pirates. They were not originally in the Emerald Sea. They were attracted here because there are more merchant ships recently. We have been catching them all the way. You are unlucky. You were targeted in advance. The captain also said. Fortunately, we met a few adults who rescued us. After returning, I will report to the Chamber of Commerce and send a thank you letter to the island owner's mansion. Philippa smiled and patted the other person on the shoulder. There is a future. Don't forget to write a letter to the association. These people are all members of the association. I understand. Go back. Make some simple repairs. And then continue to Treasure Island. The rest of the way is safe. We just came from there. Philippa said. Thank you, Captain. And thank you to the seniors of the association. The man thanked again and climbed down the rope ladder. After the merchant ship below was repaired, it waved goodbye and gradually went away. Philippa continued to give orders. It's our turn. Salvage the treasures and goods in the sunken ship. And salvage all the bodies. Crash! The skeletons jumped into the sea and began to salvage valuable items in the sea. Treasure Island. The island owner's mansion. After confirming that Philippa had destroyed the pirate ship, Wu Hung opened the door and left the room directly. The frigates don't carry many weapons. But in this world, they are still an absolute advantage. There won't be any problems. Master, is Philippa okay? Minnie saw him coming downstairs and came over to ask. It's okay. Just an ordinary sea patrol. No danger. Wu Hung said. That's good. Wu Hung took the coat off the hanger at the door and put it on. Minnie, I'm going out for a while. Will you come back for dinner tonight? Come back. Just prepare as usual. Okay. Master. Wu Hung put on his coat, changed his face with a phantom veil, and walked out of the island owner's mansion, walking towards the area where the factory was built. On Treasure Island, Wu Hung has set up 3 factories in total. The first one is a clothing factory, which mainly undertakes 2 businesses. One is the production of regular clothing, that is, selling clothes for ordinary residents to wear daily. The second business is the production of stab-proof clothing, which is still the method developed by Qiangzi, clamping the iron plate in the clothes, forming a protective effect for the upper body. This method, the advantage is high production efficiency. The iron plates are delivered according to size, and more than 200 pieces can be completed a day, gradually arming the skeleton warriors in the zombie world. Wu Hung arrived at the factory. In the dim factory, there were large groups of skeletons, operating sewing machines to make clothes. There was a sound of clacking. Wu Hung looked around the factory, walked out of the clothing factory again, and continued to the next factory. The second one was the pen factory. Entering the factory, the machinery had been installed, and it was running. Then the pens could be produced normally. Moreover, the materials left in the original pen factory were enough for production for a while, until the newly ordered materials were delivered. The last stop was the watch factory. The machinery was still being assembled, and the skeletons and electricians' clothes were also connecting the lines. When will it be completed? Wu Hung asked a skeleton mechanic. The skeleton mechanic turned his head and stretched out 3 dry bone fingers. 3 days? Wu Hung looked at him and asked. The mechanic nodded. Okay, there's no rush. Be careful when assembling, don't break it. Wu Hung instructed. The mechanic nodded again. In a mansion, in front of the wooden table, sat a mechanic who was carefully assembling a watch. On the table, there were various styles of watch parts that could not be assembled after being disassembled, and several dials that had stopped timing. On the sofa behind him, several representatives of the Chamber of Commerce were drinking tea while waiting for the result. Tat tat tat. Quick footsteps sounded from outside. Then, there was a knock on the door. Come in. The door opened, and a servant hurried in. Someone glared at the other person, and lowered his voice to admonish. Can't you see that watches are being assembled here? What are you doing in such a hurry? The servant glanced at the serious mechanic, and whispered, Sir, the watch sales department has changed the after-sales rules. Everyone in the room frowned. The rules were changed. It was only released for one morning. And it was changed in the afternoon? What was changed? The attendant said. They added one more rule, saying that watches that were damaged by human intervention are not covered by the warranty. The moment this was said, everyone's heart skipped a beat. A bad feeling arose in their hearts. What is human intervention? The attendant replied. According to their explanation, deliberately opening the inside of a watch, disassembling it, and damaging it is considered human intervention. Fuck. Several people looked at the watches that were spread all over the table and had been disassembled beyond recognition. Cold sweat was pouring down. It's over. This time the loss is huge. Wu Hung returned to the island owner's house and had dinner. In the study, he looked at the new edition of the newspaper and calculated according to the time. Tomorrow is the time for the new issue of the newspaper to go on sale. Now it has begun to print in large quantities. I'm going to the zombie world tomorrow, so the newspaper can be sold normally. Wu Hung put the newspaper back on the table. Now the sale of newspapers has become a common thing in Treasure Island. No need to pay attention to it like at the beginning. Just follow the normal sales process. Glinda said, there are at least 10 issues of the great detective story in stock. I'm not worried. You've written so many. Can we print out the stories in the volumes in advance, and then sell them simultaneously as each story is finished? Wu Hung said. No problem, it depends on how you arrange it. It's best to design a separate cover for each volume, which can give people a sense of freshness. Glinda suggested. Wu Hung thought for a while. Okay, let Shannara help me design it when I have time. Get the cover out first, and get a few more. Glinda smiled and nodded. Knock. 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 While the man and the soul were talking, there was a knock on the door. When they opened the door, they saw the six-armed skeleton alchemist standing at the door. He was holding a tray with 3 bottles of potions on it. Strong strengthening potion. Strong intelligence enhancing potion. 2 bottles of strong strengthening potion. 1 bottle of intelligence enhancing potion. The 3rd level corpse core potion was made again, and this time, there was also an intelligence enhancing potion. Wu Hung was immediately delighted. He took the potion and said, Thank you for your hard work. Continue making potions when you go back. Hurry up. The alchemist skeleton saluted slightly, turned around and left. Wu Hung closed the door again. Alchemical skeleton? Glinda asked. Yes, new corpse core potion has been delivered. Wu Hung placed the potion on the table. Glinda floated over to take a look, and said with emotion, Now I know why you necromancers are so hated. Why? Once you are allowed to develop, it will be difficult to restrain you. Glinda floated to the other side, and then said, You are a profession, and now relying on the transformed skeletons, you can complete the work of all professions, just like a king who is not afraid of his subjects' betrayal. Wu Hung smiled and said, Then do you feel, is this good? From my point of view, of course it is good. The more powerful you are, the better it is for Xiao Xiao and us. If someone who stands on the opposite side of you knows your current development, I am afraid he will not be able to sleep. Glinda floated back to the desk. If I were the king, you would be a concubine after all. Glinda rolled her eyes at him. Molesting a woman whose husband just died. The necromancer is indeed the representative of evil. Wu Hung glanced at her. And there was no change when she mentioned her husband's death. He said, I'll take the potion first. And then I'll race with you later. Glinda nodded, picked up the pen and continued to rewrite the story. Wu Hung glanced at the 3 bottles of potions on the side. He chose strong intelligence potency, and took it in his hand. Take a deep breath. Open the bottle cap and drink it directly. Side effects appear instantly. Dizziness. Tinnitus. And the world is spinning. Wu Hung gritted his teeth and persisted, tightly holding the armrest of the seat next to him. After a while, system prompts also appeared. Intelligence +2, Perception +4, Charm +2. Unlocked feature, Hostility Induction. Chapter 643, Shit, another chapter break. Is Wu Hung okay? It looks more serious than last time. Benny looked at Wu Hung, a little worried. Xiao Xiao said, It's okay, Uncle is used to it, it just hurts a little, it's not dangerous. Benny flew to Granda's side again. Mrs. Granda, do you need to notify the maids? No, they can't help much if they come in, Granda said. Seeing that both of them said so, Benny didn't say anything more. Just floating aside, the eyes looking over were still somewhat worried. The dizziness gradually eased, and Wu Hung also felt much clearer. Different from the pain caused by the strengthening potion to the body, the mental pain, it was as if the soul was stirred, it was the kind of blurred consciousness, mental pain. He exhaled heavily, and sat up straight in the chair again, looking at Benny in front of him. Don't worry, it's normal. Xiao Xiao and Glinda, when they saw him use the potion for the first time, were also quite nervous. As the number of times increased, I got used to it. Moreover, the ghost could not help much in this situation. I could only worry. It's good that you are fine. Benny nodded, flew back to Xiao Xiao, and continued to watch the movie on the tablet. Wu Hung took out 2 bottles of mental potion and drank them. When the mental discomfort disappeared, he checked the unlocked characteristics. Hate sense, have a keen perception of hatred and malice. The content introduction is a bit brief, but the description is still clear, able to detect hatred and malice towards oneself. This should be considered a perception type ability. Moreover, some abilities, like the domain prediction of the 18th level prophet, can predict imminent danger. My own hate sensing is definitely not that strong, but being able to sense that someone is hostile to me is also a kind of early warning. According to Wu Heng's feeling, the spiritual awakening ability is better than the ability awakened by strengthening potions. After all, he is a mage, and he mainly relies on skeleton servants in close combat. He glanced at Xiao Xiao, who was not far away, and wanted her to secretly stare at him, so that he could test his ability. But he thought better of it. He could sense ghosts, and with his own ghost, it would be hard for him to hate them. He closed the panel and looked at the remaining 2 bottles of strengthening potions. He picked up one bottle, opened the cork, and drank it directly. The piercing pain came again. He was sweating like a waterfall, and curled up. This time, Benny just glanced over here, and didn't fly over to ask about the situation like she did at the beginning. Constitution +2, Strength +3, Agility +3. The system prompt appeared, and the side effects gradually subsided. Wu Heng continued to take the treatment potion, relieve the burden on his body. After resting for about 5 minutes, he opened the last bottle again, and drank it with his head tilted back. The body tensed again, and he gritted his teeth to endure the pain. Constitution +3, Strength +2, Agility +3. The system prompt appeared. The attributes increased, but no new abilities were unlocked. It was not bad. 3 bottles of potion unlocked one feature, which was already good. The last 2 potions both enhanced the physical attributes. I feel like it will surpass my intelligence again. I opened the panel again and looked at the attributes. Name, Wu Heng. Level 19, 174538/355000. Reputation, level 19, 3142/66,000. Attributes, Strength 53, Agility 41, Constitution 60, Intelligence 56, Perception 37, Charm 36. The experience points at the level have reached 170,000, which is close to half of the experience points required for upgrading. The skeleton army that was deployed had a significant effect. It is estimated that within a month, the experience value will be fully increased. The reputation has become 3,100, which cannot keep up with the speed of experience value increase. We still have to find a way. In terms of attributes, Constitution has once again become the highest attribute, reaching 60 points. It also means that my physical condition has reached a terrifying level, although there is still some soreness from the sequelae. But when I fully recover, the impact of toxins on me will be greatly reduced in the future. The second one is Intelligence, which has reached 56 points. After all, I am a mage. This item cannot be too low. The following ones are Strength and Agility, which are actually not bad. They are also helpful in dealing with crises and emergencies. In short, there is no attribute that is useless. Most professionals can only focus on the few items that can improve themselves the most, and basically cannot improve all aspects. I also rely on potions to keep so many attributes improving. Anyway, it's not bad. After taking the medicine, Wu Heng also stood up and said to the 3 ghosts beside him, "I'm going back to rest." The 3 ghosts nodded. "Good night." "Goodbye, uncle. Have a good rest, don't get too tired." Wu Heng smiled and nodded, walked out of the study, and returned to the bedroom to rest. The heat of the exhibition is still going on, and it's time to sell a new issue of the newspaper today. For ordinary residents on the island, the exhibition is just a place to add some excitement to their ordinary lives. What about the exquisitely carved wine glasses, the bright and gorgeous wool carpets? These are prepared for those noble gentlemen. They have little to do with ordinary people. Even the pens and watches sold by the island owner later, they are not affordable for ordinary people. You can see them, but they don't belong to you. But today's newspapers are different. The sale of newspapers is like a storytelling session every 7 days. No need to spend money, regardless of status, everyone can hear wonderful stories. On this day, everyone had the same topic, and they enjoyed it. Newspapers. Newspapers. The new issue of the newspaper is out. The detailed list of exhibition samples. The latest warships of Treasure Island. The large foreign pirate group destroyed. And the latest great detective stories. Take a look. Take a look. The voice of the newspaper seller sounded in every street. The bards and residents, who had been waiting for a long time, rushed up and began to scramble to buy newspapers. Golden Sail Tavern. Sabin, wearing a black wig and a dark blue slim robe, stood on the wooden platform and loudly read the latest issue of the newspaper. This outfit is also imitating the island owner Wu Heng's outfit. First, it is the costume I practiced during rehearsal. And second, it also adds a sense of substitution for the drinkers. On the night he died, the Thaddeus brothers were guarding him by his side. Suddenly, Major Sholto screamed and pointed out the window with trembling hands. The Thaddeus brothers hurriedly turned around and saw a stretched, fierce face on the window. Commander Sholto was frightened and died before he could tell the whereabouts of the treasure. The next morning, they found that the window of their father's bedroom was open, and all the cabinets and boxes were turned over. There was a piece of torn paper nailed to the box, which read 4 signatures. After saying the last sentence, Sabin bowed slightly and walked down the wooden platform. At this time, the quiet, focused drinkers realized that the story was over. They cursed loudly. Fuck. It's over again. Damn it. He broke the chapter again. Shameless. Port. The captain, who was preparing to go out to sea, stood on the wooden box and shouted loudly. Be careful. These are sent to the association headquarters. Put them in a dry cabin, and no open flames are allowed. Below, workers carried sealed newspapers and books to the ship. Chapter 644, The Island Master Wu Heng has sent a gift. Zombie World, Conference Room. Wu Heng sat on one side, opposite Gao Rong, who was holding a pen and paper. Wu Heng handed him the last scroll of the strange machine master and said, I will go back today, and you are still in charge of this place. Gao Rong was serious. Don't worry, leader, I will definitely arrange the work here. Wu Heng was quite satisfied with Gao Rong's attitude. Then he said, I will tell you a few tasks that need to be carried out. You say. Gao Rong picked up the pen and prepared to record. Tianqing Group will continue to develop the remaining weapons, with machine guns, machine gun shells, and machine guns as the priority. Gao Rong nodded and wrote it down on paper. Wu Heng continued. Those Russian research institutes, didn't they say before that they were developing electricity? Let them continue to research in this area. The main direction is vehicle power. Cars, ships, and even airplanes will all need electricity to replace fuel in the future. Tell them that if there are any breakthroughs in technology, provide them with career scrolls. They may not understand these, but just say that they can help them improve their physical fitness, which is the effect of the corpse core. Gao Rong raised his eyebrows slightly and continued to write down this sentence. Wu Heng's direction is very clear. One is the mass production of weapons, and the second is to get rid of the dependence on fuel. Now, the power plant of the base can convert electricity without fuel. This technology is difficult to understand, but it also means that there is no shortage of electricity in the base. As long as the fuel is replaced, various equipment and vehicles can be used at will. Reduce the trouble of collecting fuel. I've written it down. Are there any other arrangements? Gao Rong continued to ask. Wu Heng thought for a while, and added, tell Li Yong. Let her arrange people to promote the base externally, recruit more talents to join, and increase the publicity of the leader and deputy leader internally to increase the cohesion of the base. Speaking of cohesion, Wu Heng is thinking about improving his reputation among the survivors. Although the number of people in each base is not large, we can increase as much as possible. A little bit adds up, and we can increase a little. Gao Rong thought for a while, and said, it's hard to say at the radio station. I'll arrange for someone to go to Xinfu City and bring the news over. Wu Heng thought for a while, and felt that there was nothing missing. The rest is up to you. Whatever parts you need, arrange for people to produce them. Strengthen our strength as soon as possible. Continue to trade with the headquarters. Focus on telling them about the training of pilots. Understood. That's it for now. Let's go. Let's go out. Wu Heng stood up and walked out of the meeting room with Gao Rong. Go downstairs together. Passing by a room, Wu Heng knocked on the door. Zhao Yanqiu, are you ready? Ready. A voice came from the room. Following that, the door opened, and Zhao Yanqiu came out dragging a large suitcase. I discussed with Xiao Xiao this morning, and decided to take Zhao Yanqiu with me. First, the mother and daughter missed each other after being apart for a long time, and the second point is to pay attention to Zhao Yanqiu's career advancement. Try to find the key point to resolve Xixiao's unfinished business. Unlike Granda knew exactly what her last wish was. But Xiao Xiao's goal was very vague. If she brought it to her mother, she might find a way. Leader. Manager Gao. Zhao Yinqiu said immediately. Wu Heng grabbed the other party's luggage and put it directly into the space ring. Then he said, let's go. The car is waiting outside. The three of them walked to the door together. Wu Heng and Zhao Yinqiu boarded the truck. After saying goodbye to Gao Rong, the truck left and headed for the train station. After getting on the train, we rushed to Binhai City together. 3 days later at noon, Wu Heng took Zhao Yinqiu and the skeleton attendant and boarded Shanfu port. It should have rained last night, and some water could still be seen on the entire port. But it also made the entire area look a little cleaner. I briefly introduced this place to Zhao Yinqiu and walked towards the big hotel in the center of the base. Entering the big hotel, I arranged a room for Zhao Yinqiu. I waited in the conference room for a while, and Shi Hankai opened the door and walked in. I'm back. Shi Hankai smiled. Well, is there nothing going on here? Wu Heng said. Shi Hankai said, nothing is going on. The skeleton army is still expanding outward. The convoys are constantly going back and forth every day, transporting the looted supplies and survivors. Now the number of people in the base is close to 100. Yes. I feel most relieved to leave the base to you. Shi Hankai smiled. No. I didn't do anything. Wu Heng continued, it's good that the base is fine. By the way, what are the 2 Korean Navy doing recently? Their daily task is to teach the skeletons how to drive a boat, as well as some knowledge of ship repair and maintenance. Shi Hankai answered. Let them come over. Okay. Shi Hankai picked up the intercom and asked someone to go to the port to call them. The two chatted in the room for a while. The door was knocked, and 2 Korean Navy officers walked in directly. Seeing Wu Heng sitting in the room, the body trembled and immediately lowered his head. Wu Heng asked directly, I transferred the frigate to another port. How come the anti-aircraft missiles on the ship can't lock the target? Although the storm pirates were easily killed, Philippa still sent back some news. This includes, the anti-aircraft missile cannot attack the Harpy. In the end, the skeletons used rifles to shoot the air units into seas. Although the ending is the same, but this weapon cannot be used, still makes Wu Heng feel a little pity. I came here today and asked about this matter as soon as possible. The 2 people on the opposite side looked at each other, and one of them asked carefully, Leader, what target do you mean? You can think of it as a deformed flying beast. Wu Heng said. The other party thought for a while, and said, Leader, it should be because of the electromagnetic waves. The radar is exactly the same as a bat. It emits electromagnetic waves and bounces back when it hits something. The radar is both a transmitter and a receiver. According to the difference in the waveform, it can roughly calculate the shape and position of the object. In order to avoid the missile being interfered by the flock of birds, it will not lock these targets. Can you adjust it? Adjust it to lock these targets. Wu Heng asked. The person who answered the question shook his head. I can't. After saying that, he looked at another person. The other party also shook his head. I don't know how to do it either. The equipment on the ship has been tested, and we can't adjust it at will. Wu Heng thought for a while, and then said, Are there any other equipment that can quickly capture this kind of flying target? Yes. You can install shipborne close-in defense guns. 7-barrel Gatling guns. For 1,200 rounds per minute. Whether it is an aircraft missile, or the distorted flying beast you mentioned. As long as it is activated, it can be smashed into pieces. Especially the beast. The flying speed is definitely not as fast as the missile. The other party said immediately. Close-in weapon system. Wu Heng had seen it on the military channel on TV. It rotates very fast, and can intercept incoming missiles, mainly used for defense. Wu Heng also has several machine guns, but they are all handheld and controlled by himself, to kill pirate ships and the like. This type should be more powerful. Is there one in this port? Wu Heng asked. No, but there is a military port, where shipborne weapons can be replaced. Wu Heng raised his eyebrows. There is an unexpected surprise. Are there frigates too? Normally. There are, but I don't know if they are docked. Wu Heng looked at Shi Hankai. Give him the map, and mark the location. Shi Hankai handed the map to him. The 2 people on the opposite side carefully identified it, and marked a location on it. The headquarters of the association. The empty corridor was deep and dim. Huge stone pillars supported the dome, and dim light stones hung on both sides of the wall, providing soft light. The middle-aged man in a black suit and a stern face walked to the door with steady steps. He knocked on the door gently. Then, the door slowly opened, revealing a luxuriously decorated room. The red carpet covered the floor, and the black velvet curtains fell on the floor, blocking the sunlight outside the window. In the center of the room was a black coffin, with a lid tightly closed. The middle-aged man bowed slightly to the coffin, and said softly, "Miss, Treasure Island sent the latest issue of the newspaper. The great detective story has been updated, and the owner of Wuheng Island specially sent you a gift." Chapter 645. What gift? A heavy friction sound was heard. The tightly closed coffin lid was opened little by little, and then it fell on the carpet with a bang. The white fingers grasped the edge of the coffin and slowly sat up. Long brown hair fell on her shoulders. Her face was well-defined, exquisite and beautiful. Her eyebrows were slightly raised, and under her eyebrows were a pair of blood-red eyes. Her skin was as pale as snow, as delicate as porcelain, and shiny. She was wearing a black high-necked long dress, and the collar and the chest were embroidered with exquisite red, and patterns of roses and thorns could be distinguished. The leader of the Blood Clan, the hero of the association, the leader of the Whisperers, Lilith and Beshmet. Lilith exhaled lightly. Her voice was cold. "What's the matter with him?" The housekeeper stepped forward, took out a beautiful black gift box, and repeated what he had just said. "The owner of Wuheng Island has sent you a gift, along with a new issue of the newspaper." "Gift?" Lilith turned her head to take a look, stretched out her slender white hand to take it, and held it in front of her. She turned her head slightly, and casually opened the ribbon on the gift box. As the leader of a race, he has become a hero. He has seen everything, not to mention the gifts from a small place like Treasure Island. But he is still a little curious about what Wuheng will send to him. After all, he always does things beyond expectations. The ribbon is placed aside, and the gift box is spread out to both sides. At the same time, the items inside also appear in sight. On the left is a book with a delicate cover, which is a man with black hair and black eyes. And the words, "The Great Detective Complete Works 1" are written on it. Needless to say, is the story serialized in the newspaper. For the first time Lilith has seen Wuheng's appearance. I looked at it carefully. The corner of the mouth rises slightly. Nurse's Guy. Second item, it is a slender cylindrical item. The third is the disc's leather straps. There are numbers in the disc. The click of a click. Lilith picked up and looked at it. Boring gadgets. The housekeeper on the side glanced up slightly, reminded softly, "Miss, the last two are the latest products of Golden and Silver Island. There are records on the newspaper sent." "What product?" Lilith asked. "The first item sold by Treasure Island is a fountain pen, which can replace the writing method of a quill pen that needs to be dipped in ink at any time. The second item is a watch, which is worn on the wrist and can accurately tell time." The butler said softly, and added, "It is a little different from the one given to you. Yours is obviously better and more precious." Lilith raised her eyebrows slightly. Just by listening to the introduction, she could understand the functions of these two items. If they can really play the role they are said to play, they are really good things. At the same time, she was more skeptical. Is he really that smart? The butler said again, "It is written in the newspaper that Treasure Island also has a potion that can directly improve physical attributes." Lilith's eyes condensed. "Where's the newspaper? Let me see it." The housekeeper stepped forward and handed it over. The training ground of the association. The elf Moya walked into the training ground quickly, and Imolo put away his sword and also walked out. Moya said, "Wuheng brought you a gift." "Gift?" Imolo's face remained unchanged. "Let him focus on improving. Take a look first, it's actually not bad." As he said that, he took out the gift box and handed it over. When he raised his hand, Imolo noticed the item on Moya's wrist, and took the gift box, and opened it to look at the three items inside. Moya introduced with a smile. "Wuheng's novel. The second item is a fountain pen. And a watch. The newspaper said that the sales of the various chambers of commerce are quite good. And it is a hot-selling product." As he said that, he demonstrated how to use the two items and adjusted the time on the watch. While Yini Luo was surprised by the two items, he sighed. He does have some talent. It also mentions a potion, which looks even more powerful. Moya handed the newspaper to him. Glory Hall. People passing by the hall picked up the newspaper at the front desk and looked at the content on it. Since Juan's incident, Treasure Island always sends a batch of newspapers, which are distributed here for free. Paying attention to Treasure Island's newspapers has gradually become a habit here. Treasure Island held an exhibition, with more than 300 chambers of commerce participating. It's a false report. Where can I find so many chambers of commerce? The pens and watches mentioned here are quite interesting. It's not unfair that one lost to the other party. Treasure Island is so active. Is he preparing for level 18? Too early. He has just joined the association for less than a year. What's early? Juan is level 15. And this kid must be above level 15. That's right. Another person said, didn't you see the third item mentioned above? A potion. Notarized by the association and the consortium, which can improve physical attributes. The others also looked at the newspaper again. Is it true that he researched it? How can there be such a potion? The newspaper said that there will be an auction at Treasure Island, and bidding will be conducted. Goodbye. I have to go back and prepare, and go to Treasure Island to have a look. I am going back too, and I will not accompany you. With that, everyone dispersed. Hongwen Society. Research Tower. An old man looked at the newspaper and said, you go to Treasure Island. Arrange some courses for the association there, and also check the sale of this potion. Yes, leader. Hongwen Society's Virgil nodded in response. By the way, when you come back, buy some pens and watches. These things are just right for us. Yes. Virgil nodded again, confirmed that there was nothing else. He left the room. In a room. Teacher, do we have any other solution? Juan looked frustrated. Moffat finished reading the newspaper, and put it aside. He closed his eyes, and pondered for a while, and said, I will write a letter, and you go, and send it to the patriarch of the Badley family of the Blood Clan. Remember that this matter must be kept secret, and no one can be discovered, especially be careful of the Whisperer. Juan's eyes condensed, and nodded. Zombie World, Conference Room. Wu Hung looked at the location marked by the other party, an area east of Sanfu Port. It was not drawn on the map. It should be a confidential port. The South Korean Navy said, I'm not sure what's going on there, but ships used to dock and repair there. Wu Hung looked at Chi Han Kai. Put away the map, and we'll go there tomorrow. Chi Han Kai nodded. Wu Hung looked at the two people opposite. You guys follow me. The two were startled, and suddenly raised their heads to speak, but when they saw Wu Hang's eyes, they held back, and nodded, indicating their agreement. Okay. You guys go out first. The two of them bowed again, and left the room directly. In the room, only Wu Hung and Chi Han Kai were left. Chi Han Kai stood up, and leaned over gently. Is there any problem with the military factory? Wu Hung put his arm around her waist. It's the same as before. I have arranged a development plan for them. Just follow this direction. Where's Sister Yang? She will definitely stay with you for several days. Wu Hung patted her buttocks. I only stayed for one night. Do you think everyone is like you? No way. Chi Han Kai said coquettishly. Wu Hung continued, assign some work to Zhao Yanqiu. Don't make it too difficult. Just manage some things. Zhao Yanqiu and Chi Han Kai had met in the old factory area in Xinfu City. At that time, Chi Han Kai was in charge of the management of the old factory area, and Zhao Yanqiu was in charge of the radio station. It was also known that Zhao Yanqiu was Shishi's mother, Xiao Xiao, a member of the base whom he had not met yet, but was often mentioned. Let her be in charge of logistics management. Just like the old factory in Xinfu City. There is no pressure on the work, and it is safer to arrange people we trust. Chi Han Kai thought for a while, and said directly, okay, let's arrange it this way first. The two chatted for a while, and Chi Han Kai asked people to bring all the gold, silver and corpse cores that had been looted during this period. Wu Hung put them in the space ring. He also returned to his bedroom, opened the door, and returned to the other world, the island owner's mansion. Wu Hung sent the corpse core to the alchemist's room, and took a look at the refrigerator next to it. There were neatly stacked corpse core potions inside. The rest of the freezers, as well as the constant temperature storage boxes, were all stacked with finished potions. I haven't counted them, but the number is at least more than thousands. As the number of evolved zombies in the zombie world increases, the number of first-level corpse cores is also increasing. Enough to deal with the auction. Chapter 646, you play the bird at night. If you sell them freely, the reserves of these medicines will definitely not be enough. But if they are sold at auction, they will be enough to sell for a while. When the time comes, the marketing methods of the modern world will be used here, which will probably have a good effect. At the beginning, Wu Hung also considered giving the base members in the zombie world the corpse core medicine to improve It has indeed been implemented. Li Yong, Chihan Kai, and even Wang Chenggang and Xiangzi have all been given medicines. But with the appearance of the main station, Wu Heng began to change his plan. Corpse cores without side effects, for people in the end times, are second only to the elixir of life. Once they are released, and the members of the base all have radio stations, the news will definitely spread. By then, if they are really targeted by various forces and threatened with missiles, things will become very troublesome. It is best not to disclose this matter to the outside world. After closing the freezer, Wu Heng walked out of the alchemy room and went downstairs. Walking down the first floor, several maids were drinking tea and chatting in the living room. When they heard footsteps, they turned around and looked over. Master. Annette and Robert immediately greeted. Minnie said directly, Master, Philippa came once and asked you to go to the port, and the body she brought back is still there. It took me 2.5 days to rush from the military factory in the zombie world to Shanfu port. Philippa has also returned from the sea. Yeah. Wu Heng then asked. I was away for 2 days, and nothing happened on the island. Right. Nothing happened. Sister Wire brought back a lot of gold and silver coins these 2 days, and said that many people came to the island, and asked us to go out less if there was nothing to do. Minnie said as she thought. What about Chanella? Sister Chanella came yesterday, but she didn't say anything. Wu Heng nodded. I'll go to the port to take a look. Will the master come back for dinner tonight? Yes. Okay. Minnie smiled and waved. Wu Heng, with the skeleton attendants, left the island owner's mansion. The carriage picked up Philippa on the way, and arrived at port number 2 together. When he boarded the deck of the frigate, he saw a large number of corpses neatly laid flat on the deck. The equipment on the body had been stripped away. If there were no skeletons guarding the area, it would have attracted some carnivorous birds to eat the body. The morgue can't hold so many bodies, so we'll leave them here for now. Philippa shrugged and explained. Wu Heng didn't say much, and asked, Where's the leader's body? Here. Philippa took him to the side. A body with sawdust all over its body, lying flat on the ground, like a hedgehog. Have you verified the identity with the coroner? Philippa replied. Yes. The 17th level pirate leader, 2nd level merit, and 4 backbones are also on the wanted list. 3rd level merit, and the members of the association who followed us all have a share. It seems that the body was sent to the association, and then Philippa took it back. Wu Heng directly cast bone art on the corpse. The flesh and blood fell off, and the skeleton slowly stood up. Skeleton swordsman, level 17, the information was still accurate, but it was a pity that it didn't reach level 18. Is it a swordsman? I don't know. He was killed by the cannon on the ship. I didn't see him attack. Philippa said. Okay. Give him a name. Wu Heng said. Me? What should you name it? It's up to you. Keep it simple and easy to remember. Wu Heng walked to the side. Philippa scratched her head vigorously. Is it okay to call her Iron Shark? Shark. Sure. Wu Heng said to the skeleton swordsman, from now on, you will be called Iron Shark, and be responsible for protecting her safety. I heard that a level 17 swordsman was assigned to protect me. Philippa's eyes lit up instantly. Damn. A level 17 swordsman protecting me. Cover him up tightly outside. Don't cause any panic. Wu Heng said. Understood. Philippa said with a happy face. Wu Heng continued to walk to the back. Philippa took out clothes and weapons from her space ring and put them on her skeleton servant. Then she ran over again. After looking at the corpse on the ground, she said, I looked at the harpy for you. It doesn't look good. It's a bit scary. Its teeth are jagged. You can't use it. So I didn't leave it alive for you. Wu Heng frowned. Seeing her smirking face, he knew that she was playing tricks on him again. He glanced at her and said, It's okay if I didn't leave it. You can wear feathers at night and pretend to be a bird to accompany me. Philippa's eyes widened. Are you serious? What? Captain Philippa is scared? Philippa raised her head. What am I afraid of? I'm just afraid that you can't stand it. Wu Heng smiled and transformed the harpy in front of him. Skeleton Banshee, level 9, didn't leave many skills. Only the basic attributes were retained, and the characteristics of flying. Continuing to release dead corpse battlefield, all the corpses on the ship were transformed into skeletons and stood up. Clean this place up, Philippa ordered. The skeletons began to clean the deck, and the transformed filth was thrown directly into the sea. After everything was done, The two took a carriage and returned to the island owner's mansion together. Night fell. In the bedroom, Wu Hung was lying on the bed, Philippa squatted on his waist, with his arms spread out, imitating the posture of a flying bird. After doing it twice, said, "The action is like this, and the scream is so ugly, it's not that I won't bring you back. Warpai, will you also move your waist like this?" Wu Hung held the other's waist, looking at her with a smile on his face. Philippa turned her head aside, a little shy. "How would I know? Maybe that kind of witch will be good friends with the pirates on the ship, unlike me who only likes you." Wu Hung gently patted the other's thigh. "Come here." Philippa leaned over, spit out the red and tender tip of her tongue, and whispered, "Daddy, you smell so good, I love you so much." The next day, in the morning, after Philippa had breakfast at the island owner's house, he returned to the tavern with his new servant. There have been more and more ships on the island in the past few days. The ships of Treasure Island were also arranged to patrol along the route to prevent any pirates from appearing and destroying the safety of the route. After Wu Hung finished his work, he also went to the zombie world. Today, he made an appointment with Chi Han Kai to visit the hidden military port. After arriving at the zombie world, Wu Hung came down from upstairs, and the convoy and skeletons were already waiting at the gate of the base. "Open the car door and sit in the passenger seat." "Let's go!" Chi Han Kai also picked up the intercom and said, "Let's go. Let the two Koreans show us the way." The convoy started, drove out of the base gate, and left in the distance. In the military port, several figures sat around a round table, discussing. The leader was a middle-aged man with a Western face, wearing a U.S. military uniform. "It's been quite lively in Sanfu Port recently," the people below said. "It's really lively. The radio broadcasts rescue information every day. They really think of themselves as citizens of this country. It's not without benefits." I asked someone to check. "The roads outside have been cleared by those skeletons. They still have some strength." Another person said hesitantly, "They won't find us." "Right. Why? Do you want to join them?" The Western soldier looked around at the others and reminded them, "No matter how many skeletons they have, can they attack us? The machine guns and artillery outside are enough to smash them into skeletons." "That's right." The others nodded. As they were talking, a low voice came from the intercom. "We found a large number of skeletons, escorting the trucks closer to the base." The few people who had just looked calm suddenly stood up from their seats, with a hint of surprise and suspicion in their eyes. What he said came true. "Those guys really found us here. What should we do?" someone asked anxiously. "No hurry." The man in military uniform at the head picked up the intercom. "How many skeletons? How many vehicles?" "About 3,000 skeletons. 5 modified trucks." Hearing this number, the people in the room suddenly felt relieved. "If we only rely on this number, it will be difficult to break through our defense." The man in military uniform pondered for a moment, picked up the walkie-talkie, and said, "Prioritize the search for the psychic who controls the skeletons, and kill them directly if there is a chance." "Yes." The convoy moved forward slowly under the escort of the skeletons. When approaching the target location, the voice of the lead car came from the walkie-talkie. "We can see the port. There are no zombies nearby. The wall has been rebuilt. There should be survivors here." Wu Hung looked forward along the glass. Through the gaps in the steel bars, you can see a 3-meter-long wall. There are metal hooks on the wall, barbed wire on the top, and some heavy weapons such as machine guns. There are really survivors. "Stop the convoy," Wu Hung said. Chi Han Kai picked up the walkie-talkie and gave an order. Wu Hung also gave an order to the big-headed skull, asking the skull to stop. In the distance, a Korean voice came from the wall. "This is an important base. Please state your intentions." Chapter 647, Join or Die. In the top floor room, a sniper rifle poked out from the crack of the window, aiming at the skeletons marching in the distance. The skeletons wore different styles of armor and weapons, and surrounded the slowly moving convoy. The skeleton army in Shanfu Port has spread on the radio. Even, at a fixed time every day, a propaganda broadcast will be issued. "They have stopped moving forward," the sniper said. The companion of the telescope said, "Don't worry, let's find the mutant who controls the skeletons first. Try to kill him directly, let him escape back. It will be more troublesome for us." "I know, don't bother me." The two began to look for targets below. Suddenly, I saw one of the skeletons turn his head and look over here. It was as if he was looking through the scope and meeting my gaze. "What the hell? Did he find me?" The position of the convoy. Wu Hung had just gotten off the truck when he suddenly felt a sense of crisis. His expression changed slightly, and he suddenly turned his head to look towards the rooftop in the distance. His enhanced perception made his vision several times better than that of an ordinary person. He glanced over and saw the reflection of the scope in the window. The side of his body instinctively. Bang! Almost at the same time, a bullet hit the modified steel plate of the truck, leaving a concave bullet hole. Sniper rifle. At such a long distance, it can still maintain such accuracy. Only a sniper rifle can do it. Wu Hung raised his hand and released mist spell. Dense mist instantly covered the surroundings, obscuring the surroundings. At the same time, he ordered, all skeletons attack, kill everyone. Walala. In an instant, the skeletons on standby all ran together, abandoning protecting the convoy, rushing out of the smoke, and killing the wall. Wu Hung continued to say to his 3 ghosts, Xiao Xiao, go kill the sniper. Grinda occupies the wall. And most importantly, don't let the machine gun fire. Benny stays with me. And inform me immediately if there is any danger approaching. Understood? Be careful. Uncle, don't die. If you keep talking nonsense, I will be in real danger. Understood? Xiao Xiao said, and flew to the roof of one side, while Grenda went straight to the wall in front. Wu Hung opened the car door and said directly, the convoy retreats and keeps a distance. Chi Honkai gave orders through the intercom. The convoy retreated directly and hid behind the building at the intersection. Bang! 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 The machine gunners on the wall began to fire. The bullets were like a net, cracking and hitting the skeletons in the front row. The skeletons can reduce the damage of bullets, but the armor on the body still bears the power of bullets. The skeletons that were hit fell backwards one by one, then staggered to their feet. Continued to charge forward. The soldiers on the wall gradually widened their eyes, looking at the skeletons who got up again after being hit by machine guns in disbelief. This thing is indestructible. What's going on? Shit, these skeletons are not afraid of bullets. Use the machine gun. Machine guns have no effect. Hurry up, don't let them rush over. As the skeletons got closer, the crowd began to panic, turning to the position of the machine gun. But the person operating the machine gun had a red face and blue veins on his neck. Help, help me. Click. The next second, under the gaze of everyone, the neck turned 180 degrees to the back, and the body fell softly. Everyone was horrified. For a moment, some people could not react. What happened? Help, my body is moving on its own. Another soldier holding a rifle, his body was as stiff as a puppet, pointed the rifle in his hand at several machine gunners, and pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 The bullets shot at their companions on the wall, and wailing and cursing sounded in the base. In an instant, the well-defended base fell into chaos. The skeletons stepped on and climbed each other, like a gathering ant colony, swarming up the wall, and pounced on the enemies inside. The soldiers had no way to defend themselves. In front of them was a group of skeletons rushing in, and behind them, their companions randomly defected and shot their own people. Then, the skeletons who entered the base opened the tightly closed door. More skeletons rushed into the base. The top floor room on the side. The sniper and his companions began to gather their equipment and plan to leave. The current situation was somewhat beyond their expectations and preparations. A person who could find their position in advance and dodge bullets, this situation was only dared to be played like this on TV. But it really happened right before my eyes. Squeak! Suddenly, the window beside me was pushed open. What are you doing? The sniper frowned and said. He looked up and saw his companion's face stiff. He stood directly on the windowsill and jumped down. With a snap, he fell downstairs. Blood spread under the body. The sniper's eyes were full of surprise and confusion. The next second, his body seemed to be controlled by some force. His body leaned forward uncontrollably and he also fell down the window. Woo woo woo, a whistling sound broke through the air. A helicopter flew into the sky with a gust of wind. Just after flying into the sky, the pilot's neck suddenly turned backwards again, and the earphone wire was also wrapped around his neck. The plane began to spin in the air. Finally, it fell to the ground with a bang. All the people on the plane died directly. The battle did not last too long. In Wu Heng's ears, Glinda's voice came. The base has been occupied. I checked the rooms and corners. There are no living people. It can be confirmed to be safe. Wu Hung nodded slightly, turned to look at Chi Honkai. The battle inside is over. Let the convoy go in. Chi Honkai picked up the walkie-talkie and gave the order. The convoy restarted, turned the corner, and drove directly towards the camp. Some scattered skeletons could be seen along the road. Even though skeletons were sensitive to bullets, they still caused some casualties. But the number was not large. Judging from the number of broken bones, there were only about 5 or 6. After passing through the camp gate, the convoy drove directly in. The skeleton warriors had already started to clean up the battlefield. Nearly 40 bodies were laid flat on the open space in the middle. Wu Heng got off the car. The survivors behind him also got off the car. Chi Honkai gave the order to check the surroundings, and at the same time called the 2 Korean Navy officers who were pointing the way over. Seeing the bodies on the ground, the 2 looked serious, and their eyes were a little straight. They didn't expect it to turn out like this. They just destroyed this place, or killed them all without leaving a single one. Let's go to the port, Wu Heng said directly. The 2 took Wu Heng all the way to the coastal port. Chief, this is where the port stops. Frigates and military ships will stop here for repairs and supplies, one person said. Wu Heng looked over and raised his eyebrows slightly. In the distance, he could see a frigate that was the same as the one in the other world. 3 ordinary ships, and more than 10 military speedboats. Just one? Wu Heng asked. If no one had escaped by boat just now, then there would be only one. The other party continued to answer. Wu Heng ordered the big-headed skeleton. Arrange the skeletons to guard this place. Crash! More than 100 skeletons ran over quickly and blocked the entire port. After checking the port, we returned to the center of the base. Chi Honkai came over excitedly and said, "Come on. Take a look here. What did you find?" Wu Heng smiled and followed him. Chi Honkai led him to a warehouse. The door opened, revealing a helicopter inside. Chief, Deputy Chief, this is a Link shipborne helicopter, which is carried on a frigate and can be used normally. The Korean Navy following behind him immediately took the initiative to introduce it. Wu Heng nodded. Can you 2 drive? We can do some inspection work. And the normal driving work is done by the Naval Aviation, the other party replied. Wu Heng did not say much. Let's go and see if there is anything else. Several people entered the warehouse at the back together. Inside, they found stored missiles, shells, 3 7-barrel Gatling machine guns, and various special equipment on the ship. 2 Navy men followed behind and introduced them one by one. After looking through the equipment and weapons in the warehouse, Wu Heng put all the common guns and ammunition into the space ring. He led a few people out of the warehouse and returned to the place where the bodies were parked. The 2 Koreans who were with him looked at the bodies and felt an inexplicable fear in their hearts. They whispered, "Leader, if there is nothing else, we will go over there to help." "Don't go. Identify the bodies and see which ones are technicians," Wu Heng said. The 2 glanced at the bodies and didn't understand what the other meant, but they still started to identify them. More than 40 bodies, a total of 7 people were pointed out. Among them, the bodies of 3 people were relatively intact. They were technicians in the field of electronic communications and shipboard equipment. "Okay, you go down first," Wu Heng said directly. The 2 nodded and left quickly. "What are you going to do?" Chi Honkai asked. Wu Heng looked at the bodies. "See if they are willing to join us?" "Join us? Become skeletons?" Chi Honkai was a little curious. "You will know later." During the battle, because the opponent had powerful thermal weapons, Wu Heng was also afraid that he would really take out a big thing and be killed by it. The order given to the skeleton was to kill them all, leaving no one alive. Now that it was safe, the technicians were considered. The 7-barreled shipborne machine gun was not manually controlled like ordinary machine guns, but an integrated structure. Some professionals were still needed to install such a thing on the ship. The only pity was that the pilot among the corpses died miserably. His body was twisted, and half of his head collapsed. In this case, even the resurrection technique could not revive him. The only ones that could satisfy him were these 3 relatively intact corpses with obvious knife marks on their bodies. Wu Heng walked to the first corpse and released the resurrection technique. The power of the dead slowly entered the corpse. Cough! The corpse trembled suddenly, coughed dryly, and vomited a large mouthful of blood. Chi Honkai was startled and subconsciously took a step back. The corpse had been dead for a while. It came back to life like this? What a hell! He controls both life and death. Wu Heng continued to release the life maintenance technique to maintain the other party's life. The technician who had just survived and was in a seriously injured state looked at the two with fear on his face. And blood was still flowing from the corner of his mouth. Wu Heng said, "We are from the Shanfu port base. We will give you a chance. If you want to live, join us and work for us. If you disagree, you will die." The technician's pupils shrank, hesitated, and nodded with difficulty. "Welcome to join us. You don't have to die." Wu Heng took out a bottle of healing medicine, pinched his mouth open, and poured it directly into him. The injury has improved visibly, and he will not die even if he removes the life support. Wu Heng continued to use the resurrection on the second person. After he was seriously injured, he used the life support to maintain his life. He asked directly, "We are from the Shanfu port base. We give you two choices, join us and work for us. The second choice is death." The second person glared at him, and glanced at the corpses around him. He turned his head to the side and said nothing. "Respect you," Wu Heng said, and removed the life support. He vomited a large mouthful of blood, and gradually lost his voice. Wu Heng came to the third person. In front of him was a woman, with some gray hair on her temples, who looked close to 50 years old. It was not easy for her to survive to this day at such an old age. He released resurrection and life-sustaining in succession. He said, "Join us, or die." The woman frowned and looked at him. "You? Just answer the question," Wu Heng said directly. I will join." Finally, he sighed. Wu Heng opened a medicine and gave it to her to drink. Her condition also improved significantly. "There are medical staff accompanying us." "Right. Let them come and treat these two people," Wu Heng said to Chi Han Kai. Chi Han Kai nodded, picked up the intercom, and gave instructions. Immediately, two people came running. One man and one woman, both of whom were old people from the original base. "Take them to the medical room. Keep an eye on them, and notify me if there is any danger," Chi Han Kai ordered. "Yes, Sister Chi." The two went back to get a stretcher, ran twice, and carried the two seriously injured people into the medical room in the base. The rest of the corpses, Wu Heng released dead corpse battlefield, all turned into skeletons. Join the queue of skeletons. In the spacious conference room, Chi Han Kai said, "The facilities here are much more complete than those in Sanfu Port. Garage, medical room, conference room, dormitory. Rooms with different functions were prepared in advance, but some rooms, due to the end of the world, were abandoned or filled with debris. But this place is still much better than Sanfu Port. The military base must be more complete." Wu Heng took out 2 bottles of mineral water and handed one to the other party. Chi Han Kai took it, took a sip, and said, "Keep this one? Keep it first, and then we'll see how to coordinate the 2 ports." Wu Heng said, "Shanfu Port and this military port have the same functions and are not far away. Moreover, the population is not large, so it is not very useful to keep both. We'll discuss it later." "Okay," Chi Han Kai nodded. Wu Heng continued, "Keep a close eye on those 2 people, and don't let them go out, so as to avoid any problems. I'll have someone keep an eye on them. There's nothing else to do. Just arrange it." Chi Han Kai smiled and nodded. "Are you going to choose a room?" The two walked out of the meeting room again and headed for the dormitory building. Wu Heng chose a room, and Chi Han Kai chose the next door. They settled down here. Chi Han Kai left the rest to Wu Heng in his dormitory, opened the door, and returned to Treasure Island, the island owner's house. Wu Heng waited for a while on the first floor, and dinner was served. Several people sat around the dining table, eating and chatting about the situation on the island in the past 2 days. The sales of pens and watches sold on Treasure Island were not as hot as at the beginning, but there were still many people queuing up to buy them every day. Moreover, the factories of pens and watches have also started production. The purchase restrictions of the Chamber of Commerce will be lifted later, and sales will be further increased. "Master, do you still remember the Bard Sabin?" And Wire looked up and asked. "The one who adapted the great detective story. What happened to him?" Wu Heng asked back. Wu Heng still had some impression of this name when the other party introduced it. He also thought of the short video before the end of the world, in which Saipan was called. "I just remembered it." And Wire said, "The team is ready, and they will perform at the Gem Flower Opera House. I invite you to watch it." "Is it public?" "No. It is specially performed for you to see. It should be to see if you are satisfied." and then consider the matter of external performance. And Wire thought for a while and said. The other party was very thoughtful. Then tomorrow morning, let's all go and take a look. Wei Er should also take some time. Let's go together. Wu Heng said directly. Minnie, Annette's eyes lit up, and their faces immediately became happy. And Avir also nodded in agreement. Okay, master. After dinner, the few of them chatted in the living room for a while. Wu Heng was about to go upstairs to assemble the electromagnetic cannon. The gate of the courtyard was knocked directly. Minnie went to open the door, and when she came back again, she was followed by Shi Logui in armor, with a long sword on her waist. Seeing the other party coming at this time, Wu Heng was also a little surprised. Have you eaten? Wu Heng asked. Yes. Zalogui sat down casually opposite. He took off the helmet and the sword on his waist and put them aside. Minnie brought tea and cakes, and then ran to the training room, leaving it to the two of them. What do you want to talk to me about? Wu Heng looked at the exquisite beauty elf in confusion. Zalogui picked up the teacup and took a sip, and said softly, Remember? The representative of the Chamber of Commerce you killed last time. He was a member of the secret society. She was talking about Granda's ex-husband. Remember? Has he solved the problem with the Chamber of Commerce? Wu Heng was curious. Zalogui said, There is nothing wrong with the Chamber of Commerce. I am trying to clarify the relationship. I want to talk about the Cat and Mouse Society. Cat and Mouse Society? Any news? Chapter 648. Qilin Dao. The matter of Granda's ex-husband is actually over for Wu Heng. He had been pursuing it before because he wanted to relieve Granda of her unfinished business. He found out about the secret society and the Cat and Mouse Society, which was a sideline investigation. But he didn't expect that Zalogui would focus on the investigation. Zalogui pondered for a moment and said, The headquarters sent us some relevant information. Wu Heng didn't say anything, but listened carefully. Zalogui continued, According to intelligence, the Cat and Mouse Society was established earlier than the secret society. It was a private force formed by gangs, caravans, and thieves organizations, and was later incorporated into the secret society as an affiliated force. Through some archive records, many members of the Cat and Mouse Society did not know that they were working for the secret society, and the people contacted by the secret society were all high-level officials in charge of the Cat and Mouse Society, such as the Magnoro you killed last time. When I was questioning my ex-husband Magnoro, I could guess some of it from the conversation. As a member of the secret society, he was responsible for management and conveying orders. The people of the Cat and Mouse Society below were very complicated. It was normal for them not to know about the secret society. It was enough to get commissions according to the tasks. Is it a threat to us? Wu Heng asked. He and Zalogui both belonged to Treasure Island. They couldn't control the things in other places. As long as nothing happened on their side, it would be fine. Treasure Island was the territory of pirates before. They might not be able to infiltrate here, Zalogui said. And then said, In the intelligence, there was also a vague mention of another conspiracy of the secret society. Wu Heng frowned. Another conspiracy? The secret society did nothing all day, but they were thinking about how to plot against others. What do you mean? Zalogui seemed very satisfied with the other party's reaction, smiled slightly, and then said, The Qilin Project, which can also be called the Qilin Road, is a plan to stir up a local revolution, and to support one's own people to sit on the throne and have the right to speak. You mean the Kingdom of Yek? Wu Heng said it subconsciously. At the same time, he immediately thought of his understanding of the secret society, which has always been a group of wealthy people who pursue immortality, constantly trying to gain greater influence through money, and to occupy their own interests by inciting coups and promoting wars between neighboring countries. Now it seems that these are not random guesses, but have clear plans. The recent events are in the Kingdom of Yeko. That's what I suspect. The fifth princess you met last time also mentioned that outsiders interfered with the throne, Zalogui said directly. At that time, the fifth princess mentioned the cult, and for this reason, she wanted the association to intervene. But it is not ruled out that it was done by the secret society. It is indeed possible, Wu Heng said. Not only that, the powerful are more afraid of death. It is hard to say that there is no leader of any country who would secretly cooperate with the secret society to keep himself alive. Zalogui looked like she could see through people's hearts. Wu Heng nodded in agreement, then looked directly at the other party. Are there any moves from the headquarters? Zalogui answered. They should ask the local association to investigate. And wait for the news then. Let the association handle the things over there. And we just need to watch over Treasure Island. Wu Heng leaned back on the sofa and smiled. Zalogui lost her seriousness when she spoke. You are the island owner. Don't wait until you are old and get bribed by them. Wu Heng said unhappily. Who are you looking down on? I am a necromancer. I use them to extend my life. I can do it myself. Zalogui's voice choked. You are so cruel. Seeing that Zalogui had nothing else to do, Wu Heng continued. Tomorrow a bard invited me to watch a stage play. If you have nothing to do, you can go and join in the fun. The one about the fifth princess? No. It's a bard named Sabin, who adapted the first story of the great detective. Wu Heng explained. Are there many people? No one else. I plan to take Minnie and the others to see it. Zalogui thought about it, and was quite interested in it. She asked, Okay, then I'll make arrangements tomorrow, and let the teams on rest go and see it. Wu Heng nodded. Okay. Come to think of it, you really have a talent for mechanics. After talking about the matter, Zalogui brought up the matter of pins and watches again, and the two chatted casually. When it got dark, Zalogui put on her sword again. I'm going back. I'll take people there tomorrow morning. Wu Heng also stood up. You two sisters still owe me one for the last bet. Zalogui paused, staring with big eyes, somewhat surprised. You didn't say it, and you keep bringing it up. Wait until there's a chance. Wu Heng said. Think about it first. Sure, Yali said she would treat you to a meal in 2 days. Tell us then, so that it won't look like we are cheating. Zalogui said, and her face became visibly red. Then I'll think about it. Wu Heng nodded and sent her out. Zalogui said as she walked. Don't go too far. Don't do anything bad. And don't, if you regret it, just tell me. You are a deacon, and I can't do anything to you. Zalogui paused. Okay. Think about it. He sent her out the door and waved goodbye. Zalogui walked out of the alley, called a carriage, and slowly disappeared from sight. Wu Heng also returned to the house and walked upstairs. When they came to the study, the three ghosts were busy with their own things. Wu Heng sat down beside him and said, Zalogui just came and brought some news about Magnolo. Glinda, who was revising the manuscript, looked up and said, What news? About the cat and mouse club behind him. Wu Heng repeated to her what Zalogui had just said to him. In the news, there are more things related to the forces behind the scenes, and Glinda is not involved. Glinda, after a brief contemplation, said, Based on my understanding of him, the Cat and Mouse Society should be arranged by the Secret Society, and he helps to pass on some orders. As for the Qilin Dao, this is the first time I have heard of it. It is really like what Zalogui said, and it is very likely to be involved in the battle for the throne of the Yek Kingdom. We think the same thing. Wu Heng nodded. Glinda said, You and Zalogui should have different perspectives. The lifespan of elves makes it difficult for them to stand from the perspective of humans, and experience the fear of life gradually coming to an end. The secret society can come up with a way to prolong life, which has a strong appeal to the human royal family. That's right. But anyone with power would want to enjoy privileges forever and live forever. But it's not just humans. Leaders of other races may not be that great either. It's just a matter of dying early or late. That's the way it is. In fact, the Cat and Mouse Society and Qilin Dao have little to do with us. We just need to protect Treasure Island. Wu Heng stood up and stretched. That's right. Glinda agreed. I'm going to rest. You guys can play. Wu Heng said, walked out of the study, and returned to the bedroom to rest. Gem Flower Opera House. A huge new building on Treasure Island, white stone pillars, exaggerated semicircular dome. The Opera House has become a landmark building in this area. In the translation of the elves, Shanala represents Gem Flower. The real owner of this opera house is also Shanala. The interior of the building is also magnificent, with a strong wood elf decoration style. Wu Heng led the maids into the hall, and sat down in a seat in the middle. Minnie and the others chatted, looking forward to the performance later. After sitting in the seat and waiting for a while, there were footsteps at the entrance, and Underwire walked in with several people from the city hall. My lord, the island master. Underwire took the lead in saluting. The city hall staff behind him also saluted. My lord, the island master. Let's find a place to sit, Wu Heng said. Underwire led everyone to the side and sat on the side. Robe said softly, Sister Wire is so imposing. Minnie also lowered her voice. She was originally the young patriarch. And it's nothing to manage such a small number of people. Chapter 649, You Won't Lie to Us. Right? That's right. Robe nodded in agreement. Minnie added, when he's with his master, he's like a good kid. Hee hee. The other two also laughed. Envier seemed to have sensed something and looked over here. Minnie shut up with a guilty conscience and started talking about the decoration style here. Not long after, Shilagwi, Sure Yali, and several team members came in, and after saying hello, they found a place to sit down. Then came Macintosh from the Old Barrel Tavern, who also came in with his people. After saluting, he sat at the back. When almost everyone had arrived, Wu Hung said to his side, tell them that it's time to start. Robe walked out of his seat and spoke to the staff guarding the aisle. The other party quickly walked down. On the stage, a huge red curtain slowly opened. When the scene behind was revealed, the stage began to become noisy, with guides holding up signposts, peddlers carrying goods, and women carrying baskets and muttering. Everyone on the stage was performing, forming a scene similar to a street. Then, a cloaked figure appeared, accompanied by a clear voiceover. I am a doctor. With the introduction of a local friend, Mr. Wu Hung and I rented this house together. The scene changed, and the actor who played Watson walked towards the house. Sabin, who played Wu Hung, rushed out excitedly with a medicine container in his hand, shouting, I found it! I found it! Behind the stage, several women are gathered together, watching the performance on the stage from the side. They are well prepared, recreating the scene on the street. A woman lifted her down collar, said with some surprise, they are the other few people who got the adaptation of Blushing Maid Bernie from the island owner's mansion. Today, I heard that the performance has started here, and I talked to Sabin and others for a long time before they were allowed to follow along and watch the performance from the side. Yes, the props are so complete. If we don't perform well, will it make the island owner angry? Some people began to worry. No, the island owner won't do that. The fifth princess, Brittany, said softly, with a firm tone. The others nodded and continued to watch the performance above. Brittany leaned forward again and looked towards the audience, looking at the figure in the middle of the crowd. It was just like the rumors outside. This island owner especially likes orc maids. Wow, the acting is really good, but the actor who plays Wu Hung is a little older, and his temperament is much worse. Sure Yali praised, and touched her sister with her arm. Shilagwi, do you think so? Shilagwi glanced at the members around her, and said with a straight face, just watch, don't talk all the time. After saying that, the peripheral vision still unconsciously looked at the figure in front of her. The temperament is a little worse, and not as white as him. The performance lasted for more than 40 minutes, and the whole story was fully performed. It looked like the way the narration was used for explanation, and the actors performed. It was a little different from modern stage plays, but it can also be seen that these people did it very seriously. Whether it was the performance or the props, they really put their heart into it. Sabin led all the actors to salute, and the curtain slowly fell. After it was completely over, Sabin ran over from the back, saluted, Master Island Master. Not bad, the story was performed well. Wu Hung praised. Although there are some shortcomings, some things can be improved while doing them. There is no such thing as perfection in one go. Hearing the island owner's affirmation, Sabin showed joy on his face. Thank you, sir. Keep working hard. Wu Hung encouraged again, and stood up and left with the others. When approaching the exit, there was a loud cheer behind them. And, we can perform now. Walking out of the theater, Zalagwi led the team back to take turns, and the others also said hello and walked towards their respective offices. In the afternoon, in a tavern, the bard finished telling the story in the newspaper on the stage, and took a sip from the teacup. Unlike the past, he did not go down to rest during the break, but stayed on the stage. He coughed lightly, and the people below immediately quieted down. They looked at him curiously. The bard smiled and said, Everyone, I have a piece of news for you. This morning, our stage play has been recognized by the island owner, and it will be performed in the opera house in 3 days. Guests who like stage plays, I hope you will come and support us. The people below frowned, and then became noisy. The stage play came out so quickly. It's been more than half a month, not too short. I'm really looking forward to the effect of the stage play. The island owner is really different from those nobles. He allowed the stage play to be adapted and even went to see it in person. I feel like I can act in it too. Listening to the discussion in the audience, the bard also smiled. Most of the taverns on the island, in their free time, are promoting the stage play. And this matter also spread quickly on the island. The stage play was discussed on the island, but Wu Hung didn't pay much attention to it. I went to the factory on the way in the afternoon. Several factories were busy, and the products could basically maintain the current supply. Moreover, the factory was guarded by skeletons, and the workers were also skeletons. I don't know if it can be considered a modern unmanned workshop. Modern machinery, no living creatures, I feel that all conditions are met. The first batch of pins and watches sold on the island has been sent out by sea. It depends on the feedback brought back by the caravans. It shouldn't be too bad, after all. In the current market, there is no substitute. Next, the production is stable, and a large amount of it is sold outside. After dinner, the sky gradually darkened. Wu Hung sat in the bedroom and waited for a while. Sanera came in. Wiping her hair, sat down beside her, and whispered, "How was the stage play today?" After watching the stage play, Wu Hung asked someone to notify Sanera. It was just that he had to deal with some orders in the morning, so he didn't go. Wu Hung said, "It's better than expected. Then I'll take a look if there's a chance." Sanera said, and then said, "The medicine auction will be the day after tomorrow, and a total of 5 bottles of medicine will be sold." "No problem, you can handle it," Wu Hung said. Shannara said seriously, "Since we are going to hold the auction, you must withstand the pressure. If someone comes to buy from you privately, you are not allowed to sell a single bottle." Wu Hung frowned slightly. "So strict?" "Of course. The more decisive you are in refusing, the more favorable it will be for the auction. Especially the pressure from the association. There are many people who cannot become heroes and are waiting for a breakthrough," Shannara said softly. Wu Hung thought for a while. "Okay. I won't be at home tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. You have the final say." Shannara smiled and nodded, gently touched his head, and said in a doting tone, "You are so good. Are there any rewards? What other rewards do you want for your auction?" Wu Hung hugged her gently and kissed her red lips, lying down on the bed together to rest. The next day, the overwhelming publicity began to be released. The Opera House will hold a medicine auction tomorrow. Members of the Chamber of Commerce, invited persons, and those who have registered their identities from the association and the city hall can participate. Yesterday, most of the bards on the island had just been notified to perform in 3 days. Another auction is going to be held. The time is tight. This has also increased the popularity of the Opera House. Many people ran to the location of the Opera House to see this newly built tall building. It's the auction of exhibits on the 3rd floor. Right, as expected. There are real objects. These days, the dignitaries from the island are all waiting for this potion. It's great to be rich. You can take potions when you level up, and you don't need to train. Association Deacon Study. Several high-level professionals, with different clothes and races, sat on the sofa. At this time, where can that kid go? You little girl. You won't join forces with that kid to deceive us here. Right? Can we old guys still bully him? It's just a meeting, just a chat. Across from him, Zalagwi's forehead was sweating. Chapter 650, How About 500? Zombie World, Medical Room. Wu Hung sat on one side, looking at the 2 patients in the room. The man was about 40, pale, sparse hair was a little messy, with an 4 tube inserted in his arm, and transparent liquid dripping down. On another bed not far away, was a woman in her 50s, with gray and dry hair, scattered casually on her shoulders, and her lips were chapped. Both of them also looked over here, with a little uneasiness in their eyes. Opposite each bed, there stood 2 skeletons holding weapons, their hollow eye sockets staring at the bed. Motionless. These 2 people were the 2 Korean technicians saved by Wu Hung. They rested for a day yesterday, and came to check on them today. "Are you feeling better?" Wu Hung asked in Korean. The 2 were not trustworthy, but the base needed talents from all walks of life. If they were willing to work honestly, Wu Hung would still like them to join. The man replied, "I have recovered a little. You should have known something about the base. And my attitude is very simple. In the current environment, we should help each other and survive in the end times, instead of hurting each other because of race and camp concepts. What do you think?" Wu Hung said calmly. The 2 looked at each other, and the man spoke again. "You are right. Since you have chosen to join the base, you should work hard in the future. We will guarantee your life and safety." Wu Hung continued. "Don't worry. We are just technical personnel of the base. The attack on your skeleton team has nothing to do with us. We will try our best to complete the work you have assigned us in the future," the man said seriously, hearing the other party's guarantee. Wu Heng nodded and looked at the woman inside. "What about you?" The woman also said, "I will also do things according to your requirements. But I hope that the content of the work assigned to me is in the field we are good at." "What were you originally responsible for?" Wu Heng asked. The man said, "I am responsible for the control of the equipment on the ship. And I also command the installation and deployment according to the requirements." "Can the clothes and weapons system be installed on the frigate?" "Yes." Wu Heng thought about it again. And then asked, "What about other places? For example, I want to attack the ground. Or protect the safety of a building." The man replied, "That's fine. But some arrangements need to be made in advance, such as auxiliary systems, ammunition supply systems, and bases, which all need to be arranged reasonably. Saving him is not a loss. The matter of the clothes and defense gun has been resolved." "I understand." Wu Heng looked at the woman in the bed again. "What are you responsible for?" The woman replied, "I am a communications technician. Communications technology." Wu Heng thought for a while, and asked, "In the current environment, can we establish an independent communications system? For example, calls between several bases. You can lay telephone lines, arrange switching equipment in advance, and keep in touch with each other." The woman paused, and then said, "You can think of it as an old-fashioned fixed landline. The difficulty lies in the power supply and laying of telephone lines." Wu Heng nodded thoughtfully. "Power supply and line laying are not difficult. Is it easy to find old-fashioned telephone lines?" "Not difficult. The current ones also have the original functions. Some places that sell such telephone lines are easy to find," the woman said. "I understand. You should recuperate in the next 2 days. I will arrange some students for you later. You just need to teach them," Wu Heng said to the two of them. Hearing that it was just teaching, they both breathed a sigh of relief. The status of a teacher is not low. After the students have learned something, they will be arranged in various fields of the base. They are all his own connections. "It's a good job." "I understand." The two responded immediately. Wu Heng stood up and left with Chi Han Kai. In the corridor, Chi Han Kai said, "Do you want to arrange a place for them to have classes? Prepare the classroom. I will arrange some skeletons to come and learn from them. And also arrange some of our people to come in." Wu Heng said, "Okay, I'll arrange it later," Chi Han Kai said. After talking about the two injured people, Wu Heng continued, "Is the convoy here?" "Yes." "Get ready, we're going to clean up the zombies today." "Okay." Chi Han Kai agreed, picked up the intercom, and started to mobilize the convoy. Soon, the convoy and the skeletons gathered at the door. They left the base and drove forward. Roar, roar, roar. The dense group of zombies crashed into the skeleton spear formation. They tore and bit each other, and the sound of them echoed throughout the area. As the zombies fell one by one, the wisps of residual souls slowly floated up, like cottonwool floating in the wind. Grenda shuttled among the residual souls, devouring the hideous souls one by one, and increasing her experience. "Can Aunt Grenda become a hero too?" Xiao Xiao Piao asked curiously on the side. Then he thought for a moment. "We are ghosts. We can't become heroes." "That's right." Xiao Xiao flew to Wu Heng. "Uncle, what is the name of a level 20 ghost?" Wu Heng shook his head. "I don't know. There seems to be no similar record." "Then Aunt Glinda will be the first one?" "It's possible. We will know what level 20 is called then," Wu Heng said with a smile. Xiao Xiao said again, "Oh, can we reach level 20 today? We should be able to reach level 19 today. 20 is after 19. "I know." When the two souls were talking, the system prompt also sounded in their ears. Ghost upgraded to level 19, agility +1, intelligence +2, perception +2, charm +1. Upgraded. Wu Heng looked up and saw that Glinda was still devouring the remaining souls. And the number of remaining souls was not as dense as at the beginning. When the corpses below were killed or injured, the ghosts in the sky were also devoured by Granda. Wu Heng continued to give orders. "All troops advance." Hua la la. The skeleton army stood up and advanced forward, killing all targets along the way. Wu Heng picked up the walkie-talkie and called Chi Han Kai to bring the convoy over to search. Soon, the battle was over. Corpses were dragged out from everywhere. Wu Hung began to release dead corpse battlefield. And a large number of skeletons stood up and joined the skeleton team. When the convoy finished looting the spoils, the transformation of the corpses was also completed. Wu Hung sat in the co-pilot again, and they returned to the base together. The rest was left to Chi Han Kai. Wu Hung returned to his room and returned to the other world, the island owner's mansion. Minnie and others were counting the gifts in the room. Seeing Wu Hung coming down, they all greeted him. "Are there people coming?" Minnie said. "A lot of people came. Deacon Zalagwi even arranged for people to come twice to ask if you were at home." "Is it all because of the auction?" "I don't know the purpose, but it's definitely not because of any case," Minnie said directly. Wu Hung glanced at the gift box in the living room. "Are there any good things?" "A lot of good things." Minnie took out an exquisite sculpture from the gift box. Robe took out a pair of glasses with a gem pendant from another gift box, stretched out his finger, passed through the lens. Empty. It was similar to the last time, all things that reflected the elegant life of the nobility. In Wu Heng's opinion, it would be better to give him 2 automatic heating bathtubs. Put them in the newly occupied base, and they can still be used. See where to put them. And put the ones that are not used in the warehouse first, Wu Hung said. "Okay, master." Minnie nodded. The 3 maids opened them one by one, their faces full of enthusiasm like opening a blind box. From time to time, they exclaimed and showed off the gifts they opened. Wu Hung sat aside and watched several maids choose gifts, with a smile on his face. Sometimes someone would come to visit outside the door. Minnie always said that Wu Hung was not at home, and asked him to come another day. It was getting close to dusk. Andweir and Chanella also came back from outside. They sat together at the table, and had dinner together. After eating a little, Chanella took a handkerchief and wiped the corner of her mouth, and said softly, "You are not here today," and many people went there. Wu Hung smiled and said, "I feel that we can make a living by reselling these gifts in the future. Without your current status, who would give you gifts?" Chanella glanced at him sideways. "That's right." Wu Hung picked up the wine glass and took a sip. Chanella continued, "The venue has been set up, and the number of potions for sale is set at 5 bottles, and the reserve price is 500 gold coins. How do you feel?" Chapter 651, Poisonous. 500. Isn't it a bit high? Wu Hung asked. "After the reserve price, there will be a bidding process, and the final price will be several times higher." Sanera smiled. "You are selling it to the wealthy merchants and nobles now, and the potion is drunk. Would the wealthy merchants and nobles believe it if it is cheap? They are not short of money, but they lack reasons to believe it." Your perspective is quite reasonable," Wu Hung said. Minnie smiled and said, "Sister Chanella is a rich woman. She has experience in this area." Chanella stretched out her arm, and nodded at her in a pretended angry manner. Wu Hung also nodded. "Then do as you say. Those people are so poor that they only have money left, and they don't care whether it's expensive or not." Chanella looked at him. "I hate the rich." "No. I hate talented people too," Wu Hung added. Then it was Andweir's turn. And she also said, "The patrol team will increase the number and frequency of patrols near the Opera House. The vice deacon of the association. One will be responsible for the safety outside, and one will be responsible for the inside of the venue. Just arrange it." Wu Hung nodded. After chatting for a while, the skeleton cleaned the table. When night fell, they returned to their rooms to rest. The night was as dark as ink, and the whole city was immersed in silence. The Opera House, which was magnificent and watched by many people during the day, was particularly eerie in the dark. Swish! A tame beast shuttled through the night sky and hovered above the building. Then, 3 figures approached the Opera House quietly like ghosts. Under the moonlight, one could vaguely see a black cloak and a black mask, revealing only a pair of cunning eyes. One person stood guard. One person controlled the tamed beast to circle in the sky, and the other person skillfully took out tools and began to carefully pick the lock. The 3 were extremely cautious and did not dare to make any noise. They just followed the plan and did their work. Treasure Island was too rich. As long as they could steal something today, they could make a lot of money even if the auction items were not here. If the auction items were here, they would change their lives. Click! With a crisp sound, the door lock suddenly opened. At the moment the padlock was opened, several explosions sounded in the night sky. Bang! 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 The bullets penetrated the heads of the 3 people. Blood exploded, and the bodies flew backwards. Then, Several figures walked out of the building opposite, holding straw mats, mops and buckets in their hands. They rolled up the bodies, locked the door again, and began to clean up the scene. Which wave is it? The third wave. A group of poor thieves who are crazy. Do you need to tell the eldest sister? No. There may be more in the second half of the night. Search the bodies, and keep the valuable ones. The bodies will be piled in the backyard. Okay. The scene was almost cleaned up, and several people left again. Only puddles of water were left on the ground. The next day, the Jewel Flower Opera House. The magnificent hall, like a shining pearl, exudes a luxurious and mysterious atmosphere. The dome of the hall hangs high, and the dazzling crystal chandelier casts soft light, shrouding the entire space in brightness and fantasy. The guests, dressed in gorgeous clothes, enter the venue one after another. They chat with each other, discussing the magic of Treasure Island, and what price the items will reach this time. After a burst of noise, the seats gradually filled up, and the exhibition started immediately after the sound of a bronze bell. On the auction stage, a wood elf in a black dress walked onto the stage, and after a brief self-introduction, he said directly, "There is only one item for auction. A physical strengthening potion that has been certified by the association and the consortium. Due to the scarcity of materials, it is very difficult to make. A total of 5 bottles will be auctioned this time." Crash! There was a noise in the crowd. Just 5 bottles. So few. There are at least hundreds of people on the scene. And you are just robbing these 5 bottles. What a joke. It seems that the competition will be fierce. The auctioneer on the stage waited until the discussion died down before continuing. Bring the first bottle up. The elegant wood elf maid, carrying a tray, walked up with a swaying waist. The silk opened, revealing a bottle of potion. The starting price is 500 gold coins, and each bid must not be less than 20 gold coins. You can start now. By the way, if you don't have enough money, you can tell the staff at any time and apply for a mortgage loan. After the auctioneer finished speaking, he took 2 steps back. The potion appeared in the middle of the stage. When the people below heard 500 gold coins, their eyes widened. 500 gold coins at the beginning. Did he drink immortality? After a while of discussion, there was a brief silence. Then, a human noble raised his number plate. 520 gold. Are there really people buying it? Aren't you afraid of being cheated? It can improve one's own abilities. For people whose improvement is hindered, it is a miracle drug. That person is wearing an alchemical robe. He should buy it back for research. That's right. In addition to buying it back to drink, many people also want to buy it back for research. Amid the discussion, another dwarf raised a plate. 540, 600, 1080. Bids were made one after another, and the bidding price soared. In the private room on the 2nd floor, Wu Hung looked down through the window. When he heard someone bid, and the price kept rising, he was relieved. He was really worried that no one would bid, and it would be awkward. Now it seems that Shannara's judgment is still correct. Shannara sat aside and said softly, "What are you worried about? Don't believe my judgment. I'm afraid they don't know the goods." Wu Hung said with a smile. "You don't understand them. Our high price is in line with their impression of rare potions. The second is that, even if they suspect it is fake, there is a possibility. There are still people willing to take a gamble. For them, making money is easier than improving themselves." Shannara explained calmly. "You make sense." Wu Hung agreed. As the two talked, the first bottle of potion was sold for 3,480 gold coins. The man who won the bid took out bags of gold coins and paid on the spot. He was rich. Shannara continued. "This is the first bottle. The last bottle can be several times more." Wu Hung raised his eyebrows and continued to look down. The auction hall. One side, Zalagwi, wearing armor and a helmet, leaned against the wall and watched the auction on the field. When he heard that a bottle of potion was sold for 3,000 gold, his eyes widened instantly under the helmet. This money came too quickly. If we look at this price, the protection of this exhibit at the exhibition was obviously insufficient. Fortunately, there was no problem. Zalagwi pushed his helmet and muttered, "How many good things does this guy have? Really? I'm a deacon, and I don't have any limelight at all." The auction continued. The second bottle was sold for 3,260 gold coins. The third bottle was 3,680 gold coins. And when it came to the fourth bottle, the bidding became fierce again. and the final transaction price reached 6,840 gold coins. This price has eliminated most of the bidders. Even if they are all merchants or nobles, there are still differences in strength. Many people heard this price and shook their heads helplessly and gave up the subsequent bidding. Finally, it was the last bottle. The auctioneer reminded softly. Everyone, the last bottle. The starting price is still 500 gold. If you miss it today, you don't know when the next auction will be, and there may not be one in the future. Everyone, please start. The whole audience was silent for a few seconds, and then someone spoke. Everyone, I am old, please be lenient. I will offer 520 gold coins. Who is younger, I will offer 600. If we continue to fight like this, it will only benefit the island owner. I will offer 3,500. Let me see if the potion is real or fake. On the second floor, Wu Hung frowned. You are buying something. Why do you ask me for it? For 1,000, if you don't agree, raise the price. Staff, I have a few gold items here. I will exchange them for some gold coins from you. I just bought the mansion from the city hall yesterday. I have mortgaged the title deed. You are really sick. I will offer 5,000. For a while, in the whole store, people cursed whoever bought was sick, whoever bought would benefit the island owner. But one by one, they started bidding again. The price also soared. The auctioneer smiled. Wu Hung and Shanera were also happy on the second floor. This potion at home would cost thousands of bottles. 32860 gold once. The second time. Boom, the gavel fell. Congratulations to guest number 465. This bottle of potion is yours. Damn it. The person named gnashed his teeth, not happy at all. Most of the objects in the space ring were mortgaged. I'm not sure if this potion will work. The auction is over. With the auctioneer's thanks, everyone left the venue, talking about the high-priced potion. In a mansion, the auction was over, and many people came here. They all sat in the hall, looking at the old man in the middle, who was drinking tea leisurely. Mr. Oddmar, please don't keep us in suspense. Take the potion now, and tell us what the effect is. That's right. Let us know if it works. Don't drink water. What if you can't drink the potion later? The old man glanced at everyone, with a smile on his face. Are you using me as a test stone? It's dangerous to keep the potion on you. Let's be a witness. You take it, and it will save you a lot of trouble. Someone reminded him softly. It's yours only after you drink it. If you keep it on you, someone will remember you after all. The old man nodded and took out the potion. The alchemists beside him were also ready for rescue, and there were several scrolls with healing effects. If there is any danger, rescue immediately. The old man took a deep breath, opened the bottle stopper, and drank it directly. The next second, the exposed arms and neck were instantly covered with purple-black veins, which quickly spread to other parts of the body. The old man also fell to the ground instantly, and began to struggle in pain. He groaned. The others were startled. They stood up suddenly and stepped back. Fuck. It's poisonous. I spent thousands of gold to buy a poison. Chapter 652, Great Value for Money. The sudden situation was beyond everyone's expectation. The black and purple veins on his body, and the painful look, are obviously the manifestation of poisoning. To be able to produce such a violent reaction to a professional immediately, it must not be an ordinary toxin. I said there is something wrong with the potion. That's right. How could that kid be allowed to research such a potion? The credentials of the association and the consortium are probably fake. What are you looking at? Hurry up and save him, or it will spread all over his body, and he can't be saved. The whole place was in chaos. Some people urged to rescue people, while others shouted that they would go to the island owner's mansion to settle accounts. The whole island is here, so there is no need to worry about the other party running away. While urging, the alchemist who was waiting on the side was about to go forward to investigate the situation. The housekeeper who was guarding beside him stretched out his hand to stop the approaching people. Wait a little longer. Everyone frowned and looked at each other in confusion. What are you waiting for? If you wait any longer, the person will be gone. How dare you stop the rescue? The old man's old friend angrily scolded the other party. The housekeeper bowed and explained. Everyone, wait a minute. When the auction was completed, the store told us in advance that the medicine had side effects. Just grit your teeth and get through it. Try not to use any other medicines during the process to disperse the effect of the medicine. Side effects? Disperse the effect of the medicine? Such a strong reaction. Are you sure it won't poison people to death directly? when everyone was doubting whether this matter was true or not. The blue veins on the old man's body gradually subsided, and his trembling body stopped. All the bad symptoms disappeared little by little. He was helped to sit on the chair. At this time, everyone observed the old man again and saw some differences. His physical condition was much better, even the dense wrinkles on his face, they were reduced a lot. He felt several years younger. Someone couldn't wait to ask, "How is it? Is there anything wrong?" The old man twisted his neck, under the expectant gaze of everyone, leisurely picked up the teacup and took a sip. "Damn. You're talking. And you're drinking water again. If you want to drink, I'll bring you some tea leaves. Tell me how you feel. Does the medicine work?" Seeing that everyone was urging him, the old man smiled and said, "I can only say that it's worth the money." "Wow." The others were excited again. "It really worked. I have something else to do. I'll go back first." "I'll go back too. I'll come back to congratulate Mr. Otmar at another time." The guests said goodbye one after another and left. The news that the medicine was indeed effective was passed back. Similar scenes occurred in several other mansions. Under the gaze of the wealthy merchants and dignitaries in the room, the people who bought the medicine opened the bottle and drank it directly. The strong side effects made everyone think that they had bought a fake. They even suspected that the whole thing was a scam. But the doubts also disappeared with the side effects, when the people who took it said that it was indeed effective. They turned into amazement and praise. Now, it can be confirmed that this medicine has the same efficacy as advertised. They really did research this kind of thing. A potion that increases properties without increasing levels. The dignitaries who came to investigate the situation left one after another. And the news that the potion was really effective was also spreading rapidly. The island master's mansion. Wu Heng sat in a study, looking at the drawings in his hand. Not long after, Xiao Xiao flew back first. Xiao Xiao said, "I took the potion, and when the side effects appeared, the people around me were scared. And they said they would come to you, uncle, to settle the score." "What happened next?" Wu Heng asked. "It got better later. The old nobleman, who took the medicine, also said it was effective. They also praised you for your talent." Xiao Xiao flew to the side with his arms folded. "It's good that you're fine," Wu Heng said. "The effect of the medicine is definitely not to be mentioned. I have taken it myself. And the maid in the other world, and several women around me, have also taken it. The effect is definitely no problem. But I am also afraid of accidents, such as the person taking it is too old, or has a heart disease. The side effects of the medicine will induce the disease and lead to death. That's really unlucky." As they were talking, Glinda and Bernie also flew back. Glinda said, "The two people I observed took the medicine normally, and there was no problem." Bernie also said, "The person I followed also took it, and the merchants who followed to see the effect of the medicine wrote letters on the way back in the carriage, saying that the medicine is indeed effective, and sent them out. It seems that there are still many people who are waiting and watching. They don't quite believe that the medicine can have such an effect. Now that everyone who bought the potion has taken it, the efficacy of the potion has been basically confirmed. It seems that this time it was relatively successful," Wu Heng said with a smile. Glinda floated to the desk. "It's also thanks to your wood elf. She handled the whole thing very well," Wu Heng said. "After all, she is the president of Starflower, and she is more familiar with this aspect. So, you should treat her well, and she will help you in the future," Glinda said softly. Wu Heng glanced at her unhappily. "You said it as if I was using Shannara." "Of course not. But sometimes, your brain can't react. It's not your fault. Men and women think about problems in different ways," Glinda continued. Wu Heng thought about it. "You are right. I will pay attention to it." Xiao Xiao couldn't stand it, and floated over to lie on Wu Heng's shoulder. "Who said that? Everyone likes Uncle very much." Glinda smiled and said, "He is indeed better in some aspects. Not just in terms of women. After leaving Blackstone Town, Wu Heng has developed very fast." Benny also said, "I know." Xiao Xiao raised her hand, and then said, "The Yet Kingdom rejects necromancers. The butler of Blackstone Town, and wants to occupy my uncle's body. They are all bad guys." "That's right." Benny thought about it, and felt that it was right. The environment of Blackstone Town was indeed not suitable for his development, and he left the scope of the Yet Kingdom. Wu Heng seemed to have found his direction, and improved at an astonishing speed. Dong dong dong. As he spoke, there was a knock on the door. Minnie's voice came in. "Master, Are you there? Wu Hung asked the ghosts to do their own things. Opened the door and walked out. What's wrong? A gentleman named Virgil came to visit, saying that he was a member of the Hongwen Association. Minnie said. Virgil was the wizard who invited me to join the Hongwen Society when I came to Treasure Island last time. It didn't feel like a long time had passed, and I was back at Treasure Island. Take him to the living room. Wu Hung went downstairs with Minnie. After waiting in the living room for a while, Minnie came in with her people. The leading wizard followed into the living room, and the two servants stayed at the door. Island Master Wu Hung, a ruddy-faced man in a wizard's robe, came in. Wu Hung stood up and smiled. Mr. Virgil, it's been a while since we last met. Virgil also smiled and said, I didn't expect that so many wonderful things would happen in Treasure Island not long after I left. I wouldn't have left if I had known. It's not too late to stay now. Wu Hung gestured. Please sit down. The two sat down in the living room, and the maids brought tea and cakes. Then, Minnie took the lead and stood aside in a proper manner, like a professional maid in a noble family. Virgil praised, compared to the last time I came, Treasure Island has changed again. I have been to the main cities of many countries, and many of them are not as prosperous and lively as Treasure Island now. Wu Hung said politely, after the exhibition and auction are over, it will return to its original state. Virgil continued, you are too modest. I know that many wealthy merchants have bought mansions on the island. As long as the exhibition continues, and the auction of potions is held regularly, the popularity of the island will not pass, but will only get better and better. I hope it will be as you said, and it will get better and better in the future. Wu Hung smiled. Virgil smiled and nodded, and then asked in a serious tone, I won't keep you in suspense. Which potion did you make? Chapter 653, Rich People Don't Have Good Brains. The medicine at the auction? It was developed by me and funded. Wu Hung answered. Are there any more? I can buy it at the price at the auction. Virgil said solemnly. Wu Hung glanced at him, shook his head. This medicine is very difficult to make. We prepared for half a year, and only made 5 bottles. Not a single bottle left? Not a single bottle left. The previous ones were used, and the rest were put up for auction. Wu Hung said affirmatively. I can't stay in Treasure Island. You see, there will be a chance next time. Virgil stretched out his tone. Wu Hung pondered for a moment, and said, I just organized and funded the research and development. There are other people inside. What I can do is to get the news, write you a letter in advance, and be prepared. Virgil hesitated. No matter whether what the other party said was true or false, he would definitely not be able to get the medicine. As for using his status to pressure others, with the attention this kid received, he might not be able to suppress him. If the incident gets out of hand, it will only make things very awkward like Luan and his apprentice. Moreover, what he said makes some sense. It is impossible for him to develop such a potion. Either he has a skeleton who knows alchemy, which is the most perverted thing about necromancers. The second point is that what he said is true. He cannot make the full decision on the potion developed in cooperation with others. If the method doesn't work, forget it. Before the next auction, let me know. Wu Hung nodded. Okay. The matter of the potion was finished. Virgil took a sip from the teacup, and then said, I came here this time mainly because the leader of the Hongwen Society, Claudio, was quite satisfied with the pins and watches sold on Treasure Island, and asked me to come and purchase them. This should be okay with Wu Hung Island Master, right? The title of the leader of the Hongwen Society was mentioned, and it was difficult for Wu Hung to refuse. The other party mentioned the potion first, and I'm afraid he had thought of the excuse before coming. It's not easy for him to refuse the other party twice. There is no chance for the potion, and the pens and watches that have been on sale for such a long time. It's impossible that they can't be taken out. Moreover, he himself has joined the Hongwen Society, and is a member of it. Wu Hung raised his eyebrows, glanced at Minnie, and said, Minnie, go to the factory and ask how many pens and watches can be taken out. I need an accurate number. Yes, Master. Minnie nodded and left quickly. Wu Hung looked at the opposite side again. Please wait a moment, and come back after asking. Virgil nodded. No hurry. While waiting, Wu Hung also took this time to say, can you report to Hong Wenhui regarding the professional scrolls? I prefer this side. In the association, the professional scrolls are engraved by scholars of Hong Wenhui, and then distributed to the resident associations in various places. For some reason, The number of scrolls on Treasure Island has never been very large. This time it was just right to bring it up. Virgil said, "This matter is easy to handle. I will coordinate with the association after I go back and make some adjustments. Also, can we hold some courses on Treasure Island, such as literacy or alchemy, and courses for mechanics? Originally, there were only pirates here, and their cultural level was not high. It would be better if there were some courses to improve them." Wu Hung said again, "I can tell the higher-ups that with the current security and development of Treasure Island, there should be no problem." Virgil agreed happily. This level of straightforwardness made Wu Hung a little unresponsive. He smiled and thanked. "Thank you very much, Mr. Virgil. These are all normal arrangements. No trouble." Virgil was still polite. The two chatted for a while, and Minnie hurried back from outside. She whispered a few words in Wu Hung's ear, and then stepped aside again. Wu Hung said, "I can give Hong Wenhui 500 pins and 20 watches, but I need you to promise not to tell anyone. These are all from other chambers of commerce orders. If the news spreads, it will affect my reputation." Virgil nodded. "That's no problem. I will take them back to the association after I get them, and it will not affect Treasure Island." "That's good." Wu Hung turned his head and glanced to the side. Minnie stepped forward again, and took out the fully packaged pen and watch from the space ring. Wu Hung smiled and said, "Mr. Virgil, check it out." Virgil nodded, and also took out the corresponding gold coins from the space ring. Both parties began to inspect the goods and count the coins. After confirming that there was no problem, they put them all away. Virgil stood up. "I won't bother the island owner anymore, and I have to go back as soon as possible." Wu Hung also stood up. "When there is news about the potion, I will write to you in advance." "Okay." The two walked out together, and Virgil casually said, "Recently, Hongwen will be excavating an ancient site. It won't take long before some ancient stone tablets will be distributed." Wu Hung raised his eyebrows slightly. "Any explanation?" "No explanation. If you can decipher some, it will be considered a merit. And if you can't decipher it, it doesn't matter. Just think of it as gaining some knowledge. This kind of thing is difficult to decipher." Virgil said with a smile. "I understand." Wu Hung nodded. He sent the other party out and waved goodbye. Virgil got on the carriage and left directly. Wu Hung also returned to the house, asked the maids to send the money back, and returned to the study. Dusk. Zainara came back from outside. With a wave of her hand, a wooden box fell on the carpet, and the lid of the box opened, revealing the golden coins. Gold coins from the auction, and some mortgaged objects and house deeds. "Ship orders, don't lose them. Maybe someone will come back to redeem them later." This transaction, Wu Hung also made a lot of money. 5 bottles of first-level corpse core potion, sold at a sky-high price. Wu Hung stepped forward and picked up Shannara, turned around. "It's great to have you," Shannara exclaimed, and saw the maids looking over here from the corner of her eye. Her face turned red. "Stop making trouble, everyone is watching." Shannara hit him lightly. Wu Hung smiled, put her down, and said, "You can keep the money. You can use it directly when you make any arrangements." Shannara sat down. "I'd better keep it with you. It's not good to keep too much money with me. It will be considered as the assets of Starflower, and it will take a lot of trouble." "That's fine." Wu Hung continued to ask, "When will the next auction be held?" Shannara thought for a while. "Let's see the feedback first. The longer the time is, the more precious the medicine is, and the more stable the price is. During this time, you can research some new products to keep the popularity of Treasure Island." This exhibition and auction made Shannara interested in doing business again. Treasure Island is different from Starflower. Starflower is a chamber of commerce supported by a race, with vast land and rich resources. But the goods sold are similar to those of other chambers of commerce. The means of competition are quantity and price. Treasure Island is different. The 3 things sold are revolutionary goods, unique, and very practical. The harvest of Treasure Island in the past few days is as much as the annual profit of the big chamber of commerce. Unless Wu Hung dies, Treasure Island will become the center of commerce. His position in the business will also be improved. Wu Hung scratched his head. "I'll go back and think about it, and see if there are any other popular products. It's okay if you can't think of it. These are already very impressive," Shannara said with a smile. The few of them chatted for a while, and it was getting dark. Wu Hung picked up Shannara and walked upstairs. The maids followed behind and made a noise. Shannara said, "Why?" I have to go back and rest today. And go to the opera house tomorrow morning. Get up early tomorrow. It won't be late. As they said, they went into the bathroom, sat in the bathtub together, and laughed and played. Nympho. Tianming, Golfan Tavern. I changed a young bard today. Tell the newspaper story, then shoot the table. That luxury business takes a potion, the whole body is turmoil. The skin is black-purple, quickly spread the whole body, others around you see this, get up one after another, a scared look. Everyone through symptoms, it is determined that the pharmaceutical agent is poison, the island's main bureau to cheat for money. You have to gather the crowd, to go to the main house of the island to discuss, also report to the association. Just when everyone is chaotic. The merchants who take a potion, stand up from the ground show slowness. Everyone turns back, only then did the merchants have stood up, the black and purple bands on the body faded away, wrinkles fade, it looks like he is more than 10 years younger. At this time, the wealthy and wealthy, then I realized what kind of treasure I missed. It's too late. Regret it. This is what happened after auction. With the chairman's telling. Everyone seemed to see the wealthy merchant falling to the ground after taking the potion. And then turning from old to young. This potion is actually effective. It can also make people younger. Then selling it for tens of thousands of gold coins. It doesn't seem expensive. And those wealthy merchants, who still suspected that the island owner was cheating, were regarded as ignorant outsiders by the residents of the island. He is a great detective. He saved Miss Burney and joined the cult alone to avenge her. Would he cheat you for such a thing? He actually suspected the island owner. Sure enough, the brains of rich people are not necessarily useful. Zombie world. Wu Hung stood outside the classroom, looking at the female technician with a bandage on her head, standing in front of the blackboard, teaching more than 20 white skeletons below. The scene was a bit scary. The voice of the female technician was also shaking constantly. Chapter 654. The killing is over. Wu Hung and Chi Honkai stood in the corridor, outside the window, looking at the female technician whose movements were stiff and whose voice was trembling. They looked at each other, both with a somewhat amused expression. Teaching skeletons is not a rare thing in the original base. But here, these new members should need some time to adapt. It's not a big problem, they will adapt slowly. If they can accept the end of the world, there is nothing wrong with teaching skeletons. Let's go. Let's go to the next one, Wu Hung said. The two continued to walk to the outside of the next classroom and looked inside through the window. Another male technician also stood on the podium, holding a part of an instrument in his hand, talking about its functions and effects. His expression was more natural than the female technician. However, his behavior was a little sneaky, and his eyes were erratic and cautious. The classroom is good, much better than the original base, Wu Hung said in a low voice. Chi Honkai stood beside him. They are all original classrooms. They were tidied up and used directly. There are a few more rooms in the back, which can also be used. Let's take a look and arrange some courses, Wu Hung said. As the two were talking, a voice came from Chi Hansai's intercom. Sister Chi, the convoy is ready, and we can set off. Okay, I'll go down now. Chi Honkai pressed the intercom and said, the convoy is downstairs. Let's go. Let's go down. The two went downstairs together, and the convoy was waiting at the door. Chi Honkai took over the position of a truck, and Wu Hung, with his skeleton attendant, also got on the car. After everything was ready, the convoy started. It drove out of the base. The convoy left the main road and continued to move to one side. The skeleton army would move forward along the main road to kill the zombies. The nearby area had been cleaned up. So, if Wu Hung wanted to kill the zombies, he would need to go to some remote villages and towns. It was also a place for him to upgrade his ghost. The convoy left the main road for a distance. You could see the zombies wandering aimlessly in the distance. Wu Hung got off the car and said to the big-headed skeleton who followed him, Skeleton, come forward, get ready to fight. Hua la la. The skeleton army walked to the front in an orderly manner, crouched down, and spears moved forward. Let the skeleton hounds lure the monsters, Wu Hung said. Behind the team, the skeleton dog wearing a simple vest quickly rushed out of the team. After approaching the location of the zombie group in the distance, the horn in the sternum made a harsh noise. Roar, roar, roar. The zombies instantly turned their heads to look at the location of the skeleton dogs, and the corpses roared in unison. The skeleton dogs turned around and ran, and the horns in their abdomen continued to make sounds. The zombies in the back were boiling. They gathered into a dense group of zombies, baring their teeth and claws, chasing the skeleton dogs. Then, the skeleton dragon soared into the sky and arrived above the corpses. Solid iron bullets were dropped, and like iron rain, they smashed into the corpses. Boom, boom, boom. Dust rose, and the earth shook. Uncle, the corpses are scattered. A small voice sounded in his ears. Wu Hung looked forward. The dust gradually thinned, and he could see the corpses disperse like a stream, pouring into the alleys on both sides. Is there a big-headed skeleton? Or a corpse king? Wu Hung looked around, and quickly looked around, but did not find any target close to the two. The hostility induction didn't work either. Xiao Xiao, tell Glinda and Benny, go look around. Look for the big-headed zombies or zombie kings. The zombies must be acting according to orders. Wu Hung said to Xiao Xiao in the air. Don't I need to stay to protect you? Xiao Xiao glanced at the zombies. If it's just zombies, it won't be a big problem. Wu Hung said. Okay, you hide first. Not that bad. Xiao Xiao flew directly into the sky, passed the message to the other two ghosts, and quickly split up to act. Start looking for the target. Wu Hung continued to give orders. Mobilize the team, defend at the intersections on both sides. The skeleton team continued to move. Block all the forks on both sides near the team, waiting for the zombies to approach. Soon, countless small zombies rushed towards the skeleton army from the forks on both sides. More zombies climbed up the building and broke out of the window, falling in the middle of the team, the axe-wielding skeletons waiting below, chopped and fell to the ground. Uncle, found it, it's a zombie king. Xiao Xiao flew back first and said. Xiao Xiao can see the level, so it is easy to find the target. Let me see, Wu Hung said. Xiao Xiao went straight into the body, and the picture was shared in his mind. The picture started from a building. It went straight through the wall, making Wu Hung a little dizzy. Soon, in a room, two figures could be seen. A deformed zombie was kneeling on the ground, and another female zombie in professional clothes was sitting on the back of the deformed zombie. The zombie king. And it was the same type as the suit zombie that he had killed before. The head is covered with mushroom caps shaped like Ganoderma lucidum, layer upon layer, and in the gaps of the mushroom caps, you can see a pair of gray-white eyes. I have encountered two types of zombie kings. One is the one in front of me, with high intelligence, strong recovery ability, and can command a large group of zombies. It can hardly feel the limit of the number of zombies it can control. The other zombie king has wings, and looks like a beetle zombie, with the ability to fly, with strong defense and recovery ability, and the amount of zombies it can control seems not as much as the first zombie king, but there is no obvious difference. After Xiao Xiao took a look, she flew back directly. The shared scene also ended at this time. Wu Hung released Xiao Xiao again, and in the sky, Granda and Benny also flew back from two different directions. Found it. It's a corpse king, Wu Hung said to the two ghosts who had just returned. Xiao Xiao boasted. I found it. Wu Hung thought for a while and said, it's not a big problem. Benny continues to be vigilant about the movement of the corpse group. Granda and Xiao Xiao are responsible for taking the skeletons to surround the corpse king. Don't let her run away. With his current strength, the threat posed by the corpse king is already very low. The only thing to be careful about is, don't let it run away in the chaos. Corpses and corpse cores are still very important. After saying that, Wu Hung took out the silent blade evil sword that he hadn't used for a long time and threw it to Granda. What about me? Xiao Xiao raised his hand and waited for the task. Wu Hung said, Xiao Xiao, take the Blood Clan skeletons. Wait for the opportunity, and kill them directly. Okay. Xiao Xiao nodded. Wu Hung continued to give orders to the big-headed skeleton next to him. Send a team of Blood Clan skeletons over. Follow Xiao Xiao. Whoosh. Several Blood Clan skeletons flew over. Xiao Xiao took the skeletons and Granda, and under the cover of the building, they quickly flew towards the location of the Corpse King. Wu Hung also gave a direct order. Let the skeleton army attack. The defending skeletons began to fight back. They fought with the zombies, and attracted the attention of the Corpse King. In the distance, outside the building, with a crisp sound, the glass of the building suddenly exploded. Then, a long sword was seen floating in from the window. The Corpse King suddenly stepped back, and the deformed zombies kneeling on the ground also stood up quickly. The long sword was unsheathed. Swish, two sword beams flashed in the air, and the head of the deformed zombie rolled off as it stood up. A deep scar that could be seen to the bone instantly appeared on the neck of the Corpse King. Viscous dark red blood slowly flowed out. The Corpse King covered the wound, let out an angry roar, grabbed a chair beside him, and smashed it at the long sword in the air. The chair flew up, and the sword beam flashed again. Another sword cut the neck. The wound that had just healed was bleeding again, and the head drooped to one side. The anger of the Corpse King turned into fear. The body rushed out of the door. He tried to escape from the floating sword. The third sword beam slashed again. The drooping head fell completely, and blood splattered all over the walls. The female corpse also staggered and fell to the ground, and did not get up again. Grinda put away the sword, floated out of the window again, revealed his figure, and pointed downward. Xiao Xiao was immediately excited, and shouted to the vampire skeletons following him, "Kill!" After shouting, he rushed in with the vampire skeletons. But when he saw the corpse with the head falling off, his expression immediately collapsed. "Ah! It's dead now." Grinda followed him. "It's dead. Let the skeletons carry the body back," Xiao Xiao said helplessly. "Carry the body back." Chapter 655, Think of Another Way. The Battle Zone. The zombies instantly became chaotic, no longer attacking in a roundabout way, all gathered on the main road, rushing forward. The skeleton dragons began bombing again, the roar was deafening, and smoke and dust were everywhere. After 2 rounds of bombing, the zombies approached the skeleton army, and directly pounced on the spear formation. The fight started. At the same time, the soul-catching flashlight was turned on above, the magic circle appeared, and wisps of residual souls floated into the sky. Glinda and Xiao Xiao flew back. Behind them were the Blood Clan skeletons carrying corpses. The evil sword of the Quiet Blade was thrown back. Glinda said, "It has been killed. No other high-level zombies were found." Xiao Xiao pouted, "I haven't shown my abilities yet." Glinda smiled and coaxed softly, "Next time, I will definitely let Xiao Xiao show his abilities. It doesn't matter. We are a substitute. It doesn't matter who kills," Xiao Xiao said. Glinda looked at Wu Hung in confusion. The latter explained, "Another language, meaning team." Wu Hung continued, "Glinda, go absorb the remaining souls in the air first." Glinda nodded, and flew directly towards the remaining souls in the sky. According to the plan, Glinda will be upgraded to level 20 first, and then continue to help Benny upgrade. So, the residual souls during this period will be arranged for Glinda to absorb. Glinda rushed directly into the residual souls, quickly devoured and absorbed them one by one. Wu Hung looked at the corpses on the ground. One was a Corpse King, and the other was a second-level deformed zombie that served as a human seat. And it was a female Corpse King. Looking down, Wu Hung directly released Bone Service Technique on the female Corpse King. The power of the dead spirit wrapped the corpse. The flesh and blood fell off, and the skeleton slowly stood up. He shook off the dirt on his body, and bent down to pick up the clothes on the ground. "Don't wear them yet. I'll get you a new set later. You will be called Bone Demon No. 2 from now on," Wu Hung said directly. The skeleton stood up, and walked aside to wait. Skeleton Demon, level 18, Wu Hung looked at the attributes. It was not much different from the last suit Corpse King in terms of ability. Then, Wu Hung bent down and began to look for the corpse core, his brows slightly frowned. "There is something else?" He took out the iron sword and picked it out. A purple corpse core appeared, and there were 2 large chest prostheses. "Damn. I thought it was the 3rd corpse core." Wu Hung put away the corpse core of the Corpse King, and continued to release Bone Service Technique on the other second-level deformed zombies. After transforming into skeletons, he also put away the corpse core and the battlefield location. The skeleton army began to advance, and the residual souls in the sky were also absorbed by Glinda. Then, it was time to clean up the battlefield. Chi Honkai brought the convoy to search and mark the map, and Wu Hung continued to release dead corpse battlefield to transform skeletons on a large scale. As the sky gradually darkened, the convoy returned. Back at the base, they got off the car. Wu Hung said, "This is the newly transformed Bone Demon No. 2, helping you defend the base here." Chi Honkai looked at the new skeleton with thin bones. The name of Bone Demon No. 2 proved that it was a skeleton transformed from the Corpse King. Then, Wu Hung said to Bone Demon No. 2, "When I am not here, she will be the leader of the base. Help her defend the base." Bone Demon No. 2 nodded. Wu Hung continued, "The Bone Demon is very intelligent. Take it to find a set of clothes it likes. The rest is up to you." Chi Honkai nodded, and she was not afraid of the Bone Demon. he said directly. Come with me, you can choose. The bone demon followed him and left. Wu Heng also went upstairs and returned to his dormitory, the island owner's mansion, after sending the obtained corpse core to the alchemy room. After washing up in the bathroom, he walked downstairs. Walking down the hall, I saw Shannara and Minnie sitting in the living room, eating fruit and talking about the stage play. Seeing Wu Heng coming down, Minnie called him master obediently. Shannara winked mischievously as a greeting. Wu Heng walked over, sat down between the two, and hugged the two girls on the left and right. How was the opera today? Not bad. The story of the great detective was okay, mainly because the story was good, and the plot of solving the case was very attractive to the audience. This alone made up for many shortcomings in the performance, Shannella analyzed. But Shannella was the president before, and she must have watched top actors. The stage play put together by Treasure Island could not be compared with those people. Can this kind of opera house make money? Wu Heng was curious. Shannara said with a smile. Many dignitaries have settled on the island. There must be a place that suits their preferences, and the opera house is not just for stage plays, future auctions, and some important meetings can all be held in it. It will definitely be useful. That's right. It will be good to use it as a cinema in the future, Wu Heng said. What is a cinema? Shannara asked back. Minnie also looked over curiously. It's a place where movies are played. You haven't seen it yet. I'll build one for you later, Wu Heng said with a smile. Another idea came to my mind, making a movie to spread the news. After chatting for a while, Anvir came back with a white owl on her head. After dinner, Sanera went to the courtyard to play shuttlecock with the maids, while Wu Heng went upstairs and entered the study. In the study, Glinda was still revising the manuscript. Xiao Xiao and Benny, I don't know where they went to play. Wu Heng poured himself a glass of water and sat down on a chair nearby. He looked through the window at the gradually darkening night sky and began to think about the next plan. In the zombie world, I got frigates and some modern ships. It greatly increased the defense of the Emerald Sea. Moreover, after the skeletons in communication are trained, telephone lines can be laid in Treasure Island, making it more convenient to communicate. The next direction is to get equipment. It is best to move the shipyard to Treasure Island. Also, continue to increase Granda's experience and reach level 20 as soon as possible. On Treasure Island, the exhibition and auction were successfully held. It can be said that all the goals set before have been completed, and the effect is better than expected. Pens and watches are widely welcomed by people in this world, and have become the pillar industries of Treasure Island. As for the strengthening potion, it can only be sold at auctions because it has to cooperate with Shannara's business plan. The effect is already very good, so I can't be too greedy. However, my reputation has not improved significantly. At the current speed, I won't be able to reach level 20 in a year or two. I still have to find a way, Wu Heng muttered in a low voice. Glinda floated over from not far away and asked, What are you doing? Sighing, Wu Heng joked. You are about to reach level 20. I am jealous. Glinda rolled her eyes at him and said unhappily, You are a bully. Right? I am thinking of ways to improve my reputation, so that I can meet the requirements as soon as possible, Wu Heng said, and picked up the teacup to drink water. Glinda thought for a while, and said directly, It is not difficult to get fame. It depends on what price you are willing to pay. What price? Wu Heng looked at her. For example, if you agree to the fifth princess request now and intervene in the Yek Kingdom War under the pretext of helping her restore her country, within a month, all races and forces will begin to investigate you, Granda said. Wu Heng narrowed his eyes, somewhat surprised. Participating in the war is not a good decision. He has Treasure Island, and now it has developed to this extent. There is no reason to get involved. Treasure Island is developing so well. There is no need to drag himself into it, and the association does not allow interference in the internal affairs of various countries. I am the flag bearer appointed by the association. If I get involved, the loss will be greater, Wu Heng said directly. It is hard to say whether it will be effective if we get involved, but the identities of Treasure Island and flag bearer will definitely be affected. I am just giving an example. Remember Luan? The fool who challenged you as soon as he arrived on the island. Grenda floated forward. It seems that he did not understand the situation clearly, but he challenged you publicly. In fact, he was using the simplest and most efficient way to grab fame, but he did not expect you to hide your strength. After arriving on the island, Luan saw that Wu Heng had a high reputation, so he challenged him directly. Normal people would be more impulsive, but from Luan's perspective at the time, it should be the most efficient method. And at that time, it was said that Wu Heng's level was still 12. Luan had no reason to think that he would lose. Are there any other ways? Wu Heng asked. I'll think about it. Chapter 656 Bet. Zombie World. When Wu Heng came out of the dormitory building, he saw a skeleton wearing a flowery long skirt and a pink sun hat entering the office building opposite. It should be the Zombie King who was just transformed yesterday. The skeleton transformed by the Zombie King has a strong intelligence. It seems that the requirements for appearance are relatively high, and the clothes and hats selected are all brighter colors. At this time, the convoy drove over from the garage. The car door opened. Chi Hankai said, "We are ready, and we can set off." Wu Heng sat in the co-pilot. The skeleton attendant and the big-headed skeleton also opened the door and sat in the back seat. Let's go! The convoy started directly, left the base, and headed to the place where the zombies were killed today. On the way, Wu Heng mentioned, Bone Demon number 2. Chose a floral dress? Yes. You saw it. Chi Hankai glanced sideways, and then said, I didn't bring any clothes. I found them all in nearby shops. And it picked that one. And a sun hat. Chi Hankai smiled. Actually, it looks pretty cute. Not as scary as ordinary skeletons. The undead are more scary with bright clothes. Wu Heng expressed his own opinion. Are you scared? Chi Hankai turned her head and looked over again. My skeleton, what am I afraid of? Then I'm not afraid either, my man skeleton. The convoy arrived at the target location. The zombies rushed over like a tide. After the skeleton dragons bombed twice, they let the remaining zombies crash into the skeleton spear formation. The roar, the pulling, the chopping of flesh and blood reverberated throughout the area. The wisps of residual souls floated into the sky. Glenda rushed directly and began to devour the residual souls in the sky. At Granda's current level, the efficiency of devouring ghosts has been greatly improved. It can devour them all in one sweep. It feels like the movie, where evil cultivators chase living souls. The killing continued until 4 o'clock in the afternoon. There were not many zombies left. Wu Heng continued to order the advance, and began to clean up the remaining zombies along the way. Then, the skeletons cleaned the battlefield by themselves and distinguished the types of corpses. Wu Heng released dead corpse battlefield along the way and collected the corpse cores into the space ring. The convoy drove over from behind, and Chi Hankai also walked to Wu Heng's side. Wu Heng looked around, found a convenient hotel, and said, It's a waste of time to travel back and forth. I'll stay here for the time being and won't go back with you. Chi Hankai frowned slightly, but still said, I'll stay with you. No. The conditions here are not very good. You go back to the base first. Wu Heng said. Chi Hankai nodded. Then I'll leave a truck. If there are any arrangements, contact us via radio. Okay. The two continued to enter the hotel and found a clean room. Chi Hankai helped to tidy it up, and it became a little cleaner. Downstairs, the convoy had also finished looting. The two went downstairs again, and Chi Hankai left a truck. After whispering a few words, he waved goodbye and left with the convoy. When the convoy disappeared, 3 ghosts also appeared beside him. Grenda said, Actually, there is no need to be so anxious. You can improve slowly. If there is a chance to improve, I will try to get you to level 20 as soon as possible. Wu Heng said. Thank you, Grenda said with a smile, and leaned towards him. Benny followed up. Mrs. Grenda, you may go down in history as the first ghost to reach level 20. That doesn't matter, Grenda said with a smile. Going down in history is not important, but I still have some expectations for reaching level 20. In fact, looking back, it's lucky. After following Wu Heng out of Rentam City, everything got better. I also hope to reach level 20. In Rentam City, level 20 is a level that is only mentioned in legends, and I am about to reach it. Xiao Xiao thought for a moment, leaned on Wu Heng's shoulder, and said, Auntie has reached level 20. Can we occupy the association's headquarters? Then let them help Uncle promote, and his reputation will rise. Wu Heng raised his eyebrows. That makes sense. When your Aunt Granda reaches level 20, let her take up the knife and kill anyone who doesn't obey. Really? We can't kill them all? Otherwise no one will work for us, Xiao Xiao said seriously. Granda glared at the two people who wanted to kill her. If I go, I will also say that you are the mastermind. Wu Heng looked at Xiao Xiao and said with a smile, give me a favor, and don't fight the headquarters. Xiao Xiao also agreed. Then don't fight. Wait until we are all level 20. Grenda stared at Wu Heng. Look at the children you taught. Biddy laughed at the side. The skeleton army outside the hotel began to adjust its formation. The hotel was completely surrounded from front to back. The big-headed skeleton in charge of command also sat in the middle of the hall, protected by several high-level skeletons. After everything was settled, Wu Heng returned to the clean guest room. He opened the door and walked in. He walked downstairs. Minnie also came over. She said, Master, during the day, Deacon Zalagwi came to see you. But she didn't say anything. She just said that if you come back, go to the association to find her. Didn't she say anything? No. It shouldn't be a case. And it doesn't seem urgent. Minnie thought about it and said, it's good that it's not a case. I'll go take a look, Wu Heng said, and went back to his room to wash up, and then took the skeleton out to the association. The deacon's study. Wu Heng knocked on the door, opened the door and walked in. Only Zalagwi was in the study, sorting out documents, and getting ready to go off work. Did you come to see me today? Wu Heng took off his hood and asked. Zalagwi looked up at him. What did you do during the day? Training. Is there something urgent? Zalagwi put the documents in her hand aside, and then said, are you free tonight? Wu Heng thought for a while. Nothing. The elves brought some ingredients. Sure, Yali said she wanted you to try them too. Zalagwi said a little embarrassedly. This is to treat myself to a meal. Zalagwi mentioned this last time, and it was really arranged. Go to your house? If you feel it is inconvenient, you can go to the tavern and book a private room, but there are more people on the island recently, and it may be a bit chaotic. Zalagwi said thoughtfully. Then let's go to your place. It's not convenient to talk in the tavern, Wu Heng said directly. Zalagwi looked at him unhappily, and got up to pack her things. Let's go together. You haven't been to my place yet. No, you didn't notify me in advance. I'll prepare some gifts for you. It's not like we don't know each other, the two said, and walked out of the study together. After leaving the association, he walked towards Zalagwi's residence. Zalagwi's residence is located in a mansion behind the association. It is a separate special building. It is not too big. The house is a 4-story building with courtyards in front and back. The gate opened, and Wu Heng followed Zalagwi into the gate. As soon as he stepped into the courtyard, he smelled a faint fragrance of flowers. Looking around, there are all kinds of gorgeous flowers planted in the courtyard, butterflies and bees, flying above the flower beds. They are all planted by Shiryali. She likes flowers and plants more, but she doesn't take care of them much. Zalagwi introduced casually. Don't you have a housekeeper or guards? Wu Heng didn't see anyone. We don't have them. We're not like you, the island master. I'll arrange some guards for you. You two are not at home during the day. What if there are thieves? Wu Heng said. If there are thieves who dare to steal from the steward's house, the public security will be too bad, Zalagwi said with a smile. Wu Heng thought for a while, and said, also consider your sister. It's better to be careful. Listen to me. I'll arrange a few people for you tomorrow. They won't disturb you. They will just guard the gate of the courtyard. When Shiryali was mentioned, Zalagwi began to hesitate. Still nodded. Okay, just arrange two. The two chatted, and walked towards the residence. As soon as they stepped into the room, Shiryali and many residents were still outside enjoying the cool air. They were not worried about any danger. They watched the performance of the bard under the street lights on the roadside, and then returned to their residence. After a simple shower, Wu Heng returned to the bedroom to rest. This dinner was really a bit dreamy. He did not expect that the two sisters would fulfill their bet in this way. He and Zalagwi were appointed as deputy deacons of Treasure Island together, and experienced many life and death tests together. They had a sense of mutual trust between teammates. Moreover, Wu Heng could also feel that Zalagwi did not dislike him. When he saved her last time, he secretly touched her buttocks and did not say anything. But what about Shiryali? The two of them had known each other for a short time, and it was all through Shiryali. It was hard to say how deep their friendship was. Why did she feel more proactive? Anyway, I won't suffer any loss, Wu Heng said, and didn't think about it anymore, turning around to continue resting. Selling newspapers? The the latest issue of newspapers, surrounding information, opera house performance catalog, the latest series of The Great Detective. The loud voice of the newsman awakened the morning of Treasure Island. Countless bards and residents who were waiting nearby rushed up, surrounded the newsman, and bought the latest issue of Treasure Island Express. The merchants who came to the island recently also brought some news from outside. Some people wanted to copy the model of Gold and Silver Express, collect intelligence from the surrounding area, and then serialize some stories in a corner. Of course, the stories are different, and they are afraid of causing trouble. But obviously, none of the outsiders succeeded. The printing efficiency could not keep up, and the stories they compiled were not that attractive. After publishing 2 issues casually, there was no follow-up. The Gold and Silver Express of Treasure Island has been on sale until now, and it has maintained a popularity similar to the beginning. Many businessmen were also comparing, where exactly was the difference between the 2 sides. Pa, in the Golden Sail Tavern, Sabin slapped the counter. He told the latest story vividly, and the drinkers were concentrating. The bartender, the maid, also leaned against the pillar, listening to the story. Watson, there is a footprint here, and a round mud print, and there is also one over there. These are all good evidence. I looked at it and said, it doesn't seem to be a footprint. Yes, it is the mark of a wooden stake, and next to it is the mark of a thick boot with a wide iron sole on the heel. He must be the one with the wooden leg on his right leg. It's a pirate, I know a pirate, who replaced one leg with a wooden leg. Could it be him? A drinker responded immediately and speculated. At the time of this story, the island owner had not yet arrived at Treasure Island. He was the only one with a wooden leg. Someone retorted. Don't argue. Don't argue. Continue listening to the story, and I'll throw you out if you say anything else. The dwarf next to him interrupted the 2 people arguing and signaled the bard to continue. Sabin's story continued again. In the story, Wu Hung began to take out the tape measure and magnifying glass and carefully examined it. The local patrol captain, Athelney Jones, concluded that Thaddeus had a quarrel with his brother, then killed his brother and fled with the jewelry. After the analysis, Captain Jones was about to take Thaddeus back for interrogation. Thaddeus shouted in frustration, I knew it would be like this. Don't worry, I will clear your name, Wu Hung said. Captain Jones laughed. Okay. Great theorist, don't promise others casually. Wu Hung smiled and said, I'm not saying this casually. The murderer is called Jonathan Small, a middle-aged man, with a very dark skin, who was once a prisoner. In addition, he has a wooden leg on his right leg, there is a rough square forefoot under the boot on his left foot, and an iron pawn nailed on the heel. Speaking of this, the people in the audience frowned. What did they miss? How come the murderer's name and appearance were suddenly revealed? But everyone knew it. The excitement is coming. This time Wu Hung will definitely analyze again, a reasonable and unexpected wonderful inference. Just when everyone was concentrating on waiting for the next story, Sabin bowed slightly. The rest of the story will have to wait for the next issue. The tavern was silent for a moment, and then reacted. Another chapter is broken, it's really damn bad. I feel bad, someone go and give this writer a beating. The plot is so slow, but the chapter is broken so skillfully. The island owner's mansion. Wu Hung was not aware of the scolding outside. He went upstairs and walked into the radio station, picked up the microphone beside him, and said directly, One Man Shah, can you hear me? Soon, a woman's voice came from the other side. Master. Wait a moment, I'll go call the lady. After a while, Wen Mancha's gentle voice came over. Come, say hello to Dad. A baby's babbling voice came from the other side. Chapter 658, Will you not like me anymore? I heard the baby's voice coming from the radio. Wu Hung immediately reacted. Speaking in surprise, the baby is born? Opposite, it is still the gentle voice of Wen Mancha. We have a baby. Strange me. Say it's good to go back to accompany you. Wu Hung has some blame. It's okay, a little advance, don't blame you. Wen Mancha's vitality is gentle. Wu Hung went on to ask. It's okay. It's good. Boy, girl. Wen Mancha with a smile. Yes. Boys and girls like it. Wen Mancha said, It's a girl next time. Strive to give you a boy. Girl's nice in the future. It is as beautiful as you. Wen Mancha's smile is better. The master really speaks, I hope. I hope. She can be as smart and visible as you. You can read many books. Like anyone, none of them are outsiders. Wu Hung said, did not continue this topic, then said, I'm ready for these 2 days, go back to see you. Recently, Tolds and Silver Island has a large population influx. It was mainly because of the exhibition and auction, and also because of the good environment of Treasure Island, and the good public security. Many wealthy people bought houses there as a temporary residence. Wu Hung was leaving, and he had to make some arrangements in advance so that the entire Treasure Island could operate normally after he left. Don't worry. When you are free, come back to see us mother and daughter, Wen Mansha said casually. It's okay. Just make some arrangements. Then wait for you to come and name the child. Well, how is your recovery? I'm fine. I didn't feel anything the next day, and my milk supply is also sufficient. Wen Mansha's tone was teasing. While chatting, 3 ghosts flew back. Wu Hung didn't want to be too explicit in the chat, and said, I know this. I don't worry that the baby will be hungry. Wen Mansha still smiled, and then said, I will take the baby to bed, and I won't tell you for now. Go. I will be back in a few days. Okay. Master. Hang up the microphone again. Looking at the 3 ghosts again. How is it outside? Everything is normal. And the story is still welcome, Glinda said. Xiao Xiao said, there is no problem on my side, everyone is very happy. Benny also nodded. That's good, it proves that our story is still very successful, Wu Hung said with a smile, and he was in a good mood. Glinda continued. Did Wen Mansha give birth? Yes, a girl, Wu Hung said. Glinda quickly calculated in his mind, nodded. Well, the time is right, it's yours. Wu Hung didn't expect her to say that, and rolled his eyes at her. You think a lot. Benny floated to Shishu's side. Wen Mansha is the female mayor of Rentam City? Benny was transformed into a ghost in Rentam City, and she stayed for 2 days before leaving. As for Wen Mansha, I have some impression but not much. Xiao Xiao said, she is an aunt from Rentam City. She was originally a gang member, and then she followed my uncle. Oh! Benny nodded, and then looked at Wu Hung with a strange look. Wu Hung explained, at that time, the gang wanted to harm me. Wen Mansha was the gang's sister-in-law, and she provided me with information. Sister-in-law? She has a husband? It's not what you think. I'll tell you when I have a chance, Wu Hung said. Okay. Benny smiled and nodded. Wu Hung looked at the time. It was already past 8 a.m. He said directly, you guys come back first. Let's go clean up the zombies today. The 3 ghosts flew back to their bodies. Wu Hung went upstairs and walked into the study, heading for the zombie world. He walked out of the hotel. The skeleton army was still on standby all around. They were densely packed around the hotel, and several corpses of killed zombies could be seen on the ground. It should have been at night. Wandering over from somewhere, behind the skeletons, there was a convoy searching for supplies. Generally, in the areas that the skeletons have cleared, a large number of survivors will be arranged to carry out the looting work. This is also the main work content that most ordinary survivors need to undertake. Wu Hung looked into the distance, but did not find Shi Han Kai. He got on the truck left for him. He mobilized the skeleton army and continued to move forward. The dense sound of bones rubbing against each other was heard. The skeleton army continued to move forward along the road in a mighty manner. After walking out of a safe area, wandering zombies began to appear in the distance. And the farther away, the more dense the zombies were. Wu Hung did not get off the car, and said to the big-headed skeleton behind him, let the deformed dog attract the zombies, and the skeleton dragon prepare for the bombing. As soon as the voice fell, the skeleton dog rushed out. It attracted the zombies, and turned around to run away. The zombies gathered into a torrent from the back, roaring and chasing. The skeleton dragon flew over the head, and after a round of bombing, the zombies crashed into the skeleton's queue. Zombies fell in groups, and the remaining souls rose into the sky. Granda flew out directly to absorb the residual souls, and Benny also flew above the team, alert to the movement of the zombies. Inside the truck, Wu Hung glanced at Xiao Xiao, who was floating on the side. Absent-minded, he asked, Xiao Xiao, are you worried? No. Uncle. Xiao Xiao looked up and said with a smile, I won't tell anyone what you are hiding from Uncle. Wu Hung promised, and moved forward. Xiao Xiao hesitated. It's not a worry. It's just... She looked up at him and said awkwardly, Uncle has a daughter. So does he not like Xiao Xiao anymore? Wu Hung was stunned, and didn't expect Xiao Xiao to suddenly have such an idea. It seems that he is afraid that his love will be divided. So he is a little uneasy. He is always shouting and killing. But in the end, he is still a child. Wu Hung looked up. There was doubt and uncertainty in his eyes. And some expectation. Wu Hung said softly, "Of course not. Uncle promised before that he would always treat you well. Not to mention one child. There will be more in the future. And he will treat you well. Best to me? Best?" Wu Hung promised. And then said, "Besides, Xiao will be a big sister in the future. And I have to teach her what I have learned." "Ah? I don't have much to teach." Xiao floated to the other side again. And said softly, "Uncle, then do you want to be my dad?" Wu Hung was stunned. Thought for a while and said, "Should we ask your mother's opinion first? Let's decide directly. What if she gets angry? I'll go and tell her. And if my mother agrees, I'll call you dad directly." Xiao was obviously much happier. "Of course. I am so happy to have a daughter as smart and beautiful as Xiao. Uncle is so nice." Xiao came close to me affectionately. And then said, "There is also a sister Philippa. Is she also your daughter?" Wu Hung frowned slightly. "The name she uses is not between father and daughter. Don't tell others." "Oh. Okay." Xiao nodded. And her expression was no longer unhappy, as at the beginning. She became a child with no pressure again. "I'm going outside." After saying that, she flew out without waiting for me to say anything. For Wu Hung, Xiao is his first ghost. And they have been walking together all the way to now. She has known him earlier than anyone else. And is closer. She is called a daughter. But it seems a bit old. But he really treats her as a sister. Xiao wants a father. And he doesn't care. It's just a change of name. Soon, the battle in front ended. He didn't clean up the battlefield directly, but continued to give orders to move forward. After passing through an empty area, zombies appeared again in the distance. The skeleton dog rushed over to attract the zombies. And the skeleton dragon, whose magazine was replaced by the skeleton warrior, bombed again. The zombies fought with the skeleton army again. The residual souls rose up. And Grinda continued to fly out, devouring the residual souls in the sky. The night was dark. The skeleton army pushed forward to the end of the road. In the distance was a dark wilderness. The withered and yellow weeds were more than half a person tall. And there were new green leaves in the middle. The night wind blew. And the whole wasteland rustled, which looked a little scary. "Uncle, there is no danger nearby." Xiao flew over quickly and said solemnly. Benny also flew over. "There are no buildings ahead. Ghost vision is not affected by the night and can see farther. To say there are no buildings, that really means it's the end. We'll go back later," Wu Hung said. At this time, Glinda also flew back. "There are no residual souls." Wu Hung nodded and ordered the big-headed skull. "Clean up the battlefield and let the truck turn on the lights." Caw! The truck headlights turned on, illuminating the area ahead. The skeletons began to clean up the battlefield. The bodies of the deformed and evolved zombies were dragged over separately. Wu Hung began to release the dead corpse battlefield, and a large number of skeletons stood up from the ground. Then, the convoy returned under the escort of the skeleton army. Then, the battlefield that had not been cleaned was cleaned up again along the way. The corpse cores were collected. And all the corpses were transformed. In the early morning, the army returned to the base. We rested in the dormitory for a while. When it was completely bright outside the window, then we went to the meeting room. Wu Hung sat on one side, next to him was Chi Han Kai, and opposite him were two Korean technicians. "How is it? Is the course going well recently?" Wu Hung asked directly. The two technicians looked at each other, and the male technician said with a stiff smile, "Leader, in the course, we are basically the ones who are talking, and there is no feedback from below. Why don't we let some members of the base come to learn? Teaching the skeletons, what feedback do you need? If there is feedback, it will be even more frightening." Wu Hung said, "We will talk about other members later. These skeletons have intelligence not lower than that of humans. You try your best to teach, there is nothing you can't learn. Repairing cars, power plant equipment control, skeletons can learn it. It also means the ability to learn knowledge. Really learning theoretical knowledge may be a bit tedious, but just learning how to operate and install is basically no problem." Okay. The male technician wiped the sweat from his forehead. He glanced at his companion beside him. His eyes seemed to say, "I said no." Wu Hung then asked, "Can the skeleton here install the equipment on the ship independently?" "Not yet. I just started to learn the basics, and I have to practice on the ship later, so it will take some time." The male technician shook his head again. "Hurry up. Wu Hung continued to look at the female technician. What about you? The female technician said, I haven't met the requirements here either, but we can lay the lines in advance, and then we can connect the lines and adjust the equipment later. Go and sort out all the telephone lines in the warehouse later. You don't need to work. Just go and direct the selection, and I'll take them away later. Wu Hung ordered. Understood. The female technician nodded. Okay, you go out first, and work harder on teaching. Wu Hung said. The two stood up and bowed, then left the room. In the room, only Wu Hung and Shi Hankai were left. Wu Hung said, when you have time, supervise them. Okay. Shi Hankai nodded. Wu Hung also walked out of the room, returned to his dormitory, and returned to Treasure Island. Returned to the island owner's mansion. Wu Hung asked someone to call and away back from outside. The four maids sat opposite, staring at him curiously with big eyes. Wu Hung said, when Mansha gave birth to a baby. I'm going to. Wow. It's a baby. A boy or a girl? Is Sister Wen Mansha okay? Take her over, so that you can help take care of her. The maids began to discuss. Girls, they are all fine. Don't worry. I'm going to visit Rentam City. See them. Wu Hung continued. Before I leave, I'll make some arrangements here. Several people got serious and waited for his arrangements. Wu Hung continued. The rest of the work is going on as normal. Where? Remember the time when the next issue of the newspaper will be released. The updated content is in my study, and it can be published in the newspaper according to the serialized issues. There are also lines that need to be laid, connecting several important buildings. I have drawn the map, and asked the Design Institute to lay it. Okay, Master. Andwire replied. Wu Hung continued to look at Minnie. Minnie, you three, continue to look after the Island Master's mansion. If someone comes, just say I'm going out to sea temporarily, and will be back in the next 2 days. Don't disclose the specific time and content. Minnie, Robert and Annette also nodded, indicating that they understood. If Shannara comes, if there is something, please contact me on the radio. If there is nothing, please let her wait. Okay. Minnie nodded again. That's it for now. If there is anything, please contact me on the radio in time. Master. Wait a moment. I'll go and prepare some things for you. The climate there is different from here, so you don't get used to it. Minnie got up and walked upstairs quickly. After a while, she came down with a package in her hand. There were some clothes and a thick coat inside. Wu Hung put the package away, touched her head, and said, So good. After everything was ready, Wu Hung walked to the courtyard, waved goodbye to a few people, took out the train conductor's hat, and put it on his head. The train appeared, got on the train directly, and entered the void. A few days later, the door opened. Wu Hung walked off the train with 2 skeletons. There was a wilderness all around, and the breeze blew through the dense woods, making a rustling sound. Wu Hung released all the ghosts. Help me identify the direction. The ghosts flew into the sky, and Wu Hung faced the tree to relieve the pressure of his bladder. Soon, Bernie flew back first. There is a city over there. Where are Glanda and Xiao Xiao? Wu Hung asked, pulling up his pants. Just flew over there. And it seems that I found something. Bernie pointed to the other side. As she spoke, 2 ghosts flew back from a distance. Xiao Xiao exclaimed, Uncle, there is a temple over there, and many people are walking over there. Glanda also nodded. It seems that they are going to attend some kind of gathering, but the location is a bit remote, and it doesn't look normal. You come back first. I'll take a look. Wu Hung said. What we see is the same. Just look at Xiao Xiao. Grenda said. Xiao Xiao went straight into the body, and the picture was shared. In the distant sight, a group of people appeared, wearing different clothes, some carrying packages, and some driving carriages. They gathered towards a building in the distance. At the entrance of the building, there were several charming women, some of whom looked like bold and wanton ladies. Some were shy and lovely girls next door, and some were solemn and wanton nuns. Everyone was wearing light gauze, and their breasts and buttocks were looming in their gestures, attracting the attention of foreign men, and those who rushed over would be welcomed into the building by the charming women. Chapter 659, Dark Sisters Gathering. After the screen sharing ended, Wu Hung released Xiao Xiao again. Floating to one side, curiously asked, Uncle, are they bad guys? Not sure, but it feels a little wrong. Wu Hung said. Xiao Xiao also nodded in agreement. I feel something is wrong too, Glenda said. Do you want to go and take a look? Let's go and take a look. After all, it's around the city of Rentam. If there's anything, let's deal with it, so as not to leave any hidden dangers for when Manshaw, Wu Hung said directly. The ghosts had no objection. The skeleton attendant led the way, Wu Hung followed behind, and the ghosts above his head helped point the direction. Passing through the dense forest, his body was covered with grass debris. Following the gaps in the trees, you can see the tall building in front. The building is obviously an abandoned house, which has been tidied up. A woman dressed seductively stood at the gate in a coquettish manner, welcoming the men to enter the house. Wu Hung did not go over, but looked at Grenda beside him, and said, "Go and see what's going on inside." It was a little inconvenient, because there were a lot of adult scenes inside, and Bernie's level was 16, which was not low. But there was still a risk of being discovered. Grenda is still the most suitable. Grenda did not say much, and flew out directly without showing his figure. Not long after, he returned again. He said in a deep voice, "They are all transformed by ghost women. You can see through the illusion effect when you get close to them. Those men died after they were done. There is another room in the back room, where ghost women are buying children. It is indeed a ghost woman. There are so many of them, lurking near the city of Rentam. Buying children? What does it mean?" Wu Hung asked. "It means literally. You can see for yourself," Granda said, and got into the body. The picture was shared. In a room on the inner side of the building, a man handed the baby in his arms to the ghost woman in black robe opposite. In Grenda's sight, the other party was a ghost woman with abscesses all over her old face, but in the fiery eyes of the man in the room, she should look different. The ghost woman pulled open the cloth wrapped around the baby and took a look, nodded with satisfaction, took out a bag of coins from under the table, and handed it to the other party. Then she shouted to the side. Another ghost woman with a charming appearance walked out slowly, and intimately took the man's arm, and walked to the next room. The picture ends here. The sharing ends. Wu Hung releases Grenda. After thinking for a while, he asks the question in his mind. Why do the witches gather here to buy children? Xiao Xiao and Benny both shook their heads. Benny even heard of witches for the first time. Grenda recalls and says, I have read some books about this. The witches in a region will hold some dark gatherings to exchange information or arrange some plans. The inner circle of witches is also called the Dark Sisters Gathering. By children? Wu Hung asks. This should involve the inheritance of the ghost woman. I remember that the ghost woman cannot inherit directly, but needs to devour human babies and then give birth to new ones by herself, Glenda explained. Wu Hung frowned, and the other two ghosts shuddered involuntarily. What a perverted method. On his side, the necromancer and the undead all felt a little perverted. Wu Hung then asked, what is the highest level among them? Level 12, almost the level of a deacon. There are a little more people. There are more than 20 people in total. In Rentam City, level 12 is the level of a deacon, which is actually not low. But considering the current level of Wu Hung and the several undead around him, it is nothing. Get ready. Let's go in directly, and then enter the city, Wu Hung said. Since they are here, and the behavior of these ghosts is too weird and cruel, we should kill them all while they are gathering, to prevent them from doing anything bad nearby in the future. The three ghosts nodded, and the two skeleton attendants were also ready. Wu Hung released bone armor and preset protection for himself. Then he walked out of the bushes, with his skeleton attendant, and walked towards the building in front. Just as he approached the gate. Hey, what a handsome gentleman. Is this a new type of armor? So majestic. The lady in transparent gauze, swaying her waist, walked directly over. Bang! Just as she approached, Wu Hung kicked her in the abdomen. The huge force made her fall 4 or 5 meters away, rolling several times, and then she stopped in a mess. And the noisy hall also became quiet in an instant. The ghost woman who had transformed, and the men who were led into the house, all looked at the scene in front of them in surprise and horror. What are you doing? Is your wife here too? Look at it more openly. There are so many women, just let them go. If you don't want to play, get out, don't make trouble. The men spoke first. Wu Hung casually used a lightning beam to hit the woman he kicked away. The lightning flashed, and the ghost woman who staggered and tried to get up was instantly killed. Her body collapsed to the ground. Her originally charming and sexy appearance turned into a short and ugly ghost woman. The voices of complaints and curses all around stopped. Ghosts, these are ghosts, someone shouted, and the men began to run around. And the remaining ghosts also reacted immediately, bending their bodies slightly, from beautiful young women, all turned into ugly ghosts. Damn boy, dare to disrupt our gathering. You are not bad either, stay and accompany us. The two ghosts closest to them waved their hands, and two negative attribute rays shot towards this side. Caxia stepped forward, blocking the ray. It didn't show any effect. Then, the two ghosts turned their fingernails into sharp claws, and rushed over again with a roar. Karamu drew out his long sword, walked out, and attacked the other side. Caxiu still stayed beside Wu Hung, protecting him closely. Tat! 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 The dense footsteps sounded, and the ghosts dressed in different ways, all changed into ugly and ferocious appearances, and began to gather here. On the second-floor platform, behind the pillars, and on the roof, countless eyes were cast over. In Wu Heng's perception, hateful eyes attacked him from all directions. In the limited building, they were unusually clear and obvious. Wu Hung turned his head and dodged an arrow. He flipped his hand, and a military rifle appeared in his hand. With the feeling of hateful eyes, he quickly pulled the trigger in all directions. Bang! 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 Bullets were fired in different directions, and flames burst out. As the bullets were fired, painful wails were heard everywhere. No need to protect me. Go and kill all the ghosts. Wu Hung ordered Caxiu. Caxia shook his neck, put on brass knuckles and rushed out, punched a ghost in the face, and broke her neck. Then, he approached the next one at a faster speed, and punched again, and the body flew backwards. Wu Hung blocked the door, holding a rifle and constantly shooting at the ghosts around. 3 people blocked more than 20 ghosts in the room and killed them. Time passed little by little, and the house was filled with a strong smell of blood. The number of ghosts was also decreasing rapidly during the killing. After a while, the house gradually became quiet. There is still one left in the inner room. Benny came over and said, "Didn't kill them? The skeleton didn't do anything because the child was taken hostage," Benny explained. Wu Hung followed and walked into a house on the inner side. He saw a ghost in a tattered black robe, with curd goat horns on her head and a baby-sized skull on her belt. She held a dagger in her hand, gently holding it against the chest of a swaddled baby. Seeing Wu Hung coming in, he laughed. "You are from Rentam City, right? I know you have been investigating me recently. Why bother? We will not threaten your city." The ghost woman's voice was shrill. Wu Hung did not speak, still looking at her. The ghost woman continued, "Let me go. I swear to stay away from here and never go near Rentam City again." Wu Hung did not respond to her words, but said, "Don't delay. Kill her." The voice fell. The ghost woman's body suddenly stiffened, and the dagger in her hand moved away from the baby's chest and pressed against her own chest. "Ghost, let your ghost stop. I am willing to submit to you." The ghost woman looked a little flustered. Puff! The dagger pierced into the heart with a sound of flesh piercing. The ghost woman still did not die, struggling to regain control of her body, while shouting, "You are a necromancer, you need a slave to help you do things. I can do it." Puff! The second sword pierced into her chest again, and the third sword pierced directly into her throat. The rest of the words were held back, and a large mouthful of blood was vomited, splashing all around. Then, with a look of resentment and hatred, he fell backwards and turned into a corpse. Wu Hung walked to the position of the witch. He looked down and found 3 baskets with babies under the table. He took them all to the table and filled the table. The babies remained awake, staring at Wu Hung with big eyes, not crying or making a fuss. But their eyes were not so bright. "Are they okay?" Xiao Xiao showed up above and made a face at the people below. The babies still did not react. Wu Hung took a quick look and said, "It's okay. It must have taken some medicine, so it's keeping quiet for now. What should we do?" "Uncle, are you going to adopt it?" Xiao Xiao asked curiously. "After we go back, let Wen Manshaw investigate the family. If it was stolen, send it back," Wu Hung said directly. "That's right. They still have a father and a mother." Xiao Xiao nodded. "Let's put the baby here first." Wu Hung continued to say to the skeletons, "Collect all the bodies, and take off all the valuable items." The 2 skeletons began to act. All the witches were placed in a row in the middle of the open space, and there were also several bodies of men who had been sucked dry. Then they began to sort out the spoils from the bodies. Bags full of coins were placed aside, followed by armor, weapons, and some daily necessities. These were not very attractive to Wu Hung. and his eyes fell on two items placed aside. The first one was a stone shining with black light. The surface was smooth, like a plaything that had been played by an old man for several years. Hearthstone, special item. Effect: touching the hearthstone, you can enter the spirit state. Side effect: discomfort of the living being. Description: the gem that is constantly nurtured by the ghost woman has acquired special abilities. You can enter the spirit state. It seems to be a good special item. The spirit has advantages that living beings do not have. For example, in the spirit state, it cannot be physically attacked, can pass through walls, and can fly. Each of these is a very practical ability. Even if it is not used for attacking and fighting, it can be used for escaping. It is really good. I don't know why these witches didn't use escape. But the enemy is me, and I can't escape even with this strange object. 3 ghosts are monitoring the scene, and they can also pass through walls. So how can she escape? My eyes continue to look at the second item. An old-fashioned oil lamp. Bronze bracket. Rough glass cover. Nightmare oil lamp, strange object. Effect: using the organs and body tissues of living beings as the medium. The target will be haunted by nightmares. Side effect: consume a drop of living being's blood. Description: an oil lamp surrounded by a curse, and those who touch it will be entangled in nightmares. A cursed oil lamp. This kind of strange objects or props that impose negative status on the target through a medium are all curses. Moreover, this kind of thing is relatively rare and difficult to guard against. It is difficult to detect the curse. And even if it is detected, it is difficult to determine the identity of the curse caster without knowing what prop it is. It is a kind of thing that is used in secret. It is not bad. Wu Hung is quite satisfied with this harvest. Not to mention that this is near Rentam City. Even if it is placed in Treasure Island, props with this effect are rare and good things. Wu Hung put away the rare objects, the money bag, and other valuable items. On the side, 3 ghosts floated above the 4 babies, chatting in low voices. Wow! Suddenly, one baby burst into tears, and the other 3 also burst into tears. Wu Hung walked over quickly. Why are they crying? I don't know. They just cried suddenly. It should be that the witch made the method of not crying disappear, Grenda said. Wu Hung glanced at the baby, walked back to the corpse, and released dead corpse battlefield. Skeletons stood up from the ground one by one. Wu Hung ordered, those who can coax children, go and coax them. 4 ghost skeletons walked out, picked up the children, and began to rock them gently. Apparently, the children had no concept of skeletons. After being rocked gently, their crying became much quieter. Wu Hung continued to open the mansion technique, pointing to the empty space next to the various accessories. You go in first, stand over there, the one holding the children also go in, to ensure the safety of the children. All the skeletons walked into the mansion technique. After Wu Hung was shut down, he walked out of the building with the skeleton and the ghost. The men who had escaped before were gone, and no one said they would stay to help. They all ran away. He took out a motorcycle from the space ring, sat on it, and carried Kaxiu and Karanmu. He drove towards the direction of Rentam City. Rentam City. In a mansion, 2 figures sat at the dining table, enjoying a sumptuous dinner. One of them had gray hair and wore a sorcerer's robe. A wooden staff was placed diagonally at the side of the table. The other man was wearing leather armor. A middle-aged man in his 40s. The warlock wiped his mouth and asked softly, "Tell me about Woman Shah, and what you think the success rate is." The middle-aged man also put down his cutlery, looking serious. It was reported before that she was pregnant, and she should have been transferred to Wu Hung by the association. Say something useful. Don't talk about these things, the middle-aged man said. This is useful. It is estimated that she is about to give birth and has no time and energy to manage the city. At this time, you are tougher, and maybe you can succeed. The warlock raised his eyebrows. Maybe you can succeed? Do you think that there is any place in Rentam City that you can take away with just a few words? If that is the case, then it is not your turn, the middle-aged man said with a smile. The sorcerer was stunned, but he was not angry. He sneered. Just a woman from a gang. The middle-aged man shrugged and said nothing more. The sorcerer continued, I'm going back. I will visit the gang city lord tomorrow. After Wu Hung entered the city, he rushed to the city lord's mansion. The guarding skeleton opened the door. Wu Hung walked in directly and took off the human skin mask. The housekeeper who came over recognized the other party immediately. Master, you are back. Well, where is Wen Man Sha? Wu Heng asked. Madam is in the room, said the housekeeper. Then, he led the way and took him into the lounge on the side. As soon as he entered the room, he saw Wen Man Sha sitting on the wooden couch, feeding the child in her arms. He saw the housekeeper and Wu Heng behind him. Surprise flashed in Wen Mancha's eyes, and she stood up and shouted, Master. Chapter 660, Growing Bad. Seeing Wen Man Sha, Wu Heng quickened his pace, put his arm around her shoulders, and sat down beside the chair. Thank you for your hard work. No way, Wen Man Sha said in a tender voice, leaning her head on his shoulder. Wu Heng looked at the child drinking milk in his arms, who also stared at him with big eyes. Big eyes, white and tender skin. Still like you. Really? Wen Man Sha gently shook the child. Dad is here to see you. The child was still drinking milk, and milk leaked from the corner of his mouth. There was no reaction to the conversation between the two. Good boy. Wu Heng smiled, and gently touched the baby's face with his fingers. The baby girl paused while drinking milk, released her mouth and burped, and stared at him with big eyes. Then she cried loudly with a wah. The sudden cry scared Wu Heng, and he was a little at a loss, looking at Wen Man Sha to explain. I didn't do anything. It's okay, she's full, she must be sleepy. Wen Man Sha handed the child to the housekeeper beside her. Take her back to her room to rest. The housekeeper took it, coaxed her softly, and took her upstairs to the bedroom. There were only 2 people left in the room. Wu Heng continued. Let me talk to you about business first. What happened? Wen Man Sha cast a curious look. Outside the city of Rentam, I met a gathering of witches, and rescued 4 babies from the witches. You arranged for someone to find the family members, to see who was lost, or sold. Wu Heng said. He opened the mansion spell, and ordered the skeleton inside. You 4 come out. 4 witches holding children came out. All the children fell asleep. And they looked fine. Wen Man Sha stood up and checked. Perhaps because she had just become a mother. She was angry about selling her children. She said coldly. Okay. Wu Heng took out the milk bottles, and cans of milk powder. These are milk powders. If the children are hungry, mix them with water, and give them to drink. Don't make it too hot. Wen Man Sha picked up a milk bottle, and gently touched the nipple with her finger. They really look like them. What do they look like? Don't you think they look like them? Wen Man Sha smiled, and took the milk bottles and milk powder upstairs. I'll settle the children first, and then come down to accompany you. After that, she took a few ghost women, and the children upstairs, and arranged them in a bedroom. Soon, he came down with the housekeeper. He arranged the task of investigating the baby. After dinner, Wen Man Sha fed the child, opened the door, and walked back. She sat in front of the dressing table, and tidied herself up. She lifted the thin quilt, crawled directly into it, and gently leaned on her chest. They are all asleep. The families of those children have already started investigating. It won't take long to find some information. This is the best. The buying and selling of babies in the city should be strictly investigated to prevent similar things from happening. Wu Heng said. I neglected this matter. I will pay attention to it later. Wen Man Sha said softly. You can't be blamed for this kind of thing. Wu Heng said with a smile. Wen Mancha's skirt was drooping on one side. Wu Heng pressed against her chest to help deal with the excess milk. Wen Man Sha gently held her head and said, Master, the baby doesn't have a name yet. Give it one. Wu Heng moved his head back a little, took out a piece of paper, and wrote a few names that he had thought of in advance. See which one you like. It doesn't matter. As long as you are healthy and happy. It's fine. Wen Man Sha turned over the folded paper and glanced at several names. Wu Meng Sha is too corny. The child has grown up. You can tell at a glance that Wu Qin looks pretty good. Then call her this name. It also implies cheerfulness, brightness, and luck. Wu Heng held it to one side, mumbling and explaining. The master must have chosen a good name. Wen Man Sha said softly. Wu Heng then asked, Is there any news from Slater? Wen Man Sha shook her head and said, The border blockade of the kingdom of Yek is quite serious. The letters from the association are not allowed to pass through. There is no news from Deacon Slater. The kingdom of Yek doesn't know what's going on. After such a long time, there is still no result. I arranged a level 18 skeleton to protect Slater, as long as he doesn't take risks. In a place like Blackstone Town, a level 18 professional is the most powerful. There should be no problem. When I leave Rentam City, I will go to Blackstone Town to take a look. How is the newspaper sales? Wu Heng asked. The effect is quite good. And the sales are also very good. The next room. A pink baby is lying on a small bed. And a skeleton is guarding it. 3 ghosts floated above, slowly revealing their figures. Is this uncle's child? Pink and chubby. Children are like this, with pink and tender skin. Does he look like Wu Heng? The eyebrows are somewhat similar. Xiao Xiao got closer. It seems to be somewhat similar, but much cuter than uncle. Maybe, your uncle was also very cute when he was a child, but he is not as good as he is when he grows up. Glinda said. Uncle has grown up bad. Bernie said with a smile. I don't know, what names will they give them? As she spoke, the sleeping baby opened his eyes. Frowning, he looked at the 3 floating ghosts in the sky. Wow, a cry sounded. Skeleton immediately picked up the baby, and the housekeeper woke up from the side. He took the baby in his arms and rocked it gently. The next day, early in the morning, after when Manshaw fed the baby, she went downstairs to deal with things in the city. Wu Heng watched the child fall asleep, and also entered the study, opened the boundary door to the zombie world. He walked out of the boundary door, opened the window in the dormitory, and looked outside. In the base, there were survivors using steam spray, spraying smoke at the sewer to eliminate insects. Wu Heng took out the intercom and called, Is Chi Hankai here? Yes. Go ahead. Chi Hansai's voice came from the intercom. Go to the conference room. Got it. After sitting in the conference room and waiting for a while, Chi Hankai opened the door and walked in, with a smile on her face. Wu Heng said, Are all the bases okay? No problem. The military factory has started to produce the machine gun shell production chain, and it may not be long before there are results. Chi Hankai said. This is good news. Machine gun shells, if they can be mass-produced, it will be a great improvement for us. No need to calculate the quantity to use. Praise Gao Rong and others for me then. Okay. Chi Hankai nodded. Wu Heng then asked, Are there any progress made by Russian researchers? Chi Hankai recalled, and said, It seems that they have started to test electric vehicles. Wu Heng did not say much, and continued to listen. There are 2 more Korean technicians. The male technician has started ship practice, and the female technician can already lay the line and connect it. The only problem is that Binhai Port and our side are across the sea, and the line is difficult to connect. Chi Hankai said. Then, let her think of a solution. Wu Heng said. I'll tell her then. Chi Hankai said. Wu Heng continued. Let the team get ready. Let's go clean up the zombies. Chi Hankai picked up the intercom and passed on the task directly. Not long after, the team was ready. The 2 went downstairs, got on the truck and left the base. Rentam City, the city lord's mansion. The housekeeper led the way, followed by an old man in a warlock robe, with gray hair on his temples, who walked in. Madam, Mr. Robian is here. The warlock glanced at Wenmanch's belly without hesitation, and saluted with a smile. Representative of the kingdom of Yeko, Robin meets city lord Wenmanshaw, you are as beautiful as the rumors say. Chapter 661, The Wealthy City Lord. Wenmanshaw also smiled, and extended her hand to signal. Please sit down, Mr. Robin. The warlock sat down opposite. A maid brought tea, and placed it in front of the other party. The warlock flipped his hand, took out a pair of exquisite jade carvings from the ring, and placed them on the table. City Lord, this is a gift I got by chance, which should be rare in Rentam City, and I hope you like it. There was a hint of boasting in her words. It seemed to say that Rentam City was a small place, and many things outside, even for her. The City Lord were hard to see. Thank you. When Manshaw looked down, turned her head and called. Hartel. Madam. The housekeeper stepped forward. Put away the gifts, put them on the fireplace, next to the elven carvings. When Manshaw ordered. Yes, madam. The warlock was slightly stunned. Elf carvings? Can you get something from the elven? As the housekeeper took the jade and placed it on the top of the fireplace, the warlock's brows also frowned. When I just came in, I focused all my attention on the city lord's belly, suspecting that a substitute was used. The rumored pregnancy features were not visible at all. Now looking around, I found that the whole hall was filled with luxury items of different styles, each of which was very valuable. Carved ornaments, bright tapestries, exquisite oil paintings. He was also born into a noble family, and had some research on these. From the elements shown in the items, they were indeed the carvings of the elves. Not only that, dwarves, gnomes, and humans. The warlock's eyes showed a little surprise and doubt. Is this the city of Rentam? Is it not the mansion of a prince? Wen Manshaw looked at the other party's expression, and was very satisfied, and waved her hand casually. Mr. Robin likes it? If you like, pick one at random. No. No, I'm just curious. The warlock immediately came back to his senses, and said casually, This time, I came here to persuade them to give up the city. If I look like I have never seen the world, I will be inferior to them. Wen Manshaw did not say much. If he came a day earlier, she would not have these. But he came at the right time. He came just when I became rich. If he really picked them, I would not be willing to give them up. I heard that in Treasure Island. These are things that only the dignitaries of the big chambers of commerce can use. Mr. Robin came here this time. Is there anything? Wen Manshaw asked directly without any nonsense. The warlock calmed down again and said softly, I came here this time to tell Lord Wen Manshaw about a good thing. It is a great thing for you and Rentam City. Wen Manshaw narrowed her eyes, and guessed a little in her heart. She asked curiously, What good thing? The warlock said seriously, The kingdom of Yeko plans to divide Rentam City into the country, and retain your status as the city lord. The kingdom will support the city, and provide a steady stream of resources. You will also have a great backer. Anyone who wants to covet this city must also consider whether they have the ability to go against a country. As he spoke, the warlock's tone became increasingly excited. It seemed to have given a great benefit to the city of Rentam. Wen Manshaw took a sip of tea. The content was the same as what she guessed. Someone had come to test this matter before. The warlock saw that the other party's expression did not change. And his excitement was also restrained a little. He asked, How does the city lord feel? Wen Manshaw asked, Who do you represent? His Royal Highness the Grand Prince. Wen Manshaw pondered for a moment, and still whispered, Has the Grand Prince already sat on the throne? The struggle of the Yek Kingdom has always been a topic of discussion outside. Many people are speculating who will become the new king in the end, or whether these princes will both lose in the fight, and be taken over by others. The warlock raised his eyebrows, stuttered twice, and said, The eldest prince has already controlled most of the army. It is only a matter of time before he sits on the throne. I support the eldest prince too. Wen Manshaw nodded. The warlock's eyes lit up. Do you agree? That's not what I meant. Wen Manshaw immediately shook her head, organized her words, and said, Thank you for your attention. Prince, the human race and orcs live together in Rentam City. If it is really divided into the kingdom of Yeko, the city will definitely be in chaos. If the orcs rebel, the whole city will be in danger. The warlock frowned, and said, How to arrange the orcs at that time is the above problem. You just need to agree to join first. The kingdom of Yeko will arrange resources and support for you. What's wrong with that? You will also become the lord of the kingdom, and be respected by thousands of people. You don't understand the situation in Rentam City. Orcs account for half of the population. It's not as simple as it sounds. Wen Manshaw still said, Don't worry about this, City Lord. Nearly 10,000 troops of the Yek Kingdom have gathered at the border. If you nod, it will not only avoid war, but also be enough to protect the entire city. The sorcerer said again. Wen Manshaw frowned instantly, and looked at the other party coldly. He used all kinds of coercion and inducement. He first promised benefits, and then, seeing that he had no plans in this regard, he told him the news of the gathering of nearly 10,000 troops. This means that if he doesn't agree, he will directly attack the city. He really bullies people to the extreme. Staring at the other person, then smiled again. I won't consider this matter. If the eldest prince really sits on the throne, someone will send a gift. Would you like to consider it? None of the conditions I have here is bad for you. I'm a little tired. I won't keep you for dinner. Wen Manshaw still said, Lord, you see. The housekeeper stepped forward. Sir, the lady wants to rest. Please go back. The warlock frowned, looking at the skeleton with a sword, also walked over. So he stood up and said, Okay. I will stay at the Windweed Tavern in the city for a few days. If you change your mind, come to me at any time. It is a good thing for both parties. No one wants to see him go to a bad place. Please. The housekeeper gestured again. The warlock turned and walked out. Wen Manshaw sat on the chair, watching the other party's back as he left. The other party obviously didn't know the city of Rentam. The conditions and promises offered were more like the impression of the city of Rentam in the past. That is, Wu Hung and Wen Manshaw had not occupied this place yet, when Elner was still the city lord. For Elner at that time, he would agree to this matter to a great extent, and be happy that he would find the support of the Yek Kingdom. But now it is different. The city lord is Wen Sha, and Wu Hung is behind him. It is destined not to join any country. On the carriage returning, the warlock closed his eyes and began to recall what had just happened. The rumors about this female city lord in the outside world have a lot of errors. From her current appearance, it is hard to tell whether she is pregnant or not. But it is possible that she has already given birth. The second point is that this female city lord is extremely wealthy. The items placed in her residence are not something that ordinary dignitaries can own. And some of them cannot even be bought with money. They represent the friendship of a race. It is not simple. Moreover, this person is also very courageous, which is not something that a small gang leader can do. After the eldest prince and the Yek kingdom were mentioned, the other party did not show any difference, as if they were just two titles. After returning, you must pass the message back. Zombie world. A group of survivors, holding national flags, rushed over from a side alley. The survivors, holding electric batons and machetes, checked them. Chi Honkai walked over, and the Korean translator Xian, he followed behind. Who is the leader? Chi Honkai asked. Xian, he followed the translator. A middle-aged man came out. I am. How many of you are there? There are 11 in total. We are all nearby residents. The other party replied. After Xian he translated. Chi Honkai nodded, and then said, tell them that we are from the Sanfu Port Rescue Team, and they can go back to the base with us. But they must obey the arrangements in the future. Those who don't want to can leave, and they will be given 3 days of rations. Xian he translated again. The people on the opposite side knelt down. Xian he said, Sister Chi, they are all willing to join. Please don't ignore them. Okay. Register them. And follow the convoy. Xian he continued. Everyone nodded. The location of the skeleton team. A large number of corpses were transformed into skeletons, and the corpse cores were also collected into the space ring. All of these were processed. Wu Hung walked into the maternal and child specialty store on the side, and took a look at the goods in the store. The items inside were well preserved, and most of them were brand new, with sealed bags. He casually collected the baby carriages and cribs into the space ring. When everything was processed, he returned to the base with the army. Rentam City, the island owner's mansion. When Manshaw was downstairs, assigning tasks to her subordinates, Wu Hung was in the bedroom upstairs, swinging the baby in his arms, calling her name softly. It was different from the first time he saw her yesterday. The baby was no longer so shy, and did not cry. He smiled at Wu Hung. Xiao Xiao was flying in the air. Quick! Let me play with it for a while. Wu Hung said unhappily. How can you talk like that? What do you mean by playing for a while? Put her on the bed first, and I'll put her to sleep. Xiao Xiao continued to say. Wu Hung put the child in the crib. Xiao Xiao used her ability to swing gently. Chapter 662, Rentam Alliance. What's her name? Glenda and Bernie also flew over. Wu Qin. It's strange, but it fits your naming style. Glenda read it twice and then said, Next time there's a good subject, I'll adapt your daughter into it. Then you, the great author, please be merciful and write a better character. Wu Hung said with a smile. The protagonist of a book is also the foundation of future fame. Granda has this idea. It is also a good thing for children. Okay. Granda nodded and agreed. The footsteps came from the door. The ghosts are hidden in shape. Little stops to tease the baby disappear. Immediately afterwards, the door opens, when Manshal walked in with the female housekeeper. The child with a smile on his eyes. The child, gently hold up. Go to sleep. Speaking, get the child to the housekeeper, take out the room. When Manshal went on to say, The parents of those children found it. 2 of them were taken away by my father. I haven't come back so far. It should be dead in the hands of the ghost. The remaining 2 said that they were stolen. The child was sent back. People will also arrange to follow up and investigate carefully. High efficiency. Wu Hung said. Intelligence work is our strong point. And this kind of thing is easy to investigate. When Manshaw finished speaking, sat down on the side, and then said, In the morning, the messenger of the eldest prince of the Yek kingdom came. What did he come for? Wu Hung asked curiously. He wants Rentam City to join the Yek kingdom, and promised that I will still be the city lord. There are also some verbal promises of resource support. Another thing is that he said that tens of thousands of troops were arranged on the border, and he hinted that if you disagree, he will directly attack and take this place. When Mancha's tone gradually became serious, Wu Hang's brows furrowed. This Yek kingdom. has really set its sights on this place. The last time I came back, the enemy I killed was related to the Yek kingdom, and they haven't given up yet. They can't handle the things in their own territory, and they always want to drag this place into the water. After thinking for a while, he asked, "Do you know where that person is?" "He lives in the Windcross Tavern," called Robian, a man in his 50s, tall and thin, wearing a warlock's uniform. When Manshaw recalled, described his appearance roughly, and added, "Don't kill him first. There are many messengers like this, and it's hard to kill them all, which will also affect the reputation of Ratam City." Wu Hung looked sideways, and the invisible ghost flew out directly. Then, when Manshaw talked about the situation in the city, this kind of thing happens all the time, including the temptations from within the kingdom of Yek, the solicitation of some sects and forces. It is difficult to avoid such things when owning a city, when Manshaw is also somewhat accustomed to it. Moreover, with the strength of the skeletons in the city, no one has been able to really threaten the city of Ratam. After chatting for a while, when Manshaw went downstairs again to deal with things, only Wu Hung was left upstairs, sitting in the study, flipping through the city's accounts. After a while, the ghost returned from outside. Seeing that there was no one in the room, Glinda said, "We found that person. He was drinking with someone in the tavern." From the conversation, he was indeed the prince's man. He also sent out the things he talked to Manshaw in the form of a letter. Then he added, "After they finished their meal, I followed the other person. He has a residence in the city, but judging from his clothes, he looks like a mercenary." Xiaoxiao nodded at the side. "There are no troops near the city, right?" "No, if there are troops, we can see them at a glance," Glinda said. "The effect of clairvoyance, you can see the level of light columns. The army presents dense light columns, which are easy to detect. It should be no problem." Wu Hung nodded. Glinda thought for a moment. "Do you need help to kill him? Just pretend it's suicide." "No, he's not a threat to the city, and if he dies, something might happen. When the time comes, just let Manshaw arrange someone to keep an eye on him," Wu Hung said. "The threat to Ratam City is still the army mentioned by the other party. Killing him will not change anything. You have the final say." Glinda nodded. He sat in the study for a while. There was a call for dinner downstairs, and Wu Hung went downstairs to eat. Wu Hang's 5th day in Ratam City. In the past few days, the time he spent in the zombie world has also been reduced a lot. He usually accompanies Manshaw and her daughter, and arranges ghosts to keep an eye on the situation in the city. Except for the last time, when the messenger mentioned the news that the army had gathered at the border. There was no news about the army. Wu Hung even took a ghost train to the border. The atmosphere in the city was quite serious, and there was no mention of tens of thousands of troops. It was more like when Manshaw rejected the other party's proposal, and came up with a temporary excuse to increase her momentum. "Master, Shaman Esker is here." The housekeeper went upstairs and said softly, "I'll go down now." Wu Hung put away his things and went downstairs. When he walked to the lobby on the first floor, he saw a somewhat old orc shaman standing in front of an oil painting. Looking up at it, hearing footsteps, he turned around and looked over. A smile appeared on his wrinkled face. "Deputy Deacon Wu Hung. Mr. Esker. It's been a long time since we last met." "Not too long. Please sit down." Wu Hung gestured. The orc sat down opposite him, and the maid brought tea and cakes. "What is Esker doing here?" Wu Hung asked directly. The orc was straightforward and said straight to the point. "I heard that a messenger from the Yeko Kingdom came, saying that the city of Ratam would be included in the territory of the Yeko Kingdom." "That's true." Wu Hung nodded in confirmation. The orc's eyes widened a little, and then asked, "What do you and Lord Wenmancha think?" Wu Hung pondered for a moment, and said, "Of course we don't believe what they say." The orc picked up the water cup and drank a sip. His huge mouth and fangs made the water cup look much smaller. He put the water cup down again and said, "In the past few days, several tribes met me and expressed their recognition of Ratam City and their respect for Lord Wenmancha. If there is really danger, the orc tribe will provide support to Ratam City." Wu Hung was surprised, and then said, "How many tribes in total?" The news about the kingdom of Yeko was released by Wu Hung. Compared to their own side, the ones who are most reluctant for Ratam City to join the Yeko kingdom are definitely the orcs in the city. In a city, half of the orcs rely on it for survival. The Mao Liao tribe, the Blackstone tribe, and several other tribes all rely on this city. If they join the Yeko kingdom and become a subsidiary city of humans. The orcs will face unbearable losses. This is indeed the case. After the news was released, the orc shaman came directly. There are currently 5 tribes. In terms of the number of people, there will be at least a few thousand people. The old orc said directly. Wu Hung thought for a moment, and said, I agree with Wanmansha, and I trust the orc brothers more. During this period of time, the city has also provided many jobs and conveniences for the orcs. I know this. And that's why we are willing to help Ratam City. The old orc said seriously. Wu Hung said, it's not certain when the Yeko Kingdom's plan will be implemented. It may also provoke our relationship in advance, or defeat us one by one. The orcs should be especially careful about this. We will, Wu Hung continued. In fact, Ratam City and the orc tribe can be closer. The old orc narrowed his eyes slightly. What do you mean? I also came up with it temporarily. Let's hear if it's feasible. The old orc nodded. Wu Hung continued. Why don't we establish a Ratam alliance? Whether it's fighting against foreign enemies in the future, or trading materials, or cooperating in other aspects. We will make things easier if we unite. Chapter 663, Island Master, do you want a flying dragon? The old orc's eyes lit up. Can you help the tribes build houses? They are too backward. Of course. Wu Hung smiled and nodded. The old orc also became interested. Tell me more. I think this idea is good. Unlike human countries, the orc tribes outside the city of Ratam exist in the form of a federation. Each tribe exists independently, but they belong to the same race. Except when facing a common enemy, other times, the tribes also fight each other. Therefore, in the eyes of the human race, the orcs are rude and barbaric. But the orcs have abundant materials and a large population base, which is what Wu Hung values. He wants to use the pressure brought by the kingdom of Yeko to link the orcs with the city of Ratam. Wu Hung told his thoughts to the other party. The old orc nodded frequently. After he finished speaking, the old orc continued, I will go back and discuss with the tribes and give you a reply as soon as possible. Okay. Wu Hung nodded. The old orc drank the tea in the cup, stood up and left. Wu Hung escorted her out of the city lord's mansion and waved goodbye. Night fell. Wu Hung told Wanmansha about his conversation with the orc shaman. Are you worried that we can't defend against the attack of the Yek Kingdom? Wanmansha asked curiously. No. The troops I arranged are enough to resist the Yek Kingdom. But when confronting them head-on, we have to take the orcs into consideration. If anyone doesn't have a good brain, it will be troublesome to imitate the Warhammer party to capture the city. Wu Hung replied with a smile. That makes sense. Wanmansha agreed. Wu Hung continued. The second point is to take advantage of this opportunity to make Ratam City more influential among the orcs, and to make use of its resources and population to help our development, Wu Hung said. Wanmansha pondered for a moment, and nodded. I understand. The orcs were finished. Wu Hung looked at Wanmansha, and said softly, I'll take you to Treasure Island. Leave this to Hartel first, and I'll send you back after a while. Wanmansha smiled and shook her head. I like it here. Wait until the baby grows up before going there. Just come back to see us often. Seeing that the other party was serious, Wu Hung didn't say much. From the space ring, she took out 3 rare items. These rare items are for you to use. She picked them up one by one and introduced them. This is a phantom veil. You can change your appearance after wearing it. Professionals below level 15 will definitely not be able to detect it, and those above level 15 have a chance to see through some flaws. The side effect is that you will unconsciously make some flirting gestures to men. Be careful. The second one is called Nightmare Well Lamp. If you don't like someone, you can collect their hair and dandruff and make them have nightmares. The side effect is that every time you use the first drop of blood of a living creature, you can just find some animals. The third one is for our daughter, called Dancer's Veil. After wearing it, she can show her superb dancing skills. The side effect is that after wearing it, she has to dance for 2 hours. If she likes it, she can wear it and practice. If she doesn't like it, she can put it away. Wanmansha looked at the 3 strange objects. It seems that none of them can be used. Keep it for now. Maybe you can use it someday. I will arrange some high-level skeletons for you tomorrow, Wu Hung said. Originally, I wanted to leave the church's immortal holy light to Wanmansha, but Wanmansha came from the Mafia, and I was afraid that there would be some side effects. There was no need to take this risk. Well, thank you, Master, Wanmansha said in a tender voice. As the sky gradually darkened, I asked the housekeeper to carry the sleeping child to the next room, and the two of them went to bed to rest. The next day, Wu Heng passed through the door of the warehouse and opened the connecting boundary door. As he gave the order, a large number of skeletons walked out directly. Each skeleton reached level 10 or above, wearing blue stab-proof clothing, tactical helmets, and carrying rifles. They looked like a modern army. Behind the team, there was a skeleton wearing a flowery long skirt and a sun hat. After they all came out, Wu Heng closed the gate and walked to the front yard with all the skeletons. When Manshaw also came over with the child in her arms, Wu Heng said, "It's called Bone Demon No. 2. It's a level 18 skeleton warrior. Its feature is that it can control all skeletons from a distance. It will be responsible for protecting you in the future, and you can tell it if you have any plans." Then, he continued to introduce the skeleton. "She is Wen Manshaw. You will be responsible for protecting her safety in the future, and you will also obey her orders." Bone Demon No. 2 walked to Wen Manshaw's side. Wen Manshaw nodded, and said with a smile, "Please take care of me in the future." Bone Demon No. 2 nodded slightly. After everything was arranged, Wu Heng and Wen Manshaw whispered a few more words. He put on the train conductor's hat, boarded the train, and waved goodbye. The train passed the border of the kingdom of Yeko. Wu Heng still got off the train to check, and released all 3 ghosts, and investigated the location of the city and the garrison. The border does have a certain number of troops, but it is still not enough to attack the city of Ratam. Either the plan was postponed, or the other party just said it casually. After confirming that there was no problem, Wu Heng continued to take the train and headed for Blackstone Town. In the butler's study, he met Slater, Yuri, and the 18th level skeleton attendant arranged by his side. After confirming that the two were not in danger, he felt relieved. This time he did not stay for long and had dinner together. After telling the two to be careful, he put on his hat again and returned to Treasure Island. Treasure Island? Outside the association. The association has such a course? Why haven't I heard of it before? The young dwarf, carrying a backpack, squeezed into the crowd. The companion beside him said, "I heard that the island owner fought for us, as a condition for joining the Hongwen Association. He is a necromancer. Why is this? I don't believe it. I don't think the same as you. If it were someone else, I wouldn't believe it, but I believe that the Wuling Island owner could do such a thing." As he was talking, another person came up. "Today is the open class for alchemists, and there will be courses for artificers and bards later, all free. Other places, where can you get such treatment? Treasure Island has changed too much. In the past few days since I left, all the classes that Hongwen we promised to give were arranged in the classrooms provided by the association. Different types of public classes were held. It was free, but you had to register in advance. If the class was full, you had to wait for the next time. When this matter was announced, it caused quite a stir on the island, and the popularity was not much lower than that of exhibitions and auctions. After all, it was clear who benefited from free classes. The nobles and wealthy merchants looked down on these things, and the people who benefited the most were ordinary residents. Although I know that the island master Wuheng and the deacon Zalagui are very kind to ordinary people on the island, but I didn't expect that they would go to this extent. There are even some rumors that in exchange for these courses, the island master Wuheng was forced to join the Hongwen Society. What a good person. For the people on the island, he actually did this. Those people in the Hongwen Society are also hateful. They actually threaten people with such things. I thought about it in my heart, but I still had to take the course. After all, everyone is working hard for their own improvement. Master, you are back. Entering the courtyard gate, the maids went out to greet him. You are back. Is everything fine at home? Wu Heng took off his coat and asked casually. Minnie said, nothing is wrong. The Hongwen Society's lectures have been arranged, and today is the second day of the alchemy course. We also went to listen. The only bad thing is, you have to buy the herbs yourself. The material store is making a lot of money. Wu Heng smiled and said, the course is free. You must prepare the materials yourself, and you can't let the association pay for it all. That's right. The master fought for all these. Minnie followed up, and then asked, Sister, when Manshaw is okay, is the child cute? Cute, named Wuqin. I'll take you there if I have a chance. Okay, but it's a little too far. Sitting in the living room and chatting with Minnie, the knock on the door sounded again. Catwoman Roby ran out quickly, asked a few questions, and ran back. Master, there is someone outside the door. saying that he had been to the city hall before, and wants to talk to you about cooperation. How many people? Just one person. Bring him in, Wu Heng said. Robbie nodded and walked out quickly. Wu Heng sat in the living room and waited for a while. Robbie walked in, followed by a strong man wearing brown leather armor. Messy hair. Thick beard. This image doesn't look like a businessman who comes to discuss cooperation. The man entered the hall, quickly scanned everyone, and finally landed on Wu Heng. Bowed, and said in a rough voice, "Dragon smugglers. Gregor. Meet the island owner." Dragon smugglers? Wu Heng frowned slightly. Was the fact that he killed their fleet investigated? This shouldn't be the case. Not a single one was left alive. Even the flying dragons were only left alive with 3. And they were locked in the backyard. Sit down. You said you came to me to discuss cooperation? Wu Heng asked. The man sat down opposite him and said directly, "Master Island Master, we are in the business of selling flying dragons. You should know about flying dragons. There was a fleet in the Emerald Sea for escort before. It seems that he came to sell flying dragons to him." Wu Heng nodded. Flying dragons? But for now, the island has no intention of purchasing flying dragons. No. Blame me for not explaining it clearly. The man immediately waved his hand and then explained, "Our leader wants to ask you if you have any intention of purchasing flying dragon skeletons. We have a lot of dead flying dragon bodies in our hands." Chapter 664. Hello, can you hear me? Selling dragon skeletons? Wu Heng hadn't thought of this. In the association in some countries and races, there are laws protecting corpses and skeletons. But it doesn't include monsters and wild beasts. Among the exquisitely carved ornaments said by those merchants, there are ornaments made of animal bones. It's hard to say whether the dragon skeleton is included in it. If it is really included, it should not be included in the corpse protection law, but should be classified as the Necromancer restriction law. The dragon traders are quite interesting. Recently, Treasure Island has been quite popular in the surrounding area, and they have taken the initiative to find a necromancer like me to do business. With such a sharp mind, it is no wonder that they can make money. Wu Heng also became interested and asked, "How many flying dragon corpses do you have?" "A lot. If you need a large number, we can also dig out all the corpses that were buried in the past," the man said excitedly. The disappearance of the pirates in the Emerald Sea has also affected the business of the dragon traders. If we can connect with Treasure Island, it will definitely be a good business route. The flying dragons can be sold normally, and the corpses can continue to be sold, which can be regarded as additional income. Wu Heng nodded, looked at the other party. "Can you make the decision on this matter?" "When I came, the leader had already given me the right to make the decision, and the island owner can rest assured," the other party said seriously. "Okay, tell me the price." "Adult flying dragons, which can reach level 13, have the ability to fly, and are very strong, with a certain deterrent power." The man talked about the characteristics of the flying dragon, and then quoted the price. 700 silver per body, and for corpses that have not reached level 10, you will be charged 500 silver. Hearing this price, Wu Heng frowned. "I remember that I bought a batch of corpses from Lightalai of the Snake Emblem Consortium last time. It was not an order from the consortium, but because they tried to rob the consortium's transport team on the way. They were wiped out. The most expensive level 15 corpse at that time was only 600 silver coins. Of course, Lightalai traded it to me privately, which was a friendly price. But the price offered by the dragon dealer team was still a bit expensive." Picking up the teacup and taking a sip, Wu Heng said lightly, "It's expensive." "How can it be expensive?" "Sir, you can definitely dominate the sky when you transform into a skeleton. Just think about it. When the sky is full of flying dragons, it will also be a guarantee for the safety of Treasure Island," the man said immediately. Wu Heng's tone was still calm. "Killing a level 10 wanted criminal in the association is about 500 in reward. Your body, without any risk, will cost 700 silver coins. You decide if it's expensive or not." "Sir, you can't calculate it that way. The flying dragon can fly. It has a very high value in your hands." Wu Heng looked up at the other party and said directly, 300 silver coins for a body above level 10, and 100 silver coins for a body below level 10. This is the price I can accept." The man looked embarrassed. "This is too low. This is the price I can accept. If you can't make the decision, you can go back and ask your leader," Wu Heng said. The man fell silent, not saying anything, and had no intention of leaving. He just sat on the sofa and thought. After a long while, he suddenly looked up. "We have another condition," Wu Heng said with a smile. "Tell me about it." "You have to buy all our corpses, and if there are any in the future, you have to buy them too." The man's tone was serious. Wu Heng nodded. "Okay, at this price, I can agree to it. I also need to collect some deposit." "No, I will settle the bill according to the quantity when the goods arrive. Treasure Island is here. I can't run away, and I don't know where you are," Wu Heng said. "That's fine. I want to sign the agreement," the man said. Wu Heng glanced at his side. "Minnie, go and draw up an agreement. You must ensure that the dragon's skeleton is mature. The body is intact, and it can be transformed into a dead spirit." The man immediately added, "We will settle the full amount at that time. We will not accept any equivalent substitutes. Gold and silver coins are fine." Minnie looked at Wu Heng, who nodded. "Write it in for him too." "Yes, master." Minnie went upstairs directly to draw up the agreement. "The agreement of the city hall is ready. That is, fill in the name of the purchased items, quantity and price, and some supplementary terms. No need to rewrite." In the hall, the man took a sip of the teacup, smacking his lips. Then he leaned forward. "Master, Island Master. About 2 months ago, was there any news about our fleet in the Emerald Sea? One of our fleets disappeared in the Emerald Sea." "Oh, caravan?" Wu Heng asked curiously. Merchant caravan." Wu Heng frowned and thought for a while. "I haven't heard of such a caravan. If it never returns, it may have encountered some danger." The man said, "No news has been sent back." Wu Heng glanced at the other party. "How about this? You tell me the characteristics of the caravan ships, and then I will help you investigate and see if I can find anything." "Thank you, island owner," Wu Heng continued. "Annette, you write down the characteristics of the fleet." Annette, the lop-eared rabbit, took out a piece of paper and began to record. The man also described the type of the missing ship, flag style, and other characteristics. Annette also wrote it all down. Soon Minnie also took the agreement down from upstairs, let the other party check it, and after there was nothing to change, she signed her name directly. Wu Heng continued to ask, "When can it be shipped over?" "After returning, I will immediately arrange a fleet to ship it to you, which will take about 2 weeks." "Okay, then prepare it as soon as possible," Wu Heng said. The man drank the tea in one gulp and stood up and said, "Then I won't bother you. Sir, I will go back and arrange this matter now." "Okay." Wu Heng sent him to the door. Outside the courtyard gate, there were still a few people waiting for the other party. After seeing him coming out, he walked out while confirming the situation in a low voice. After seeing him off, Wu Heng sat in the living room and drank tea again. The dragon sales team came to sell flying dragon skeletons, which was still beyond his expectations. But for him, it was also a good thing, especially in the zombie world. The official bases of various countries are likely to have aircraft. As his side expands, he should meet them later. Having air superiority is a very important thing in the modern power game. Compared with airplanes, skeleton dragons also have their own advantages. They are more flexible and can make any movements in the air. Wu Heng feels that they are no worse than airplanes. Large-scale purchases and conversions are still very useful. Some monster corpses are not subject to the restriction law, so they can be purchased directly. Except for the dragon. It seems that there is nothing else I need, Wu Heng thought. "Master, would you like some cakes?" Minnie asked. "No. I'm going upstairs. Go to the radio room and tell Wen Manshaw that I'm back safely." Wu Heng stood up and said as he walked, "Okay, master." Minnie agreed with a smile and took the other two to the radio room to chat with Wen Manshaw. Returning to the study, Wu Heng opened the door and headed to the zombie world. After walking out of the door, he asked the skeleton to clean the room for him, and took out the intercom to call Chi Han Kai to the meeting room. After sitting in the conference room for a while, Chi Han Kai walked in with an owl on his head. After the other party sat down, Wu Heng asked, "Is there anything wrong with the base?" "No. Everything is normal," Chi Han Kai replied. "What about the 2 technicians? Is there any progress?" Wu Heng asked directly. "At the military factory, some progress is quite significant. But the people in class here always give people the feeling that there is no progress." Chi Han Kai said, "In the communications technology department, a group of skeletons have been trained and can be arranged to set up lines. Wu Hung raised his eyebrows and continued. According to what the female technician said, how many people are generally needed to adjust the equipment and connect the lines? In an area, about 5 people are enough. Then leave 5 skeletons. And send the rest to Gao Rong and Li Yong first. Chi Hankai nodded. Okay. I will arrange a ship to send the skeletons there later. Have the new skeletons been added? Yes. And the class has started. Wu Hung asked again. Where are the male technicians? The male technicians are debugging the equipment on the ship. He said that in a few days, they can be assigned to work. Chi Hankai continued to answer. Tell him to hurry up. Okay. Chi Hankai replied, reaching out to touch the owl standing on the table. Wu Hung turned his gaze, also looked at the owl. Asked, have you had any training recently? Following the skeleton training you arranged for me. Wu Hung flipped his hand, took out the detection level crystal, and handed it to her. Hold it, try to sense it, I'll see if you're lazy. Chi Hankai looked at him in confusion, still holding it in her hand, trying to sense the crystal in her hand. As she moved, the crystal gradually lit up. It didn't light up much. And then it stopped. Level 3. It's a bit low. But Chi Hankai's job change was not long ago. But he still said with a straight face, you said you didn't slack off. But after so long. You're only level 3. Chi Hankai frowned and looked at the crystal in his hand. I wonder if this thing is accurate. Every morning and evening. You must take time to train. And notify Li Yong. Wu Hung said seriously. I know. Don't be angry. I'll work hard later. Chi Hankai leaned over and said coquettishly. Wu Hung chatted with Chi Hankai for a while, waiting for Xiao Xiao to come back from her mother's outside. Wu Hung took the graduated skeleton and walked into the gate, headed to Treasure Island. Dinner. Wu Hung sat on one side of the dining table, and opposite him was Anweer, who was eating and reporting. Master, we published a new issue of the newspaper after you left, and the response was very good. It was a hot topic on the island for the next few days. The association started teaching. Today is the second course, and a large number of students gathered to sign up, and the patrol team specially increased the manpower to maintain order on the scene. There is also the sale of houses. The newly built location has been sold in advance. And the demand for houses is relatively large. After explaining everything, Wu Hung nodded. There was no special situation on the island, and everything was going according to the previous arrangements. The only difference was that I didn't expect the association's open class to be arranged so quickly. When I just returned to the island, I was still a little unresponsive. I eavesdropped on some conversations and only then did I know what was going on. Have the lines been laid? Anweer said. They have been laid. I will arrange for Skeleton to go and debug the phone tomorrow morning. So be prepared. Okay. Master. After dinner, they chatted in the living room for a while. The maids went to training, and Wu Hung began to assemble the electromagnetic gun. When it got dark, they returned to their rooms to rest. Association. Deacon study. In the morning, Zalagui just walked into the study and paused. In the study, a skeleton in a yellow vest was busy at the desk. On the back of the yellow vest, the words communication maintenance were written. It looked like a technical skeleton responsible for maintenance of some kind. Zalagui looked at Shiryali, who had come earlier with a puzzled look on her face. What do you mean? You arranged a skeleton so early in the morning. What is it repairing here? Shiryali shrugged. Wu Hung arranged it, and said he was installing something. He was busy here all morning. I haven't seen what he took out. It's probably something new. Zalagui glanced at the skeleton again, walked to the desk, and said, go over there and get busy. After that, she sat down on the chair and took out a stack of documents from the space ring. Skeleton was driven aside, squatting on the ground to continue working. Shiryali moved a chair for Skeleton. Wu Hung saw you bullying Skeleton. Be careful not to blame you. Who bullied Skeleton? I'm working too, Zalagui said casually. Soon, the phone was assembled. It was placed directly on Zalagui's desk, and Skeleton turned around and left. Zalagui frowned and looked at it. Then what? What's it for? Leave now? She couldn't say anything. Ding-ling-a-ling. The object on the table suddenly rang. The two sisters were startled, and their eyes revealed speculation. Zalagui still picked up the phone and put it to her ear, imitating the way she saw Philippa use it on the ship. A familiar voice came from the phone. Hello. Can you hear me? Wu Hung, Zalagui exclaimed. Shiryali also came up immediately. And the two girls put their faces together, listening to the voice coming from the phone. This is the phone I installed for you too. If you have something in the future, just call directly. It's very convenient, Wu Heng said. She logically looked at the base of the phone and asked, Can I contact you by picking it up? You need to dial. Isn't there a row of numbers on it? The phone is also connected to the city hall and the patrol team. Write down the numbers and call wherever you want in the future, Wu Heng explained, while Yali wrote down the numbers of several places. After hanging up the phone, the two tried to contact the city hall and the patrol team. Sure enough, they were all connected, and it was very convenient. This is a bit magical. Putting the phone aside, the two sat in their respective seats and fell silent. After a long while, Yali said, Do you think Wu Heng is really an old monster who was resurrected with a new body? She logically glanced at the pen and phone on the table and said, I understand what you mean. But his personality is not like that of an old monster at all. When he first came to the island, he asked me many questions, just like he had just left a small place. Then he is too powerful, Yali said. Maybe they are all things from his hometown. He knows about them, so he just took them and used them. She logically guessed. Sister. Why? We can't let him run away now. We must catch him. She logically rolled her eyes at her. You are talking about these again, and why did you kiss him last time? I explained it to you. I didn't mean it. Why are you jealous? Who is jealous? At the port, a docked cargo ship. The cabin was dark, and the hanging light stones gave off a faint light. A pale-skinned man with short hair, wearing a black robe, sat at the dining table, gently shaking a wine glass filled with red liquid. Knock. Knock. There was a knock on the door. Come in. The door opened, and a figure came in quickly, closing the door tightly. After a respectful salute, he said in a low voice, Sir, the news from Treasure Island has been reported back. Now there are many wealthy merchants and nobles gathered on the island. The man narrowed his eyes slightly, and a red light flashed in his eyes. The wine glass in his hand was still shaking, as if he was thinking about something. With so many people gathered, if he took action directly, it would probably cause serious consequences. Then he asked, Are there any high-level professionals on the island? The subordinate sniffed the faint smell of blood in the air, swallowed his saliva, and continued, We haven't found any strong people. The deacon is Zalugwi, about level 15. Recently, Hong Wenhui has also arranged people to teach on the island. But we haven't found out whether there are any high-level strong people. The man was a little depressed, and drank the blood wine in the glass. Continue to get information. Hongwen will arrange courses. There will be high-level professionals accompanying them. Confirm how many people there are. And there is Wu Heng. I want his information. Yes, sir. The subordinate replied respectfully, and then left. The man sat in the room and pondered for a while. He walked out of his cabin and headed to the larger warehouse next door. The door opened, and a pair of blood-red eyes looked directly over. Zombie world. After arranging the phone call in the morning, Wu Heng went to the zombie world. Walking down the dormitory building, he saw a male technician passing by. Chief. The male technician choked and saluted immediately. Wu Heng nodded and asked, How is the teaching of the students going? The male technician looked serious. It has been taught almost, and the equipment can be installed and controlled normally. Chapter 665. Can batch distortion be performed? Have the equipment on the ship been adjusted? Wu Heng asked. The male technician immediately replied, The ships at the port have been equipped with close-in defense guns, and the electromagnetic waves of the anti-aircraft missiles have also been adjusted, so they can capture the distorted flying creatures you mentioned. Wu Heng then asked, Can those skeletons also be debugged and installed independently? Yes, skeletons, skeleton trainees, can all be done independently, but the installation of large equipment requires the assistance of equipment. The male technician explained. Okay. I understand. You can continue your class. Yes, Chief. The male technician saluted respectfully, and walked quickly towards the office building of the classroom. Wu Heng watched him leave, and walked towards the motorcade at the gate. He opened the car door, and sat in the passenger seat. The skeleton attendant also sat in the back seat of the vehicle. Let's go. It's getting late, Wu Heng said. Chi Honkai picked up the walkie-talkie, and gave the order to set off. The motorcade drove out of the base directly, and headed for the distance. In the truck. After driving for a distance, Chi Honkai casually turned on another radio in the car and adjusted the channel. As the sound of electricity disappeared, a singing voice came out from inside. Zhao Yinqiu? Wu Heng listened carefully and was sure that the person singing was Zhao Yinqiu. Little mother. Chi Honkai smiled and said, we discussed it and selected a frequency band as the main radio station of the base. Zhao Yinqiu is responsible for the radio broadcast in the afternoon and evening, mainly talking about the development direction of the base, singing for everyone, or chatting with the microphone. How is the effect? The effect is good. She is about to become a star in the base, and is very popular. Chi Honkai said casually. You have this talent? I didn't realize it before. Wu Heng was also a little surprised. Chi Honkai turned her head and looked over here, asked, isn't it the professional scroll you gave her? Wu Heng did not deny it. I gave her a scroll. No wonder, I was wondering why there was such a big change. Chi Honkai looked as if it was expected. The scroll can't directly change a person. She probably had some talent before, and it improved a little with the help of the scroll. Wu Heng said thoughtfully. The career scroll is certainly important, but it only determines the direction of growth. Zhao Yinqiu is popular on the radio station, largely because of her talent in this area, and the improvement of the voice and some aspects of the bard has achieved the current effect. Chi Honkai muttered, I would have chosen this career if I had known. Wu Heng stretched out his hand and pinched her face. Different careers have their own advantages. How can I give you a bad one? Chi Honkai nodded. That's right. But the training is a bit tiring. The higher the level, the better it is for your figure and physique. Is it also good for your figure? Chi Honkai subconsciously straightened his chest. Yes, work hard. I suddenly feel motivated, Chi Honkai said with a smile. While driving, the two chatted casually. As for Zhao Yinqiu's changes, some of them were still beyond Wu Heng's expectations. After knowing her mother a little, she chose a more suitable career scroll. The subsequent upgrades should not be too slow. Soon, the convoy left the main road and drove towards a remote road. The convoy stopped, and wandering zombies could be seen from a distance. Wu Heng got out of the car and led the skeletons to fight against the zombies. The deformed dog ran over quickly, after attracting attention, turned around and ran. The dense group of zombies began to charge towards this side. Bang! 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 A loud and heavy sound of running sounded. The running group of zombies suddenly became chaotic. Groups of deformed black pigs rushed out from the alley on one side, knocked over a large number of zombies. The black pigs were strong, like strong bulls. The walls and wooden fences along the road were all smashed to pieces. This power and momentum, I am afraid it can directly knock open the skeleton spear formation. Uncle, there are wild boars coming. Xiaoxiao pointed to the distance and warned. I saw them. What level are these wild boars? Wu Heng asked. There are both level 7 and 8. Less than level 10. So it's not a big problem. Wu Heng said to the big-headed skeleton, let the skeleton dragon bomb. Whoosh. As soon as the words fell, a series of air-breaking sounds were heard, and the skeleton dragon flew over the head, flying above the corpse group. Dense iron bullets fell along the road like a rainstorm. Boom, boom, boom. Violent explosions sounded, and the black pigs in the front fell down in large numbers in an instant. Then, the second wave of bombing fell again, and the black pigs and the corpses were covered by the bombing at the same time, and the blood and broken limbs flew everywhere. After 2 rounds, the remaining black pigs and the corpses directly hit the spear formation. A fierce fight broke out. The wisps of residual souls floated into the sky again, and Grinda flew up directly and began to devour the residual souls in the sky. It would take a few days to upgrade Grinda alone, but so far, there is still no sign of upgrading. It feels that level 20 has higher requirements than the previous levels. There are still residual souls provided by the zombie world on my side. It is more difficult for ordinary ghosts to reach level 20. No wonder, I have only heard of professionals becoming heroes. Ghosts also have levels, but there is no record of reaching level 20, or even no title after reaching the level. Not long after, the zombies below were killed or injured, and the residual souls in the sky were also absorbed. One after another, the deformed black pigs were dragged to the open space in front of them, occupying a large area of space. Dead skeleton battlefield release, the wild boar skeleton stood up, and staggered to the side. Pick out all the corpse cores. Wu Heng ordered. The skeletons walked in, picked out all the corpse cores, and threw them into the plastic bag in Wu Heng's hand. After all the corpse cores were picked up, Wu Hung continued to release dead corpse battlefield along the way, and a large number of skeletons stood up and joined the skeleton queue. Then, Chi Honkai led the convoy to search. After the search was completed, they got back in the car and, surrounded by the skeletons, they began to return to the base. When they came back, the convoy was followed by more than 300 sturdy skeleton pigs on both sides, shaking and swaying, attracting attention. Soon, the convoy arrived at the base. This was handed over to Chi Honkai, and Wu Hung went to the port and asked Skeleton to drive the frigate to Shanfu Port. Through the previously built gate, it was sent to the Treasure Island dock. Treasure Island Port. Wu Hung stood at the port, looking at the two huge frigates leaning against one side. The frigates in the modern world are not the largest ships, but in this world, they are exaggeratedly magnificent. They are better than all other warships. The first warship has been handed over to Philippa for use. The hull is cleaned very clean, and it can be seen that the ship is well cared for, but after some special decorations, it looks a bit out of place. The ropes on the ship are hung with flags of different colors, and the hulls on both sides are hung with a row of shields of different styles. The waves drive the hull to shake, and the shields also jingle. Standing at the port and waiting for a while, Philippa, with a parrot on his shoulder, followed by a skeleton attendant, walked over in a swagger. Looking for me. Just after he finished speaking, he saw another new frigate and exclaimed, "Damn, another one?" Wu Hung said, "This one has more complete performance, and there will be 2 frigates in the future." "Wow, so cool!" Philippa cheered and ran over directly. Before Wu Hung finished speaking, he also walked over and boarded the second frigate together. Philippa looked around. Even though it was no different from the first one, her eyes were full of surprise. Finally, her eyes fell on the shipborne close and defense gun. Machine gun. "It's quite cool." Philippa patted the close and defense gun and said, "It's called a close and defense gun. It can hit aerial targets." Philippa curled her lips. "Forget it. The air defense you mentioned last time didn't work. It can be used this time. When there are air units, you can just give orders to the skeletons," Wu Hung said, seeing that he was serious. Philippa nodded. "Next time there is a flying target, try again. You will hardly encounter it in the Emerald Sea. It would be best if you don't." "That's right." Philippa looked at the boat for a while, and loved this kind of boat. It was like a racing driver who got a great car. "Let's go. If you have a chance, you can go out for patrol. Let's go back to eat first." Wu Hung put his arm around his shoulder and walked down. At the same time, he arranged a large number of skeletons to guard this place. Although I am not worried about being driven away, I still need to be careful. After leaving the port, I called a carriage and returned to the island owner's mansion together. After dinner, Wu Hung returned to the study. He glanced at the 3 ghosts who were busy with their own things and sat down. He couldn't help but think about the group of black pigs he met today. These deformed black pigs were obviously from a nearby pig farm. When Chi Honkai and others were searching and inspecting, there were also many corpses of ordinary pigs in the pig farm, and the number was even greater. But the conversion rate of distorted beasts is much higher than that of humans. It is almost half and half. This also gave Wu Hung an idea. Can we use wild beasts or poultry to convert distorted zombies in batches? If we can mass produce them, the first level corpse core will not be a problem, and the strengthening potion will not be out of stock. Maybe it can be possible. The more I think about it, the more it is worth a try. Let's see which wild beast or monster is suitable. Bring it to the zombie world for an experiment. After thinking for a while, the sky gradually darkened. Wu Hung stood up and said, "I'm going back to sleep. Good night. Good night. Goodbye. Uncle." "Xiao Xiao. Learn to write when you have time. Don't always watch cartoons." "Uncle." "I know." Xiao Xiao agreed. After Wu Hung left, he stuck out his tongue at the door. "I won't." Chapter 666. Docked Ships. In the morning, Opera House. As the melodious music sounded, the huge curtain of the stage slowly opened. The scene behind the curtain was a noisy tavern, where the drinkers were chatting and drinking, and a maid in a blue dress walked constantly between the tables, serving the drinks ordered by the guests. The maid's voice was clear and ethereal, and in the messy scene, it instantly attracted everyone's attention. Squeak! The sound of the door opening sounded. A figure in a black cloak appeared, glancing around, walking to the corner of the scene, and slowly sitting down. The maid walked over quickly. "Sir, what would you like?" The man took out 2 silver coins, and threw them on the maid's tray. I want a cocktail, and the other one is for you. It depends on what you like to drink. Thank you, sir. The maid smiled and quickly went down to prepare. Auditorium. They started from the tavern. Minnie said softly. Robe followed. The original story begins with an introduction of identity, which was omitted. Well, this is also good. Minnie nodded. Annette said, the lady who plays the master. Every line and action seems to be very serious. But she acted well. But she seemed shorter than the master. Minnie looked sideways. Wu Hung turned his head and looked at the other party. Speak softly. It's not good for others to hear. Oh! Association members. Watching position. Sure, Yali watched the performance. Is the fifth princess playing Wu Hung? Yes. I asked someone to investigate. And she has been rehearsing the stage play during this period. So she is quite honest. She Logui said. She doesn't look too old. And she looks quite pitiful. She Logui turned her head and glanced at her. All Treasure Island can do is protect her safety on the island. And will not involve Treasure Island in political struggles just because of her pity. I know. Sure, Yali looked back at the stage. I have to say, she acted quite well. How come she acted so much like Wu Hung? Stop talking. It's the crucial moment. The performance on the stage continued. As the plot progressed, everyone stopped talking and watched the performance carefully. As the fire raged, the actress who played Benny stood quietly in front, wearing simple clothes, with a firm look in her eyes, without a trace of fear. She looked at the cult members in black robes. She smiled mockingly and said loudly, Wu Hung will come back to avenge me and the dead villagers. After that, she walked directly into the fire without waiting for the cult members to get close, and was engulfed by the fire. The scenes are all presented by some props. But seeing this, there are still a few sighs from the stands. Even if you have seen and heard this story before, it is still regrettable to see it here. Then, the character who plays Wu Hung appears. At this time, he wears a more gorgeous wizard robe, and the servants behind him are also tall and mighty. It is obviously different from the image in the tavern. Wu Hung finds Benny's body and resurrects her. Later, the pace of the story begins to accelerate. Wu Hung begins to seek revenge on the cult and kills all the villains in the story. The story is short, and it was finished in 30 minutes. The actors bowed and thanked, and the curtain fell. The performance was over. The maid who had first approached Wu Hung to discuss the story adaptation came over from the stage quickly. She bowed and said, Master Island Master, ladies. Wu Hung smiled and nodded. The performance was very good. You are very talented in this area. Although not as good as those real bards, it was already good for a group of bar maids to perform like this. The woman looked a little excited. Thank you, sir. Minnie. Wu Hung said to the person beside him. Minnie took out a few scrolls of the bard and handed them to the other party. The island owner has prepared them for you. I hope you will continue to work hard. The maid took it subconsciously. Thank you. Sir, thank you. Miss. Wu Hung led the people away, and the cheers and sobs of the women came from behind. In the afternoon, Golden Sail Tavern. The bard Sabin finished reading the latest issue of the Great Detective story, and took a sip from the teacup. The adaptation of the Great Detective stage play made them more famous on the island. Moreover, they also reached a cooperation with the Opera House, and performed the Great Detective stage play every 3 days. This also made them earn a lot of money. But on weekdays, they would still read newspapers and chat with people in the pub. Not only because the pub gave him this job when he was in trouble, but also to keep himself popular and familiar with the latest Great Detective stories. Prepare for the subsequent adaptation. Everyone, tomorrow the association will have a course for the Strange Machine Master. If you are interested, don't forget to sign up. This is the opportunity that the island owner has fought for. Everyone nodded in the audience. I heard that it is a condition for joining the Hongwen Association. I have also heard about this matter. The island owner is also required to hand over the potion formula. This is too much. This is somewhat different from robbery. The island owner is a good person. It's the writer who always breaks the chapters. Don't let me know who he is. Indeed, it's better to let him hide forever. At this time, someone walked into the tavern and whispered a few words to Sabin. Sabin nodded, and waited for the other party to leave. Then he said directly, there is the latest news, and I want to tell you all. Everyone was silent, and looked forward at the same time. Sabin continued, the stage play Blushing Maid Bernie adapted by the maids has been recognized by the island owner at the Opera House. It will be performed at the Opera House in a few days. I hope you will go and support it. They are really successful. Before, I was asked to play a cult. Hey! I would have agreed if I had known. I want to play it too. Return to the island owner's mansion. Wu Hung returned to the study and turned on the air conditioner. He glanced at Benny beside him. How was your story? Are you satisfied? The ghosts also watched the performance of the stage play. But they were invisible and did not show up. Moreover, today's story is adapted from Benny's story. The real protagonist is floating on the side. Hearing Wu Hang's words, Benny smiled and said, "It's all because of Mrs. Glenda's good story. And I'm not that great. I was scared at the time. Fear is a normal reaction. You are already very brave," Wu Hung said. Glenda also said, "Yes. Much braver than those high-level professionals. Yes. I also feel that Sister Benny is very brave. Like a hero." Xiao Xiao also said, "Thank you everyone." Benny thanked and flew to Wu Hung again. "Thank you, Wu Hung. You took me out of Blackstone Town. You are so polite." Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door, and Minnie's voice came in. "Master," Mrs. McIntosh called, and said she had something to ask you. Wu Hung opened the door and went downstairs, picking up the phone and putting it to his ear. "Hello. Master Island Master, I am McIntosh. I have special information to report to you." A low female voice came from the other side. "What's wrong?" Wu Hung asked. The other side said directly, "We got the information that there is a cargo ship at the port, which sends a lot of food every day, which can probably feed nearly 100 people. We suspect there is a problem." Chapter 667, The Head Was Left Behind. Tell me from the beginning. Wu Hung frowned slightly and asked. On the other side, McIntosh replied, "After receiving the suspicious news about this ship, we began to collect some intelligence. The ship docked at the port for 4 days. Except for the first day, when it docked at the port, it transported a large amount of cargo. It has been docked at the port. But every day someone would send a lot of supplies to the ship. After investigating, it was found that it was fixed food and fresh water. Based on this alone, we can conclude that there are still many people on the ship who have not disembarked. They cannot be trained animals or slaves. They cannot eat so well. There are many people hiding inside. Their purpose is still unclear. I will just call you and tell you." McIntosh spoke quickly, but we could understand what he meant. The ship has been docked for 4 days, and food and fresh water are delivered to the ship every day. Based on this alone, we can conclude that there is a problem. Nearly 100 people with unknown purposes are staying at the port, which is really a problem. Who is the one delivering food to the ship? Wu Hung asked. A servant of a mansion on the island. His identity is still being confirmed. He should be a dignitary who recently bought a house on the island, McIntosh said directly. Wu Hung was silent for a moment, then said, "Which berth is it at? What are the characteristics of the ship?" McIntosh replied, "Berth 5. A large commercial cargo ship, with a flag with a blue background and a red bird's beak pattern." "I see. Have someone keep an eye on your side too. Don't alarm them first." "Understood." After hanging up the phone, Wu Hung leaned on the edge of the table and pondered. Obviously, the people on the ship did not know the situation along the coast. I wonder if any porter on the island could infer that there were people hiding inside based on the amount of food delivered to the ship. Of course, it is also possible that the other party thought that the port was in chaos, or that the time was short and no one would notice them. In short, it can be confirmed that there were nearly 100 people hiding in the ship, and the purpose was still unclear. It may be related to several commodities sold on the island recently, especially the medicine, which represents a very important meaning. Wu Hung thought about it quickly and summarized a few points. They were outsiders and did not understand the characteristics of the coast. There were more than 100 people, and they had strong discipline and were confident that they could do something to Treasure Island. The only thing missing was that their purpose was not clear. "Master, is there any danger?" Minnie, who was standing aside, asked softly. Wu Hung gathered his thoughts and said, "It's not dangerous. There is a ship docked at the port." McIntosh suspected that there were people hiding inside. He asked Annette and Roby not to go out today if there was nothing to do, so as to avoid any danger. "Okay, Master. We understand this." Minnie smiled and nodded. Wu Hung did not say much, and went upstairs to the study. In the study, the 3 ghosts were still busy with their own things. Wu Hung said to Glinda, There are some things that require you to go. What's wrong? Glenda looked at him in confusion. Macintosh called just now, saying that a suspicious ship was found in the port, which purchased food and fresh water for nearly 100 people every day, but no one showed up, so he suspected that someone was hiding inside. Wu Hung sat down and roughly recounted what he had heard from Macintosh. Glenda asked, "Do you know which ship it is?" Wu Hung said, "The ship at the fifth berth is a large cargo ship flying a red bird's beak flag. Confirm the identity and purpose of the people inside. It's best not to be discovered." Glenda nodded. "Okay. I'll go over now." After that, he went through the wall and left. Xiao Xiao, who was eavesdropping on the side, also flew over. "I'll go and take a look too." "Don't go." Wu Hung immediately stopped him. "Aw? Why?" "You and Benny check around the island owner's mansion to see if there are any suspicious people," Wu Hung ordered. "Oh, okay." Xiao Xiao and Benny also flew out and began to check around the island owner's mansion. Waited in the room for a while. Xiao Xiao and Benny flew back. Nothing was found. Xiao Xiao said. Benny added, "I went to Lady Chanella's residence on the way, and there was no danger there." While talking, Glenda also flew back. She said directly, "Vampires, and their levels are not high." From the conversation they heard, it can be confirmed that the target is you, and they are waiting for an opportunity. Vampires? It's not surprising to hear this news. I helped Lilith kill some vampires, and it was normal for their families to come and avenge me. Of course, the revenge I imagined was that the vampires were arrogant and came to kill me in a swaggering manner. Now it seems that they are also afraid. They plan to kill me in a more secretive way. What is the highest level? Wu Hung asked. Glenda shook his head. There are several level 15 vampires in the cabin, and I didn't see any higher professionals. It is very likely that they are in a separate cabin. If they dare to come to Treasure Island to kill you, there must be a level 18 leader. They take me seriously. It is rumored that you are level 15, but you have killed so many high-level people. You must know that there is a problem. I suspect that this time, there is more than one level 18 present. Glenda analyzed. That makes sense. Glenda continued to ask, what are you going to do? Since we know they are ready, we can't just sit there and wait for death. It's best to lure them out and kill them directly. They didn't want to attract attention when killing people, and they didn't want to make a big deal. They had the same idea. What are you going to do? Wu Hung stood up, took out the armor and put it on while saying, let's go to the port. In the dim cabin, a man with curly hair and a pale face, holding a newspaper and reading the story on it. What an interesting guy. It's not unfair that Luke lost to him. Knock. At this time, there was a slight knock on the door. A figure quickly flashed into the room. The man said unhappily, what's wrong? So reckless. The figure who came in quickly said, Sir, the island owner appeared at the port. The man put down the newspaper, frowned and looked at the other person. What are you doing here? He boarded a ship larger than a warship and left to the east. Going out to sea? The man murmured and then smiled. He actually dared to go out to sea at this time. Go inform the captain, follow him directly, and if he loses, break his head. Yes, sir. Just as the subordinate was about to leave, the man continued, wait a minute. Sir, you say? Go tell Radwin that we will kill the island owner. Let him lead people to the island tonight, and kill everyone in the island owner's mansion. The wind started, and the sound of whistling and waves was in my ears. After driving for a distance, the skeleton took off the human skin mask and returned it to Wu Hung. The one who just boarded the ship at the port was the skeleton wearing the human skin mask. This was also to avoid the other party from directly attacking on the way to board the ship. Then he would have time to fight back. Fortunately, the other party did not make any moves. It seems that they still don't want to fight in a crowded place. They have their own concerns. Philippa picked up the telescope, looked behind, and said, they didn't follow us. These guys won't lose us. After that, she walked into the cab again and said to the skeleton, slow down, you are driving so fast, you are in a hurry to reincarnate. How can you talk like that? Wu Hung said on the side. Philippa pouted and explained in a low voice. No. I was afraid that their broken ship was too slow, and they would lose us. Wu Hung glanced at the radar, and indeed saw no target following. When leaving the port, he saw the ship following him. At the current speed, it should not have been caught up. He took out the Emerald Sea sand table, and took a look. Behind the ship, there was indeed a ship approaching quickly. They are following. waiting for dark. The sky was dim, and the entire sea area was shrouded in darkness. The vampire man in a black suit stood on the deck with his hands behind his back. His blood-red color seemed to penetrate the darkness and allow him to see the scene in the distance. Behind him, a large number of vampires came out. Some dragged several bodies that had been drained of blood along the fence and threw them directly into the sea and disappeared. "Sir, we can see the other ship now," the lookout on the mast shouted loudly. The man nodded and said calmly, "He has some skills. Go all out and kill everyone on the ship. Also, don't destroy his appearance. I'm going to take his head to Moffat." "Yes, sir." Everyone nodded. Speed up. The ship was moving at full speed, and the target in the distance was getting closer and closer. A sneer gradually appeared on the man's face, as if he had seen the island owner, who had a high reputation on the island, kneeling miserably in front of him. And he, because he took off his head, was rewarded by the patriarch of the family. And in front of Moffat, he mocked the incompetence of the master and apprentice. Everything, only to get closer. Suddenly, on the ship in the distance, a tongue of fire flashed. The waves under his feet suddenly exploded. Chapter 668 Meet. Boom! Suddenly, there was a huge explosion on the sea surface beside the ship. The waves exploded, raising several meters of waves. The ship swayed violently. The vampires in the cabin were thrown to the ground. The vampires on the deck flew up into the air in panic with their wings spread. A large number of vampires flapped their wings in the air, looking down in horror and disbelief. The violently swaying ship, what was launched at the bottom, actually causing such a big wave. Whoosh! Two more sharp sounds of breaking through the air were heard. Boom! As everyone looked up, the bow and hull of the ship below suddenly exploded. The sturdy and huge cargo ship was as fragile as a loose sand brick. Under the gaze, it was shattered. The fragments flew around like bullets, shooting at the vampire flying above. The spikes pierced through the body and wings, and fell off with a wail. After the deafening roar, the remaining vampires looked down, and the sea was already in a mess. The gradually sinking hull, and the sea was full of broken wood and debris. There were also the bodies of dead vampires, and the wounded who were wailing in the sea. In the sky, there were only about 20 vampires who were able to fight. The vampires on the deck reacted quickly and flew to the sky in advance. Otherwise they would have been wiped out. "Sir, that ship is coming," someone shouted. The ship in the distance was approaching quickly. The leader of the vampire team had anger and murderous intent in his eyes, and said coldly, "Be careful of the heavy equipment just now. Kill from the air, and avenge the others." "Yes." Everyone drew their weapons. They quickly raised their bodies, hid in the dark night, and when they got close to the sky above the ship, they swooped down in groups. They killed the target. "They are coming from the air." Philippa ran back to remind them. Wu Hung said directly, "Adjust the automatic mode of the close-in defense gun." Click. Skeleton adjusted the switch. The close-in defense gun on the ship began to rotate the barrel quickly. Buzz! A continuous roar sounded, and a barrage of bullets exploded in the sky in the blink of an eye. The swooping blood clan turned into a blood mist in an instant. Tiny pieces of flesh and blood fell from the sky like raindrops, falling into the sea around the ship. In just a few seconds, all the vampires disappeared. Philippa's eyes widened, and the parrot on his shoulder was also trembling. It was too scary. It would beat a person into pieces. Philippa turned his head to the parrot and said, "Don't fly. It's a bit scary." This time, the parrot did not talk back, but nodded heavily. "Turn off the close-in defense guns. Let the speedboat go, and kill all the enemies." Wu Hung then gave the order. The close-in gun was turned off, and the barrel slowly dropped. In just a few seconds, a lot of shells were fired, when he was not yet able to produce them. This was the most luxurious time. One by one, the speedboats were put into the sea from the side by machinery. The skeleton controlled the speedboats and the machine guns on them, and began to fire at the vampires, who were not completely dead in the sea. The dense bullets whizzed out, killing all the targets. Under the boat, the leader of the vampires, who led the team, was left with only half of his body, and he quickly sank to the bottom of the sea. Watching the bullets shot into the water, the tribesmen he brought with him were all killed. There was only deep fear in his eyes. He didn't know what happened just now. He only knew that, in the blink of an eye, all his people turned into pieces of meat. If he hadn't reacted quickly and released the power of blood mist, he would have been killed. When did such a device appear? High-level professionals are as fragile as ants. Gritting his teeth and enduring the pain, he took out a scroll and tore it open slowly. The teleportation array gradually took shape under his feet. Are you going to run? Suddenly, a ghost appeared in front of him and entered his body. After a moment of trance, the scroll in his hand was thrown out. Damn it! Damn Necromancer! The man gritted his teeth and swam towards the thrown scroll. Then, there were sounds of falling into the water above his head. Skeletons plunged into the sea like dumplings and rushed towards the man. There was a fight. Soon, a ghost came out from under the sea. It tried to escape far away. But as soon as he came out of the sea, his body was fixed in midair by Granda's soul binding. Wu Hung took a speedboat and quickly approached. The Blood Clan ghost's eyes were full of fear and unwillingness. And he roared, Wu Hung! Wu Hung! Let's talk it out. I apologize to you. Let me go this time. Wu Hung looked at him. Don't worry. You will have time to atone for your sins when you go back. Don't do this. Wu Hung took out the magic soul pot, directly collected the ghost in it, and put it into the space ring. Clean up the battlefield. Collect all the bones. And see if there are any good things in the sea. Wu Hung said again. The skeletons immediately took action. They swam to load the bodies and valuables onto the speedboat and transported them to the ship. Philippa rested her chin on her hand, looking at the busy skeletons, and said to the parrot, you know, when we were pirates, we had to have such a ship. We would have been so cool. We could attack anyone we wanted. The parrot jumped over from a distance and nodded. Treasure Island. The street lights were bright. Zalagwi, wearing armor, led the association team and quickly moved through the streets. Some drunkards wandering around late at night saw the people with strong murderous intentions and instantly sobered up and carefully returned to the tavern. Deacon, what are you doing? The night patrol guards asked carefully. Zalagwi casually threw the order from the island master's mansion. All patrol guards along the way. Listen to my orders. Yes. The patrol guard nodded immediately and followed the team with the skeletons. A mansion. The skeletons in the city are still patrolling. In the courtyard, a ranger monitored the movements of the skeletons outside by taming the beast. Wait a little longer. No rush, Radwin said. But he began to feel uneasy. It's already this hour. And the vampires haven't killed the other party yet. There won't be any mistakes. He reviewed the number and strength of both sides in his mind again. No matter how he thought about it, the vampires would not fail. Especially after leaving Treasure Island. The kid had no advantage. Am I overthinking? Bang! Suddenly, there was a heavy blow at the gate. Radwin. The servants and mercenaries in the courtyard were all startled. They all drew their weapons and stared at the gate. Bang! There was another collision. And the gate opened. Then, a large number of skeletons were seen pouring into the residence, followed by an elven butler in armor and with a long sword on his waist. Zalagwi. You? No. Butler. What are you doing? Radwin realized that something was wrong and tried to conceal himself. Zalagwi drew her sword instantly. White wings grew out of her back, and she turned into a stream of light and flashed in front of the other party. The sword light flashed, and the whole head fell to the ground. Crash! The mercenaries around were shocked and immediately drew their swords to confront the association. Zalagwi flicked the blood off her sword and swept her cold eyes over everyone and said in a cold voice, Come back with us for investigation, and those who resist will be killed on the spot, and those who escape will be wanted. Everyone stood there, somewhat at a loss. They glanced at the headless corpse on the ground. The employers were all dead, and it would be meaningless for them to fight. They threw their weapons on the ground. At dawn, the ship returned. Wu Hung went directly to the association. In the study, Zalagwi leaned on the chair and yawned. Seeing Wu Hung coming back, she was also slightly relieved. Said, Are you okay? It's okay. Has Treasure Island been dealt with? Wu Hung asked. The people have been killed. The remaining mercenaries and personal servants are being interrogated. Zalagwi stood up and said. Wu Hung nodded. Let's go. There is a ghost. We can interrogate it. Zalagwi stood up and followed him out of the study. They walked towards the morgue together. As he asked, Who was killed? A vampire. Another vampire? Chapter 669, Special Cargo. Arrived at the morgue. The two coroners immediately saluted. My lord, Deacon. Zalagwi asked, How was the body last night? The autopsy has been completed. As he spoke, an autopsy report was handed over. Zalagui took a look, and said to Wu Heng, "The vampire accomplice I killed last night was a human, with no special features, and his identity is still under investigation." Wu Heng nodded, and then took out the body of the vampire. This body, also undergo an autopsy, and reported to the headquarters, recorded in more detail. "Yes, my lord." The coroner nodded, and carried the half-bodied body onto the iron bed. Then, he took out various tools from the cabinet, and began to examine the body. After handing the body over to the coroner, the two of them also left the room. "What happened yesterday?" Zalagui crossed her arms, and asked directly. By now, she knew that the Blood Clan wanted to kill Wu Heng, and the city had arranged an insider. But she was still a little confused about what happened. Wu Heng sorted out his thoughts, and told her everything about the suspicious ship he found yesterday, and how he led the target out of Treasure Island later. It was brief, but the story was made clear. "Why did you run out again? It's so dangerous." Hillary's tone was somewhat complaining. "It's okay. Don't worry," Wu Heng said. "For myself, who has a frigate, I have an advantage at sea. There's no need to worry about hurting others. A few shells, plus close and defense guns, are almost invincible. The loss last night was actually due to the use of close and defense guns. This weapon has a too fast firing rate, and my own ammunition is very scarce. I even feel that it is a waste to kill ordinary vampires with such weapons." Zalagui rolled her eyes at him. "Tell me in advance next time." "Got it." Wu Heng smiled. Zalagui leaned over and asked softly, "Is it because of the last time you killed a vampire exile?" Wu Heng pondered. "It should be. Ask when interrogating the ghost later. Vampires are not common in the Emerald Sea. I don't know why they appear here so frequently during this period." Zalagui muttered. As they were talking, footsteps were heard in the corridor. Yali came over with two investigators. "Master, Island Master." "Deacon." The investigator saluted. "Let's go. We need to interrogate the ghost of the criminal. You guys take notes," Wu Heng said. The investigator nodded and walked towards an empty room inside. In the empty room, Wu Heng set up a magic circle inside, and the others stood at the door. Interrogating ghosts was done when Yimi Luo was a deacon, so it was not a new thing. Soon, the magic circle ended. Wu Heng took out the magic soul pot, and a ghost in the image of a male vampire appeared. A pair of eyes quickly scanned the surroundings. He tried to escape in the opposite direction. After confirming that he was trapped in the magic circle and could not leave, he looked at the people outside. Finally, he fell on Zalagui. He asked for help. "You are the steward of Treasure Island. I want to contact the vampires and protect me at the same time." Zalagui glanced at the other person's face and said, "This matter will be reported to the association. Whatever I ask you next, say it." The vampire's eyes changed, but he didn't speak. Zalagui continued, "Name." The vampire hesitated, looked at Wu Heng next to him, and replied, "Kirby Badley." Sure enough, a member of the Badley family of the vampire clan. The vampire killed by Wu Heng belongs to the same family. When Granda devoured a vampire soul before, he also got some pictures. It seems that before Lilith became the leader of the vampire clan, the Badley family has always been in charge of the vampire clan. Therefore, this group of people has a lot of opinions about Lilith's rule. He kept making small moves in secret, but he didn't dare to openly oppose Lilith. The investigator was recording in the back. Zalagui then asked, "How many days have you been on Treasure Island? Where have you been all this time?" The Blood Clan's eyes were erratic, and he said hesitantly, 4 days. 5 days. I have been staying on the ship all the time. I have never been to the island, and I have not done anything bad." "Why did you attack the ship where Wu Heng was?" "No, I didn't attack. I just passed by." The Blood Clan argued loudly. Wu Heng waved his hand slightly, and the power of the dead spirit turned into a whip, crackling and whipping the ghost's body. The soul body kept disintegrating and reorganizing, and at the same time, there were wailing sounds. "I said, I did intend to attack him," the Blood Clan said loudly. The whipping stopped, and the investigator behind him recorded normally. Zalagui waited for a while, and then asked, "Why do you want to attack him? He killed someone from our Blood Clan before." "It's a personal grudge," the Blood Clan said, and saw the investigator swiping the record, and quickly added, "Also, Moffat from the association found me, provided some information about you, and persuaded me to kill you. Wu Heng looked up, and Zalagwi's brows frowned instantly. Moffat is Lan's master, the prince who openly challenged Wu Heng. It was guessed before that the Blood Clan would avenge their clan, but they were also involved. After so much time, he was still trying to trick himself. Write it down, Zalagwi said. The investigator wrote it down immediately. The Blood Clan then shouted, "The association will definitely investigate this matter later, and I will testify for you." Zalagwi glanced at Wu Heng, and then looked back, said, "Tell the truth about Moffat's visit to you. This is your last chance to make a contribution." Okay. Then, the Blood Clan told the story again. The main thing is that Treasure Island is also quite famous in the association headquarters. So Moffat wrote him a letter. He hoped that he would destroy Wu Heng, and provided detailed information about Treasure Island. Wu Heng. I was also bewitched by him to come here. To be honest, we don't have such a big hatred. I don't ask you to let me go, but give me a chance to catch Moffat and the others. The Blood Clan grabbed the edge of the magic circle and said seriously, "No. My clansmen are dead. They are fine." Wu Heng looked at Zalagwi, who said, "I have asked everything I want to ask. Let's put him away first. It involves Luan and his apprentice. And this ghost cannot be killed for the time being." Wu Heng activated his magic power, and the soul of the vampire was pulled into the magic soul pot little by little. As it gradually disappeared, a voice was heard. "Wu Heng, give me a chance. If I die, the master and apprentice will find someone else." Before he finished speaking, he was already put into the magic soul pot. Let's go. Let's go out together," Zalagwi said. Wu Heng put away the magic soul pot and walked out with a few people. Deacon study. Zalagwi sorted out the documents and said, "Do you think Moffat's story is true? It should be true. Otherwise at this time, he can't bite the other party out," Wu Heng said. Zalagwi nodded. "Then I will write it to the association. Moffat and his men are at the association headquarters. No matter whether it is true or not, they cannot have it easy. Moffat and his men are at the association. I cannot go to the headquarters to seek revenge. Moreover, such things must be reported, no matter whether they are true or not, so that the headquarters will have a record. If the two sides really fight in the future, it will be because the other party is always provoking. There will be a reasonable reason. Write it up. I will also write a letter to Lilith, and tell her about what happened here." Okay. Zalagwi began to write the report. Shiryali brought over the letter paper and envelope, and Wu Heng also began to write a letter. After finishing writing, he gave the letter to Shiryali, and asked her to help send it to the front desk to mail it out. Things here were over. Wu Heng stood up, made himself a cup of tea, sat down on the sofa again, and asked curiously, "Are heroes very powerful?" Shiryali raised her head. "Why are you asking about heroes?" "Just curious." Wu Heng took a sip of the teacup, and then said, "After coming to Treasure Island, I have been able to meet 18th level professionals one after another, but I have never seen a hero. Heroes are all in the association headquarters. How can they come to us? Are they all in the headquarters? I don't know either. But the heroic deeds are distributed through promotional reading materials. I have never seen a hero appear outside." Zalagwi smiled. "We are all young. It is normal that we have never seen one." Wu Heng nodded. "Are heroes powerful?" Zalagwi thought for a moment, and said uncertainly, "The world's top strongmen have more resources and more power. Everyone has to listen to them." "No. I mean reaching level 20. Is that so powerful?" "It seems that everyone admires heroes and regards this as the ultimate goal," Wu Heng said. "Level 20 is the world's top powerhouse. Everyone knows this. If the hero just reaches a higher level of physical attributes, or just a stronger professional, then modern weapons are still effective against them. If machine guns don't work, then missiles. If missiles don't work, then missiles of larger tonnage. I don't believe it can't be killed." Shiryali said, "Of course, the hero is the strongest person in the world." "Where is strong?" Shiryali's voice choked, hesitated and said, "Strength, I don't know the details. I will tell you when I reach the hero level." Wu Heng scratched his face. "Can you live forever? Is immortality so important? If you are a human, after a few decades, your body functions will begin to decline. You will know whether it is important or not." Shiryali looked at him and said, "Heroes will die, but they will live for a long time, and there are many ways to continue living. If you die, you are still a human. It has not reached the extraordinary level of gods. Wu Heng did not continue to ask about heroes. Zalogui seemed to be unable to answer, and was about to get angry. He changed the question again. Can other things become heroes? For example, skeletons, ghosts, or beasts? Can they reach level 20? This. Zalogui was stunned again, and was somewhat unable to answer. Then which races have heroes? Wu Heng changed the question again. Zalogui organized her words and said, let's put it this way, the main races you can see now are all races that have heroes, or have had heroes. Other races with wisdom, you can find them in the Rare Races Protection Act. Wu Heng raised his eyebrows. So that's how the Protection Act came about. And heroes are more like nuclear weapons in the modern world. Countries that have them have a certain say in the world. Countries that don't have them will decline over time. Hey, why are the blood race also included in the protection bill? I told you last time that the race is rare. And the blood race cannot develop blood servants at will. Rentam City. Central area. A tall stone building stands tall, with huge stone pillars supporting a 4-meter-high gate. And the windows on both sides are also unusually large. 2 orc skeletons in iron armor, guarding the gate, give people a solemn feeling. Inside the building, a wide room. On both sides of the slender wooden table, sat their orc leaders in different clothes, or representatives of various tribes. These people gathered here, looking at each other coldly, or whispering mockery. But they still kept restraint, sitting in their seats honestly. After waiting for a while, rhythmic footsteps came from outside the door. Wenmansha, wearing leather armor, walked in with 2 skeletons on both sides. The orcs immediately stood up. Lady Wenmansha, Lord of the city. Lord Wenmansha. Wenmansha smiled. Please take a seat. Everyone. You're welcome. The orcs sat down again, and their eyes fell on the skeleton on the left of Wenmansha. She was wearing a purple dress and a lady's hat. If it weren't for the scary skeleton image, she would have thought she was a noble lady who was going to a ball. A new skeleton? I remember the previous skeleton was a 2-handed sword skeleton. Why are they dressed like this? Can they fight? The orcs were puzzled. When Manshal looked around and said directly, Eskel Shaman didn't come, but we still have to go on. Yes, we came here to listen to you. An orc spoke. When Manshal nodded and continued. I won't say much about the matter. As long as it is signed, from then on, the city of Rentam and the 6 tribes present will establish an alliance relationship, prohibit any form of fighting, maintain the safety of the alliance members, cooperate and unite with each other, and develop better. This matter has been discussed since Wu Heng left. Today, everyone was finally gathered together. An orc frowned and looked at the agreement. After signing his name crookedly, he took the initiative to say, Don't worry. Madam Wenmansha, if someone attacks Rentam City without any eyes, our tribe will tear them apart. Wenmansha smiled and said, Thank you. The army of Rentam City will also protect the safety of the alliance members. The orc chuckled. Well, can you build a house for our tribe first, and we will exchange it for minerals? It's not that simple. We need to arrange people to go there to investigate first. You don't understand. Just listen to me. Wenmansha said. Yes. I'll listen to you. The other orcs also signed their names. The agreements were handed back one by one. And when Wenmansha took a look and signed her name, the city of Rentam and the 6 orc tribes officially became an alliance. Okay. The alliance is established. Lunch is prepared outside. Everyone, eat before leaving. I'm hungry. You are so thoughtful. Mrs. Wenmansha. We have some young men. Can we send them to the city and arrange them into the patrol team? Afternoon. Treasure Island. Wu Heng came out of the bedroom and yawned. After resting for about 2 hours, he walked out of the bedroom. With his current physical condition, even if he didn't sleep for a few days, it wouldn't be a big problem. But it was a human body after all, and mental fatigue would affect his condition. Just like Silas said, heroes are not immortal. He still had to protect this body, even if the end was coming. When he transformed into a corpse ghost, he would look more upright if his body was in good condition. Wu Heng went downstairs, and Minnie said, Master, wait a moment. I'll ask the chef to prepare lunch. Okay. Wu Heng smiled and nodded, and sat down. Soon, lunch was ready. Wu Heng sat at the dining table, thinking while eating lunch. After lunch, he greeted the maids, put on the train conductor's hat, and boarded the train directly. Lopez City. Snake Emblem Consortium. Wu Heng sat in the VIP room and waited for a while. And the door was knocked twice, and opened directly. The local manager, Lady Dilly, in a red dress, strode in, with a smile on her face. She said, "Good afternoon. Customer. Good afternoon. Is there any news about my order?" Wu Hung asked directly. Lady Dilly said softly, "There is news, but it is a little different from the past. I hope you are prepared." Wu Hung raised his eyebrows and looked at her with some curiosity. What he ordered were corpses. What difference could this kind of thing make? "It's okay. Take it out and let me see it," Wu Hung said directly. Lady Dilly called out to the door. The door opened, and 4 coffins were carried in. Behind the coffins followed an old human who was about to die. Chapter 670, Are You a New Maid? The old man followed the coffin and walked in. Holding a wooden cane in his hand, his body was hunched, and his steps were very laborious. Wu Hung looked at the other person, guessing his identity in his heart, and the purpose of following him in. Although the consortium does all kinds of business, but when it comes to the commission of corpses and skeletons, it will not bring in outsiders casually. And Wu Hung, coming here from afar to buy corpses, is also to avoid the news leaking out. This kind of thing cannot be put in the open, especially bringing in a stranger. Wu Hung needed a reasonable explanation. Letelai noticed Wu Hung's gaze. She smiled first, then explained softly. "Mr. Costas Alvarez, a 17th level mechanic of the Celtic Kingdom, will be able to break through to the 18th level in a few years, and it just so happens that you need talent in this area." Wu Hung raised his eyebrows and glanced at the other party again. On his own orders, there were always corpses ridden, but never talents. Moreover, talents are uncontrollable, and they are not as safe as skeletons. The old man looked over here with cloudy eyes, trying to perform the etiquette of a noble. "Costas Alvarez. Hello, Master Mage. Please forgive my presumptuous visit, but you can see that I don't have much time left. I can feel the limit of my body. Maybe just a few days." "Hello." Wu Hung nodded, and then asked, "What does this have to do with my order?" The old man said directly, "Master Mage, I am willing to give out all my wealth. Please help me survive." Wu Hung narrowed his eyes slightly. And it was just as he guessed. "I plan to let him live longer. Level 17 strange machine masters are even rarer than combat professions of the same level. They should also be people with certain power. Otherwise Letelai would not personally arrange a meeting between the two parties." Wu Hung said calmly, "In the restrictive laws of the association and various countries, it is illegal to forcibly prolong life in special ways, regardless of whether I have the ability to do so. Forcing people to live, there is a corresponding price to pay. For example, the blood cup of the vampires requires killing people to obtain blood, and drinking it for a period of time before becoming a bloodless person. It can be said that if you want to survive, to some extent, more people need to die. This kind of thing, once it is found that it is carried out by an organization, it will be identified as a cult. And if it is an individual, it will also be put on a wanted order." The old man continued, "Master Mage, according to the Association Act, the undead creatures transformed by the Necromancer will also have a legal identity if there are reasonable reasons and supervision. This article is based on the subsidiary law of the Necromancer. In other words, a Necromancer with a legal identity, the ghosts around him, and the skeleton servants also have legal identities. It will not be identified as a dead creature." The other party has done a lot of research, and has thought of this. Wu Hung then asked, "What can I get? I am not short of money." Wu Hung also has several methods of prolonging life. For example, the ritual of transforming into a ghost, and the sacrificial stick that can take over other people's bodies. But you can't just introduce someone to help him. Otherwise, there are so many creatures in the world, how can you help everyone survive? The old man said again, "The greatest value is myself. I am a level 17 strange machine master. I will be loyal to you, and take on the corresponding work for you." Letelai also said, "Mr. Costas is the vice president of the Strange Machine Master Research and Development Institute of the Celtic Kingdom. He has high skills and organizational skills. It is because you need such talents that I introduced him to you." Vice President? Wu Hung does need high-level professionals, especially strange machine masters and alchemists. But there are some concerns. Will it bring trouble to myself if I recruit living people? Regardless of this matter, Treasure Island will continue to develop according to the plan. Regardless of this matter, there may be some changes. With your status, is there no way to help you survive? The other party replied, "I am too old, And I don't have time to find other ways for me. Do you have any enemies? No. You don't need to worry about this. Wu Heng then asked, how do you plan to survive? The old man clenched the wooden stick in his hand and said, I have prepared the materials for the corpse ghost. If you have better suggestions, you can also say it. Wu Heng looked at him and thought, nodding in agreement. I can promise you, but you won't be so free in the future. You have to work for me. As long as you still let me work as a mechanic, I don't have many hobbies in my life. Okay, I agree. Wu Heng said calmly. The old man smiled. Then I'll wait for you outside. Okay. Wu Heng nodded. The old man bowed again, and then left the room. There were only 2 people left in the room again. Leteli came over flatteringly and said, you have always emphasized that you want a high-level artificer. I just got the news that he wants to live. So I brought him to you. Wu Heng understood what she meant. It is difficult to meet a level 17 artificer. If Wu Heng does not agree, the other party may go to other necromancers or cooperate with some sects. Maybe the body will not be obtained. Therefore, both sides did a favor and arranged this meeting today. Be thoughtful in doing things. Don't cause us unnecessary trouble. Wu Heng still reminded. Leteli said coquettishly. I know. If this happens again, I will kill him and send him to you. Please introduce the bodies in the coffin. Wu Heng's eyes fell on the coffin beside him. Leteli said, there are 4 bodies in total. 2 alchemists, level 15 and level 10 respectively, and 2 blacksmiths, level around level 10. Alchemists are not bad, and the blacksmiths are currently in great demand for solid iron bullets for flying dragons, and repairing the weapons of the skeleton army. There are too many skeleton troops, and the number of people needed for repair is not a small number. So it is quite useful. Let's settle, Wu Heng said. Leteli calculated the balance, and Wu Heng took out the corresponding gold coins. At the same time, he took out the first volume of the great detective novel, put it on the table, and pushed it to the other party. I didn't say I wanted this novel last time. A friend of mine has been to Treasure Island, and I just happened to bring you a copy. Leteli picked it up and took a look. When she turned to the first page, her eyes lit up instantly when she saw the signature inside, and curved into a crescent. It's signed by the island owner. Some things are precious because they are rare and hard to get. Your friend is really capable of getting something signed by the island owner. Leteli looked at the other person and praised him. Then, she moved closer again and gently put her arm around the other person. I heard that pens and watches are still sold on the island. Your friend, please help bring one of each next time. He admires the island owner very much. Don't be too greedy. No way. He pays for it. It's not like he's taking it for free. There's a chance. I'm not sure if he can get it. Leteli smiled and said, if you want to give it to me, there's no way I can't get it. Wu Heng didn't say much. He stood up and put all the coffins into the space ring. Then he said, I'll go back first. You continue to help me collect the bones. Okay. Guest. Leteli nodded. Walk out of the room. The old man just now walked out of another room, bowed and followed behind him, and walked out of the consortium building together. Wu Heng called a carriage, left the city, and arrived at an uninhabited wasteland. He opened the mansion technique casually and said, this is the space I opened up. You can live normally. You go in first, and when I return to where I live, I will take you out. Yes, Master Mage. The old mechanic nodded and walked in directly. Wu Heng then waved his hand, and tables, chairs, and snacks appeared in the mansion spell. Don't move the other accessories. Yes. The mansion spell closed, and the stone door and crack disappeared. Wu Heng summoned the ghost train and returned to Treasure Island, the island owner's mansion. When Wu Heng returned, it was almost dusk. 3 maids went out to greet him. Master. Well, is everything okay at home? Wu Heng said with a smile. It's okay. Sister Chanella just came, and she went back when she saw you were not there. Minnie walked and helped him take off his coat. When dinner comes later, go call her and ask her if she wants to come and eat with us. Okay. The maids nodded. Wu Heng continued. Let me introduce you to a new member. The 3 frowned. Robe subconsciously asked, does the master have a new maid? Chapter 671 Master it. No, you'll know later. Wu Heng said, and casually opened the mansion technique again. The old mechanic leaned on a wooden stick and slowly walked out. The 3 maids frowned, looked at the old man, and then looked at Wu Hung. He's in this state, can he still work? I'm afraid he's here to retire. After the old mechanic came out, his slightly cloudy eyes looked up and down at Wu Hung, and the three maids beside him. He bowed and saluted. Master Wu Hung. He saluted Minnie and the other two. Hello, ladies. The three maids returned the salute. In the snake emblem group, they knew that Wu Hung had disguised himself. His current appearance showed that he was the master of Treasure Island. Wu Hung introduced them. These three are my maids, responsible for the operation of the entire island master's mansion. When I'm not around, you can find them if you have anything to do. Then, he introduced the old Strange Machine Master. Strange Machine Master. Join us in the future, and you will be considered one of us. After getting to know each other, Wu Hung continued. Prepare dinner, and we'll talk after dinner. Yes. Minnie went to the kitchen, and Robe went out to call Sayonara. Soon, dinner was ready. Several people sat at the dining table to eat together. After dinner, a warehouse in the courtyard. It was dark outside, but the light bulbs in the warehouse were still bright. The old mechanic sat on a chair to rest. Wu Hung said, Is there anything else you want to eat or drink? No, sir. The dinner just now was very rich, the old mechanic said with a smile. Wu Hung continued, Before we start, I need to sign a slave contract with you. Protecting you is also to protect me. You are very thoughtful. I have no objection. Wu Hung took out a slave contract. The old mechanic pierced his collapsed fingertips and squeezed out a drop of blood, which dripped onto the scroll. A ball of energy flew out of the scroll and drilled into the old mechanic's forehead. Immediately afterwards, the old mechanic rolled his eyes and fell backwards. The skeleton attendant beside him grabbed his arm. He laid flat on the ground. Wu Hung was also shocked. He checked the situation. His breath was weak. This body was really weak. He was fed with mental and healing potions. He slowly woke up. If he died at this time, it would be really interesting. Don't delay. Let's transform into a corpse tonight, Wu Hung said directly. With this physical condition, it's not certain when the person will die. Although Wu Hung also knows the resurrection technique, it's better to do it in the original state. Okay. Wu Hung began to prepare for the ceremony, drawing the ritual array on the ground. The old mechanic also took out all the materials he had prepared and placed them in the array according to their positions. Wu Hung also had a copy of the materials for the corpse ghost. At that time, the Blackstone Town deacon prepared it for him, but he didn't use it and kept it in the space ring. Go in and stand in the middle, Wu Hung said. The old mechanic took a deep breath and straightened his back, making his body look more upright. Then, Wu Hung released the power of the dead and began to activate the magic circle. The array pattern gradually lit up, and various ritual materials turned into a torrent of energy, spinning and wrapping around the old body. Ah! A painful roar came from the magic circle. The flesh and blood began to shrink and shrivel, as if it had been drained of water and nutrients. Gradually, a shriveled body was formed. It lasted for about 20 minutes. Whoosh! The magic circle suddenly spread, and the energy disappeared. After stagnating for a few seconds, the shriveled body curled up in the middle of the magic circle slowly unfolded. Then he stood up and walked out. Sir, it seems to be successful. Successful, this body still needs the warmth of the dead spirit. I will find a way for you then, Wu Hung said. Thank you, sir. Wu Hung nodded, and then said, Stay here for one night today. I will have someone find a place for you tomorrow, and all the strange mechanics here will be under your responsibility from now on. Okay, thank you for your trust. The old strange mechanic took out a new set of clothes from his space ring, and put on a hood. He threw the crutches aside, and followed Wu Hung out of the warehouse. They walked upstairs together. Night fell. After Wu Hung washed up, he returned to his bedroom. Sayonara sat in front of the dressing table and looked behind the mirror. Is the transformation completed? It's completed. His body is too weak. He can't be dragged on. Wu Hung sat down on the bed. Sayonara yawned and got into the quilt. She said, Tomorrow, I plan to put the bicycle at the exhibition to maintain the popularity of the exhibition. Can you mass produce it? Sayonara had mentioned before that the exhibition needed new products. But I went to Rentam City, and this matter was delayed. The second point is that I don't know what kind of product to bring out. The popularity of pens and watches is a bit too high. It is difficult to surpass it. It should be mass-produced. I will think about it then, Wu Hung said. Sayonara nodded. That's good. As long as we promote it a little, The effect should be pretty good. You decide, Wu Heng said with a smile. The night gradually deepened. The two embraced each other and fell asleep. Exhibition. After the news of the new exhibit spread, people also went to the exhibition area in groups. Whether it was pens, watches, or the strengthening potion that only sold 5 bottles, they all brought a huge shock to everyone. It was also the appearance of the Treasure Island exhibits that replaced the quill pen overnight. The watch changed people's habit of timekeeping. It was no longer about calculating the approximate time, but began to accurately grasp the time. This time, I don't know what revolutionary product it is. By the way, this Treasure Island is really magical. It keeps producing things one after another. The crowd squeezed into the first floor hall. The middle booth was already full of people. On the big screen above, a new movie was playing. A handsome elf man, riding a 2-wheeled vehicle, and a beautiful elf girl, sitting on the back seat. Her long hair fluttered in the wind, and she had a happy smile on her face. Bicycle, what a strange name. How do 2 wheels keep balance? It's a bit strange. Only high agility professionals can use it. Other professions may fall down. It looks so romantic, so suitable for the elves. The crowd of onlookers talked a lot. For this new product, I was curious, but also wondered how the wheels could be balanced. Was there a requirement for the profession? On the other side of the booth, a row of mechanics were holding paper and pens, drawing according to the promotional video and the samples on the counter. Unlike pens and watches, the exhibits this time looked much simpler, with 2 wheels supported by a frame. It seemed that they could be copied. The last time the watch was disassembled, the chambers of commerce lost a lot of money, and in the end they found that they could not copy it at all. If we can copy it this time, we might be able to make up for some losses. As for copying the products of the Island Master's mansion, business competition is cruel, and it depends on speed and skill. Other chambers of commerce also competed in this way. For a while, the whole venue was filled with the sound of drawing. On the other side, Wu Heng brought the newly joined old strange machine master to a 4-story building not far from the Island Master's mansion. After touring the building, he said, "This will be your office in the future. When the time comes, those skeleton strange machine masters will also listen to your orders." "Thank you, sir." The old strange machine master saluted. Wu Heng waved his hand, and boxes of blueprints appeared. "Here are some blueprints. Take a look." The old mechanic picked up a blueprint, and as soon as he took his first look, his eyes froze instantly. So many blueprints, and they are all new to me. A sense of surprise gradually rose in the mechanic's heart. It seems that his choice was right. If these technologies that the outside world did not master were mastered by him, it would definitely be enough for him to reach level 18 and reach a new height. Chapter 672, The Whisperer of Death. Wu Heng glanced at the old mechanic, who was carefully looking through the blueprints. He said, "These blueprints are left with you. Be careful not to spread them out. If there is any danger, just burn them, and don't let others take them away." The mechanic nodded seriously, and put them all into the space ring. "I understand, sir," Wu Heng continued. "If this place is okay, let the skeletons clean it up first. This will be your workplace in the future. If you need anything, tell me. The remaining skeleton mechanics will also be managed by you in the future. This place is pretty good. It is enough for office work at present. If it is the development of large-scale equipment, it may require some space," the old mechanic said. "I'll arrange it for you then." Wu Heng nodded. Then, a large group of skeletons came in to clean the room. Wu Heng took the old mechanic to the courtyard. He continued casually, "The drawings I gave you are all drawings of some equipment and machinery. You should familiarize yourself with them as soon as possible. There is especially a drawing called a power plant. The power supply of all the equipment on Treasure Island is provided by the power plant. You should familiarize yourself with this drawing first. The words power plant and power supply are relatively unfamiliar, but I can understand their meaning. The cooling props in the island owner's mansion, the street lights at night, must all be powered by the power plant. Okay, when this is ready, I'll start studying the blueprints," Wu Heng continued. "You learn about it first. I have some plans later. I want to combine magic buildings with machinery and improve a device that can continuously operate energy. I will then put it on a ship or vehicle." The old mechanic frowned and thought for a while. "I understand." The two stood in the courtyard and chatted for a while, and the building was cleaned up. Then, the skeleton mechanic from the Island Master's mansion came in carrying various equipment and instruments. Wu Hung continued to transfer some skeletons to guard this place. This place is next to the Island Master's mansion, so there should be no problem with safety. Return to the residence. Mitty smiled and said, Master, has Mr. Costas been settled? He has been arranged in the building next door. If there are any broken machines and equipment in the future, go to him and arrange for skeletons to repair them. Wu Hung pointed to the direction of the next side. Then I'll ask the skeleton to clean up the original room of the mechanic. Minnie said. Yes. Wu Hung nodded. The maids ordered the skeleton to go upstairs to clean up. Wu Hung sat in the courtyard and basked in the sun. Not long after, 3 ghosts flew back from outside. Uncle, the bicycle is not very popular. No one fought at the scene. Bernie said, it is still popular. I saw many people copying it. Glenda followed. It's not strange to want to copy it. It was even more exaggerated last time when it was a watch. A group of people watched it every day. When Wu Hung arranged the workplace for the mechanic, he asked the 3 ghosts to go out and see the situation of the exhibition. Now it seems that the response to the bicycle is still good. As for imitation, just drawing it is actually a bit difficult. At least the product must be sold. There is also the production of tires and other things. For people in this world, there is no corresponding technology at all. It's okay. Don't worry about them. Wu Hung stood up. You come back first. Let's go to the zombie world and level up Granda. The 3 ghosts nodded and got into the body together. Wu Hung returned to his residence, gave instructions to the maids who were cleaning, and went directly into the study. Open the gate and head to the zombie world. Zombie world. Walking out of the dormitory building, Wu Hung looked at the entire base. It felt a little quiet today, not as lively as before. Following the path on the side, he headed to the open field outside the base. With a wave of his hand, 4 coffins and a pile of corpses wrapped in straw mats appeared in sight. The 4 coffins were corpses bought from the Snake Emblem Consortium, and the ones in the straw mats were the Blood Clan members killed at sea. The main guns and close-in defense guns smashed some Blood Clan members into pulp, and they fell into the sea and could not be found. But there are still quite a few corpses, which have met the conditions for transformation. The only pity is that the corpse of the 18th level vampire was also affected by the close-in defense cannon. Only the upper body and half of the body are left. At that time, it will be sent back to the association according to the protection law. Otherwise, there will be an extra 18th level skeleton. Dead corpse battlefield release. The flesh and blood of all the corpses in front of him began to fall off. One by one, the skeletons stood up from the ground. According to a rough count, the number of vampire skeletons transformed this time can reach more than 30. The number is still good. By the way, Shilogwi has always said that the population of the Blood Clan is not large. I have killed hundreds of them before and after. Judging from the speed of their death, it doesn't seem like there are not many people. Follow me. Wu Hung ordered and walked towards the base. Whoosh! The Blood Clan skeletons flew into the sky and circled overhead and followed. After returning to the base, Wu Hung pointed to the location where the army was stationed. Go there and wait. Don't fly around. You 4 wait in the room on the first floor. I will take you away at night. The Blood Clan skeletons went to the station location, and the 4 life profession skeletons entered a room on the first floor. Enter standby mode. Seeing all the skeletons leave, Wu Hung picked up the intercom, pressed the call button. Chihankai, I'm downstairs in the dormitory, come over. The intercom fell into a brief silence. Then Zhao Yanqiu's voice rang. Leader, Deputy Leader Chi is not in the base, he went out. Out? What did he do? Wu Hung asked. Zhao Yanqiu said, I heard that there were some problems outside. Deputy Leader Chi went out early this morning to lead a team to deal with it. Problems? Come over. Okay. Soon, Zhao Yanqiu ran down from the office building on one side. It seems to be the effect of the professional scroll. She looks much better and has a natural temperament. She is more beautiful than before. Seeing Wu Hung, her eyes were a little evasive, but she still saluted. Leader, what did Chi Hankai do when she went out? Wu Hung asked directly. Zhao Yanqiu thought for a while and said, before leaving, she told me that a group of survivors appeared in the area we cleaned up, and they circled that area as their own territory, and deliberately blocked our convoy from going there to discuss this matter. You mean? Someone built a base in our area? Yes. The most important thing is that they set up checkpoints, and our transportation was blocked, Zhao Yanqiu emphasized. Wu Hung was speechless. How could such a thing happen? The transport team was composed of survivors. If it was a team of skeletons they dared to intercept, they would be destroyed before the news could reach us. He stood there and thought for a while. Today, his plan was to clean up the zombies and upgrade Granda. It was a good opportunity to go over and see the situation. Prepare a truck, I'll go over and take a look, Wu Hung said. Zhao Yanqiu nodded. Okay, I'll get ready right away. Not long after, a modified van drove over. Wu Hung called in the skeleton army at the location where the army was stationed. Then he sat in the co-pilot of the vehicle. Leader. The driver greeted. Let's go. To Chi Hansai's side. The vehicle started, carrying a large number of skeletons, and left the base directly. Shiliang Bridge. In the middle of the bridge was scrapped cars on both sides. Chi Hankai and another middle-aged man sat on 2 chairs. Behind each of them, several men stood respectively. The middle-aged man in camouflage uniform glanced at Chi Hankai and said, people coming out of the big base are different. They all look good. On Chi Hansai's side, Xi and he, who was accompanying him, translated in a low voice. Chi Hankai said directly, tell him to stop talking nonsense. We cleared this area. Let them make way to avoid any casualties. After listening, Xian he immediately spoke in Korean. The man opposite him stared, and then smiled. This is our country. Why do you say that it is your territory after you cleared it? And I didn't see you occupy this place. There are hundreds of survivors in our base. It was not your country. Nor you. Who saved them? But us. Chi Hankai sneered, and then said, since it is not easy for the survivors to survive, I will give you 1 night. If you don't leave tomorrow morning, you don't have to leave. After that, Chi Hankai got up and left. Xian he quickly translated it, looked at the few people with a sneer, and followed them to leave. And behind, the middle-aged man's smile faded, frowning at the backs of the few people, and shouted, give us 2 carts of food, otherwise your convoy will not pass through here. Chi Hankai and others did not respond, but just walked further and further away. The middle-aged man cursed, and also stood up and returned. At dusk in a building, around the dim round table, several people sat around. They have skeletons over there. If we really fight, we won't be able to hold out for long. They should be the ones who occupied Shanfu port. It seems that they have hot weapons. We really have to consider that they are all survivors. Otherwise, we can't stop them. The greedy middle-aged man during the day put out the cigarette in his mouth. He said directly, if you want us to leave without taking the food, we will still starve to death when we get out. 2 trucks of food are the bottom line. I am also doing this for everyone to survive. No one said anything. But it was true. The zombies here have been cleared out. They looted supplies and can live well. If they are driven away, food will become a problem again. Someone sighed. We shouldn't have stopped their convoy. If we stayed here honestly, they might not have noticed it. Who knew it was them? As several people chatted, hurried footsteps were heard outside the door. Then, the door was smashed open, and a figure rushed in. Their reinforcements have arrived. Are they going to kill us? As soon as the words fell, everyone in the room stood up suddenly. What reinforcements? How many people? A lot. There's no end in sight. And there are flying creatures in the sky. The messenger wiped his sweat. We're done. No end in sight? What do you mean? Go and see for yourself. We're dead. Really dead. Everyone quickly left the room and looked across the bridge. Then I saw that on the straight road, there were so many skeletons that I could not see the end, and there were also large flying skeletons in the sky. Everyone looked at the distance in horror. Fuck, it's over. Chi Hansai sighed. Wu Hung got off the truck, and Chi Hankai also brought people to greet him. How did the talk go? Chi Hankai shook his head. It's not easy to talk. I'll give them 1 night. If they don't evacuate tomorrow morning, I'll arrange for the skeletons to attack them. What's so difficult about it? They don't admit that we occupied this place, and they want 2 trucks of food, otherwise they won't let our convoy go. Chi Hankai said solemnly. Wu Hung was stunned at first, then smiled. This kind of person. It's really rare. The others also smiled. It's been a while since I've seen a survivor who doesn't care about anything and wants to rob. I didn't expect that I could meet such a person in this place where the skeleton army swept through. Wait until tomorrow morning? Chi Hankai asked. No need. Wu Hung shook his head, and then said to the big-headed skeleton behind him, the army will press forward. And if anyone dares to attack, just kill them directly. Crash. The skeleton army moved like boiling water. The army rushed to the other side of the bridge. The vampire skeletons in the sky flew directly over the bridge and circled above the other side's building. Soon, the army surrounded the other side's building for several layers. There was no sound of counterattack or fighting. Wu Hung led Chi Han Kai and others over. Across the way, the door opened. A middle-aged man in camouflage, looking at the people coming over, his pupils contracted. He stepped forward quickly, knelt down on the ground with a plop. Deputy Leader Chi, we are willing to leave here. Please don't bother with us. Behind him, the rest of the members also knelt down, begging for mercy loudly. Chi Han Kai looked at Wu Hung. Wu Hung said directly, take them all back, and then disperse them and arrange work. Those who resist will be killed directly. Chi Han Kai waved his hand behind him and ordered, tie them all up, and take them back to arrange work. His staff quickly stepped forward and took out ropes to tie them up tightly. All of them were escorted out of the building. And the original supplies of these people were also counted and taken away. After all these people were taken away, Chi Han Kai continued to ask, what are the plans for next? Wu Hung said, tonight, I will take the skeletons to clean up the zombies, and find a place that has not been swept. Clean up at night? Yes. Prepare the vehicles. Chi Han Kai did not ask any more questions, and immediately assigned the tasks. Some people will follow Wu Hung to clean up the zombies, and some will escort the people just now back to the base. Another world. Treasure Island. The dark and damp alley was filled with a faint smell of blood. The patrolmen closed the alleys on both sides, but many people still gathered and stood outside to watch the excitement. At this time, the patrolman made way. Zalagwi walked in with a team. He glanced at the corpse on the ground and asked, what did you find out? The dwarf deputy deacon came up and said in a low voice, male over 30 years old. One sword in the heart, one sword in the throat, and the identity of the other party has not been determined yet. Zalagwi raised her eyebrows and looked at him curiously. If it was just this kind of case, it would be fine to just investigate directly, and there would be no need for her, a deacon, to come forward. The dwarf glanced at both sides, blocked the view from outside with his body, and then said, we found this emblem in his mouth. When he died, he hid the emblem in his mouth, probably because he was afraid that the murderer would find it. Hiragwi cast her eyes on the emblem on the dwarf's palm, and her eyes narrowed slightly. The emblem of the Association's secret talker. This corpse is the Association's secret talker, or someone's spy. Is there anything else on the body? Nothing left, only this emblem. Hiragwi frowned. The deceased had news to send to the Association, but was killed on the way. Chapter 673, Heroic Spirit. Are there any witnesses nearby? Shiragwi continued to ask. We are still investigating. No witnesses have been found yet. The dwarf deputy deacon answered. Shiragwi squatted down and confirmed the body. It was basically the same as what the dwarf said. The fatal wounds were in the chest and throat. And the scar on the throat, it looked more like the head was cut off. The wound was much deeper than a normal throat cut. He reached out and opened the mouth of the corpse to take a look. The tongue was still there. The emblem was in her mouth before, so it was normal that it was not damaged. She stood up again. Go find a straw mat and wrap the body. The member next to her immediately took out the straw mat and rolled up the body. Zalagwi put the body and the emblem into the space ring. These should be preserved, lest the murderer finds a chance to come back and destroy the body. You continue to investigate, and if it involves the secret talkers of the Association, you should be more careful and ask the shops on both sides. It seems that there were signs of fighting, but you didn't hear any movement? Zalagwi said while standing still. The dwarf deputy deacon nodded. We have arranged for someone to question the store. I will report to you when there is a result. Well, I leave it to you, Zalagwi said and walked out of the alley. She called a carriage and left slowly. The carriage stopped outside the island owner's mansion. Zalagwi got off the car and knocked on the door of the island owner's mansion. Not long after, the rabbit-eared maid Minnie opened the door and looked over. Deacon. Minnie bowed slightly. Zalagwi nodded. Where is Wu Hung? The master is not here. You can tell me if you have anything to say. I will pass it on to the master when the time comes, Minnie said with a smile. Zalagwi pondered for a moment and said, I want to see the skeleton prophet. Please come in. Minnie opened the door directly and led Zalagwi into the residence. According to Wu Hung, Zalagwi could see the skeleton prophet at any time. The two walked through the courtyard. In the back garden, they saw the skeleton prophet sitting on a stone bench. Minnie stopped, and Zalagwi stepped forward and said, "A body was found over there by the guards. I need you to help me find out what happened." As she said that, she waved her hand. The corpse and the emblem appeared in the open space in front of him. The skeleton prophet walked over. He squatted on the ground with one hand floating on the corpse, and the other bone palm grabbed Zalagwi's arm. Zalagwi's eyes were instantly blank, and images flashed in her mind. After a few seconds, her eyes refocused. "Thank you, I understand." He put the corpse away again, and held the hilt of the sword with one hand, and walked quickly outside. Zombie world. The dark night, like thick ink covering the earth. The skeleton dog with a horn hanging from its chest ran all the way, rushing into the depths of the night. Suddenly, a shrill horn noise sounded, and in the distant night, it was boiling, and the roars of corpses merged into one. In the darkness, countless figures came like a tide. Click! The crisp switch turned on. The strong flashlight, through the soul-capturing jade, cast a magic circle formed by the light on the street below. The range is larger and clearer. Sure enough, the effect is better at night. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Arrows fell densely, and a large group of corpses fell down. The group of corpses behind them trampled on the bodies of their fallen companions, and continued to charge forward. Then, one after another, the residual souls floated into the sky in the soul-sucking magic circle. Granda rushed forward and quickly devoured them one by one. Xiao Xiao floated on the side. "Aunt Granda, can you reach level 20 today?" Wu Heng thought for a while. It should be about the same. After so much time, it should meet the upgrade conditions. Aunt Granda will be even more powerful by then. Xiao Xiao said. "You also work hard. I still rely on Xiao Xiao to protect me," Wu Heng said. Xiao Xiao hugged his arms. "You ask someone to collect a few cartoons for me, I will protect you in the future. You are painting a rosy picture for me. Right? What rosy picture? I have never eaten it." The few people chatted casually. More corpses crashed into the skeleton spear formation like waves. The corpses fell one by one, and the residual souls rose to the sky more densely. Glinda accelerated the speed of swallowing again, continuously shuttled among the residual souls in the sky. Wu Heng chatted with the two ghosts, planning the future development, and some interesting and fun things. Leave the battle to the skeletons. I don't need their help in devouring the residual souls. It's just killing time. While talking, the system prompt sounded. Ghost level increased to level 20, Constitution +2, Agility +3, Intelligence +5, Perception +3, Charm +2. Unlocked feature, Legendary Heroic Spirit. Unlocked feature, Legendary Invisibility, Legendary Telekinesis Control, Legendary Possession. Unlocked ability, Stealing the Body. Listening to the prompt, Wu Heng was suddenly happy. Finally upgraded. For so many days, the residual souls were devoured by Granda. If it still couldn't be upgraded, Wu Heng would have suspected that there was some limitation. Fortunately, it was finally upgraded this time, and the previous efforts were not in vain. At this time, Granda also flew back from a distance. On the surface, it was still in the state of soul, but it looked more solid, without the light feeling of ghost. "I seem to have upgraded." Granda floated to the side and said. Wu Heng nodded. "Yes, it has been upgraded. Congratulations." Granda's expression was also full of joy, and he wanted to say something, but he didn't say it. Then he said softly, "Thank you, Wu Heng." "You're welcome," Wu Heng said with a smile, and then looked at Benny on the other side. "Benny, Glinda has been upgraded. You go and devour the remaining souls." "Okay." Benny glanced at Glinda. "Congratulations, Mrs. Glinda." "Thank you, Benny." Glinda smiled and thanked. Benny didn't delay any longer, and rushed directly into the sky above the battlefield, and began to devour the remaining souls in the sky. Xiao Xiao flew over. "Auntie, how do you feel?" Glinda smiled and said. "I feel good. I'm stronger than before. Xiao Xiao should also work hard." Xiao Xiao tilted his head and looked at her. "Can you fight the association headquarters?" Glinda's smile froze. "It seems not." "Then, where has it become stronger?" The two ghosts were chatting on the side. Wu Heng opened Glinda's attributes and took a look. "I am also a little curious about what changes have taken place after level 20. Heroic Spirit. Level 20. Attributes, Agility 42. Constitution 37. Intelligence 50. Perception 45. Charisma 40. Features, Legendary Heroic Spirit. Legendary Invisibility. Legendary telekinesis control. Legendary possession. Phantom. Soul binding. Paranormal phenomenon. Skills, psychic vision. Telekinetic sword. Withering touch. Stealing flesh. Legendary heroic spirit. This unit breaks through the shackles, achieves miraculous results, is affected by the dead, and the dark power cleanses the soul, and can learn to cast corresponding spells. Legendary invisibility. Your tricks have reached the pinnacle. When you are invisible, it will be difficult for the target to detect your presence. Legendary telekinesis control. The use of telekinesis has made a breakthrough, making it more handy. Legendary possession. The possession ability has reached the legendary level, possessing humanoid creatures, and the ghost controls the control. Stealing flesh. You can parasitize the dead body, and successfully take control of the body, and speed up the decay of the corpse. The stolen body will no longer be able to talk to the dead. Cast necromancy spells such as bone service. After reaching level 20, the name really changed. From ghost to hero. The name is quite appropriate. In addition to the improvement of attributes, a total of 4 characteristics and 1 ability appeared. Legendary hero actually. It represents the achievement of the ghost reaching level 20. But the last sentence is still a little special. As mentioned above, it has the ability to learn and cast corresponding spells. This made Wu Hung a little suspicious. Was Granda also able to cast spells? After returning, he could let her try. If this effect could be achieved, then the level 20 ghost would really become a mobile turret. Others could not hit the ghost. But the ghost could cast spells to bombard the enemy. Oh no! What would Xiao Xiao do then? Asking her to read a book would be the same as killing her. Let's talk about it later. The following 3 characteristics: legendary invisibility, legendary telekinesis control, legendary possession. It was obvious that the original invisibility, telekinesis push and possession were strengthened. That is, the effect was improved. Then, Wu Hung set his sights on the last skill: stealing the flesh. Chapter 674, The Butler Died. Stealing the body, the name sounds very stealthy. It doesn't seem to be a serious ability. I looked at the introduction again. It can possess a dead body. It seems to be useless. After possession, it is not permanent. It will accelerate the decay of the body. In other words, it won't last long, the possessed body will be broken, and it can't be used all the time. I really can't think of any specific use. We'll see when the time comes. It's not certain where it can be used. Not long after, Benny also flew back. The battle is over. Wu Hung looked up at the battlefield. The zombies had been killed almost completely, and the skeleton army was doing some finishing work. Clean up the battlefield, Wu Hung ordered. The skeletons began to clean up the battlefield. Wu Hung collected the corpse cores, and then began to release dead corpse battlefield along the way, transforming all the corpses into skeletons. Wait until the battlefield is completely cleaned up. Wu Hung asked the convoy to come over, and return to the base after getting on the car. Return to Treasure Island. The island owner's mansion was also having breakfast. Wu Hung simply washed up, then sat down at the dining table. Minnie said, "Master, Deacon Zalogwi came yesterday. It seems that someone died on the island, and asked the skeleton prophet to help investigate the murderer." Someone died on the island again. Do you know the identity of the deceased? Wu Hung asked. I heard her talking to the skeleton prophet. It seems that she is a member of the association, but I didn't hear it clearly. Minnie said, then added, "The deacon also said, if you come back, tell her, I have something to ask you." Okay. Wu Hung nodded. Soon breakfast was over. Anweer went out to the city hall, and the 3 maids also started to do their own things. Wu Hung picked up the phone, dialed the landline of the association's deacon's study. After 2 rings, Sher Yali's voice came. "This is the association." "Sher Yali, I'm Wu Hung. Zalogwi asked for me. Is she in the association?" Wu Hung asked. "Yes, come directly," Sher Yali said. "I'll go there now." Hang up the phone, and changed clothes. He also walked out of the island owner's mansion, with the skeleton, and headed for the association. The butler's study. Wu Hung walked into the study. The 2 elf sisters sat in their respective seats. Seeing Wu Hung come in, they all smiled. Wu Hung looked at Zalogwi. "I heard that someone died on the island. In the alley behind the tavern on Lighthouse Street, a body was found. He had the emblem of the association's secret talker in his hand. The other party's identity has not been found yet. He should not be the secret talker of Treasure Island," Zalogwi said directly. Wu Hung frowned, and said, "He went to the island to deliver information, and was killed?" Zalogwi nodded immediately. That's what I guessed. Otherwise, it's hard to explain that a foreign whisperer died just after arriving at Treasure Island. Has the murderer been caught? Through the information provided by the Skull Prophet, we have determined who the murderer is. But we were a step too late. He had already left the port of Treasure Island by boat. A wanted order has been drawn up and will be sent to associations in various places. Wu Heng nodded. Does the Emperor need my cooperation? Zalagui asked him to come over. So there must be some arrangement. Go to the morgue to interrogate the body. Sure, Yali. Call the investigators to come over and see what this whisperer has to do on the island. Zalagui stood up and walked out, saying casually. Wu Heng and Shiryali also stood up and walked out together. They walked down the stairs and came to the morgue. Two coroners came out to salute and handed over the autopsy report. Zalagui took a look and said to Wu Heng, there is nothing special. The cause of death is two fatal injuries. Wu Heng nodded. Soon, Shiryali came down with two investigators. Zalagui said directly, let's start. Wu Heng walked into the morgue and released talked to the dead to the corpse on the iron bed. The next second, the corpse suddenly sat up and looked over here with empty eyes. Wu Heng indicated that he could ask questions. Zalagui asked directly, what are you doing in Treasure Island? The corpse replied, I brought important information, which I will give to Treasure Island. Several people looked at each other. As expected, it was the same as guessed, and it brought some information. Zalagui then asked, tell me the information you brought. The corpse replied, in the city of Nitalia, the deacon of the association was assassinated, and some members of the association were also killed one after another. The sea near the city was full of corpses, and the blood dyed the sea red. The kingdom of Yek blocked the news, and did not allow any news to be sent out or in. After the corpse finished speaking, the entire morgue seemed to be stagnant. The deacon of the association died, and the members were like lambs to be slaughtered. They could not leave the city, and they could not send out any news. There were also a large number of corpses, which dyed the sea red. I am afraid that civilians have been involved. This kind of thing could happen in the kingdom of Yeko. And it was even a little unbelievable. But corpses don't lie. Especially the whisperer who risked his life to deliver the message. Zalagui frowned, looked back at the investigator, who was stunned by shock, and reminded, record it truthfully, and don't change a word. The investigator immediately came back to his senses, and began to record quickly. Zalagui also took a deep breath, and asked the third question. Who killed the deacon of Netail City? I don't know. Why did Netail City become what you said? There is a civil war in the city, and the army and high-level professionals are involved. The last question. Zalagui pondered for a moment, and decided to confirm again. What is your role in the association? In Nidal City. The deacon's spy. After the 5 questions were over, the body fell back on the iron bed with a thud. After the last question was asked, the authenticity of the message from the other party could be confirmed. The deacon's spy was also the association's whisperer. Zalagui looked at the body and waited for a long time before she spoke. The body is embalmed and ready to be transported to the association's headquarters. The coroner will compile the autopsy report, and the investigator will compile the records and hand them over to me before this afternoon. Yes. Several people nodded in unison. Let's go back. Zalagui led the way, and several people followed him out. Returned to the office study. Zalagui's face was extremely ugly, and Wu Heng's expression was also solemn. The whole room was filled with a depressing atmosphere. A resident deacon was killed, and the secret whisperer who reported the news died on the island. This is not a trivial matter. To put it bluntly, it is a challenge to the authority of the association. If the association handles this matter lightly, it means that other deacons in other places will be threatened. The same is true for Zalagui. It is impossible to let this matter pass easily. On Wu Heng's side, Nitalia City belongs to the kingdom of Yeko. But within the scope of the association, it belongs to the resident association around the Emerald Sea. I am the flag bearer, and it is my responsibility to convey the important ideas and development direction of the association. But a deacon died inexplicably. I can't seem to be too detached. To put it more seriously, the associations in the surrounding areas are all within the scope of my flag bearer's work. If the deacon dies, I will also be affected. In addition, Wu Heng did not want his colleagues in the association to encounter such a thing. What should we do? Zalagui raised her head suddenly. Wu Heng said, report the matter truthfully. The kingdom of Yek blocked the border on the grounds of internal affairs. We have no choice. The deacon of the association died during this period, and the news was not allowed to be released. There is reason to suspect that it is related to the city of Natalia. We require direct landing on the island to investigate the matter. Okay. I will report it normally, Zalagwi said, and then asked, should you also write a report to the association? After all, you are the flag bearer. Wu Heng thought for a while, and said, I will write it, but I have to think about it. I can't just write one and send it up. The report sent by Zalagwi, Uncle Chin is the truth. Wu Heng had to write down some related matters, and it would be best if there were follow-up directions. At least it should seem that he took this matter more seriously. Zalagwi nodded in agreement. When will you send the report? Wu Heng asked. Before dark. The sooner the better. Then my report will not be in time. I will send it up alone. That's fine. The two of them discussed it briefly, and Wu Heng got up and left. When he walked out of the door, he saw the captain of a team open the door and walk in. Then came the voice of Zalagwi. Go and bring the 5th princess of Yeko Kingdom here. Return to the island owner's house. Wu Heng said hello to the maid, and went straight upstairs to the study. Originally, he planned to catch up on his sleep after returning from the association. Now, he had no sleep at all because of this matter, and his mind was full of the association's affairs. Grenda flew over and asked, What's wrong? Why are you sitting there with a sad face? A secret whisperer of the association died on the island. When we were talking to the dead, we got the news that the deacon of Netel City was killed. It was within the scope of my flag bearer's responsibility. Wu Heng roughly recounted the news he got. Granda listened carefully. After a moment of contemplation, he said, It has no effect on you. Right? It seems to be a good thing. Why is it a good thing? There are so many people in the association waiting to find fault with me. Granda smiled and said, Is the fault important? This incident has given you the opportunity to interfere with the kingdom of Yeko. Chapter 675. There is a new theme. Using the chaos of the Yek kingdom, I can increase my reputation. Glinda has mentioned this matter before. But in Wu Heng's thoughts and plans, he is not willing to participate in this matter. I will take care of the development of Treasure Island and bring some modern products here to sell. Gradually, Treasure Island is becoming a trade-oriented area. In addition, these products are all on my head, and my reputation is gradually increasing. If you get involved in the matter of the Yek kingdom, it is easy to have many uncontrollable factors. Therefore, according to Wu Heng's principle of waiting and watching the situation, he did not take any action. But this time, whether he wanted to or not, he was forced to participate. Wu Heng asked, What do you think should be done? Grenda floated back and forth in the air for 2 circles, and said after thinking, In fact, it is not too troublesome. The murder of the association's deacon is enough to generate huge heat. When the time comes, you just need to be more proactive and participate in the investigation according to the association's procedures. Your reputation will naturally be improved. Wu Heng took a sip of the teacup and said, I feel a little sorry for using the dead deacon to increase my reputation. Helping him find the murderer and avenge him is not considered as using him. I have died before, so I have more experience than you, Grenda said with a smile. If you say so, I really can't refute you, Wu Heng said, and stood up and sat down at the desk. He began to write the report. First, he gave a general description of how the body was found and the information he got. Sierra Rose would also write about these, so it didn't take up too much content. Then, it was the response measures and the next steps. First, set up an investigation team. In order to investigate the murderer in depth, it is recommended that Emerald Sea set up an investigation team and go directly to the city of Natalia to investigate the matter. Second, protection of association members. Wu Heng quickly finished writing, and then carefully checked it. When it comes to reporting, Shilagwi is better at it. I just wrote down what I thought of, about 300 words. It mainly talks about the establishment of the investigation team, and the idea of entering Nidal City to protect other association members, and the plan to avoid similar things from happening. It is written in quite detail. After all, if I want to investigate Nidal City, I need the support of the association. After reading it himself, he gave it to Granda to read again. You are quite suitable for writing this kind of report, Granda praised with a smile. I practiced it before. I think there is no problem. You can send it to the association. Wu Heng nodded and then said, Wait a minute, I will write a letter to Emilo and Lilith to tell them about this matter. Granda nodded. Wu Heng continued to write 2 letters, telling the story again. Then he walked out of the study, and asked Robert to send it to the association, and send it out together with Zalogwi's report. After the arrangements were made, Wu Hung called Macintosh, who was in charge of intelligence on the island, and asked her to pay special attention to the people who came to the island recently. If there was anything, she should report it to him in time. Night fell. Chanella finished her bath and walked in from outside. She whispered, "I heard from Minnie that something happened on the island again." Wu Hung lay on the side of the bed and reached out to stroke the other's smooth thigh. The whisperer from Netel City died just after arriving on the island, and the murderer ran away. Chanella raised her eyebrows. Died on Treasure Island? Zalogwi asked me to interrogate the corpse during the day. He came to the island to deliver intelligence. The deacon of Netel City was killed, and the kingdom of Yek did not allow the local association to send out the news, Wu Hung said. Shannara's eyes widened instantly, full of disbelief. Why do you do this? Is the kingdom of Yeko crazy? They also said that the bodies along the coast dyed the sea red, and the whole city was in chaos, Wu Hung said directly. Shannara didn't know what to say for a moment. Wu Hung continued, I have reported it to the headquarters, and I guess they will deal with it when the time comes, don't worry. The stability of a region is really too important. Yes, if the old king of the kingdom of Yeko knew what was happening now, he might be so angry that he would die, Wu Hung said. Wu Hung had a bad impression of the Yek kingdom, because of the kingdom's restrictions on necromancers. But in fact, necromancers are indeed easy to get out of control, and the development direction of the entire kingdom is still moving in a good direction. Moreover, the residents in the country still have a good life. After the death of the old king, the whole kingdom became like this. The whole country is almost gone. Then you should also pay attention to safety. There must be many high-level professionals in a kingdom. Shannara turned around and touched his cheek. I'm fine. Bring more guards with you when you go out. Shannara nodded, then continued. The supply of pens and watches on the island is increasing, and nearly 10,000 gold coins are coming in every day. When will the bicycles be available for sale? I was upgrading Granda before, and I didn't find a bicycle production factory. Wu Hung thought quickly in his mind, and said, New ones may not be available yet, but a batch of old bicycles will be delivered in a few days. We can repair and refurbish them, and sell them to the public. Old ones, if there are any problems, it will affect the reputation accumulated before. Shannara frowned. When the goods arrive, see if you can sell them. If not, change them into three-wheeled trucks, and I will quickly get the production chain, Wu Hung said. Shannara nodded. Okay, I'll listen to you. It was getting dark, and the two of them laid down on the bed to rest. The next day, after breakfast, Wu Hung dialed the phone, and Shiryali's voice came from the other end. This is the deacon's study. I'm Wu Hung. Have the reports and letters been sent out? Shiryali said. They were sent out yesterday afternoon, don't worry. Are there any arrangements for Zalogwi? Shiryali's voice came from the other end asking Zalogwi, and then came back and said, Nothing is going on at the moment. The fifth princess of the Yek kingdom has been arranged in the association dormitory, and she has been told to pay attention to safety. Then if there is anything, come to me again. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Wu Hung thought again. No matter how chaotic the Yek kingdom is, it can't affect Treasure Island. The rest depends on how the association headquarters arranges it. I will participate in this matter according to the association's arrangements. Minnie, I'm going upstairs to the study. If someone wants to see me, just say I'm out. Wu Hung shouted to Minnie who was passing by. Okay, master. Minnie smiled and nodded. Wu Hung went upstairs directly, and took several ghosts back into his body. Open the boundary gate, and go to the zombie world. After walking out of the boundary gate, Wu Hung went downstairs, and picked up the intercom to call Chi Han Kai. After waiting for a while in the office building conference room, Chi Han Kai came in, with his little owl. Wu Hung motioned for him to sit down, and said, Are the people we brought back the day before yesterday still obedient? The day before yesterday, there was a survivor base occupying the cleaned area, and intercepted the transport team's vehicles. They were captured and brought back directly, Chi Han Kai said. After registration, they were dispersed and assigned some work. Most of them joined the transport team, and did some physical work. There was a superpower in the team, and another one who also took the corpse core, but did not awaken the superpower. No wonder they are so crazy. There are 2 masters in it, Wu Hung suddenly realized. In addition to these 2, there are 2 more people, who belong to the management of the base. They are currently locked up. I plan to lock them up for a few days and release them depending on the situation. Shihankai said. Just arrange it for you. Wu Heng nodded, and then continued. I have a few things that I need you to arrange. Shihankai immediately became serious. Okay. Wu Heng said, collect some ships at the port. There are no ships or cargo ships. The second is bicycles. I remember that when we were cleaning up the zombies before. There were many places where shared bicycles were piled up. Collect them all and transport them to the Benhai port. Also, let the people in each base find bicycle manufacturers and do statistics. After listening to it, Shihankai nodded seriously. I remember it. I will pass it on later. There is nothing else to do. Prepare the vehicle and find a village nearby to clean up the zombies. The two walked out together. Shihankai continued. Can we build a well like the one in Shinfu City here? The transportation of water sources is a bit troublesome. Okay. I will arrange it then. If you need anything else, please count it and tell me. Okay. The two walked out together. Get on the truck and lead the skeleton army to a nearby village. Kill the zombies, and Benny devours the remaining souls. Wu Heng also took out the immortal holy light that he had not used for a long time. Released the light knight, and also killed zombies to increase experience. Russell. Two skeletons came over with a human corpse. The corpse was found on the top of a building, and it was already rotten. It should have been dead for a while. Wu Heng looked up at the sky. Glenda? Try it. Glenda floated on one side, frowning at the corpse. Isn't it a bit too disgusting? Why not find an ordinary corpse to test it? Wu Heng glanced at the corpse and said, Forget it. Wait until we get back to Treasure Island and see if there are any better corpses. Glenda rolled her eyes at him and still turned around and went directly into the corpse on the ground. Crack, crack. The sound of bones rubbing against each other was heard, and the corpse on the ground began to move its limbs, trying to stand up. But every movement was a little stiff. Finally, it stood up slowly, opened its shrunken mouth, and said with a sound like sandpaper rubbing, Wu Heng, hello. Huh, so scary. Xiao Xiao hid behind Wu Heng instantly. The corpse took 2 steps forward again. Xiao Xiao, come and watch cartoons with me. Auntie, come out, it's too scary. Xiao Xiao shouted. Glenda flew out of the corpse, floating aside with a smile. You are not afraid of these zombie skeletons. So why are you afraid of corpses? Xiao Xiao shuddered. It just feels so weird. I will definitely not be able to sleep at night. Oh, I don't need to sleep. The corpse lost its life again and fell to the ground instantly. Wu Heng looked at the corpse again and waved his hand to let the skeleton carry it aside. It can be confirmed that Grinda's stealing flesh is not difficult to occupy the body of a dead person. Not only can he move, but he can also move his eyeballs, make expressions, and speak. It is different from the false life in necromancy. It is more like resurrection, but it cannot occupy the body for a long time. After standing in the middle of the skeleton team and waiting for a while, the battle on the battlefield gradually ended. He continued to order the battlefield to be cleaned up. Nautilus Tavern. After the bard finished telling the latest detective story, he still had no intention of leaving. He took a sip from the teacup and exhaled deeply. He waved his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. Then he said, according to the city hall, the local deacon of Netail City was assassinated. The kingdom of Yeko prohibits any information from being sent out. And the person who sent information to Treasure Island was killed, and all his belongings were taken away on the way to the association after landing on the island. As the bard told the story, the audience was instantly quiet. Everyone frowned, with surprise and suspicion in their eyes. The deacon was killed. What a rare word. The bard continued, Fortunately, Deacon Zalagwi took care of the body immediately, and the island owner used the power of the Necromancer to interrogate the body, and got the news that the deacon was killed, and the seawater in Nidal City was dyed red with blood, and the bodies were piled up like mountains. At this point, the pupils of everyone in the tavern shrank. It was as if a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood appeared before their eyes. Ordinary battles cannot achieve this effect. Either the army is fighting in the city, or civilians are being massacred. So, the deacon was killed by people from the Yek kingdom, otherwise it would be impossible for the association not to spread the news. That's the only explanation. They won't massacre the city. Will they? It depends on how the association handles this matter later. How else can it be handled? It will definitely be a complete mess. I don't know what the attitude of Wuling Island Master is. Isn't he the flag bearer of the association? Everyone was discussing. The news was released after Wu Heng and Shi Logui discussed it. When the body was investigated, there were many people around. And when the headquarters released the news would spread. The two discussed it and decided to release the news in advance to warm up the situation. In order to prevent Treasure Island from forcing the city of Nitalii, the outside world would think that the association was interfering in the internal affairs of other countries. The newspaper originally had this function. It can let everyone know the facts and guide public opinion. Now everyone on the island knows that the association's steward is dead. And the Yek Kingdom deliberately blocked the news. No matter how you think about it, it was their fault. If the association doesn't retaliate, it will feel that the association is too cowardly. The news will not stop at Treasure Island, but will spread to all places with the caravan. Another group of people, on the other hand, will focus on Wu Heng. Wu Heng is too famous on the island, and someone has died. No matter how you think about it, he should appear when catching the murderer. Moreover, the murderer's ending has been determined. The great detective story. There is a new theme. Someone suddenly spoke up. The eyes of the others lit up. Really? New topic. Port. On a huge black ship. Wu Heng took the skeleton attendant and Envil on board. A strong man in leather armor saluted. Master Island Master, Miss Envil. Captain Gregor, you are quite fast. Wu Heng walked onto the deck, said with a smile. Gregor was the representative of the Dragon Trader team, who went to the Island Master's mansion last time to discuss the sale of flying dragon corpses. Almost 2 weeks had passed in a flash. The ship docked today. Wu Heng received the news and came to check it out in person. This is the first time to cooperate with Treasure Island. We should show the greatest sincerity. The man smiled and pointed to the cabin. I'll take you to see the dragon's body. The ghost flew back and confirmed that there was no danger inside. Wu Heng nodded and followed him down. When he stepped into the cabin, a damp and rotten smell hit him. His vision adjusted to the darkness. He saw that the entire cabin was filled with straw mats piled up like cargo. When he rolled up the edge of the straw mat, he could see the exposed dragon's skeleton. Chapter 676. Let's see how they end up. The dragon trading team man, with confidence on his face. A total of 123 flying dragon corpses. More than 100. Wu Heng's face did not change much, but he was still a little surprised. The last time he killed the dragon trading team pretending to be pirates, he obtained more than 20 flying dragon corpses in total. The effect was so great that it overshadowed the sun. At that time, it also intimidated the Central Station rescue team that came over with fighter jets. Now there are more than 100, plus the flying dragons are not small in size. I'm afraid the effect will be even better. The flying skeleton dragons in the sky are enough to reduce a lot of unnecessary trouble. Check it out, Wu Heng said calmly. The skeleton attendant behind him immediately stepped forward and casually lifted a few wrapped straw mats, revealing the pale and thick bones underneath. Each one was like this. The straw mats were wrapped with bones, not complete corpses. Without waiting for Wu Heng to ask, the man of the dragon trafficking team began to explain. To avoid trouble on your side, we shaved off the blood and flesh in advance, and also reduced the weight of transportation, so that we can transport more. Wu Heng frowned, and immediately understood the other party's intention. Reducing weight is one way of saying it. It is estimated that the skin and flesh are reused to make leather goods, or to feed wild animals as food. It is difficult for me to inspect it this way. A complete corpse can be confirmed to meet the transformation conditions. How can we confirm the integrity of the bones with such a roll of bones? Wu Heng said. The dragon dealers froze and suddenly fell silent. It seemed that they had not thought of this problem and did not know how to answer for a while. After a long time of grumbling, they did not come up with a solution. He scratched his head and said, we can guarantee the integrity of the bones. Wu Heng said, I will give you 2 solutions. One is to settle the bill now, but 20% of the money will be deducted. We will settle the bill next time you come. The second is that you stay on the island for 2 days. We will transform it first, and then settle the bill for you. For the second one, we are not in a hurry, not in a hurry, the man said immediately. When he heard that he would be deducted money, his face turned ugly. He immediately chose the second option. Okay. Arrange for someone to move the bones to my ship, Wu Heng said. The man nodded, and immediately went to the deck to greet his people, and moved along the connecting planks to the cabin of a wooden cargo ship on Treasure Island. Wu Heng and his men stood aside and watched silently. The captain of the dragon trade team came over again. My lord. We want to order some goods from the island to bring back these days. Okay. There are all kinds of goods on the island now. And we can bring them back to you on the way. Wu Hung said. The other party smiled. Wait for the money to be settled. Don't worry. As long as the bones are fine. Treasure Island doesn't need your money. Yes. Yes. We definitely trust the island owner. The few people chatted casually. The workers were still moving the goods. Near noon. All the flying dragon bodies were moved to the cargo ship of Treasure Island. And the first step of the transaction was completed. The number was 123, as the dragon trafficking team said. There was no problem. Wait until I finish the transformation here. And arrange someone to notify you to come and get the money. Wu Hung got off the ship. Okay. Sir. The man saluted. At the port, Wu Hung asked Andeville to go back first. And he boarded the cargo ship of Treasure Island with the skeleton attendants. Wu Hung asked the skeleton attendants to guard the entrance of the cabin. Open the boundary gate. Mobilize the skeletons to come out. And move the flying dragon corpses here to the zombie world. In fact, the flying dragon corpses were sent just in time. In a few days, the headquarters plan for the Yek Kingdom will be implemented. When these skeleton flying dragons are transformed, they can also become some helpers. With their power alone, they can reduce the occurrence of many troubles. Standing at the door and waiting for a while. After all the corpses in the cabin were moved away, Wu Hung closed the boundary gate. He got off the ship and returned to the island owner's mansion. After returning to the island owner's mansion, he had lunch with the maids in the restaurant. Minnie said, Master, Sister Chanella said, there will be a new stage play in the opera house this afternoon, and she has booked a seat. You go, I won't go with you, I will take some skeleton attendants with me. Wu Hung said with a smile. Wu Hung has also seen a few stage plays in this world. Most of them are melodramatic love stories, not very interesting. Robe asked while eating. Master, didn't you say there was a movie, which was better than the stage play? Wu Hung thought for a while. I'll see what's going on, and make some for you to watch. It's not difficult to build a home theater, or a real movie theater. The only problem is the translation of the movie. Xiao Xiao can watch cartoons, and can translate for Benny, but Minnie, Robe and the others, can't understand the content. Okay. Robe nodded. After lunch, the three maids began to dress up, and then went out to find Shannara. Wu Hung also returned to the study, and went to the zombie world. The zombie world. In the open space of the port, the dragon bones wrapped in straw mats were neatly arranged. Several skeleton warriors, holding iron swords, cut the ropes of the straw mats one by one, revealing the bones inside. Wu Hung held the staff, and released Dead Corpse Battlefield. The gray-white light circle spread, amid the dense sound of bones rubbing. The skeleton dragon stood up, flew into the sky, and circled densely. Wu Hung glanced at the ground. All the skeletons had been transformed, with not a single one left. The members of the dragon trading team were honest, and did not mess up the bones to fool him. The large number of flying dragons in the sky attracted the attention of the survivors in the base. Groups of survivors gathered in the distance, looking at the flying dragon circling in the sky with surprise. Even though they knew that these were the skeleton soldiers transformed by Wu Hung. But this kind of battle that covered the sky and the sun still made people feel terrified. Disperse and do your own things. Chi Honkai came over and dispersed everyone. Then he walked over directly, looked up at the sky. So many skeleton flying dragons. Let the flying dragons come down, and wait in the open space. Wu Hung ordered the big-headed skeleton beside him. Swish. 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 More than 100 skeleton flying dragons filled the open space, shaking their heads and tails, and lined up in the open space. Chi Honkai. It's better not to let so many fly in the sky, someone in the crowd kowtowed, and made a wish just now. It's not like we haven't seen it before, what's the wish? There are new survivors, that's normal. Chi Honkai continued. A lot of bicycles have been collected at Binhaiport. So fast? They're everywhere, it's not hard to collect some, and we've found the manufacturer. Chi Honkai said. Very efficient. Wu Hung then asked, how is the collection of ships going? There are fishing boats and cargo ships, including a particularly large cargo ship, which is docked at Shanfu Port. Chi Honkai replied. Wu Hung stood there and thought for a while. He said, arrange a skeleton that can drive a ship, and I will go to Binhai Port. Okay. Chi Honkai did not say much, and immediately arranged things. Not long after, a ship docked at the port here. Wu Hung boarded the ship and headed for Binhai Port. Association headquarters. How audacious. They dared to block the news of the assassination of the deacon. I think this must be related to the internal affairs of the Yek Kingdom. Maybe they did it. They don't have the courage to block the news. They are probably afraid that the association will intervene at this time and want to delay time. I think there is no need to fight for the royal family of the Yek Kingdom. Just change people directly. It depends on what the leader thinks. The news arrived at the association headquarters and was quickly spread. When they learned that the Yek Kingdom blocked the news of the death of the local deacon, everyone was angry at first, and then laughed at these stupid guys. If the incident gets out of hand, the royal family will have to change people. The rest depends on how the Yek Kingdom ends. Chapter 677, Let Wu Hung check. In the bright room. Around the heavy oak table, sat the 5 leaders of the association. Leader of the field envoy, hero of the elves, sword of justice Hatterai Liaton. Leader of the religion, hero of the human race, Saint Light Arbitration Sayadu Livingston. Leader of the Hongwen Society, hero of the elves, scholar of stars Claudio Albert. Leader of the secret talkers, hero of the blood race, Light of the Shining Moon Lilith and Beshmet. The leader of the hunters, the hero of the dwarves, Bruno Baldic. The stone hammer. The report sent by Treasure Island, the 5 people read it one by one. When the last person finished reading, they put the report aside. Then, the room fell silent again. The leader of the elf field envoy, Hatterai, said in a low and serious voice, "Everyone has read the report of Treasure Island. Tell us your opinions. There are obviously many suspicious points in it. The Kingdom of Yeko has always supported and believed in the association, and will not do such a stupid thing." The religious leader said indifferently. The dwarf leader stroked his beard. "Talk about the death of the local deacon, don't lead the topic to other places. Obviously someone did this on purpose, and is giving us a wrong message. So you mean don't care, in the future? You can kill the association's deacon anywhere, as long as you find an excuse to frame someone else? You misunderstood my meaning, I'm just saying, don't jump to conclusions." Lilith stretched out her slender white fingers, and tapped the table. "What's there to argue about? Isn't Wu Hung of Treasure Island good at investigating cases? Let him investigate, and when he finds out, then deal with it as you wish." Hong Wenhui, the elven mage who had been keeping his eyes closed, also slowly opened his eyes. "Give him some support. The association's attitude must be made clear. It's not just the death of the deacon, I've read the report, the massacre of civilians. We must also investigate it thoroughly." The religious leader stopped talking. The hunter dwarf leader touched his beard. "Okay." The field envoy leader nodded, and said, "Then let Wu Hung investigate this matter, arrange several association elders to protect him, so that there won't be any problems." "I have no objection." "I have no objection either." Binhai City. Move all the collective bicycles to Tolds and Silver Island. Wu Hung went to the bicycle factory he found, arranged the record and disassembly of the equipment for the equipment, opened the door of the boundary, send them all to Gold and Silver Island. In a built factory, start assembly and preparation reproduction. Same, also arranged a lot of skeletons, repair the old bicycle sharing. Reassemble and spray paint that can be used, see if it can be sold. After you are busy here. Wu Hung returned to Shanfu Port from Binhai Port, and sent the boat prepared by Chi Han Kai to Treasure Island. The next day, Association. Deacon Study. Wu Hung took the flower tea sent by Shiryali, who secretly blinked, with a mischievous look. "The elf caravan came to me yesterday, said they wanted to order a batch of bicycles from the exhibition." Shi Logui suddenly spoke. Wu Hung turned his head to look at her. "The new ones haven't been produced yet, don't worry." "Who asked you to play? That screen is quite attractive. The elves are looking forward to the bicycles," Shi Logui said with a smile. "When the finished product comes out, I will notify you in advance." "Okay." Zalogui nodded. Wu Hung then asked, "Is there any news from the association?" "No. Mainly because the distance is far," Zalogui said, and glanced at the phone. "Speaking of the distance, it is difficult to transmit information." She couldn't help but think of the phone of Treasure Island. In addition to the first few important departments, it is now connected to Zalogui's residence, so she can receive any important news at home in the future. If it can be installed in the headquarters of the association, the news will spread too quickly. Of course, she was not stupid enough to tell anyone, as these were currently owned by Treasure Island. "I am just worried about the other members of the Nidal City. The longer it takes, the more dangerous it will be," Wu Hung said. "Wait a little longer. The association will definitely make arrangements," Zalogui said. Wu Hung nodded. took a sip of the teacup, then leaned forward and asked in a low voice, "How many heroes does the association have?" Zalagwi glanced at him. "Just ask. Why are you doing it secretly?" "No." Zalagwi thought for a while and said, "The association has 12 heroes. And there are a total of 5 heroes who manage the association, which are the leaders we always mention. Does Lilith count?" "Yes. All heroes who reach level 20 are heroes," Zalagwi answered. Having joined the association for so long, Wu Heng also knew about the 5 leaders. After all, in the association's promotional stories, the 5 of them appeared the most. The most powerful one is the elves. They occupy 2 hero positions. To put it bluntly, the longer you live, the better the race develops, and the easier it is to upgrade your level. It's like cheating. Wu Heng nodded, and then asked, 12 heroes. What do the rest do? I don't know about that. I guess some of the older generation of heroes have retreated behind the scenes, and will only come out at critical moments. Zalagwi explained. Oh! Wu Heng nodded. That is, the elders of the sect in Shili. Only when the sect is in a catastrophic disaster, they will come out to save the sect. As for the association, there are 12 heroes including the old generation. But there are only 5 people in charge. I have some connections with Lilith, and I am a member of Hongwen Society. Among the 5 heroes, 2 can be matched. As for me, Grinda has reached level 20, and has become a heroic spirit. Later, if Xiao Xiao and Benny can also reach the level of heroic spirit, then I have 3 level 20, and I will reach level 20 later. That means 4 people. Those who hide behind the scenes and don't take action are only 1 person away from the association. Why are you asking this? Almost level 20? Zalagwi said casually. There is a goal. Wu Heng asked. Are there any more above level 20? Zalagwi frowned instantly. And Shiryali beside her also looked at her. I don't know, Zalagwi said, and then looked at Shiryali again. The latter shook his head. I haven't seen the corresponding records either. Oh! Wu Heng nodded, then stood up and said, Would you like to come with me to see the new ship, our own aircraft carrier of Treasure Island? Zalagwi and Shiryali frowned at him. What aircraft carrier? Ship, would you like to bet? The one from last time. You are so beautiful, 1 time is not enough. Zalagwi rolled her eyes at him. She stood up and put on her coat. Shiryali also stood up and walked out together. Get on the carriage and head to the exclusive port. The port. The eyes of the 2 elf sisters were firmly attracted by the huge and majestic ship in the port. The huge and wide ship body was like a fortress floating on the sea. Let's go up and take a look. Wu Heng took the lead and pulled the 2 elf sisters on board. After boarding the deck, the 2 girls opened their eyes much wider. On the wide deck like land, 1 skeleton flying dragon after another was neatly arranged. Like soldiers on standby. Shipborne flying dragon, what do you think, creative? Chapter 678, I guarantee with its life. Shipborne flying dragons. The 2 sisters looked at the rows of skeleton flying dragons, with a dazed look. The frigate introduced last time was already twice as large as an ordinary ship, and the ship under their feet was almost like an island. It was about 4 or 5 times the size of a common warship. Adding so many skeleton flying dragons, there was an indescribable shock. After a long while, Shiryali turned around first and said, Do you mean, rely on these skeleton flying dragons to fight? Yeah, smart. Wu Heng praised, then patted the body of a skeleton flying dragon beside him, introduced. I divide flying dragons into 2 types. One has air combat capability, the other is to place projectiles in the chest cavity to bomb the ground. And this ship, in addition to being used as an offshore platform, the internal space can also carry a sufficient number of projectiles for supply. It is called an aircraft carrier, actually. It was named by Wu Heng himself. The real name is the Chafan cargo ship, a large ocean-going cargo ship found in a Korean port. The entire cargo ship is 400 meters long and 60 meters wide. The frigate obtained before was only 144 meters long and 14 meters wide. The entire cargo ship is large, and the entire deck is unusually spacious. When Wu Heng saw it, his first thought was to act as an aircraft carrier in another world. If it takes off and lands aircraft, the deck of the ship may not meet the requirements. But the skeleton dragon does not require such harsh conditions. As long as it is a wide platform, it will be fine. Zalagwi also recovered from the shock and said, We still need to install some equipment in case of any emergencies. Philippa went to prepare. Wu Heng said. The two sisters walked around and looked around, still asking casually, "What about the speed? It must be faster than traditional warships." Zalagui nodded and said, "I feel good, there is no problem defending the entire treasure island." Wu Heng smiled and said, "As a platform ship, it is used for ocean voyages, and in future battles outside the Emerald Sea, it can achieve better results." The two sisters raised their eyebrows and looked up at him. Wu Heng continued, "By the way, make a bigger association flag. If it's too small, it won't be visible on the ship. We'll make the treasure island flag ourselves." Zalagui said, "Sure, Yali. Estimate the size, and make one for him when we get back." "Okay." Sure, Yali nodded and walked aside. Wu Heng continued, "Come on. I'll take you to the cabin below." The two walked towards the cabin. The cabin below the ship was even more spacious. In the corridor leading to the bottom, some skeleton warriors were mopping the floor with mops. Wu Heng took her to visit one by one. There are rooms inside, where people live, and below is a warehouse, which can be used to transport not only goods, but also soldiers. Zalagui nodded. "Yeah, it's really a sea base." The two walked through several cabins in succession, and there was no special place. In the dim cabin, Wu Heng glanced at Zalagui beside him, and whispered, "Is there a reward this time?" Zalagui rolled her eyes at him. "I didn't bet. What if there is?" Wu Heng looked at her. Zalagui's face turned red visibly, and she muttered, "Greedy." After hesitating for a moment, she whispered, "Close your eyes." Wu Heng smiled, lowered his body slightly, and closed his eyes. Then, he felt a cool and wet touch on his cheek. With a light touch, they quickly separated. Wu Heng opened his eyes, and Zalagui looked at the door cautiously. All right. Let's go. You keep thinking about this kind of thing every day." Zalagui blushed and walked out. Wu Heng grabbed the other's wrist and pulled him back. The two looked at each other. Zalagui's voice trembled. What are you doing?" "Sure, Yali is still outside." Wu Heng leaned forward, one hand around her waist, the other hand holding the back of her head. He kissed her directly. Zalagui's eyes widened instantly, her face full of surprise. She clenched her fist and lightly hit the other's chest, but she didn't dare to use too much force, fearing that she would hurt this fragile mage. If the force was too weak, it would feel like she was acting like a spoiled child. She opened her teeth and gently responded to the other party. His body went limp, his arms resting on his shoulders, his eyes looking at the door warily. He was afraid someone would come down from above. After a long time, footsteps were heard from upstairs. Zalagui immediately pushed the other person away, tidied his clothes, and wiped the water drops from the corners of his mouth. He took out a mirror from the space ring and checked his clothes. The footsteps were getting closer and closer. Then, a skeleton carrying a bucket came in. He walked to the innermost part and started mopping the floor. Both of them were stunned, and then smiled. "There's still some time," Wu Heng said. Zalagui frowned. "Who has time for you?" After saying that, she ran outside and went up to the deck. Wu Heng followed her out. Sure, Yali came over. "I've finished recording. I'll find someone to customize it when I go back. It will be ready in 2 days. Let's go." After the tour, "Let's go back," Wu Heng said. The three of them got off the boat together. Sure, Yali looked at her sister. "Why is your lip swollen?" "I just bit it accidentally." "It's okay. You can bite this." The three of them walked out of port number 2 and called a carriage to return to the central area. On the way, the two got off at the entrance of the association, and Wu Heng also returned to the island owner's mansion. Back to the island owner's mansion. "Master, you're back." Minnie smiled and came to open the door. "Well, what are you doing? You're wet." Wu Heng put his arm around her shoulders and walked inside together. "Here, I'm bathing the skeleton dragon." Minnie smiled and raised her head to indicate a location not far away, next to the fountain in the middle of the front courtyard. For skeleton dragons are sitting on the ground waiting. Several ordinary skeleton warriors, carrying buckets and brushes, were cleaning the bones. Rob and Annette also participated in the work, directing the skeletons to work. "They are all bones. Is it necessary to brush them again?" Wu Heng asked curiously. "Wash them. Later, a leather craftsman will come to make leather armor for the flying dragons. It will also help to distinguish the skeleton flying dragons outside from the island owner's mansion," Minnie said. Some skeleton flying dragons were arranged in some important positions on Treasure Island. Of course, there were also some in the island owner's mansion. Minnie's idea is not bad. You can rely on the dragon's armor to distinguish the skeleton dragons in the island owner's mansion. Okay. You guys do it. Entering the living room, Minnie made a cup of tea for Wu Hung, and then ran out to give the skeleton dragon a bath. Wu Hung sat on the sofa, thinking about the association's affairs. The association's order should be coming soon. I wonder how it will be arranged. It has been several days since the report was sent out. It is estimated that the association's arrangements will be made in the next few days. The death of the deacon is definitely not a trivial matter. Even if it has nothing to do with the Yek Kingdom. The deacon really died in the revenge of others. The association will definitely make the Yek Kingdom pay some price. After all, the news blockade is still true. We must make a statement to prevent other places from imitating this behavior. No matter how it is arranged. We must follow it, and strive to gain fame. With the size of the Yek Kingdom. If we can reach the popularity of Treasure Island, I will definitely reach level 20. Wu Hung thought in his heart, and was about to go upstairs. There was another knock at the courtyard gate. Minnie walked over to open the door, and saw Philippa with a parrot on her shoulder, walking in with a swagger. After saying a few words to Minnie, she went straight into the house. She smiled and said, "The port has been arranged. A level 15 skeleton captain has been arranged, and there are many skeleton crew members, and some equipment and instruments will all be on board tomorrow." Wu Hung took Philippa to see the dragon cargo ship before Zalagui. However, he asked her to make other arrangements, and he also took Zalagui and Shiryali on board to take a look. Just be prepared. The association should have made a decision on the Yek Kingdom in the next few days. These ships will most likely be used. Wu Hung said. "Don't worry, I'll make arrangements." Philippa sat directly in his arms, and then praised. "Your idea of using flying dragons is good. Did you come up with it yourself? It's a normal idea. Didn't pirates carry flying dragons before? This is completely different. Pirates' flying dragons are just for finding targets and scaring people. The combat effectiveness is average. Your idea is better," Philippa continued. Wu Hung patted the other party's waist. "Thank you for your recognition, Captain Philippa." "You're welcome," Philippa chuckled, and then moved closer to his arms. "Well, can I drive that aircraft carrier to patrol at night? Just follow the route." "No. There may be an operation in the next 2 days. What if the ship leaves?" Wu Hung refused. Philippa raised her hand to guarantee. "I guarantee it with the life of my trained animal. I will definitely be back in 2 days." The parrot turned its head suddenly, and looked over here in surprise. Chapter 679, Who is attacking? Wu Hung glanced at the parrot. "Don't swear on someone else's life." "I swear on my life. I'll just go for a walk and come back." "No, you're not a reliable person," Wu Hung said directly. "Please, I'll just go for a walk and I promise to come back when the time comes. I've been a pirate for so many years. Integrity and righteousness are my synonyms, you believe me?" Philippa acted like a spoiled child. Wu Hung still said, "No, you're not a reliable person at all." Philippa's expression choked, and she stood up angrily. After looking at him for a while, she said, "Humph. The air here is bad. I won't talk to you anymore. I'll go find Minnie." After that, she went to the courtyard and bathed the skeleton dragon with the other maids. Wu Hung frowned. "What do you mean the air is bad?" A small voice sounded in his ear. "Uncle," she said, "you farted." The next day, in the central area, the news of the sale of bicycles spread from the island again. A long line formed at the door of the sales point, and more people gathered around, watching the excitement. This kind of scene has happened twice. Moreover, people still line up to buy pens and watches every day. But I have to marvel at the products sold in Treasure Island. They are really popular. It is simply a money-making machine. Of course, the Chamber of Commerce that can resell these things can also make money. After all, only a few can come to Treasure Island. The detailed drawings of the bicycle have been pulled down, and many chambers of commerce are making the frame. I know about this. No one has made it. Otherwise, they would not have lined up here. After the bicycle, I don't know if there will be other new products. This island owner is really amazing. One thing after another. So many chambers of commerce are circling around Treasure Island. Didn't you read the newspaper? He is not an ordinary person. A courtyard of a mansion. The mechanic took the tools and carefully disassembled the parts one by one. A perfect bicycle was reduced to a pile of parts. The investigator beside him took notes. After all the parts were disassembled, the mechanic slowly stood up and said, The structure is not difficult. Several representatives of the Chamber of Commerce not far away showed their joy. Is it difficult to produce the parts? The cost of R&D and production. Can it compete with Treasure Island in the market? When imitating a product, it also depends on the size of the profit to be gained from it. If you make it with great effort, but the price is not competitive, and the product has defects, then it is better to resell it from here. The leather with special toughness on the outside of the wheel needs to be studied carefully. If this can be made, or there are other items to replace it, it should be able to compete with Treasure Island in the market. The representative of the Chamber of Commerce nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, then go ahead and do it. Doesn't the sales point provide some kind of air pumping service? Go over there to get some information. Okay, I understand. The Island Master's mansion. Wu Heng returned from outside and took out a plastic bag from his space ring. There were 2 yellowed biological eyeballs in it. Owl eyeball. The ritual material for the ghost to unlock the spiritual vision ability. After this period of time, Benny's level has reached level 17. Compared with Xiao Xiao and Granda, it is a little lower. But in the system of the entire professional, it is already a very high level. And Benny is a ghost that Wu Heng forcibly transformed. And she has few natural characteristics. This should be the disadvantage of forcibly transforming ghosts. I had ordered this material from a material store before, and it arrived when I passed by today. So I brought it back directly. I said hello to the maids downstairs, and went upstairs directly. As soon as I entered the study, Xiao Xiao flew over, as if she had discovered a secret, and said, "Uncle, it's bad. Those people dismantled the bicycle, and said they can make it, and they want to compete with you for the market. Are they so fast? Can they make tires too?" Wu Heng was curious. The frame of the bicycle, even the bearings and chains inside, could be made. Wu Heng was not surprised. After all, there are many sophisticated machines in this world. But tire rubber, and tires can be made, it will probably take a lot of effort. They say the tires need to be replaced with other materials. Xiao Xiao said. Benny also added, some mechanics said that the structure of bicycles is simple, and we can try to make them. Whether we can really achieve this effect, it's hard to say. The structure of the bicycle is indeed not difficult, but it is not easy to reach the standard of modern bicycles. It will take them a while to study. Even if it is really made, I have a bicycle factory here, which can produce in batches. The quantity and price war can also drag them down. It's not a big problem. It's okay, everything is as planned, Wu Heng said with a smile. Oh! Xiao Xiao and Benny nodded. Wu Heng then raised the ritual materials in his hand. Benny, the ritual materials have been bought. Let's go downstairs to prepare for the ceremony. Okay. Benny nodded and went straight down the floor. Xiao Xiao followed, and Wu Heng went out and went downstairs. In an empty room, Wu Heng drew a magic circle and placed the required materials in place. Go in. Benny flew in. Wu Heng activated the power of the dead. All the materials turned into a torrent of energy and entangled with Benny in the air. Retam City. In a mansion. Dong dong. The heavy courtyard door, there was a violent bang. The next second, the door hinge fell off. With a bang, the door panel fell to the ground inward. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, countless arrows whistled towards the gate. Ding, ding, dang. The sound of metal collision rang out. The tall orc skeleton, holding a heavy shield, entered the gate under the rain of arrows. After the first round of arrows, a dark iron pipe protruded from behind the shield, and the next second it spewed out flames. Dense bullets swept towards the courtyard and the houses inside. Bricks and stones exploded, and doors and windows shattered. Everyone inside was instantly beaten into sieves, and the entire courtyard was like a ruin. Killin'. A faint female voice sounded. The shield skeleton made way, and the human skeleton holding iron swords rushed into the courtyard and the room, killing all the remaining enemies. When the mansion was completely quiet, the housekeeper of the city lord's mansion, wearing leather armor, walked in slowly. Collect all the corpses. The skeletons arranged the corpses neatly in the courtyard. The housekeeper simply identified them, pointed to one of them, and said, "Ask the corpse." The accompanying skeleton wizard stepped forward and released talk to the dead. The corpse on the ground sat up suddenly and looked over here. The housekeeper asked, "What is your purpose in bribing the city defense army?" The corpse replied, "When we attack Retam City, we will open the city gate from the inside." The housekeeper's face suddenly changed, and then asked, "Who is attacking the city?" "The army of the kingdom of Yeko." "Damn it! Chapter 680, The Earth is Round. The Island Master's Mansion. After the last ray of energy was absorbed by Benny, the energy instantly spread, raising a fine dust. Benny regained her original form, looked around with some doubt, and then looked at Wu Heng and Xiao Xiao in front of her. Without waiting for Wu Heng to speak, Xiao Xiao flew up first, said in a strange tone. Sister Benny, are you okay? It's okay, I feel a little different, but I can't tell exactly what's different. Benny floated out of the magic circle. Xiao Xiao looked at her and continued to ask, what is 38 plus 24? Benny was stunned. Xiao Xiao turned to look at Wu Heng. It's over. Something went wrong. Benny immediately said, 62. I know. Is there any problem with this? Xiao Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and said to Wu Heng, don't worry. It's okay. Wu Heng glanced at the naughty Xiao Xiao and then looked at Benny. This ritual can increase the ghost's ability to see other people's levels. Try it and see if it works. Benny looked at the man in the soul, stared for a while, and showed a happy expression. You two can see that you two have different auras. Wu Heng said. Yes. This ability is very helpful for investigation. And it can also avoid conflicts with high-level professionals. It seems to be quite useful. Benny said. Let Xiao Xiao tell you the specific application method. Xiao Xiao flew to Benny's side. Let's go. Let's go around the island. And we can see the difference at a glance. It's actually very simple. Benny looked at Wu Heng. Wu Heng said. Go ahead. There's nothing to do in the afternoon. Let's go for a walk and see how those people dismantled the bicycles. The two ghosts nodded and went out directly along the wall. Disappeared. Wu Heng opened the door and let the skeleton in to clean the room. He went upstairs again and returned to the study. Back to the study. Grenda, who was floating in the air reading a book, looked over. Where are the two of them? They went outside to test their abilities. Wu Heng walked in and sat down beside him. Clairvoyance? Yes, other abilities can't be tested casually. That's right. Grenda nodded. Wu Heng used animated objects to pour a cup of tea for himself, and after taking a sip, he looked at the book in the other person's hand. How's the reading going? No results yet. Are you sure I can learn these skills? Glenda asked doubtfully. It should be no problem. It's just a matter of time. Wu Heng said. The reason why she can learn skills is that it comes from the legendary heroic spirit on the panel. The introduction mentioned that it can learn and release corresponding abilities. It's impossible to learn all skills, but there should be no problem with the undead faction. In addition, since I unlocked the panel, there has been no error in the prompt above. It says that Glenda can learn skills, so there shouldn't be any mistake. Moreover, it takes a certain amount of time to learn skills. Grenda is definitely smart enough. After all, he has reached level 20. But if he wants to learn, he needs a certain amount of time to understand the knowledge above. Following Wu Heng, he has developed an illusion that he can learn a skill book by reading it once. I'll listen to you. Grenda put his eyes back on the book. He sat in the study and waited for a while. Xiao Xiao and Benny also flew back from outside. No problem. Benny also said, the effect is pretty good. You can see everyone's level at a glance. I have the notes in my hand. And there are several rituals. I will find the materials to increase your abilities later. Wu Heng said. Didn't you say that you can learn skills at level 20? There's no need for the ceremony. Right? Xiao Xiao said. Wu Heng was stunned. It's good to have many skills. Yeah. That's right. In the future, Aunt Glenda, Sister Bernie, and the three of us will all reach level 20 and learn powerful skills. We will be like 3 carriages, carrying Uncle forward. Wu Heng drank tea and said with a smile, will it not run in the opposite direction? Don't worry about it. The world is round. He chatted with the 3 ghosts for a while. Xiao Xiao and Benny turned on the tablet to watch a movie. Glenda was still studying books. The maid called for lunch outside the door. Wu Heng followed downstairs. In the afternoon, Wu Heng was also looking through the blueprints. Robe sat sideways on the handrail of the stairs, slid down from it, and said after landing, Master, Sister Wen Mansha sent a message, seems to have something to ask you. I know. Wu Heng closed the blueprint and walked upstairs. Entering the radio room, picked up the microphone and asked, Wen Mansha, can you hear me? I can hear you, Master. Wen Mansha's voice came over. What do you want to talk to me about? When I was interrogating the corpse today, I got another piece of news, saying that the kingdom of Yeko has begun to gather its forces, and is planning to attack the city of Rentam. Wu Heng frowned instantly. The last time I went to Ratam City, I heard the news that the Kingdom of Yeka was going to attack. But when I went to check, I didn't find any additional troops at the border. Now this kind of thing has happened again. Tell me in detail. Okay. When Manshaw agreed, and told the story in detail. After the city of Ratam and the Orc tribe formed an alliance, some merchants in the city were reported to have contacted officials in the city. The city was already on alert, so some investigations were carried out. It was found that some people bribed officials and city defense personnel. After investigating the other party's identity, they directly arranged for people to go to the door and kill them. After all, it was the city of Ratam, and there was no need for such a detailed process. The style of doing things was relatively direct. After the people were killed, the skeleton mage conducted a talk with the dead. The news that the Yek Kingdom army was preparing to attack was received, and these people entered the city in advance. As an insider, after listening, Wu Hung was silent for a while. Then he said, "Can you confirm the number of troops and the time?" When Manshaw replied, "I have arranged to leave the city, and I guess there will be accurate news in the next 2 days. Has the city made arrangements?" Wu Hung continued to ask. "The city has begun to search for related suspicious people. At the same time, the city defense team and the patrol team have increased the number of skeletons. There is no problem at present. Now the importance of skeletons is reflected, whether it is the city defense or the patrol team, or the officials of the city hall. As long as he is alive and has not signed a slave contract, there is a risk of being bought and used. But the skeletons are different. When Manshaw can trust the skeletons completely, it can even be said that the skeletons are also relied on to hold the entire Ratam city. Treasure Island has something going on recently. I will let Minnie pick you up. Come to the island and live for a while. Your butler will handle it there. The radio is also convenient for communication." Wu Hung thought for a while and said, when Manshaw had just given birth, and her physical strength and energy were definitely not as good as before, Wu Hung was really worried, and wondered if there would be any problems between the mother and daughter. When Manshaw seemed to have expected Wu Hung to say this, and quickly replied, "Thank you for your concern, Master. But it's too early to leave now. We are not sure whether the army is really assembled. It may be a trick. Moreover, with the current strength and deployment, Ratam City is not so easy to bully." Wu Hung wanted to persuade her, but stopped talking. What Wen Manshaw said was right. Although corpses don't lie, the enemy may use corpses to convey false information. It's not possible to say that the city lord will leave every time a city is attacked. Then it's better not to have this city. Wu Hung took a deep breath. "Okay. You first confirm the accurate information. If there is any danger, notify me in advance, and I will arrange someone to pick you up." "Okay, Master," Wen Manshaw replied with a smile. "How is my daughter?" Wu Hung asked. "Everything is fine. She eats well, sleeps well, and is plump and white. Thank you for your hard work," Wu Hung said softly. Wen Manshaw's voice became gentler. "It's not hard at all. She's my daughter. Our daughter. When she grows up, we'll choose a career for her, something more powerful. Let her choose it herself. As long as she likes it, it doesn't matter what career it is." "Okay. I'll listen to you." The two chatted for a while. When Manshaw went to deal with the problems in the city, and Wu Hung hung up the phone, he left his residence. In the afternoon, he took the skeleton to the factory and rearranged the skeleton's defense, and arranged for the skeleton dragon to participate in the defense. Late at night, Wu Hung returned to the bedroom. Lying on his back on the bed, looking up at the ceiling, he began to think about the recent problems. Treasure Island needs to deal with the affairs of Nidal City. The report has been submitted. It is impossible to ignore it now. Ratam City is also facing some unstable factors. Although when Manshaw said that she was not sure whether there were troops gathered at the border, but the news kept coming in, it was very likely to be true. This is the kingdom of science looking for death. They can't handle the internal situation well, and they are always thinking about going to war. "What's going on in your head?" he muttered. Wu Hung opened the panel and looked at his reputation. Level 19, 293741/355000. Reputation, level 19, 5972/66,000. The experience required for the level is close to 300,000. The rest is experience points, which can be completed by the skeleton pioneers in various places. Most of the experience is also provided by them during expansion. At this rate, the required experience points can be reached within a month. It is also possible that it will take less than a month. The rest is the problem of reputation. Currently, it is only 5,900, which is only a fraction. Damn it. Why do I need reputation to upgrade? Chapter 681, Order arrived. We really need to rely on the Yek Kingdom. Based on the current reputation, we really need to rely on the population of the Yek Kingdom to achieve the requirements of reputation. Otherwise, with only the Treasure Island and the caravan to spread the reputation, there is no way to upgrade. The population is really an important thing. Thinking carefully, after all, there is a zombie world. In addition, various modern inventions and equipment can be transported here and pretended to be their own products to improve their reputation. Those heroes who have reached level 20. They are really amazing. They can reach the level under such harsh conditions. No, some people don't seem to have a hard time. Wu Heng is standing from the perspective of ordinary people to upgrade their levels. But some people are born to be the pinnacle of power. As long as they have talent in terms of level, fame is not a problem. Thinking in his heart, the sky gradually darkened. He adjusted his posture and fell asleep. The next day, in the morning, the family was eating breakfast, and the phone rang nearby. After Minnie went over to answer the phone, she came back and said, "Master, Deacon Zalodwi asked you to come over. He said that the association has made arrangements." The association has made an order? The time is almost the same as calculated. Okay, I'll go after dinner. After the few people sat together and finished breakfast, Wu Heng packed up and followed Anwar out of the island owner's house. After getting off the car in the central area, Wu Heng walked directly into the association. The entire association hall was still bustling. In other words, after the island exhibition started and the products sold well, the association hall also became quite lively. Chambers of commerce and individuals all post commissions here. Mercenaries and freelancers are also starting to increase in number. Covering his hood, Wu Heng quickly headed for the deacon's study. He knocked on the door, got a response, and walked in. When Zalodwi saw him coming in, her face instantly turned red. She coughed lightly and said, "The association has made arrangements. You are appointed as the chief inspector of the case in Natalia City. You are not only required to investigate the truth of the death of the local deacon, but also the cult and civilian massacre mentioned in the previous intelligence." Wu Heng's heart moved, and he was a little surprised by the decision of the headquarters. Knowing that the headquarters would definitely arrange someone to investigate, I had also made plans to go with them. But I didn't expect that I would be asked to be the chief inspector. Let me be responsible? Why? There's no one in the headquarters. Wu Heng asked after a moment of silence. Zalodwi looked at him. Isn't it right for you, a great detective, to investigate the case? Anyone you ask on the entire treasure island will think that you should go. Damn, not only did the people on the island take it seriously, but the heroes in the association also believed it. Following is also my purpose. But I am fully responsible for this matter. If I can't find a satisfactory result, my personality will collapse. The association will probably not be satisfied either. No support? I remember the last time the association came to inspect. There were props to distinguish truth from lies. Wu Heng said. Just play normally. Like before. Zalodwi said calmly. Damn. Then, Zalodwi continued, if there is support, several association members will follow, which is considered as personnel arranged for you. Who are they? I'll take you to see later. 3 level 18 professionals. For level 15 professionals. Zalodwi said. This is quite a big deal. 3 level 18 professionals to investigate a case in a city are a bit redundant. But it can also show that they take this matter seriously. Wu Heng nodded. I feel a little relieved now. Zalodwi said, among the level 18 professionals, one is an investigator of the association who has the ability to see through things. When doing things, you must follow the association's procedures. Don't get caught with any problems, and record them down. She didn't believe Wu Heng would do anything bad. But in terms of his style of doing things, he always uses some tricks. It's okay in Treasure Island. As long as the ending is good, no one cares about it. But this time, we must abide by the association's procedures, so that a good thing will not turn into a bad thing. Aren't you going with me? Wu Heng said. Zalodwi looked at him with soft eyes. I am the deacon of Treasure Island. How can I leave here casually? And if we both leave, what will happen if there is chaos here? Wu Heng thought about it, and it was right. We couldn't all leave. Even so, Wu Hung was still somewhat worried about Treasure Island. You are right. I am relieved if you stay at home, Wu Hung said. We'll talk about it later. Zalogwi looked at Shiryali. Go and ask those people from yesterday to go to the conference room, and tell them that the island owner Wu Hung is also there. Shiryali put down the things in her hand. Okay. After that, several people walked out of the study together. In the conference room, Wu Hung and Zalogwi waited for a while. Footsteps sounded, and several people walked in. Then, they sat down in order on the other side of the conference room. Zalogwi stood up and said, Everyone, this is Wu Hung, the owner of Treasure Island, and the chief inspector of the case appointed by the headquarters this time. Some people on the opposite side saluted, and some nodded slightly. Zalogwi then introduced the opposite side. 18th level swordsman Mr. Tapani, 18th level mage Mr. John Vito, 18th level investigator Mr. Sim, 15th level priest. From level 18 to level 15, Zalogwi introduced the other party's profession and level one by one. Wu Hung was overwhelmed by what he heard. Even though his level had improved, his concentration and memory had reached a very strong level. But when he heard so many names appear at the same time, he still couldn't remember them. After the introduction, Wu Hung smiled and said, It's an honor to work with you on this case. I will also need your care in the future. Everyone nodded and sat down together. After sitting down, the people opposite looked at Wu Hung, and Wu Hung also looked at the people opposite. Among the 18th level professions, the swordsman was an elf, with obvious elf characteristics. Wu Hung knew the mage, an old mage with a long robe and white beard, holding a wooden staff. Janvito. The last time Treasure Island came to help, he was the leader. Xiao Xiao named him Gandalf. The third person was a short dwarf, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, looking a bit like a scholar. Among the remaining 4 level 15 professionals, 2 were humans, 1 was a vampire, and 1 was a dwarf. Master Wu Hung, when do you plan to leave? The situation in Netail City is unclear, and it is not good to delay too long. The leading 18th level swordsman said directly. Wu Hung glanced at the few people, and said directly, It is true that we cannot delay too long, and we will leave directly tomorrow morning. The old wizard Janvito looked at this side, and asked, Don't you need to communicate with Netail City first? It is not ruled out that Netail City is the murderer. Chapter 682, South Korea National Team. As soon as these words came out, the meeting room fell into silence. Obviously, the great detective island owner in front of him was more inclined to believe that there was something wrong with the city of Nitalia itself, and that this matter should be handled with a tough attitude. Of course, the kingdom of Yeko is in internal chaos now, and is also blocking the news from coming out. Most people also think there is a problem. The people arranged by the headquarters looked at each other, and the 15th level priest, who accompanied them, casually asked, Will this cause misunderstandings in the kingdom of Yeko? Wu Hung looked at the other party and replied, We are going to investigate the case, not to make friends between the two countries. When we are about to arrive at the port, we can just notify them in advance. That being said, it is not impolite after all. We represent the headquarters of the association. The priest continued. Swish. 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 Wu Hung was about to retort, when the sound of writing came from the other side. The 18th level investigator, I don't know when he started to record. He was using a fountain pen, the kind of mass-produced popular pen. Wu Hung raised his eyebrows slightly, making his words softer. Courtesy is for friends, not for suspects. Once the matter is investigated, it won't be too late to show courtesy when holding a dance party. I agree with the island master Wu Hang's opinion. Telling the other party in advance, isn't it a tip-off? The leader should also be serious and solemn. The vampire member, who was wearing a heavy cloak, and whose face could not be seen, spoke. The voice was low and neutral, and it was hard to tell whether it was a man or a woman. The priest snorted coldly, and said no more. The old wizard Jianbichua continued. I also agree with the arrangement of Wu Hung Island Master. What about Elder Tapani? Does he have any other opinions? The 18th level elf swordsman on the side nodded. It's fine as long as it's arranged. Then we will take the headquarters ship to the kingdom of Yeko tomorrow. The escort fleet on the way will be in charge of Treasure Island. Wu Hung said, There is no problem with this. The escort fleet is ready. We can set off tomorrow morning. Okay. The elf swordsman nodded, and then said, We have discussed the matter. If there is nothing else, we will go back to arrange it first. Okay. Several people stood up and walked out. Wu Hung, Shi Lugui and Shiryali also stood up to see them off. after all the people from the headquarters left the meeting room. Wu Heng asked, "Is that elven swordsman an elder of the headquarters? From what Dean Jan Vito called him, he should be an elder of the association. It's not surprising to arrange an elder to lead the team." Zalogui replied. "That's right." Zalogui asked, "Why are you so anxious?" Wu Heng replied, "The longer this matter is delayed, the more difficult it will be to solve the whole incident. Now that everyone is here, it is most important to go there as soon as possible." The sisters didn't know whether this conclusion was right, but Wu Heng obviously had more say in solving the case. Shiryali also thought about it, and said, "The more anxious you are, the more likely you are to make mistakes." Wu Heng smiled and said, "It's not a big problem. If there are any omissions, I can also deal with them." Zalogui glanced at her sister. "Let Shiryali go with you. She is good at some administrative work and can help you a little." Shiryali's eyes flickered, and she didn't say anything. Looking at Wu Heng, the latter shook his head. "There may be some danger over there. You two sisters just need to keep an eye on Treasure Island. Don't let someone steal our house when I'm not around." "What our house? It's weird." Zalogui glanced at her side, complained in a low voice, and then said, "Are you going to bring the association team?" Wu Heng fell into thought. "I will definitely take some skeletons with me, after all. The army there is an internal strife, and there is danger. As for the association team, it really needs people who are willing to follow my arrangements to handle things. There are some things that skeletons are not as useful as living beings. Take the fifth team, the team of Kavina. Okay, I'll ask her to get ready later, and go out with you tomorrow." Zalogui nodded in agreement. Knock. Knock. As they were talking, there was a knock on the door. The three of them immediately stopped talking, and Shiryali got up and opened the door. A figure wearing a heavy hood, with his face and body completely hidden under the hood, appeared outside the door. Among the members of the association, a member of the Blood Clan. The representative should be Lilith. The Whisperer. Master Wu Heng. Deacon Zalogui. The Blood Clan member said calmly to the room. "Anything else?" Zalogui asked. "I want to talk to Master Wu Heng alone," the Blood Clan said. Zalogui frowned slightly and glanced at Wu Heng. "This is the association. Wu Heng is accompanied by 2 high-level skeletons. The other party is a level 15 professional, so he should not be able to do anything dangerous." Seeing that Wu Heng had no intention of refusing, he nodded. "Then we will go back to the study first." "Thank you, Deacon Zalogui," the vampire said. Zalogui and Shiryali walked out of the room, leaving only Wu Heng and the vampire who came in. The door closed. The vampire stepped forward, bowed slightly. "Meet the Lord Punisher." Wu Heng raised his eyebrows. "What's the matter?" "Sit down and talk." The vampire sat down opposite him, took off his hood, revealing a female face. Short hair, broad and smooth forehead, thick eyebrows, somewhat close to sword eyebrows, blood-red eyes, firm and sharp eyes, clear facial lines, with a sense of hardness and softness. Her facial features are pretty, but she gives people a feeling of being a female man. After sitting down, the vampire said directly, "Leader Lilith has brought you news. In view of your performance in fighting for the honor of the vampires several times, you will be promoted to the Holy Ash Church, the position of the executioner, with the right to supervise and execute all the vampires. And there will be rewards for you." After that, he took out a new emblem from the space ring, and a piece of limping jade. The pattern of the emblem is a blood-red moon, and a long sword with a bat-wing-shaped handguard. "I've been promoted." Wu Heng looked at the limping jade talisman. This jade talisman is a one-time prop made by the hero. When encountering danger or crisis, you can crush the jade talisman to ask the hero to help. According to Zalogui, the hero will give these as rewards to his confidants or subordinates. But Wu Heng has never used them until now. He doesn't know what this kind of help means. It's better to give himself 2 skill books, or some rare props as rewards. Wu Heng glanced at the other party and said, "Thank you for the trust of Chief Lilith. It is my honor to work for the vampires and the chief." The vampire on the other side smiled and nodded. Wu Heng continued, "I want to ask you something. You tell me, do you know the 100 Soldiers suit? It is a strange suit. I have heard of it. How many parts are there in total? Are they all in the association?" Wu Heng asked curiously. The vampire frowned, shook his head, and said seriously, "I don't know about this. I just heard of this suit." "Oh, it's okay," Wu Heng said with a smile. The vampire then stood up and said, I will go back and prepare. If you have any instructions on the way, you can arrange for us to handle it. Thank you. It's my duty. The other party bowed again and left the room directly. Wu Heng watched her leave. He put the things on the table into the space ring. I seem to remember that I mentioned in my last letter to Lilith that I asked about the accessories of the 100 Soldiers' robe. The other party should not be able to see what I mean. Or, she thinks that her limping jade talisman is more important than the accessories. Next time, just write a letter and ask for it. It's a waste of time to go around in circles like this. The emblem of another vampire changed from the law enforcement team to the criminal executioner. It should be a promotion, but I'm not sure what the difference is. The main thing is, I don't know the hierarchy in the vampire church. I don't know what level it has reached, but it seems not low, at least higher than the law enforcement team. I thought about it quickly in my mind, and stood up and left the meeting room. Just as I walked out of the door, another warrior in iron armor came directly over. He saluted and said, Master Wu Heng John Vito, please come over. Wu Heng paused. Why not talk in the conference room together? He also has a lot of things to arrange here. But he couldn't miss John Vito. Not to mention that they have a good relationship, and this operation also needs him to mediate the relationship between the two sides. Where is the dean? In the dormitory. Lead the way. The warrior walked in front. Wu Heng followed with the skeleton attendant, all the way to the association dormitory. The other party whispered a few words outside the door. The door opened, and Wu Heng walked in with the skeleton. Island Master Wu Heng. Dean Jan Vito. Wu Heng smiled. Please sit down. Jan Vito picked up the kettle, poured him a cup of tea, and then said, Your treasure island has changed so much that it's hard to believe it's still the same treasure island. The association handed over treasure island to me, so I have to do my best to do it better. Don't say such polite words to me. Wu Heng smiled. From the bottom of my heart. The association attaches great importance to this matter, so there must be a result. Jan Vito said seriously with a serious expression. Wu Heng frowned. What result does the association want? The murderer? Was it done by Yek Kingdom? What exactly do they want to do? Gianvituo said. What if they can't find out? I'm afraid those heroes will not be satisfied, and it will also affect your future path. Gianvituo said, taking a sip from the teacup. What about you? Of course we will fully cooperate with you. The heroes above, but we trust your ability as a great detective. Gianvituo answered casually. Wu Heng thought for a moment. I see that some people in the team seem a bit arrogant. Don't worry about the level 15. As for the elf elder, just treat him as your replacement. His level and strength are there, so it's not easy to arrange him to do anything. Wu Heng nodded. Although he didn't care about the other party's level. From the outside world's point of view, he was only level 15. Hiding the level is not a bad thing. But you can't tell everything just to make others look up to you. The other party is an elder. It's okay if he wants to be aloof. You can use him as a shield when something happens. Thank you for the reminder. Dean. How about I build a building on the island, and you? The Mage Research Society, come to the island to do research. Wu Heng said directly. John Vito frowned instantly, looking at him suspiciously. Wu Heng showed sincerity. Really, the learning atmosphere on the island is very strong. Let's talk about it later. John Vito picked up the teacup and took another sip. I want to buy a few of the pins you have here, but there are so many people queuing, and I have to leave tomorrow. If you hadn't told me, I would have forgotten that the ones outside are all ordinary ones. I have prepared a collection of them for you, which you can't buy outside. Wu Heng said, taking out a gift box, and pushed it in front of the other party. The old mage's eyes flashed with joy, stroking his beard, smiled and nodded. He took it in his hand and looked at it. The style and shape are indeed different from those sold outside. It feels smooth and round. Well, not bad. The old mage praised, looking up. He saw Wu Heng looking at him with a smile. Gianvituo frowned. What do you want to do? You said you would teach me skills last time. You didn't forget it. Did you? When did I? Gianvituo paused, looked at the pen in his hand. What do you want to learn? The last time the sun shone down from the sky, the witch summoned all the fog beasts to death. You are not at a high enough level. And you are from a different faction. You can't learn it. Lend me the skill book. I won't learn it if you can't. Gianvituo drank tea, and said calmly, Change it. The flash one. It shouldn't be too much. Gianvituo thought for a while. I'll teach you. And, are you reading a skill book? Wu Heng said, skill book, I am good at self-study. Gianvituo took out a yellowed book from his space ring and pushed it over directly. I'll lend it to you for a few days. You can read it while you are on the ship. Don't lose it. Teleportation description. This spell will teleport you and up to 3 willing creatures within the casting range to a certain location you specify. Okay. Wu Heng put away the skill book. Dean, did you bring any other skill books? The watches and bicycles on our island are also good. No, let's talk about it later. Gianvituo refused directly. Wu Heng also smiled and said, then wait until this matter is over. Okay, I still need to prepare. You go back first. Then see you tomorrow. Wu Heng got up and left with the skeleton. John Vito was in the dormitory, carefully studying the fountain pen. On the way back, Shirugui was not in the deacon's study. She should have gone to arrange the task. Wu Heng also left the association directly and returned to his residence. Returned to the island owner's mansion. Minnie helped him take off his coat and asked casually, Master, why did you take so long? The reinforcements from the association headquarters have arrived, and we will go to Nettle City together tomorrow. Wu Heng said casually. Minnie paused. Will it be dangerous? Don't worry. There are 3 18th level professionals accompanying us. And there are many 15th level professionals. It's just a city. There won't be any problems. Wu Heng touched her hair. Minnie shrank her shoulders. Then I'll go with you. Going to solve a case. Bringing a maid with you. Isn't it ridiculous? Besides, Treasure Island. We still need you to take care of it. Wu Heng said. Okay then. Wu Heng continued. I'll go upstairs first. And in the evening, notify Macintosh and Philippa to come here for dinner. Okay, Master. Minnie replied. Wu Heng continued to let Minnie prepare the things she needed to go out. Then he went straight upstairs. Entered the study, opened the boundary door. Go to the zombie world. Wu Heng walked out of the boundary door. Then, he heard the sound of rain. The sky outside the window was gloomy, and the raindrops were connected. Let Xiao out. Let her go to find her mother, and she might not see her for a while. Take advantage of this time, and stay a little longer. Wu Heng picked up the intercom that was charging next to him, and called Chi Hantai over. Soon, there was a knock on the door. Chi Hantai walked in wearing a coat. Wu Heng motioned her to sit down and asked, What happened these 2 days? Chi Hantai said, Yes. We have contacted the Korean National Rescue Team. They will arrange for someone to come tomorrow to discuss things with us. Tomorrow? Chapter 683, Buy her some books. Tomorrow is the time for me and the association team to go to Nitalia City. The time is the same. The National Rescue Team in South Korea is a little different from the rescue team of the main station. At the beginning, the main station quickly opened the main station. The radio frequency bands were divided for each region. And some survival knowledge and skills were taught all day. This side feels a little unknown. I originally thought there was no general rescue team. But now that the skeleton team has expanded to a certain extent, a rescue team has actually appeared. It was somewhat unexpected. What do you want to talk about? Wu Heng asked. Chi Hantai said, They should have heard about some of our things. I feel that it is just that. Maintaining peace with each other. And exchanging materials. I am not sure whether there will be other things. In this case, it is not much different from the main station on my side. The main thing is to establish a peaceful relationship. After all, the skeleton army has been expanding all the way, even with hot weapons. It is difficult to stop the skeleton's attack. Peaceful friendship is the right choice. Wu Heng thought for a while, and said, You will be responsible for this meeting, just like the head office, see what they have to say. Chi Hankai looked at him. Okay, if there is something I can't decide, just say that I need to discuss it in a meeting, and notify them later. Okay. Wu Heng nodded. After saying this, Chi Hankai took out a small notebook from her bosom. And then said, We have found several factories that make fountain pens and ballpoint pens in various places, as well as bicycle factories. The nearby areas have been marked. Wu Heng nodded. I'll go over and take a look when I have a chance. In the modern world, ballpoint pens are still the most commonly used, and they are more convenient to use. In the other world, since they have just switched from quill pens, they still prefer fountain pens. As for the introduction of ballpoint pens, it should be delayed for a while. Let's digest the fountain pen first. When other people start to make fountain pens, I will sell ballpoint pens. Another critical hit replaced the fountain pen. Also, Sister Yang has occupied the pharmaceutical factory and is organizing people to collect information there, looking for some relevant talents, and preparing to resume the production of some commonly used medicines. Chi Honkai continued. This is a big deal. Although the medicines can be collected outside, most of them are within the shelf life. But there will be a time when they are used up or expired, and it is still necessary to resume the production of medicines. When the time comes, we will also ask here, if there are relevant talents, let's gather together. Okay. Chi Honkai agreed. The rest is not a big deal. What about Gao Rong? There is no new news from Gao Rong. Let's go, take me to the base to have a look. Okay. Chi Honkai took out an umbrella, and the two walked out of the dormitory together, headed to the office building opposite. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The two came back from outside. Chi Honkai went to arrange the meeting with the Korean rescue team tomorrow, and Wu Hung also returned to the dormitory. Sitting aside, flipping through the latest skill book, looking carefully at the contents above. The old wizard Janbito definitely has a lot of skills of a high level, but he is not willing to show them. Of course, it is not that the other party is stingy. Every profession has its own heritage. Especially among wizards, there is also emphasis on master-apprentice, faction, inheritance. No one will show his old secrets to others casually. The skill books collected by Wu Hung are also placed in his study. After taking a look, Xiao Xiao flew back through the wall. Uncle, are you reading? Yes. You finished talking to your mother. Wu Hung closed the book in his hand. I stayed with her for a while. But she still had to work. So we didn't talk about anything. Xiao Xiao, half lying in the air, said casually. It's good. It seems that your mother likes her current job very much. Yes. It seems that she likes it very much. Xiao Xiao turned over and flew over. Why don't you buy her a few more skill books? Sure. When we go to Nidal City, there should be more skill books for bards there. Wu Hung said. Okay. Let's go back first. Xiao Xiao crawled back into her body. Wu Hung opened the door and walked in. After a simple wash, Wu Hung came down from upstairs, and when he was halfway there, he could hear noisy chatter. He glanced towards the living room. In addition to Minnie, and several maids in the island owner's house, Philippa and Macintosh, who was in charge of intelligence, also sat on the sofa in the living room. They talked about the recent events on Treasure Island. Minnie, Philippa, and the others were young, and they chatted excitedly. Macintosh sat aside, holding the latest newspaper of the island owner's mansion in one hand, and feeding the green parrot and the little owl with white feathers with the other hand. Seeing Wu Hung coming down, several people stood up and greeted him. Master, dinner is ready. I'll ask the skeletons to bring it up, Minnie said, and walked quickly to the kitchen. Then, the chefs and skeletons brought the sumptuous dinner to the table. Several people sat together and began to eat. After feeling a little full, Wu Hung said, the reinforcements of the association have arrived. Tomorrow I will follow the staff of the headquarters to the city of Netal to investigate the murder of the local deacon. No one spoke, and they still looked at him. Minnie had told them about this matter when she came, and she was prepared for it. Wu Hung continued, Anvir is still in charge of the government affairs of the entire Treasure Island. Pay attention to the time of newspaper distribution. I have the manuscripts of the serialized stories in the drawer of my study. Just sell them according to the numbers. Understood, Master. Anvir nodded. Macintosh, remember the number of the association's deacon's study. For ordinary cases, contact the patrol team. For things that may be dangerous, contact Zalogli directly. She will arrange for it to be handled. Yes, Master. Island Master. Macintosh also responded. Minnie, Robe, Annette, you still stay in the island owner's house. If you go out, bring more skeletons. Okay. Okay, have dinner. Be careful when I'm not around. Nothing is more important than life. Wu Hung gave another instruction. Yes, Master. Yes, Sir Island Owner. Philippa frowned. Damn, why am I not here? Wu Hung glanced at her. You will follow me to Netal City. Didn't I tell you before? I thought you changed your mind, Philippa said. Wu Hung looked at everyone again. That's it, just be careful. Several people nodded again. After dinner, the maids helped to pack up. Association dormitory. Knock. Knock. There was a knock on the door, and a figure quickly flashed into the room. Princess, I found out that Team 5 will follow to Nitalia City tomorrow, and the association headquarters has arranged several level 18 professionals. The little maid said. The fifth princess, who was sitting on the bed, looked up and asked, Who will lead the Treasure Island team? The island master Wu Hung. The association seems to have no intention of hiding anything. And the notice has been posted. Wu Hung, the fifth princess murmured. And then said, pack up. I want to go with you. We finally escaped. You are going back. Isn't this? The maid hesitated. And then said, Princess? They didn't say they would take us. I have a way. Pack up. Hurry up. The fifth princess urged in a low voice. Night fell. Wu Hung sat in the study for a while, and heard a knock on the door. He opened the door, and saw Chanela standing at the door. Wu Hung smiled and asked, What are you busy with? You didn't even come to eat dinner together. I'm discussing some exhibits with a few people from the Chamber of Commerce. Chanela said. Wu Hung hugged her and walked to the bedroom on the side. I'm going to Necromancer City with the association to deal with the local deacon's affairs. I heard from many. Be careful when you go there. You are the owner of Treasure Island. There is no need to force yourself. Chanela reminded softly. I know, there is an elder of the association in the team. It's not my turn to step forward. It's good that you know. Then the business of Treasure Island will be handed over to you. Don't worry, Sanera said confidently. I'm confident to leave it to you. Wu Hung said, pulling her towards the bathroom. Sanera rolled her eyes at him. We're leaving tomorrow. Why don't you rest early? Wu Hung helped her take off her long skirt, unhook the hook of her bra. I'm afraid you'll miss me. Hate. Sanera rolled her eyes at him unhappily, and then sat in the bathtub. Chanela squeezed into his arms again. Although you have the association as your backer, you still have to be careful. The great detective stories have been sold outside, and the murderer will not want to see you enter the city. I will be careful. Wu Hung pinched her soft face. Let's go. Go back to bed and rest. The two walked out of the bathtub and simply dried their bodies. Wu Hung picked up the other person and walked towards the bed in the bedroom. Chapter 684. Your ship? In the morning, the sun shines on the sea, and the waves sparkle. The crew members of the association heading to the city of Necromancer boarded the ship early. The newly recruited sailors, the attendants and guards who accompanied them, are making final preparations. And several high-level representatives of the headquarters also gathered on the deck, waiting silently, with a little impatience in their eyes. What's wrong with this Wu Hung? He doesn't even keep the time he set. The dwarf in the team said dissatisfiedly, and his rough voice was particularly clear. I'm afraid I've forgotten the time. The priest chuckled. Wait a little longer. If he doesn't show up, send someone to call him. The old wizard said softly. No need to wait. Send someone to find him. Sim will record this. The 18th level swordsman elder said indifferently. The dwarf investigator took out a pen and paper from the space ring. Prepare to record this. The owner of the Treasure Island doesn't seem as reliable as what is written in the newspaper. Ding, just when writing the record. A piercing noise came from the sea. Then, exclamations came from the other people on the ship. What a big ship. It's carrying the flag of Treasure Island and the flag of the association. It's a ship of Treasure Island. This is too much. Is it a strange vehicle? The deck fence was instantly surrounded by a crowd. Several people from the association also looked at the distant sea. On the distant sea level, a huge and unprecedented strange ship was floating on the sea like an island. The small boat guarding the side looked unusually small. 3 18th level professionals and 4 15th level professionals all stood by the fence, their eyes wide open, looking at the scene in surprise. In addition to being amazed at the giant ship, their hearts were also full of doubts. What's going on with this Treasure Island? It's okay to say that pens and watches are invented and improved. But where did they get this huge thing? Such a huge device can't be made with a brain. Does Treasure Island have such a deep background? Elder. They signaled with flags. Let us pass. The sailor on the mast said. The swordsman elder nodded. Come closer. Everyone immediately took action. And the ship slowly approached the fleet where the giant ship was. The closer they got, the more they could feel the majesty of the giant ship, and the smallness of their own ship. On the dragon-carrying giant ship, the magic circle gradually took shape, and the figures of 3 18th level professionals appeared. They looked around. Their faces suddenly became ugly. On the wide deck, rows of skeleton flying dragons were shaking their heads and tails. There were ordinary skeletons guarding the surroundings. Bringing so many skeleton dragons? This ship has really become an island carrying so many troops. Tap tap tap, footsteps sounded. Kavina, the captain of the 5th team of the association, walked over with the team members. Elder Dean, what do you want? The three looked at each other. Jan Vito asked, Where is Wu Hung? The island owner is not on this ship, on the ship below, Kavina said directly. Which one? The three were puzzled. Kavina pointed to the blue and white frigate below. That one. Okay. Got it. On the frigate. Philippa ran over and said. The headquarters ship looks too ordinary. And there are quite a few people. It is different from the ships on her side. The ships of the headquarters carry quite a few living sailors and logistics personnel, guards and attendants, and several association teams. There were more than 200 people in total. Of course, there were also quite a few people on Wu Heng's ship, but they were basically all skeletons. No need for food or drink, mainly a traveling guard. If nothing goes wrong, our ship is unique, and it is estimated that no one else will be able to develop it in a few years. Wu Heng said. What a pity, if I was a pirate, I don't know how impressive it would be if I had such a ship. Can a pirate be as impressive as you? The captain of the Treasure Island fleet? Wu Heng asked back. That's true. Philippa nodded in agreement. Wu Heng looked at the parrot that jumped in again. Is its wing injured? Why is it running around? Ah, let me see. Philippa picked up the parrot and checked it. As he was talking, a magic circle suddenly lit up on the deck of the frigate, forming at a speed visible to the naked eye. Crash! The skeletons on the ship quickly rushed forward, holding rifles and surrounding the magic circle. Then, the figures of the 3 level 18 professionals gradually became clear. Go back to your posts, Wu Heng said. The skeletons immediately dispersed and returned to their posts. Jan Vito walked out and said, Why aren't you on the largest ship? That ship is used to transport troops. What's wrong? Wu Heng asked. Normally, the safest ship is the frigate. It has main guns and close-in defense guns. In the current world, unless a hero comes to kill, it is difficult for anyone to board this ship. The aircraft carrier carrying the Flying Dragon, although it has arranged a large number of skeletons for defense, has not yet installed defense weapons such as close-in defense guns. The defense is slightly worse than that of the frigate. In addition, others will also think that the commander will be on the largest ship, and ignore the small boat next to it. I just went to that ship, and it was quite shocking, John Ito said. It can't compare with the headquarters, Wu Heng said politely, and then asked, What are your instructions? The elder swordsman said, Come up to confirm the ship. There is no problem now. Let's set off directly. Wu Heng nodded, glanced at Philippa, and said directly, The fleet is setting off. The flag signal was sent down, and the fleet began to move towards the depths of the Emerald Sea. The treasure island behind it became smaller and smaller, and gradually disappeared. Are these 2 ships yours? John Ito asked. The other 2 also looked over, waiting for his answer. Wu Heng smiled and nodded. Treasure Island. Your place is really magical, John Ito said with a smile. Wu Heng gestured. Let's go to the cabin to chat. It's windy outside. Several people followed into the cabin. Philippa brought in tea and sat down beside him. The swordsman elder said, How many days will it take to reach Netar City? 4 to 5 days. Based on your understanding of the whole case. Do you have any ideas? Asked the association elder Tapani. Wu Heng thought for a while. It's still too early to start inferring the murderer now. It's nothing more than a random guess, which may affect our later judgment. It's not too late to discuss it after we get to the island. Jan Vito also smiled and said, Elder Tapani, do you want Wu Heng to predict the murderer in advance? If you really have this ability, we can just arrest him directly. That's right. It's indeed too early. Treasure Island. Association. Wu Heng's departure has no impact on Treasure Island. Just like this, Deacon Zalagwi felt a little empty in her heart, as if she had lost her backbone. She slapped her face hard. Focus on work. Why do you always miss him? She took a deep breath and began to look through the documents sent to her. Bang! The door was pushed open. Sir Yali strode in and said in a low voice, The 5th princess is missing. Zalagwi frowned instantly. Why is she missing? Originally, this time was her time to perform at the opera house. Seeing that she was late, the actors came here to look for her. I just asked someone to check, and the luggage and belongings were all there. But she was gone. Sir Yali spoke quickly. Zalagwi narrowed her eyes slightly, and guessed a little in her heart. But it was not certain yet. Take something from her room. Zalagwi put on armor. Sir Yali went out again, and handed over 2 pieces of clothing when she came back. Zalagwi took them, and went directly to the island owner's house, to see the prophet. On the ship. In the kitchen. In the dim room. Two figures wearing sailor uniforms, and with dirty faces sat on wooden boxes washing vegetables. Princess. We won't walk into a trap. Will we? I feel like it's no different from sending ourselves to the door. The investigation team of the association's headquarters. They dare to act in front of the association. If there is any danger, go to the island owner. He will definitely save you. Don't worry. We will go up and see the situation. And then follow the association ship back. They dare not do anything. Princess. We are almost out of money. When this is over, we will go back to perform in the play. And we can still earn some money. Enough to live. The two chatted in a low voice. Other sailors shouted from behind. You two are embroidering, you are so slow, you can't even do this, go and clean the deck. It's done. It's done. The maid replied immediately. Afternoon. The three association members returned to their ships. Philippa also took the flying dragon and went to the large cargo ship. Wu Hung sat in the cabin, took out the teleportation skill book, and planned to read it. The book is not too thick, it should be unlocked in an afternoon. From the effect of the old wizard Janvito's use, it is still quite useful. In addition to moving. Even if you are trapped in a trap or terrain, you can use this skill to escape. Want to read a book? Grinda's figure appeared on the side. Well, where are Xiao Xiao and the others? Wu Hung asked. They are flying with the ship. Grinda explained, and said, Give me the book on pathogenic rays, I will continue to read it. Wu Hung took out another skill book from the space ring, and handed it to Grinda. One person and one soul began to read in the room. Chapter 685. The function of teleportation. Teleportation in the mage faction. It belongs to the spell faction skill. But it is mixed with the knowledge of the array ritual. This point is very similar to his own awakening the soul. It requires mana to activate the array to achieve the final skill effect. He calmed down again and began to focus on the content in the skill book. First of all, the destination of teleportation must be in the same plane. That is to say, it is impossible to teleport from this world to other worlds. Wu Hung was not surprised by this. It is impossible for a skill book that can really travel through planes to borrow a pen. Secondly, the book mentions several requirements for the destination of teleportation and provides examples. The first is the location within sight, and it can meet the requirements of teleportation. This type of teleportation will basically not go wrong. This is the way the old wizard John Vito teleported between several ships. Once you see the location, you know clearly where to go, and you can teleport directly there. The second type is some places that you are familiar with and often go to. The success rate of this type of teleportation will also be higher. But there will be deviations or dangers. The last one is more exaggerated, the description heard from others, or the place seen in books and patterns. It can also be teleported, but the deviation will be greater, and it may even be possible to teleport to a very dangerous place. Although it is not to say that you are teleported out of this world, some traps and dangerous terrains are enough to take the life of a mage. The maximum deviation recorded in the book reached 120 kilometers. This deviation is a bit exaggerated. And it is still recorded, and the number that is not recorded may be higher. Oh my god, the deviation is so big. Wu Hung was surprised. Then he felt that this skill was magical. Being able to teleport by looking at the picture, although the deviation is large, it is also magical. Sure enough, high-level skills are not simple. The first time I saw Gianvichua use this skill, I just thought it was teleporting between two places. Now seeing the introduction and examples in the book, the distance that teleportation can teleport is wider. Can I go back to the island owner's mansion at any time? The teleportation is faster than the ghost train. I must be familiar with the island owner's mansion. According to the introduction of the skill, I seem to be able to go back at any time. No! If it's so easy to teleport, John Vito wouldn't have taken the boat. The last time Treasure Island was besieged by pirates, John Vito led a team to support, and came by boat. And when he left, he also left by boat. If this skill is really useful, John Vito can use teleportation to reach a certain place. Even if he is not familiar with Treasure Island, wouldn't he be familiar with his own home? There must be some hidden dangers here. Next time you see John Vito, ask about it. Continue to read the skill book. The content behind is all about the knowledge and application of spells. The record is still very detailed, and there are some small notes left by some people who read this book before. Wu Hung read it page by page, and he could understand it roughly in his mind. When he finished reading the last page, the system prompt also appeared beside his ear. Unlock skill, teleportation. Unlocked. He glanced at Grinda, who was still reading a book not far away. He was glad that he had this ability, otherwise he would have to spend a lot of time learning skills, like Grinda. He closed the book and put it into the space ring, and took out the water bottle he had prepared in advance and drank a mouthful. Then he looked at Grinda, who was still reading the book seriously. The latter seemed to have sensed something and turned his head to look at him. Have you finished reading? Have you learned it? Grinda knew the secret of learning skills by reading it once. They were together every day, so there was no way to hide it. I have learned it, but there are still many limitations in using it. I will try it more when I have the chance, Wu Hung said calmly. Grinda hesitated to speak, then looked at the book floating in front of her. Are you sure I can learn it? Yes. You must have confidence. Wu Hang's tone was very sure. How about you tell me about it? Grinda said, putting the book on the table where Wu Hung had just read. Wu Hung looked at her. How can I tell you about this? Okay. I'll take a look myself. While the two were talking, Xiao Xiao and Benny also flew back. Uncle, there is no problem with the fleet. No one is lost. How is the ship of the headquarters? Wu Hung asked. Sister Benny and I just watched from a distance. If you hadn't told us there were high-level professionals, why wouldn't you let us go over there? Xiao Xiao said. Yes. It's better not to let them find out. Wu Hung nodded. Xiao Xiao continued. Uncle, give me the tablet. Sister Benny and I will watch a movie. Wu Hung took out the tablet. Go over there and watch it. Don't disturb your Aunt Glinda who is reading. Okay. I won't disturb you. Xiao Xiao and Benny flew to the side. And Wu Hung also opened the door and walked out of the cabin. Standing on the deck and enjoying the sea breeze for a while, Philippa rode a flying dragon and flew back from the dragon cargo ship. Yawning, she said, nothing is going on over there. Do you want to go back and rest? We got up too early this morning. Let's go. Wu Hung took her to the lounge. Philippa took out the prepared bedding and spread it on the floor. You lie here. I'm going to ride a unicorn today, Philippa said, and let Wu Hung lie on the floor. Didn't you say you were sleepy? Wu Hung asked curiously. Philippa held his chest, climbed up to his waist. Exercise before bed. If you can, tell me in advance. Move. Wu Hung held her waist. Philippa began to swing her waist. Soon, her breathing became faster and faster, and she collapsed on his chest. Wu Hung pulled the blanket and covered them. Philippa whispered, I want to change a bigger tavern for Millicent. That one is too small and a little remote. The location of the Nautilus Tavern is indeed a little remote. When it was bought, Wu Hung was still the deputy deacon. He bought it at the city hall. He also used it to collect intelligence. So he chose this tavern. Now the situation is different. Wu Hung has become the owner of the island. Philippa is the captain of the island's fleet and lives in the tavern. It has basically become a brand. Philippa's property. Naturally, no intelligence can be collected. It is completely run as a tavern of Millicent. Let Wire pick a better place for you in the newly developed location, Wu Hung said with a smile. Philippa pouted and said coquettishly, You help me talk. Wire will listen to you. Okay. I'll help you talk when we get back. Thank you, Dad. Philippa immediately smiled and licked his chest gently with the tip of her tongue. The sky gradually darkened, and it was indeed early to get up today. The two fell asleep quickly. The next day, early in the morning, Wu Hung woke up early. The ship was shaking, and he didn't sleep well. The two put on their clothes and left the cabin directly. Philippa gave the skeletons a task. Wu Hung was in the cab, and took out the blueprint to look at it. It was 7 o'clock in the morning. Just after breakfast, there was a burst of electricity from the radio in the cab. Then Minnie's voice came out. This is the island owner's house. Calling the Treasure Island fleet. Minnie has a message. Wu Hung got up and walked to the radio. Picked up the microphone. Minnie. I'm Wu Hung. What's wrong with you? Minnie's voice was full of joy. Master, you got up so early. The boat was bumpy, and I couldn't sleep well. Then you just wait until you get ashore, Minnie said. And then said, Master, Deacon Zalogwi sent a message, asking me to inform you that the 5th princess of the Yek Kingdom and her maid are missing, and it is suspected that they have sneaked into the fleet. Chapter 686, Rain Formation. The 5th princess is on board? Wu Hung raised his eyebrows, and quickly thought about the possibility. Most of the ships on his side are skeletons, and no personnel are recruited from outside. The only possibility is the ship of the association headquarters. It stayed on the island for a day and recruited some sailors and logistics personnel. Did you find out today? Wu Heng asked. Deacon Zalogui started investigating this matter yesterday, and it was confirmed this morning that the person had left the island. The deacon also said that she should have a shielding tool or a strange object on her body, so the skeleton prophet could not find her. Minnie said as she recalled. It's not surprising that there are props to block detection. After all, they escaped. I know, if there is any news, please inform me in time, Wu Heng said. Okay. Master, you also take care of yourself, come back early. I'll bring you gifts when I go back. Hee, thank you. Master. Hang up the communication. Wu Heng went to the cabin where the ghosts were. 2 ghosts watched a movie. One was still reading a book. Glinda, help me find someone, Wu Heng said. Glenda reached level 20. Legendary invisibility provides better effects, making it less likely to be discovered by others. What's wrong? Glenda asked. Do you remember the 5th princess? Zalogui said. She might have sneaked into the fleet. See if she's on the ship of the headquarters? Wu Heng said. Yeko Kingdom, playing your role? Yes, it should be some disguise. Okay. Glenda agreed and flew out. Wu Heng continued to sit in the cabin and chatted with the other 2 ghosts. Glenda flew back directly. In the ship's kitchen, it seems that there is some trouble. Association ship, kitchen. The 5th Princess Brittany and the maid stood on one side, with a little dust on their bodies. Surrounding the other people in the kitchen, there were some sailors. In the opposite position, sat a man with a back hair and a beard. A sailor came over and whispered, Sir, these 2 are women, disguised. The beard's eyes condensed, looking up and down at the 2. Directly said, Tell me about the matter. The sailor immediately said, I saw them holding watches, I suspect they stole them from some master. As he said that, a watch was held in the palm of his hand and handed over. At the same time, it attracted the attention of everyone in the cabin. Such a watch, but several gold coins. Ordinary people can't afford it, not to mention people working in the kitchen. Where did the watch come from? The bearded man asked. We bought it ourselves, just checked the time, and he saw it. The maid immediately retorted. You are quite bold. If you can afford this thing, would you still do this kind of work on the ship? The sailor retorted. The crowd around him also started to talk. They obviously didn't believe this kind of words. The maid wanted to speak, but the 5th princess stopped her and said, You said I stole it? You can go and ask the masters of the association if anyone has lost a watch. And then you will know. Can the masters of the association be seen casually? It is possible that you stole it on the island and planned to use this ship to escape. After the sailor finished speaking, he pushed the watch towards the bearded man again. It is safest to leave it with you, sir. The bearded man also smiled approvingly and took it in his hand. Want to steal something? On the ship of the association headquarters? The 5th princess reminded coldly. The bearded man said, Okay, go back to work, make sure it's not stolen, and then give it back to you. Give it to me. I don't want to fight here. The 5th princess stepped forward. The bearded man's face also turned cold. You dare not listen to me? Give it back to me. Hold her down. I'm going to let her know today how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. As the bearded man spoke, the sailors and kitchen helpers around him also surrounded him. There were only a few scattered helpers recruited from Treasure Island, shouting, Don't be impulsive. If the situation gets out of hand, the masters of the association will be angry. But obviously no one wanted to listen. The 5th princess reached into her bosom and touched the hidden space ring. If a fight really broke out, she had no choice but to fight. The rest of the matter could be dealt with later, but the watch could not be taken away by the other party. Otherwise, there might be something to think about later. Just when both sides were about to fight directly. Bang! With a loud bang, the door was opened directly. It's a meeting. Everyone is gathered here. Philippa, with a parrot on her shoulder, strode in and looked around. The 5th princess and the maid immediately lowered their heads. They moved to the side. The bearded man immediately stepped forward. Captain Philippa, are you looking for a few association masters? No. I'm here to find 2 people. As he spoke, his eyes swept over everyone in the room. Finally, they fell on the 2 people, who lowered their heads very low. Philippa stepped forward, grabbed the 5th princess' chin and lifted it up. You are quite good at pretending. Come with me. Wu Heng wants to see you. After being recognized, the 5th princess had no better solution. Besides, if we continue to stay here, We will have another fight. I'll go with you. As he said that, he pulled his maid and followed her out. When they were near the door, the maid said, Philippa, they stole our watch. Philippa looked in the direction of the other person's finger. The crowd moved to both sides in an instant. The bearded man looked around and handed the watch over. Well, someone suspected that someone else had lost it. I plan to keep it for now. Then he looked to the side and said, Come here and apologize to the two ladies. The sailor just now came over, smiling a little ugly. Well, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Ladies. Philippa took the watch and threw it to the maid. Then he said to the bearded man and the sailor, If I see you bullying people again, I will peel off your skin and make sails. Yes. Yes. Philippa turned around and walked away, taking the two to the deck. Get on the flying dragon, and return to the frigate. The cabin of the frigate. Wu Hung looked at the master and servant dressed as helpers, whose faces were covered with dust, and frowned. You really followed us. The fifth princess took a deep breath, and raised her head stubbornly. I want to go back and take a look. The association solved the case. What are you going back to see? I know Natalia's city. I can help you investigate the case, and you help me take back the kingdom afterwards. The fifth princess looked like she was negotiating. Wu Hung frowned and looked at her. This is a completely unequal condition. How can she say it so confidently? Help me investigate the case, and I will help her take back the kingdom. Is catching the murderer the same as fighting against the national army? Wu Hung pondered for a long time before saying, I don't need your help, and I won't help you fight for any kingdom. I know it's a bit far-fetched, but I saw the news from the island owner's mansion, and I also want to go back and take a look. I don't want the kingdom to become like this, the other party said, with a frustrated voice. Now it is indeed impossible to send her back to Treasure Island. After thinking for a while, he said, I can take you with me, but you have to agree to my request. You say, but don't go too far. For the rest of the trip, you have to listen to my arrangements for everything, anything. Wu Hung emphasized. I promise you. Remember what you said? Wu Hung looked at Philippa. Take them to take a bath first, and then arrange a room. Okay. Philippa nodded. Let's go, I'll teach you how to take a bath. How to take a bath? The master and servant frowned, and followed each other towards the cabin. In the bathroom, dense water flow, spraying out from the top of the head like flowers scattered by fairies. The fifth princess, who was used to the royal life, was startled, her eyes widened, and she stepped back subconsciously. She opened her mouth wide, and her face was full of surprise. She stretched out her hand to feel the splashing water, and it gently hit her palm. The maid next door exclaimed, Princess, is it raining on your head? It's the same, don't shout, let them think we haven't seen it. Princess, I really haven't seen it. It seems to be a rain formation, so comfortable. In a flash, the fleet sailed for 4 days. Although there was no need to worry about other things. The journey was tiring. Only Philippa was happy at sea. She had a good relationship with the fifth princess and the maid over the past few days. They got together every day and played Go Bang taught by Wu Hung. Wu Hung stood on the deck, feeling the sea breeze, thinking about where to start the investigation after arriving at Nettail's city. Although he wanted to participate in the Echo Kingdom, he also had to investigate the case thoroughly. He still had to maintain his identity as a great detective. If I had known, I would not have let Granda raise me so high. It's a bit difficult, he thought to himself. In the sea ahead, 3 ships appeared. They were flying the flag of the Echo Kingdom Navy, and the crew in navy uniforms could be seen on the deck. They came towards us excitedly. When they saw the giant ship and the flag, they immediately slowed down, and the people on the deck were instantly in chaos, running back and forth. Echo Kingdom ships? Didn't they block the port? Wu Hung turned his head slightly, and said to the air beside him, Xiao Xiao. Benny, go see why those ships are here. Okay, uncle. Okay. 2 voices agreed, and the ghost flew out directly. Soon, Xiao Xiao and Benny flew back one after the other. Xiao Xiao. Tell me, Xiao Xiao said. Uncle, it's a bad guy's ship, and there are many people imprisoned inside. Like slaves. A slave ship flying the flag of the Kingdom of Yeko? Let me see. Xiao Xiao turned around and went straight into the body. A picture was also shared. The dim cabin was divided into separate iron cages. In the cages, there were women and children with depressed and embarrassed looks. Chapter 687, Rotten to the Core. The cabin was full of slaves, Most of them were women and children, which made Wu Heng begin to doubt the identity and purpose of the ship. Let Xiao Xiao out, floating aside. Uncle, are they bad guys? Wu Heng glanced at the kingdom flags hanging, and the kingdom sailors, who were a little panicked on the deck. I'm not completely sure. Maybe they are the families of the pirate village that was wiped out. Wu Heng said. Pirate islands, pirate villages, also exist. After the pirates were killed, the women and children also needed some arrangements to be made locally. They were basically not killed together. I don't think they are good people. Xiao Xiao muttered to the side. Then let them stop the ship for inspection. Wu Heng said, then said to the skeleton behind him, let Philippa come over. The skeleton left quickly, then brought Philippa and the fifth princess Brittany over. Following Wu Heng's gaze, he glanced forward. It's a ship from the kingdom of Yeko. Wu Heng nodded and continued to ask, could it be that they are coming back from fighting bandits? Are you talking about pirates? Philippa put her hand on Wu Heng's shoulder. We are almost at the kingdom's port. Have you ever seen pirates fighting at the gate? Then this ship. There should be something wrong. Wu Heng looked at the other ship and planned to detour and leave, and said to Philippa, go and shout. Let those 3 ships stop for inspection. Philippa was stunned, and then his eyes lit up. Damn. It's a search ship. I like it. Then he walked quickly into the cabin, picked up the microphone and said, the ship of the kingdom of Yeko in front. Stop for inspection. Repeat. Stop for inspection. The voice spread through the ship's loudspeaker and echoed on the sea. Everyone on the headquarters ship walked out of the cabin and looked at the kingdom ship in the distance. The sailors on the Yek kingdom ship were startled by the loud shout. The movements of their hands became faster, but they had no intention of stopping. They acted as if they did not hear the nod, but instead sped up and left. At this moment, everyone felt something was wrong. Normal ships would not make such a move even if they did not want to contact the association. Wu Heng saw that the ship had no intention of stopping, and he jumped onto a bone dragon. Stop the ship. Whoosh. A sound of breaking through the air sounded, and several bone dragons flew into the sky with people, forcefully landed on the other party's ship. Then, the magic circle flashed. The old wizard Janvito brought 2 other 18th level professionals, and teleported directly over. The faces of the people on the deck suddenly became ugly. They held the weapons on their waists. Their eyes wandered for a while, but they still did not draw their weapons. Several association masters. A burly man walked out of the cabin quickly, wearing a captain's uniform, with a standard saber on his waist. He shouted, then looked around at the people on the deck. His pupils contracted again, and asked, I wonder what's going on. Wu Heng also looked at the situation on the ship. The captain of the 5th team, Kavina, said, are you the fleet of the Yeko Kingdom? We are the fleet of the Yeko Kingdom, and we are carrying out a patrol mission. The burly man replied. The uniforms of the Yek Kingdom Navy, with wave patterns, also represent the identity of the Navy. I just asked you to stop the ship. Why didn't you stop? Wu Heng came over and asked. This. The burly man licked his cracked lips, and then said, we have never seen such a big ship, and we thought it was a pirate, so we wanted to leave first. Can't you see the flag of the association? The man hesitated, and then suddenly realized. I understand. We are ignorant. Please don't be offended. Adults. He handed over a bag full of coins. Wu Heng and the others frowned instantly. This man's words were completely illogical. First he pretended not to hear, then he said he thought it was a pirate, and now he was just giving money. It was obvious that he hadn't made up his words. What's on the ship? Wu Heng asked. The burly man saw that no one took the money bag, and his face became even uglier. Nothing. As he said that, he put away the money bag, and subconsciously took a small step back. With one hand behind his back, he gestured to his own people. Wu Heng looked at the other party's small movements, and said directly, search the ship. The burly man's eyes suddenly condensed, and he shouted, do it. Z, bang, before he finished speaking. A flash of lightning hit the burly man's chest, and his body flew backwards, vomiting blood, without waiting to stand up. Then the skeleton attendant Karamba rushed to the other party, and cut his neck with a long sword. The head fell, and the blood spread. The battle was basically over in an instant. Before the others could react, they saw the head rolling to their feet. All the sailors were stunned in place, with fear and struggle on their faces. The association is handling the case, and those who cooperate with the investigation can live. Wu Heng said coldly. We surrender, someone said. and threw away the weapon directly. With the first one, the rest of the people also threw away their weapons and chose to surrender. The sound of weapons thrown on the deck was continuous. Wu Heng said, "Tie them up." Kavina and others immediately took out ropes and tied up the rest of the people. On the whole ship, only the burly man who died had reached level 12. The rest of the people were also at level 10, or even lower. In the eyes of the association's headquarters investigation team, beating him was no different from beating a child. Even if they resisted, the outcome would not be any different. "Is there a problem with the ship?" the elder of the association, Tapani, asked directly. "These 3 ships belong to the official ships of the Kingdom of Yeko. They can be stopped and inspected. Now that they have killed people, things will be different. If there is no reasonable reason, it may be a handle for the Kingdom of Yeko to fight back." "There is a problem," Wu Heng said. Elder Tapani asked, "What is the problem?" Several people in the headquarters looked over. Wu Heng said calmly, "We will know after searching the ship." As he spoke, the person who inspected the ship also came up. One of them bowed and said, "Elder, several adults, there are a lot of women and children imprisoned in the cabin. It is initially understood that they are people from nearby villages. They have been captured. We don't know where they will be transported." The deck was silent for a moment. He glanced at Wu Heng with a surprised look. "There is really a problem. Elder, how do you think we should arrange it?" Wu Heng asked the elf elder. "Since it is confirmed that there is a problem, then the identities of these 3 ships need to be investigated clearly. Let the people of the church deal with the emotions of the prisoners first. All these crew members and sailors are detained and awaiting investigation," Tapani said directly. "Yes." The members of the association immediately took action. Wu Heng also said to Philippa, "These 3 ships will be merged into the fleet and continue to move forward. It will take about a day to reach Nettle City. The fleet cannot stay for too long." "Okay, I understand." Philippa also began to take action. Wu Heng took the flying dragon and also returned to the frigate. Just landed on the deck. The magic circle lit up again. John Ito and the other 2 followed closely and teleported up. "How did you find out there was a problem?" Elder Tapani asked. The dwarf investigator also took out his notebook and began to prepare to record. Facing this investigator, Wu Heng always felt like he was being watched by a camera, which would be used to collect evidence at any time. "I asked the ghost to explore the interior and found the people imprisoned inside," Wu Heng replied. The 3 of them were not surprised that the Necromancer had a ghost. It was a professional characteristic. But the ghost could not always find the target. At least they had to first notice that there was a problem with the fleet, and then arrange the ghost to investigate. "Why do we need to say so much on board? Just arrest them," Tapani said again. Wu Heng continued. "I can't be sure of their identities either. There are some pirate-controlled islands and villages in the Emerald Sea. Sometimes there are families of pirates who are transferred for investigation or resettlement. So, we stopped them and saw their reactions. After boarding the ship, their words were obviously inconsistent. They thought we were pirates. And then, they sent money. They didn't explain the escort on the ship. There was obviously something wrong." The elder nodded. "Not bad. Very sharp insight." The old wizard Janvito asked, "So, they are not the fleet of the Kingdom of Yeko?" "I can't be sure yet. Let's ask the corpse later," Wu Heng replied. The dwarf investigator was recording the conversation between the 2 people. As they were talking, the skeleton dragon fell from the sky. Philippa jumped off the dragon's back and said, "Those people have been detained. 12 people were killed. They are all here." With a wave of his hand, several bodies wrapped in straw mats were taken out. Among them was the burly man who was killed. Wu Heng glanced at the bodies and directly released talk to the dead to one of them. The dead body suddenly sat up and looked over here with cloudy eyes. Wu Heng asked directly, "What is your status in the forces or organizations?" "Members of the White Wing Gang. Now serving in the Tale City Defense Army in the Yek Kingdom," the corpse answered. Several people frowned. "Gang members? Are they also members of the Kingdom City Defense Army? Moreover, how did the White Wing Gang get the name? It sounds like all the members are not very smart. How did you get into the army?" "We don't know either. But the army is recruiting people. And gang forces are also on the recruitment list." "That makes sense. When the city of Rentam was in chaos, the gang members in the city were also used. The gang leader was appointed as the commander or captain, and the gang members under him all became thugs." Wu Heng then asked, "Where are you taking the people in your cabin?" "Take them to the city of Bajaya. where someone will receive them. What are these people used for? Not sure. Wu Heng thought about the last question. Then he asked, Did you capture these people? The corpse answered solemnly, I heard from the leader that these were arranged by the officials of the city of Netale. And there are clothes prepared on the ship. We can wear them to escort these people. After the 5 questions, the corpse fell back to the ground with a bang. Wu Heng and his companions all frowned, although they had not figured it out completely. The general idea of the matter was clear. These people were originally members of the White Wing Gang. The city of Nidal began to recruit soldiers on a large scale, and the gangs were also included. They changed from gang members to soldiers in the city. They were originally responsible for the defense of the city. This time, officials from Nidal arranged for them to escort people to the outside. The elder of the association, Tapani, the old wizard, John Ito, even Philippa, and the dwarf investigator looked serious. Obviously, this is a case of local officials trafficking in people. The kingdom of Yeko is rotten to the core. They started trafficking in people. Wu Heng glanced at the investigator behind him. Mr. Sim, did you record it? The dwarf investigator nodded. I have finished recording it. Wu Heng continued to release talking with the dead, and the second corpse sat up. Who is the official who ordered you to transport people? I don't know. Besides you, are there other ships doing this? I don't know. What is the name of your leader? Patrals. What is the reason for the chaos in the city? The corpse replied. The garrison troops in the city of Nidal fought with an outside army, and many people died. The last question. Wu Heng thought for a moment, and asked, Do you know about the death of the local deacon of the association? I don't know. Then, Wu Heng continued to inquire about the 3 bodies, about the White Wing Gang, and about the civil unrest in the city. Wu Heng stood there and sorted out the information he had obtained regarding the transportation of women and children. He did not ask about the identity of the official behind the scenes. But after entering the city, he could start with the leader of the White Wing Gang. He must know who the official who arranged all this was. The second point is the problem of Nitalii City. The previous chaos was caused by the battle between the city lord's mansion and the city defense force, and an outside army that attempted to take over the city. At the end of the fight, it was unclear who was who. The original city lord is still in charge of the city. As for the death of the local deacon, these people are not clear. They only know that for a long time, the local association hall was closed, and it was difficult to see the association members. After the information was sorted out, Wu Heng looked at the 3 18th level professionals. Elder Dean, do you have any questions? No, don't destroy the remaining bodies, maybe they can be used later. Elder Tapani said. Wu Heng nodded, and said, Deal with the bodies that have been questioned, and roll up the remaining straw mats. The bodies that had released talking with the dead were thrown into the sea, and the rest were wrapped in straw mats, and Wu Heng put them into the space ring. Elder Tapani asked, How long will it take to reach the city of Netali? 1 day. Okay. Let's go back first, and notify us when we are almost there, Tapani said. The old wizard Jan Vito released teleportation and returned to his ship. Wu Heng took Philippa and returned to the cabin. The 5th princess stood up and frowned and asked, What happened? Why did you kill the navy? Philippa looked at her. What do you think? Facing Philippa's righteous question, the 5th princess frowned and was not sure about it. She said, I believe in Wu Heng Island Master. I just want to know the reason. Philippa sat down beside her and said, Your officials, united with gang members, wearing navy clothes, abducting women and children, are more cruel than us pirates, and we will not sell our own people. The 5th princess frowned even deeper, her eyes full of doubt, and she looked at Wu Heng fiercely. My lord Island Master, is it true? Wu Heng said. This is the current situation. The 5th princess stopped talking, sat down on a chair beside her, her face gloomy. Wu Heng also fell into thought. We will arrive at Nitalii tomorrow, and the purpose of this trip for our group will also begin. Will the city bring danger to us? Can we catch the murderer who killed the local deacon? These are the problems we have to face. Even if these 2 are solved, how should we enter this political struggle and improve our reputation? It's a bit difficult. Wu Heng frowned and pondered. At noon the next day, the fleet arrived near the Sea of Nitalii. 3 level 18 professionals, Wu Heng and Philippa, stood on the deck of the frigate. They looked at the neatly built but unusually deserted port from afar. They did not see the mountains of corpses and seas of blood as described in the intelligence. But it was like an empty city. No human figures were seen. Soon, the empty port began to bustle. The station navy discovered the approaching ships. The ships formed a strict defense line, covering the port tightly. Send the letter first, and see what they say, Elder Tapani said. Wu Hung also said, send the letter to them. A team member took a speedboat to deliver the letter. Not long after, the team member returned quickly, looking grim. They said that Nitalii City will not accept any ships to dock now, including us. Tapani's eyes narrowed, and asked, did they say that the headquarters came to investigate? Yes, but it didn't work. The member nodded. Chapter 688, No Body. Hearing what the team members brought back. In the association, the faces all darkened. The headquarters name was mentioned. This is not giving any face at all. Tapani's face darkened instantly, and there was a kind of anger in his eyes. Arrogant! Level 18 professionals are the top strong in this world. Don't mention these people in the past. The royal family of the Yek Kingdom should come to meet them in person. Now they are treated like this by the army guarding one place. The old wizard Gianvito, stroking his beard, said with a smile, they are just some soldiers guarding the port, following orders. Why should we get angry with them? Tapani continued, then what do you think we should do? It is not easy for us to kill them. Gianvito looked to the other side, asked, Wu Hung, what do you think? Wu Hung said directly, Netel City is already in the category of suspicion. It is impossible to act according to their mood. We are here to handle the case, not to make friends, so we have to be tough. Tapani raised his eyebrows. This means that they have no courage. Then you handle it. If something goes wrong, I and the elders will naturally support you. Gianvito said directly. Wu Hung nodded, and said to his side, Philippa, go and make a statement. Say that the elders of the association are leading a team into the city to investigate the case. Any behavior that blocks the ship from docking will be regarded as a provocation to the association, and will be attacked by the association, and a wanted order will be issued. Okay. Philippa walked quickly to the cab, picked up the microphone, and started to make a statement. The sound of the horn instantly spread across the sea. It reached the ships on the opposite side, and the port of Entail City. Ramp it, Wu Hung continued. The fleet began to restart, and forced its way toward the port. The huge cargo ship was moving at full speed, and the waves it created made the blocking fleet sway violently. Seeing the huge ship like a mountain crashing head-on, the Navy ships could not withstand the pressure and quickly fled to both sides. The association's fleet rushed forward, and the kingdom's fleet also tried to avoid it. The two sides passed each other, and both were relatively restrained. Neither side used weapons to attack. They just watched the association's fleet break through the defense line and finally dock at the port. The connecting plate fell, and a large number of skeletons wearing armor and holding weapons poured into the port, surrounding the entire area. Then, the various teams accompanying the association, the 15th level professionals and followers, on the battleship. Tapani and Wu Hung also got off the ship. Crash! At this time, a large number of troops gathered on one side of the port. No one approached, but just watched from a distance. Tapani's face was gloomy, and he said, go, bring their leader here. A team of members ran over quickly. After a quick exchange, a man dressed as a leader was brought over. Tapani looked intimidating without anger, staring at the other person coldly, and the leader felt uneasy and lowered his head with a wandering look. What's your name? Neas, my lord. Tapani looked to the side. Write it down for him, and if it happens again, issue a wanted order from our headquarters. In an instant, the leader, who was still calm, was covered in cold sweat. Sir, we are just following orders. It has nothing to do with me. Your superiors are responsible for taking advantage of you. The port is under the control of our association. If there is any mistake, you will have to take your family and run away, Tapani said, and turned around and left with his men. Only the commander was left, wiping his cold sweat. He stood there at a loss. Wu Hung began to assign tasks to Philippa. No matter what the association in the city did, the port fleet still had to arrange personnel to guard it. If there is any problem, it is also a way out for the people in the association. After the fleet was arranged, Wu Hung walked towards the people in the association and rushed to the association hall together. The whole street was unusually empty. There were basically no residents, and the shops were closed. Only some soldiers in guard uniforms rushed to the port quickly. On the way, they saw the aggressive people in the association, but no one came forward, just watched from a distance. Wu Hung, aren't you from the kingdom of Yeko? Elder Tapani said. Wu Hung shook his head. I was a member of a team in the northern part of the Yeko kingdom for a while, and I was released after a few months. How do you feel? Tapani asked. The old wizard John Ito also said, I heard that Wu Hung was suppressed here. Wu Hung also smiled and said, it can't be considered suppression. The Yeko kingdom has many restrictive laws for necromancers. I didn't know much about them at the time, so some troubles occurred. After a slight pause, Wu Hung added, the Yeko kingdom at that time might not be a good place for necromancers, but it was indeed not bad for the residents of the kingdom. Everyone nodded, and said nothing more. He continued to speed up his pace. The city lord's mansion. The city lord, Dashiell, is in his 40s this year, a level 16 ranger, wearing a purple robe, looking like a calm and peaceful bard. At this time, he was standing in the courtyard, listening to the messenger who came to deliver the message, reporting the news that the association's fleet had entered the city. As he spoke, his originally calm expression gradually became serious. Who are the people on the island? Dashiell asked. We saw elves, dwarves, and mages, but their identities are not clear yet. The subordinate said, and then suddenly said, by the way, there are a lot of skeletons in the fleet guarding the port, and a man with black hair and black eyes, who should be Wu Hung from Treasure Island. Dashiell narrowed his eyes slightly, and stood there, and pondered for a while. Said, since they have entered the city, forget it. Tell them not to clash with them. Yes. The subordinate nodded and left quickly. Dashiell, who was sitting on a stone chair in the courtyard, suddenly turned his head and looked to the side. After waiting for a few seconds, footsteps sounded, and a man wearing the uniform of the Yek kingdom walked in. The man was burly, with a square face and beard, and walked with a steady pace. People from the association's headquarters entered the city, and broke into the port by force, said the square-faced man. Dashiell nodded. I also received the news. There are people from the association's headquarters and Wu Hung, the owner of Treasure Island. I saw their ship. It's very exaggerated. It looks like a small island. It's pretty good. Lucana. Dashiell interrupted solemnly. Don't say these things. It will damage the relationship with the association. The man sneered. Are you afraid of what they will do? But he didn't say anything more, but said more obscurely, what are you going to do? The headquarters is here to investigate. Of course, I have to cooperate, said Dashiell. The man raised his eyebrows slightly. It's been handled properly. Association Hall. Everyone from the headquarters sat on one side, and the local association members stood opposite. Elder Tapani asked, tell me about the situation of the association. A local deputy deacon stepped forward and said softly, there is unrest in Nitalii City. All the news to the outside cannot be sent out. At present, the deacon and the two teams are missing. Several people narrowed their eyes. Missing. The greater probability is that the information obtained is that they are dead. Moreover, it is more difficult to deal with than death. Without a body, there is no clue for the next step. Where did they disappear? Have you investigated? Tapani asked. The city was too chaotic at that time. Many people died every day, including gang members, the army outside, and cults. It was too chaotic, and there was no way to investigate. The deputy deacon looked bitter. Tapani glanced at Wu Hung and saw that he had nothing to add. He said directly, starting today, I will be in charge of the association. Wu Hung, the owner of Treasure Island, will investigate the disappearance of the deacon and the team. You should cooperate with us without reservation and find out the truth as soon as possible. Yes. Several people nodded. Return to your respective posts. We are here, and you will not be in danger anymore. Thank you. Elder, thank you. Island Master Wu Hung and other gentlemen. They saluted one by one, and then withdrew. After meeting the local members, Tapani brought several members of this team to the conference room, and discussed again. He looked at Wu Hung and said, what are your plans? As a great detective, the association handed over the task of solving the case to Wu Hung. The rest of the people are here to support him, and to deal with some emergencies. At present, the difficulty is still relatively large. The whisperer who went to Treasure Island to deliver the message said that the local deacon had died, and the city of Nidal deliberately blocked the information. After arriving here, there was not even a corpse, and there was no target for the murderer. Moreover, the local city of Nidal was itself a target of suspicion. For a moment, There was no direction to proceed. Wu Heng said, I need to go to the archives to check the situation first. Okay. Tapani looked around. Dean Janvito. Mr. Sim. Select 2 people from the 15th level professionals. Plus 2 teams. And follow Wu Heng to investigate. The rest of the people will follow me to the association. Yes. Everyone nodded. He assigned 2 people to himself from the 18th level professionals. Sim was an investigator, and his combat power was limited. The one who mainly protected him was still Janvito. Wu Heng chose the dwarf and the vampire wearing a heavy cloak from the 15th level professionals, and walked out of the meeting room together. After asking about the location of the archive room, the group walked over quickly. Janvito reminded, the files of the secret talkers are generally not recorded, and can only be transferred from the headquarters. I know. Let's check it first and try our luck. Wu Heng said. Going to the archives room, I didn't look for the secret talkers, who basically don't leave any information in the local area. I looked for the archives of the local deacons. Generally, the exclusive secret talkers will leave a vague record in the archives. He didn't know about this until he arrived at Treasure Island. At that time, Philippa was acting as a spy, and didn't have her own file, but she would make a vague mark under Wu Heng's file. If either party has any problems, they can also use this record to make the most preliminary confirmation. After a few quick steps, he came to the association's archive room. The administrator in charge came up to him immediately. My lords, give me the deacon's file. Yes, my lords. Soon, a thick file was taken out. Wu Heng opened the file bag and began to look through it carefully. In the file, there were 3 different names, all of whom were released due to mistakes in arrest or meritorious service. It was not certain whether the spy was in it, but there was still a certain probability. Wu Heng took out a tablet and took photos of the files one by one. Then he wrote 3 names on the paper. Ketan. Master Wu Heng. The dwarf came up. Remember these 3 names. Take people to the city hall to investigate whether there are any properties or records. Bring more people. They may not cooperate. Be tougher. Wu Heng said. Understood. The dwarf nodded, pointed out a few people from the team, and left quickly. Wu Heng also walked out of the archive room, and took the rest of the people with him to continue to the deacon's residence. The deacon needs to stay in the association. Often the residence is not too far from the association. The residence of the deacon of Treasure Island is connected to the association, which is a separate mansion built behind the association building. In the city of Nidal, the deacon's mansion is not built like this, but it is also in a residential area behind. Walking over, you can also see several guards guarding. They are not from the association, but guards from the city of Nidal. When the guards saw a group of menacing people coming, they were a little panicked, shouting loudly, Who are you? The association is investigating the case. Who told you to guard here? Wu Heng asked. Association, headquarters? The guard obviously had not received the news from the city, and he seemed a little confused. You are not allowed to enter here. Sirs, you should go and tell our captain, the guard said. Wu Heng was too lazy to talk nonsense, and said directly, Catch him. The people behind him rushed forward and immediately arrested the guards here. Sirs, what are you doing? If you have anything to say, please talk to me. This is the city of Nidal. Several people were a little flustered and said loudly. Wu Heng said, Let one person go to report the news. And if anyone else is talking, shut their mouths. He released one of them, and asked him to leave to report the news. Wu Heng led the others, and went directly into the deacon's residence. The door was easily opened, and the dusty floor showed the footprints of people walking back and forth. Wu Heng said, Someone has been here recently, and the footprints are clear and not covered by dust. The investigator behind him began to record. Wu Heng continued to look at the room. Carvings, calligraphy and paintings, and some daily necessities and ornaments. The life of a deacon in Nitalia City is pretty good. In the local area, it should be considered a high-level life. Something is missing. It should have been taken away by someone. The investigator continued to record. Wu Heng went straight into the bedroom, and found a piece of clothing that was obviously worn often. He took out the tracking pendant from the space ring, squeezed out a drop of blood, and dripped it on the skull. Then, the skull began to come alive. He handed over a corner of the clothes, and the skull bit it, and began to chew hard. Under Wu Heng's gaze, the skull seemed to have lost its vitality, and fell directly. This strange object can track all living targets. Before the prophet's skull, finding people or solving cases, all depended on this strange object. If there is no target that can be tracked, it means that the person is dead. If this deacon does not have a prop that can block the strange object, then he should be dead. Wu Heng said to the few people. The investigator continued to record. While the few people were talking, a middle-aged man in the uniform of the captain of the guard walked in quickly. There were several patrol members following behind him. The captain quickly scanned the men, observing their attire and the aura they exuded. His eyes narrowed slightly. He took a step forward, saluted and said, "Captain of Team 7, I'm meeting the seniors of the association." After saying that, he took out a cloth bag from his arms and said, "Here is the money that was recovered. It's all here." Wu Heng looked at the cloth bag handed over. He shook it in his hand and asked, "How do you know that the deacon of the association will not come back?" "Ah, what do you mean?" The captain frowned. Wu Heng looked directly at the other party and asked again, "The people in the association only speculated that the person was missing. How did you confirm that he would not come back? And dare to take the things inside?" Chapter 689, No Trace. The status of the deacon in the local area is not low. Before they were confirmed that they could not come back, these ordinary guards dare to embezzle, put the valuable things in the room into their own pockets? Wu Heng felt that this statement was untenable. The other members of the association behind him also stared at each other, waiting for a reasonable answer. The captain of the guard looked a little ugly. He didn't expect that he would be targeted when he came back to give money. After a little hesitation, he replied, "My lords, it's a misunderstanding. It's really a misunderstanding." "What kind of misunderstanding? Let me hear it." Wu Heng still looked at him. The captain immediately said, "We didn't take these things. Someone took advantage of the chaos in the city and took them away. Because it involved local deacons. We recovered some things, but the people below were not honest and divided some of them." He looked up carefully and continued. "We learned that the adults from the headquarters came to investigate, and we were afraid of causing trouble. So we arranged for people to recall these properties and send them to the adults." Wu Heng and others frowned. I didn't expect him to come up with such an excuse. In other words, the things were not taken by them, but the recovered dirty things, and some of them were confiscated and divided. The people from the association headquarters came to investigate this time, and they were a little unsure. So they took the initiative to send it over. It's already taken. If it's not sent back, we don't know, Wu Heng said. "My lord, the city lord's mansion has ordered not to have conflicts with the association. The money divided among each person is not much, and they are afraid of causing trouble." The captain continued to talk, and said everything that happened in the team. Dividing the dirty stuff, this kind of thing is not uncommon in any era. When the association team is dealing with problems, the seized items can be directly divided by their own team. Only important and special items will be handed over. "Are all the things that have been distributed here?" Wu Heng continued to ask. "Some of them can't be found, so I will give you the difference in price. Please forgive me." "Gentlemen." Humph. The old wizard Jan Vito snorted coldly. The other members of the association also looked unhappy. These people in front of him either have high levels or have strong backgrounds who would be short of this little money. And these things that cannot be found may be helpful to the whole case. Wu Heng also looked him up and down, and did not intend to ask any more questions here. He said directly, "Please ask the captain to go back with us, so that we can explain the matter clearly." "Ah, sir, I don't know the rest of the matter. I'm afraid there is nothing I can do to help." The captain's face changed. "Don't worry, it's just a simple inquiry." Wu Heng glanced back. Several members of the association team stepped forward and walked towards the captain. The guards behind the captain also began to get a little agitated and were ready to fight. "Don't move. Don't move. I'll go back with you," the captain said, and then said to his men behind him, "I'll go to the association. You take this matter back." Seeing that the other party was quite honest, Wu Heng nodded. "Just cooperate." When dealing with living beings, Wu Heng has few means to use. The only sincere clay doll was obtained by killing the association inspector in private, and it must not be used. Just because I can't do it doesn't mean that other people in the association can't do it. Among the accompanying personnel, the 15th level priest has the ability to detect lies. According to what Zalagli told me before I left, not everyone can detect this ability. But the captain in front of me is obviously only level 7 or 8. It's not a big problem to identify him. After confirming that there are no clues here, I arranged for 2 members of the association to stay temporarily, and the rest of them walked towards the opposite association. Just as they reached the gate, The dwarf Kaian, who was arranged to go to the city hall, also came back. Hand him over to the elders and explain the matter by the way, Wu Heng said. The team members walked into the association with the captain of the guard. Wu Heng walked towards the returning Kaian and asked, "How is it?" Nothing was found. No property and information were found for the three names, the dwarf said directly. Wu Heng frowned. Things were more difficult than he had imagined. 2 directions, all without any clues. Old Master Janvito asked, "What should we do next?" Wu Heng said, "Go and call the local deputy deacon." A member went in directly, and when he came back, the local deputy deacon followed him. "My lords, you all said that many people died in the city. Where are the bodies buried?" Wu Heng asked. "Burn, there has been black smoke for several days, and the whole city smells like burnt bodies," the local deputy deacon said. "So many bodies all burned?" The deputy deacon thought for a moment, and said, "Some bodies of local residents with families should be buried over there in the cemetery. Take us over there to have a look. By the way, prepare a carriage for Dean Giandito." Wu Heng said. "Yes." The deputy deacon nodded, and began to prepare. Not long after, the carriage and horses were brought over. The old wizard and the investigator took the carriage, and the others took the horses, following the local deputy deacon out of the city. At the city gate, the guards on duty simply asked, "And then let them go." This was completely the opposite of their attitude before docking in the morning. Wu Heng and the others did not stop, and went all the way to the cemetery outside the city. At a glance, there were densely packed graves. He took out a few masks from his space ring and distributed them to the others, and ordered the skeleton, "Dig the graves. Dig from the front to the back." The skeleton swung the shovel and dug out all the bodies inside. The coffin lid was opened, and the strong stench of rotting corpses instantly filled the air. Many people subconsciously took 2 steps back to keep their distance. Wu Heng released talking to the dead to a corpse. The corpse sat up, turned its head, and its eyeballs fell to the ground. "How did you die?" The corpse answered hoarsely. "2 groups of people fought and killed me." "Do you know anything about the deacon of the association?" "I don't know." "During the civil war in the city, was there any news that you thought was special?" The corpse was silent for a while, and said, "The city lord's mansion claimed that there were reinforcements, and they would help defend the city." Association Deacon's study. Elder Tapani sat behind the desk, looking through some previous information. Knock. 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 There was a knock on the door, and 2 level 15 professionals in the team walked in. The priest said, "Elder, the man was taken away by the city lord's mansion, and I didn't get anything out of him. Is everything he said true?" Tapani frowned. "With his level, he can't lie to me. Several people privately divided some things. This time we came here, and the city lord's mansion didn't allow us to have conflicts, so they sent the things back." The priest replied. "Did the investigators record everything?" "Yes." As he was talking, the door was knocked again. Wu Heng, John Ito, and others all walked in. Tapani's eyes lit up. "What did you find?" "We checked the deacon's residence, and went to the graves outside to interrogate the bodies, but we haven't found anything yet." Wu Heng asked back, "What about the captain?" The priest said, "He told the truth, and divided the things privately." At this point, everyone fell silent. The fact that the association members entered the city could not be concealed. Therefore, Wu Heng and others immediately began to investigate. But after a round, they did not find any clues. "It's a bit of a bad start," the elder muttered, and then said, "Wu Heng, what are you going to do next?" "First, collect information about other secret talkers. If necessary, you can also publicly offer a reward for the information," Wu Heng said directly. "An association cannot have only one secret talker. Maybe other whisperers can deliver some useful information. Publicly offering a bounty for information is the only solution, and it will certainly damage the image of the association. Maybe there was an accident, and it's not the murderer," one person said. Wu Heng did not answer immediately, but found a seat to sit down. After thinking for a while, he said, "I'm thinking about a question." "What question?" "There is no body. The place of death cannot be found, and the things in the house have been moved. If there is no whisperer who went to Treasure Island to deliver the message, it is fine to say that the deacon left because of the war in the city." Chapter 690. Satellite. When there is a local war or danger, the deacons and the professional team can leave. There is no need to stay and wait for death. The association does not interfere in local internal affairs, nor will it live and die with the city. When the city of Rantam was attacked by the Hammer Party, the local deacons, deputy deacons, and even the team members all disappeared. They waited for several days after the war ended before returning from outside. The situation here is the same today. If the association did not receive the news of the death of the local deacon, and no trace was left, would it be considered that he left the city during the chaos? As time goes by, no one will see him alive or dead. This matter will probably be over. Everyone in the room narrowed their eyes and understood Wu Heng's meaning. Catch the city lord and ask him? The dwarf said. At least there is evidence pointing to him. Otherwise the city lord of a city. How can you just arrest him? The priest retorted. Knock. 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 The door knocked again, followed by the voice of the team members. Elder, dinner is ready. Let's eat first, and we'll talk about the rest later. All of them walked out of the room. The priest tested the toxicity and purified the dinner, and started to eat dinner together. On the fleet side, the cargo ship and the frigate, they had their own kitchens and skeleton chefs, so they did not need to send food specially. It also reduced the number of other people, and it was dangerous to get close to the fleet. After everyone had dinner, dormitories were arranged, and Wu Heng also returned to the room in advance. In the dormitory, Wu Heng took out the radio and installed it. After adjusting the frequency band, he said, Minnie, I am Wu Heng. Is there any problem with Treasure Island? After that, Wu Heng opened Mansion Technique and called out a skeleton investigator from it, and asked it to sit in front of the radio and listen to the intelligence. As soon as the skeleton sat down, a voice came from the radio. Master, have you arrived there? Wu Heng raised his eyebrows. Minnie's movements were quite fast. The radio station of Treasure Island was also guarded by the skeleton. Generally, the maids would check it once in the morning and evening, and would not keep an eye on it at all times. We have arrived at the city of Natalia. Don't worry. That's great. How is Treasure Island? Wu Heng asked. Minnie said, everything is normal in Treasure Island. There were some problems during your absence, but Deacon Zalagui solved them all. Zalagui is still quite capable. What about Chanela? More and more people are buying goods on the island. Sister Chanela can send several boxes of gold coins every day, Minnie said, and then said, by the way, Sister Chanela said that when you come back, the second auction will be held, and the venue has been rebuilt. Just let her arrange it. Wu Heng nodded. Master, has the case been investigated? Minnie asked. Wu Heng replied, not yet, some are not easy to investigate. Then, it was Robert's voice. Master, do you miss us? Yes, I dream about it. After that, it was Annette's voice. Master, be careful, Philippa is careless, you take care of yourself. Yes, I will, you should also be careful, wait for me to come back. Got it. Master. The three maids responded in unison. I have arranged for Skeleton to guard the radio station. If you have anything to say, just talk to him directly. Okay. I won't talk to you for now. I have something else to do here. The maids answered. And Wu Heng also hung up the call. Waited in the room for a while. Glenda also flew back from outside. How is it? Wu Heng asked. Glenda said, the city lord is in his 40s, a level 16 professional, summoned the city's guard commander and officials, and asked them not to have conflicts with the people in the association. There are many people stationed in the military camp, one of whom has reached the 18th level professional, and is initially determined to be a great boxer. The army has not taken any action regarding your entry into the city. 18th level professional. Wu Heng narrowed his eyes. Such a high level was arranged in the military camp. I remember when I was asking the corpses in the cemetery. A corpse mentioned that the Natalia city could not defeat the foreign army. Later, a group of reinforcements appeared and helped to defend the place. It seems that this is the 18th level professional. If this level 18 leader was already in the city, there wouldn't be such a thing as being defeated. Did you find anything wrong? Wu Heng asked. Glenda replied, no big problem. Neither the city lord nor the level 18 leader talked too much about the association. The only problem is that the level gap is quite large. The highest level in the army is 18, and then there are level 12 professionals, or even lower. Wu Heng nodded. Let's pay attention to it later. Okay. Come back first, and let's go to the zombie world to have a look. Wu Heng said. Glenda nodded, and went directly into the body. Wu Heng locked the door, opened the gate, and walked in directly. Zombie world. After walking out of the gate, Wu Hung came to the window and opened it. Let some fresh air into the room. Outside the window, you can see the patrolling skeleton team, some busy survivors, and even children playing football on the platform in the distance. It seems that there are new survivors. Pick up the intercom and call Chi Han Kai. Soon, footsteps sounded, and Chi Han Kai, wearing blue jeans and a white short-sleeved shirt, walked in directly. Chief, Chi Han Kai shouted with a smile. The two of them became closer, but they still addressed each other as Chief. Has the Korean rescue team arrived? Wu Hung asked. Before leaving, Chi Han Kai mentioned the Korean rescue team. They came. They brought a modern army with them. They looked quite like they were there, Chi Han Kai said. What did they say? Chi Han Kai took out a notebook from his trouser pocket, flipped it open and took a look, and said, they said two things in total. One was that they wanted us to withdraw from their country. They talked about a lot of national land, the United Nations Charter and so on. I didn't understand them, so I just refused. The second point is to control the movement of the skeletons, so that there will be no conflict between them, and the two sides will reach a peaceful relationship. As for the return of the land, I plan to discuss it with you in detail later. The third point is to exchange food. They should have heard about the situation in our country, and directly proposed to exchange weapons for food. I did not agree to this, mainly because we don't have much food now. The last one is about satellite sharing. They plan to lease the use of satellites to us, which can provide communication, positioning, and some image observation. Hearing the last one, Wu Hung frowned instantly. Satellite? Is this thing still working? From what they said, it should still be working, and can provide some functions. Chi Han Kai said. This is quite unexpected. The satellite can still be used, and it seems that it can be provided to other people. Wu Hung then asked, what are the rental conditions? They have gone back to discuss it, and will contact us through the radio when the time comes. Chi Han Kai closed the book in his hand. First ask how to rent it, and then see if it can help us. Okay. Chi Han Kai nodded, and then said, we have made some progress here. Wu Hung poured 2 glasses of water, one of which was placed in front of Chi Han Kai. What progress? Gao Rong has started trial production of the artillery shell production chain, and it is estimated that the finished product will be available soon. Yes, that's a good thing. Wu Hung nodded. Gao Rong is very efficient. First it was the production chain of rifles, and now it's the artillery shells, and the speed is surprisingly fast. Chi Han Kai smiled, and then said, and Sister Li Yong, didn't she say that she had occupied the pharmaceutical factory before? She wants to send a few alchemical skeletons over to see if the medicine can be produced in the form of tablets or capsules. Chapter 691, all used on me. Making the medicine from another world into pills. This is a good idea. Whether it is a healing medicine or a mental medicine, they have effects that modern medicines do not have. Especially the healing medicine, as long as the patient is not dead, most injuries will be effective immediately after taking it. However, this medicine also has some shortcomings. For example, the liquid medicine and the glass bottle. It is good to have a space ring, so that it can be carried. And more people don't have space rings, so it's a problem to carry medicine. If it's made into pills, it's more convenient and practical. Maybe it can become the next product of Treasure Island. Good idea. Wu Hung praised first, and then thought for a while. In a few days, I'll arrange for the alchemy skeleton to go there, and see if it can be researched. Okay. I'll go to Binhai Port and call Sister Yang. Chi Han Kai said. Wu Hung added, tell each base when the time comes. And if there are any factories and industries in the local area, you can count them and try to resume production. Understood. After the important things were said, the two chatted about some trivial matters in the base. Chi Han Kai looked at the other party carefully. Will you stay tonight? We just arrived in Netherlight City today, and maybe something will happen tonight. It's really not a good idea to stay. Looking at Chi Han Kai's expectant eyes, he coughed and said, no need to wait until night. We have more time. Chi Han Kai blushed. Then I'll take a shower. Let's go together. The two walked into the bathroom together. The mist was hazy, and soon there were soft moans. Returned to Netherlight City. It was already dark here. The skeleton investigator in front of the desk still sat upright in the chair, without any movement. The doors and windows were closed, and there was no problem with the mark on the door. No one had been here. With a thought, all 3 ghosts were released. Looking around, confirmed the location here. Uncle, is there any progress in the case? Xiao Xiao asked. Not yet. What did you find out? I'll help you analyze it. Xiao Xiao flew over to ask. Wu Heng looked at her. Hesitated. Is it necessary? Yes. I will help you catch the bad guys. Xiao Xiao was very excited. Grinda also said, What information have you collected? Tell me. We are prepared. Wu Heng nodded and sorted out his thoughts. He told her everything he had investigated since entering the city. The three ghosts all fell into deep thought. In other words, there is no clue at all. Grinda concluded. Xiao Xiao floated over. With a worried tone. Uncle, you won't be exposed. Right? Ah? What's the point? I didn't kill the person. No. Then everyone will know that you are a fake detective. Xiao Xiao said. Wu Heng rolled his eyes at her in annoyance. You just came here. How do you know that you can't solve the case? And you agreed to change the name at that time. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. Xiao Xiao crossed his arms and pulled a distance. Glinda continued. It can be done so cleanly, it must be related to the top leaders of this city. I think so too, so I want you to help me focus on two people. Wu Heng said directly. The mayor? Benny asked. Well, Benny, keep an eye on the mayor, write down who he met, or what orders he issued. Glinda. Go to the military camp to keep an eye on the 18th level commander, and see what he is doing. Wu Heng sat down beside the bed and said to the two ghosts. What about me? Xiao Xiao raised her hand. Xiao Xiao. Stay and protect me. Oh. Okay. Xiao Xiao nodded. The other two ghosts went through the wall and left to monitor the target. Wu Heng simply packed up. And also lay on the bed. And began to review today's investigation. He thought about everything. It can be said that there has been no progress since entering the city. His reputation as a great detective. Wouldn't it? He was still hoping that the book would continue to be serialized to increase his reputation. Looking at the ceiling, suddenly a small head dived down from the roof, as if it was hanging upside down on the roof. One person and one soul looked at each other. Are you scared? Xiao Xiao laughed. No, it's not easy to scare me. Wu Heng put his arms behind his head. Xiao Xiao floated to the side again. I told my mother. About you being my father. What did she say? Wu Heng changed to a side-lying position. What else can she say? She scolded me for a long time. Xiao Xiao sighed and said, I should have known not to let her change her job to a bard. She can talk for a long time in one breath, and she used it on me. I said your mother would not agree. In fact, it doesn't matter what you call her. We will always be a family. Wu Heng said with a smile. Until now. Wu Heng felt that Xiao Xiao's unfinished business might need a father. But it also involved Xiao Yanqiu. Moreover, he felt that if he had a good chat with Xiao Xiao, calling her father or uncle was just a title. No. She just wanted to scold me. And she didn't seem to be so opposed to it. Xiao Xiao pretended to think. I'll talk to her later. Maybe it will work. Wu Heng looked at her and didn't say much. It was getting darker. Wu Heng said, Xiao Xiao. I'm going to bed. Okay. I want to watch cartoons. Wu Heng took out the tablet. Watch it. But don't forget to keep watch. My life depends on you. Don't worry. Xiao Xiao flew to the other side of the room and started watching cartoons. The next day, 5 long and thin flags were hung on the association building. There were different patterns on them, representing the factions represented by 5 different leaders. This meant that people from the association headquarters had arrived here. Different flags represented the personnel arranged by different factions. Below were some small flags, leading by the flag of Treasure Island. After everyone in the association had breakfast, Elder Tapani sat upright on the side. Wu Heng, what are you going to check today? Wu Heng had thought of today's plan last night. Said, look at it currently, the city is not as confused as we think, at least there will be no one to attack us on the face. Gathering is too slow, I want to investigate separately. How to separate? Wu Heng went on to say. Some people go to the city hall or guard, some records of this period of time. Is there any case related to this incident in Cha-Cha City? There is also the other secrets in the city, and visit some residents, investigation. Which one do you choose? The rest are divided into others. I need to go to the fleet, to live with the city hall and the guards. It's best to give it to Dean Zambito. It will make things smoother. Wu Heng answered. Elder Tapani nodded, and quickly assigned the tasks. Then everyone dispersed, heading to the locations they needed to investigate. Wu Heng led the skeleton attendants out of the association, heading to the port, where the fleet was docked. On the frigate, Philippa stood at the door of the kitchen, urging the skeleton chefs to speed up breakfast, since there were prisoners on board, as well as the women and children who were rescued. The amount of food would increase. The women and children, who wanted to go out on the deck for some fresh air, also changed into sailor uniforms, do some work to clean the deck to disguise. As for the case of human trafficking, the association does not intend to deal with it directly. At that time, as long as the leader of the White Wing Gang is captured, the officials behind the scenes can be obtained. It is considered a solved case. But now the White Wing Gang has been recruited into the army, and arresting people now involves disputes with the army. It is easy to delay the investigation of the association. Wu Heng walked onto the battleship. Philippa, the fifth princess, and the maid were eating in the cabin. Seeing him walk in, Philippa asked, "Have you eaten? Your skeletons are very good. All of them are level 10 chefs, they must be good." Wu Heng said, "Go back and open a shop, give me 2. You want everything, the island owner's mansion is almost empty by you." Hee hee. Philippa laughed. The fifth princess put down the tableware, asked, "How is the investigation in the city going?" "There is no obvious clue at present. I checked his residence, and asked other people in the local association, but there is no obvious clue. It's like he suddenly disappeared." Wu Heng said. "Could he have left?" said the fifth princess. "No. I have used a magic item to track his whereabouts, and I can confirm that he is dead, and the Whisperer will not risk his life to pass on a false message." The fifth princess said unwillingly. "He may not have died in the city. Who would be stupid enough to kill the local steward?" Philippa took a sip from the wine glass. "So, someone pretended to be him and left." Wu Heng was a little surprised that Philippa reacted so quickly this time. "You have lived in the city. What do you think of the city lord?" Wu Heng looked at the blonde fifth princess. The fifth princess frowned. "Do you suspect him? Tell me first." "Dashiell, probably in his 40s, is humble, and very capable. Otherwise, he wouldn't be given such an important place as the port." The fifth princess took a deep breath. "My lord, if you suspect him, I can guarantee that he is fine, and won't do such a stupid thing." Wu Heng nodded, but didn't care about her guarantee. When she was here, she was the fifth princess. "Who dared to be ungentlemanly to you? Where is the defense commander in the city?" "Just say the president," Wu Heng continued. "The president is Helson, a level 15 warrior, a veteran general in the kingdom, with strong defense and combat experience." The fifth princess answered while thinking. Chapter 692, The Woman is Still Alive. Level 15, this is different from what Granda found out. Granda found out that the city lord is level 16, and he is the same person as the fifth princess, but the general leader is definitely not the same person. The current city leader is a level 18 boxer. "Can you guess who he is?" Wu Heng said. "Boxer?" The fifth princess frowned and thought for a while, shaking her head. "I don't have much impression. I was not very interested in these things before. I didn't know many people, and I didn't know their level. If there is a portrait, I might know who he is. He is very burly, with a beard." Wu Heng gave a rough description. "No impression." The fifth princess shook her head again. "Okay. It's okay if you don't know. It's not a big problem." Wu Heng nodded. The fifth princess continued. "I'll go into the city with you. I'll ask Dashiell in person. He's still very polite to me. It's not time for you to show up yet. If you show up now, it will only attract the attention of people in the dark." The fifth princess hesitated. Then okay. Don't worry. If there's any need for you, I'll let you show up." The fifth princess nodded and said nothing. Wu Heng continued to look at Philippa. "Is everything okay on the ship?" "Don't worry, I have made clear arrangements for the fleet." Philippa patted his chest. After all, he was a captain. These things are not a big problem. "Then I'll go back. I have set up a radio in the room. If there is any situation, please notify me in time." "Okay." After confirming that there was nothing wrong, Wu Heng got off the ship, walked back along the road. The originally prosperous streets are still deserted. "When I first went to Treasure Island, I purchased a lot of weapons and protective gear here, and I was considered a big purchaser at that time. Now, the shops on both sides are closed. Only some grain stores and daily necessities stores are half open and open to the public." Wu Heng saw a protective gear store in the distance. The store door was closed. Wu Heng had bought protective gear there before, and had talked with the proprietress about the city. Wu Heng turned into a small alley, and asked Xiao Xiao to make sure that no one was watching him nearby. He took out a human skin mask and put it on his face. 2 skeleton attendants were also put into the mansion technique. He walked out of the alley and came to the door of the protective gear store. He knocked hard on the door. Soon, an old woman in her 50s opened the door a crack and looked him up and down. "What's the matter?" "I'm looking for the boss lady of this store. I've ordered goods here before," Wu Heng said. The other party's eyes moved slightly. And she said coldly, "She's not here. And the store is closed." After saying that, she was about to close the door. Wu Heng resisted, pushed the door open with a little force, and walked in directly. "You can't just leave after selling the things. Let your boss lady come to see me." The old woman wanted to shout and make a scene to stop him. A woman's voice came from the room. "Please, sir, go to the living room." The old woman glared at Wu Heng and said directly, "Come over here. Do you really think that there are not enough men in the family? Anyone wants to bully me." Wu Heng ignored the other party's curse and followed her into the hall of the store. There were no goods inside, and only some tools were left on the counter. Not long after, footsteps were heard. A woman who deliberately made herself ugly came out, sloppy and with a greasy face. "What did the customer buy?" "I'll tell you in private," Wu Heng said. The lady boss narrowed her eyes slightly and said to the people beside her, "Wait for me at the door." The old woman and the other women who followed her went out together and closed the door. I heard that the footsteps were not too far away and stood guard at the door. "What's the matter with the customer? We have a lot of things to do," the lady boss urged. Wu Heng took off the mask, revealing his original face. "Does the lady boss remember me?" The other party's eyes condensed. "Gold and silver." He stopped talking halfway. Walking to the door, he said, "This guest was introduced by a friend. You can go and do your own things." "Okay, ma'am. Call us if you have anything." After saying that, he came back and sat opposite Wu Heng. "Sir, why are you here?" Wu Heng said, "I came here with the association. The association has entered the city, so it shouldn't be as chaotic as before." "That's good. Otherwise, life would be unbearable." Wu Heng then asked, "Tell me about what happened in the city. We have also been investigating things here recently." The proprietress pondered for a moment, and still started to tell the story. At first, the 2 armies in the city were fighting. All the men in the city were recruited and forced to join the army. Later, when Natalii city was about to fall, reinforcements came and repelled the enemy. I heard that those people were very fierce, and their fighting power was no worse than that of the army. Wu Heng raised his eyebrows. "Aren't the reinforcements the army of the Yeko Kingdom?" When they entered the city, they were not wearing military uniforms. The lady boss thought for a moment. "Like mercenaries, wearing all kinds of clothes." "Do you know any other news?" Wu Heng asked. "No, these are what we saw when we were recruited to repair their armor. The rest is unclear." "Have you seen the leader of the reinforcements?" "Yes, a very burly man, with a square face, a beard, and less hair than beard," the lady boss answered, recalling. "This is the same person as the commander of the military camp that Granda saw. That is to say, the city defense commander in the 5th princess's memory was replaced by this reinforcement commander. It makes sense. This world level is the most direct way to divide levels. Level 18 replaces level 15, no problem." "Thank you, I understand." Wu Heng nodded. The proprietress hesitated, then said, "Island owner, when you leave, can you take us with you? We know some skills, and can help you in Treasure Island. Do you want to leave here? It doesn't matter when, those who can leave have left, and you will die sooner or later if you stay here." The proprietress sounded a little anxious. "Okay. I promise you this. But you can't tell anyone. I'll let you know before I leave." Wu Heng agreed. The lady boss's face lit up. "Thank you, sir. If you have any information, send it directly to the association." "Understood, sir." Wu Heng put on his mask again. "I'm leaving first. You should be careful here." The lady boss nodded and walked him to the door. She said a few more words. "Come back if the protective gear breaks down," and waved goodbye. Wu Heng left directly. Returned to the association. Wu Heng had just walked into the hall. Someone rushed over to him. "Island Master Wu Heng, Dean Janvito has a clue. Let me wait for you here." "Got a clue? It's more efficient than my side." Wu Heng asked, "What clue?" "We checked the archives of the city hall, and compared the portrait, and found the residence of the secret speaker. Let's go, and take a look together. The other party led the way, and rushed to the residence of the secret speaker. After arriving at the location, several people from the association had already searched the room. There are no helpful clues, but it is certain that there are 2 people living here, and there should be a woman, said Jan Vito. Wu Hung looked inside. Bring a woman's clothing here. A close-fitting clothing was sent over. Wu Hung took out the tracking pendant, and immediately after dripping blood, the skull began to tear the clothing. Then a dark blue soul struggled to move in one direction. Wu Hung, Jan Vito and others' eyes lit up. This person is still alive. Chapter 693 Woman. Are you sure the person is alive? Jan Vito asked. Only when the person is alive, the strange object will have an effect, Wu Hung explained. The rest of the people who came over heard this explanation, also showed joy on their faces. Since entering the city, the whole case has been obscure and difficult. It seems that the members of the association are investigating the case smoothly, and no one in the local area is interfering, but it is circling back and forth everywhere, and there is no progress. It seems that there is a turning point today, and the family of the murdered whisperer has been found. There may be some important clues. Don't delay, lest there be any problems with this clue, Gianvito said. This is because he is afraid that others will find him in advance, and go to kill him in advance. Wu Hung glanced at the pendant, and said to the back, You guys stay here to guard, Gianvito. The rest of you follow me. Do you have horses? Bring the horses over. Yes. Everyone answered, and there was some morale. At this time, 2 horses were brought over. Wu Hung and the old wizard jumped on the horses, lightly flicked the whip, and ran in the direction indicated by the pendant. The skeleton attendants also started running quickly, leaving a distance behind. And further behind were the association members jogging. A team was divided into 3 groups, running wildly on the street, attracting the attention of everyone along the road. Residential area. The association team entered aggressively. Residents on both sides of the road quickly left, and the grain store that was open for business also closed half of its door. From the gap, watching the team that suddenly broke in. Whoosh, Wu Hung pulled the reins, and the horse quickly stopped. The old wizard also stopped, stroking his gray beard to maintain his image. Wu Hung pointed to the houses in front and said, This is it. The house is a 2-story building made of bricks, stones and wood. After all, it is a port city, and the living conditions are much better. It seems that we are not very welcome. Jan Vito looked around. Where is your little ghost? Check if there is any danger nearby. The perception was released. He could feel some voices behind the doors of the houses, and the eyes looking in through the gaps. The slight collision of the tools can be felt. They are wary of themselves. No danger. The city has captured strong men before. It's normal to be wary of us. Don't worry about them, Wu Hung said directly. While the 2 were talking, the skeleton attendants and other association members also arrived one after another. Don't delay, Jan Vito urged. Wu Hung also pointed to the house in front of him. Knock on the door. A member of the association stepped forward and knocked on the door. There were subtle footsteps from inside, but there was no response. We are from the association. Asking some questions. It was still quiet inside. Break the door, Jan Vito said directly. Bang! The team member who knocked on the door kicked the door. The door shook violently. Bang! The second kick fell, and the door opened inward instantly. In the dim house, 3 women and a child hugged each other, and someone put his hands behind his back as if holding a weapon. What are you going to do? We are very united. If you dare to mess around, you will not have a good life, a woman said firmly. We are members of the association who came to the city to look for someone. Someone explained. Looking for someone. We don't have what you are looking for here. Whose family has a member of the association? The team member continued to ask. The people in the house still didn't speak. Wu Hung glanced at the pendant in his hand and pointed at a woman hiding behind. She was less than 30 years old, with black and gray on her face, and her facial features looked pretty good. Come with us to the association. No. I don't know anything. The woman dodged for a while. We are from the association's headquarters. Not long ago, an informant of the association died on the way to report the news. We got the news and came to investigate. We happened to find out about you. Wu Hung looked at the other party and said calmly. The woman's eyes were erratic. After a long while, she said, Why should I trust you? Go to the association. You will know our identity when you get there. Wu Hung continued. The woman looked at the people gathered outside. There was no way she could not leave. She nodded and said, "I will go with you." "Please." The woman nodded, picked up the package behind her, and followed him out. The rest of the people all left. Wu Hung took out a few silver coins from his space ring and handed them to the rest of the people in the room. "Excuse me, take them to fix the door." The silver coins were piled on the cabinet at the door, and he left with the rest of the people. When he returned, he was not so anxious. The group escorted the woman and returned directly to the association. In the association building, Elder Tapani sat upright on the chair, but his face was extremely serious. There was some progress today, but it was not certain what the final result would be and whether it would help the whole case. "Elder, do we need to arrange for someone to go out and pick them up?" Tapani glanced at the people in the room. "No. We just need to stay here and wait for them." "What if there is still no accurate information?" Tapani glared at the person asking the question, but still said, "If there is still no clue, it will not be us who are worried, but the kingdom of Yeko and the city of Nitalii. Whether there is any result by then, the mayor of the city will have to be replaced." "That's right. The one who is most worried now should be the mayor of the city here. If he blocks us from entering the city, and there are doubts in this case, he doesn't need to be the mayor anymore. It depends on Wu Hung and the others, whether there is any result this time." Everyone was discussing in a low voice, and footsteps were heard outside the door. The door of the conference room opened, and Wu Hung and his men, accompanied by a woman, strode in. John Nito and Elder Tapani exchanged glances quickly. The serious expression on Tapani's face also relaxed a little. "Wu Hung, how is it?" Tapani asked directly. Wu Hung said, "I learned briefly on the way that this woman, who claimed to be the wife of the messenger, had an accident in the city, and she didn't have time to leave the city, so she hid in the home of an ordinary resident." The elder nodded, looked at the woman in coarse linen, and asked, "What's your name?" The woman's eyes were evasive, and her body stepped back. Wu Hung said, "This is the elder of the association's headquarters. He is the strongest in the city. He will answer whatever you ask. You will not be in danger." The woman bowed gently and said, "My name is Flora. Did your husband leave you any message before he left?" "Yes." The woman nodded. Everyone in the room was moved. "What did he leave?" Tapani asked. The woman took off her coat, opened the inner garment along the seam, and took out a bill of the Snake Emblem Consortium from the interlayer. This kind of bill is quite common in the Snake Emblem Consortium. They recognize the bill but not the person. This is what they mean. Wu Hung took it and checked it. There was no problem with the imprint and anti-counterfeiting on the bill. He turned around and handed it to the 18th level investigator next to him, who checked it again. He also confirmed that there was no problem. Wu Hung then asked, "Besides this bill, what else did he say to you? What did he tell you?" "This." The woman fell silent, and then said, "I can't remember. The last thing I remember is that he told me to hide if I was in danger, and wait for the people from the association headquarters to come here." "What kind of person is he usually?" Wu Hung asked. The woman was stunned, and the others looked at him strangely. Then, the woman began to sob softly, and told how they knew each other, and how responsible she was. She talked for a long time. Seeing that he could not get any answers, Wu Hung continued to ask, "Does anyone else want to ask anything?" "No. Arrange a dormitory for her, and go to rest," Tapani said. The woman was taken out of the room. After the door was closed, Wu Hung looked at the priest. "Is she telling the truth? It's hard to judge. There are only 2 sentences, and she was crying at the end," the priest said. Tapani looked at her. "Do you suspect she has a problem?" "I can't say for sure," Wu Hung continued. "I'll go to the local Snake Emblem Consortium. It was closed before. I don't know if I can find the person there. I'll go with you. Dean Janvito will stay here. If the information is useful, we can arrest the person directly." Tapani stood up and said, Chapter 694, Catching People. The old wizard stroked his beard. "What do you mean? I can't catch anyone if I follow you." "That's not what I mean. If it really involves the local city lord or the army, the identity of the association elders will be more deterrent." John Nito didn't say much. "Go, don't forget to arrange someone to come back and report." "Okay, let's go." The team was adjusted. Wu Hung, Tapani, and others went out, headed for the Snake Emblem Consortium. On the battleship, the 5th princess stood on the deck, leaning her arms on the fence, looking in the direction of the city of Nidal. Her long golden hair was loose, fluttering in the wind. "It has been several months since I left the kingdom of Yeko. Now that I am back, I did not expect that the most prosperous city of Necromancer, which occupied the main maritime trade of the kingdom, has become what it is now. It is like a city. A lifeless dead city. She did not know what the Treasure Island looked like before. But the current Necromancer city is definitely not as good as the Treasure Island. One is becoming more and more prosperous, while the other is declining. Two completely opposite directions. It can't really be related to Necromancer city, the fifth princess muttered. She absolutely admired and trusted the Wuheng Island master. But she was worried that if they found out that he was related to the officials of Necromancer city, then he was really rotten to the core, and there was no cure. Brittany, what are you doing? Philippa came over from behind with some fruit, and also looked into the distance. Look at the scenery. Philippa handed her a piece of fruit. Why do you believe that the killing of the deacon was not done by the city lord? The fifth princess looked over and said, I don't believe him. But I know his style of doing things. The advancement of the kingdom system and the development of the entire city of Necromancer all have his suggestions. He would not kill a deacon. Philippa chewed the fruit and muttered. People's knowledge will change. How can you be sure that he has not changed? Or that he was forced by the situation and had to do it? You don't understand what I mean. What do you mean? He will change. But he is not a fool. The death of the deacon will bring serious consequences. A local manager will not allow this to happen, let alone do it himself. The fifth princess said. Philippa thought for a moment, bit off the flesh and fed it to the parrot on her shoulder. What if it's him? How did you identify him? My intuition is that someone is going to die on the ship, and there are no traces left. So the person who is most convenient to clean up the scene is the murderer or accomplice. The fifth princess turned her head and stared at her. Let's make a bet. What do you bet on? Bet on the tavern on your island, the fifth princess said directly. Philippa raised her eyebrows. Okay. What if you lose? It's up to you. Be my subordinate for a month. And your little maid? You must listen to me. Okay. You wait and cry. I'm not a poor princess who has never left home. The original site of the snake emblem group. The door was closed, and the tavern sign on the door had disappeared. The members of the association stood at the door. Wu Heng said, the snake emblem consortium here was originally located in the basement of this tavern, and now it is all closed. Elder Tapani looked up and down and said, knock on the door. Dong dong dong. The members of the association came forward to knock on the door, and the sound spread. It lasted for several times. There was still no response. Don't knock. Open the door, Wu Heng said directly. The thieves and the team came forward, took out tools and began to pry the door lock. After a few moments, they were all opened, revealing a fairly clean hall. Wu Heng and the others walked in, and raised their eyebrows slightly. This kind of environment. It seems that someone has cleaned it. And it is not that no one has lived there all the time. Downstairs. Wu Heng led a few people downstairs. They walked along the stone steps, heading towards the basement. Halfway through, they saw a figure standing at the bottom of the corridor, under the illumination of the light stone. It looked a little gloomy and scary. Looking carefully, they saw a man in a well-dressed suit standing there. Ladies and gentlemen, it is not convenient to receive guests now. Wu Heng glanced at the other party, took out the bill and handed it to the other party. Excuse me, I came to pick up something, and I will leave after I get it. The man took the bill and looked down. Wait here. The man in the suit left, and came back with an extra gift box in his hand. Please go back. He gave the order to expel the guests directly, and the people did not stay, and turned around and left. Walked out of the tavern. The door of the tavern that was pried open was also closed again. There was a clattering sound, as if 2 more locks were put on. Outside the tavern. Open it, and have a look, Tapani said. Wu Heng opened it directly, and a letter appeared in the wooden box. Everyone's heart moved. A letter, not money or valuables, means that there is information left. The letter was opened, and the contents inside were looked at the same time. Everyone's brows also frowned. The contents of the letter, as expected, were related to this incident, and also told the complete story and the murderer. It mentioned the leader of the Xuanlong gang was the pirate group that attacked the caravan half a year ago, and the two of them have been investigating this case during this period. As soon as they achieved results, they were ambushed by the enemy, and the deacon died on the spot. Then there was chaos in the city. The local association was blocked, and gangs from all sides were recruited to join the army. and began to investigate and hunt him down. He left this letter, and at the same time, he left the local area to seek support. After reading the content of the letter, everyone frowned. He died at the hands of the local gang. They had been investigating for so long. They were ready to fight the local army head-on. What was this? The investigator on the side began to transcribe, recording it word for word. Elder, Wu Hung shouted. Tapani came back to his senses and said, "Let's go to the city lord's mansion to ask for someone." The sound of bones rubbing against each other echoed throughout the street. The members of the association, plus more than 100 skeleton soldiers, marched towards the city lord's mansion. The army was seen approaching from afar. The direction of the city lord's mansion also became chaotic. A large number of soldiers climbed up the wall, with swords, bows and crossbows ready. "Who are you? You are not allowed to approach the city lord's mansion," the guard shouted angrily. The association also shouted, "The association will catch the wanted criminal. Those who block will be killed, and those who escape will be put on wanted orders." The two sides confronted each other instantly, and tension was everywhere. At this time, a shout came from the city lord's mansion. "Put down the crossbow. Don't be impulsive." City Lord Dashiel appeared on the city wall, looked down with some surprise, and shouted, "Masters of the association, what happened?" Tapani walked out with a straight posture, holding the hilt of the sword, and said in a deep voice, "City Lord Dashiel, we have found the murderer, and we hope you can cooperate." "Investigated? Of course I will cooperate," Dashiel said immediately. "Open the city gate. I will tell you in detail." Dashiel hesitated, stared at Tapani, and said, "Okay, I will go down. Please control your men." The gate of the city lord's mansion opened, and Dashiel walked in directly. "Who is he?" "The leader of the Xuanlong gang. You should have heard of him. He is currently the captain of your army," Tapani said. Dashiel's eyes widened instantly. "This is impossible," Tapani sneered. "Is it possible? Wouldn't it be clear if you call him out and confront him?" Dashiel said, "I need to ask first." "Call him out. Let's ask together." "Ta ta ta." As he spoke, a team of soldiers ran quickly from a distance. Surrounding the association team, the number of people and momentum instantly reversed. The association members were at a disadvantage. "Is Lord Dashiel waiting for reinforcements?" Tapani touched the hilt of the sword. His eyes were cold. "How could that be?" Dashiel immediately called the leader in the distance, asked, "Are there any people from the Xuanlong gang in the army?" "Xuanlong gang?" The leader pondered for a moment, and replied, "Yes." "Where are the people? Bring them here by their leader." Lord, the leader died in the last battle with the rebels, and it's been more than a week," the leader replied. The faces of the association members changed again. "The people are gone again." The Lord looked over here, and continued to ask, "The leader is dead. Are there any of his men still alive?" "There should be. Go check. Bring all the living ones here." Chapter 695. The case can be settled. The city lord gave the order, the commander responded, and returned to the army to investigate. At the association, everyone's expression was not as relaxed as before. After finally finding the clue, the target was actually dead after tracing it to this point. And he died within half a month. Wu Hung came over and asked, "Lord Dashiel, the city is recruiting gang members. Is any gang allowed to join?" Dashiel looked at Wu Hung carefully. His appearance can reveal his identity. The answer was, "They will all be recruited. But some investigations will also be conducted. Gangs with good reputations in the city, and no criminal records, will be appointed as leaders or captains, while those with ordinary gangs will be dispersed in the army. In other words, all gang members will join the army, and it is just a matter of how to arrange them. The leader of the Xuanlong gang, who is appointed as the captain, should have a good reputation in the city?" Wu Hung asked back. "From the other party's level, and the file records, he is indeed qualified for the position of captain." Dashiel's tone was still calm. "That is to say, from the perspective of Nitaliai's city, the leader of Xuanlong gang is qualified for the position of captain." Wu Hung took 2 steps forward, and then asked, "When did you fight with the enemy?" "A month ago, the enemy retreated, and the two sides confronted and fought for a longer time." "How many people died?" "It is a secret in the city, and it is not convenient to disclose." "Are there any bodies left?" "To prevent the plague, the bodies will be burned uniformly after their identities are confirmed." The city lord still answered. One question and one answer, while talking. The leader who had left came back. Following behind him were 3 soldiers wearing armor, but not carrying weapons. City Lord, these 3 are members of the Xuanglong gang. It will take some time to investigate the rest. The 3 people who were brought here were a little overwhelmed. They looked around and saluted. Lord, City Lord. City Lord Dashiell looked at the 3 people and said, these are the investigation team of the association headquarters. You should cooperate with whatever they ask. Don't feel any pressure about things that have nothing to do with you. Yes. Yes. As he said that, he looked at the association, his eyes were wandering. Elder Tapani said, then I will take these 3 people away. If they have nothing to do with them, I will naturally let them go. Dashiell nodded. Okay. I also hope you can solve the case as soon as possible. The city is not a safe place now. Take them with you, and let's go back. Tapani said. The association team, with 3 gang members, following the large team, began to return to the association. On the way, Tapani whispered, is there any problem with this city lord? Not sure yet. Wu Heng shook his head. The rest depends on what these 3 say. Tapani said. Wu Heng also nodded, turned around and asked the team to speed up. Return to the association. Simply explain to the remaining personnel and prepare to interrogate directly. Separate the 3 Xuanglong gang members and interrogate them. Wu Heng, the 15th level priest, and an investigator, interrogated 1 person. The other 2 were interrogated by Elder Tapani and Dean Janbito, respectively. It was also believed that Wu Heng had the lowest level, and the priest was arranged to interrogate him together. In the interrogation room, Wu Heng looked at the gang member who looked stiff and somewhat at a loss, and asked, what's your name? Virat. From Nidal? From a small village in the east. Wu Heng nodded, and then asked, how long have you been a member of the Xuanglong gang? 3 years. The other party answered carefully. After a few questions, Wu Heng said fiercely, Virat, the leader of the Xuanglong gang assassinated the deacon of the association. Did you participate in this matter? The sudden harsh words made the other party tremble. Then, the gang member's face changed drastically, and his eyes were full of horror. I didn't. I don't know. You don't know? Wu Heng looked at the other party. You better tell the truth. Otherwise I don't care if you are both executed for the same crime. The gang member became even more flustered. Sir, I will definitely cooperate. But I don't know anything about this matter. Was the Xuanglong gang a pirate before? The other party hesitated for a while. Nodded. 2 years ago. It was called the Sea Dragon Pirates. Later, they sold their ships and brought money into the city to form a gang. Although I am a member of the Xuanglong gang, my rank is low, and I have never been reused. Wu Heng glanced at the priest, who nodded slightly without leaving a trace. The investigator sitting next to him wrote down everything. In other words, the Xuanglong gang had indeed been pirates, and it looked like a large group. Later, for some reasons, they went ashore and formed a gang. Compared with the information provided in the letter, it was quite mild. I know the city is in chaos recently, but the killing of the deacon has nothing to do with me. Sirs, how many levels am I at? I haven't even figured out how to deal with the deacon in the gang. The other party explained anxiously. This sentence was said in a frustrated tone, but it was also very convincing. An ordinary gang member like him would hardly have the qualifications and courage to kill the local deacon. Wu Heng glanced at the other party and guided him. I believe what you said, but the people outside are the elders and dean of the association. It is not easy for you to clear your name from them. The gang member said, Sir, is it possible that someone else did it? But it is definitely not me. There are so many masters in the gang. Then tell me, who in the gang could have killed the deacon? The gang member was silent for a while, and then he said, Our leader. He is level 14, and has a lot of combat experience. He dares to do anything. Maybe he did it. Pirates are always brave, let alone killing the deacon if we find out about them. In the Emerald Sea, the pirates designed to lure out the association members and surround and kill them. The identities of hunters and prey are not fixed. Wu Heng looked at the priest again, and the latter nodded again. Are there other people in the gang? I don't know, the people were all dispersed, and some probably ran away, and we didn't have time to run away. Wu Heng saw that he couldn't get any answers and then said, Before anything happens, you stay in the association first, and continue to cooperate. Yes, you can. The people were taken away. Wu Heng and his companions also went to the meeting room. Entering the room, Tapani and Janvito and others are already sitting inside to discuss the case. Seeing him come in, Tapani asked, "How is it?" "It is confirmed that the Shuanglong gang used to be pirates, and the leader is a level 14 professional," Wu Heng said directly. "It is basically the same as what we found out." Tapani took a sip of the teacup, and a smile appeared on his face. Gianvito also said, "Tell the city lord's mansion when the time comes that these people should be taken back to the headquarters." "Well, this is not difficult. Pirates and gang members, they will not offend us. Protect these people," Tapani said with a smile. "I think they are eager for us to finish quickly and leave here sooner." Gianvito stroked his beard. The others also echoed. "This time, we solve the case with the elders and the dean, which is also a meritorious service. And Wu Hung Island Master, when new stories are added to the book, don't forget to add us in. Yes, let us become famous too." Wu Hung also smiled and said, "If it is really made into a story, if everyone is willing, it will naturally appear in the story. After all, it is the result of our joint efforts." "Of course I am willing. It is better to write it in an exaggerated way, to attract readers." Everyone gathered together to discuss, and it seemed that they had accepted the ending of the case. Investigating cases in this world is simpler and cruder in form, with murder motives, witness testimonies, some clues at the scene, or guidance from some auxiliary props. Now the case has been basically sorted out. The murderer is a pirate that the association has been investigating. He is of a high level and is brutal. Later, he joined the army in the city and can use some conveniences to destroy the traces. At least for now, we can give a reasonable explanation to the headquarters. For everyone who participated in the investigation this time, the merit has been obtained. Okay, let's eat first and summarize all the clues in the afternoon, Tapani said. Chapter 696, There is a Problem. After lunch, the rest of the people began to sort out the case. Wu Hung left the association and headed to the location of the fleet. On the way, Xiao Xiao lay on his shoulder invisibly. "Uncle, is the case closed? We have already started sorting out the clues, which means we have accepted this outcome. Aren't you afraid of arresting the wrong person?" Xiao Xiao asked curiously. "All other clues in the city are gone, and this is the only one. Even if there are loopholes, as long as the case can be sorted out, it must be closed," Wu Hung explained softly. "They are not here to investigate, but to earn merit. Yes, most of them are here to earn merit." After arriving at the port, Wu Hung boarded the ship directly. "How is it? Did you get anything today?" Philippa came over from one side. The fifth princess and the princess maid also followed behind. Wu Hung said, "We found out that the leader of a gang was a pirate. The deacon of the association found clues and killed people directly. Then the army in the city fought, and the matter was covered up." Hearing this news, the three of them were stunned. "Look, I said it has nothing to do with Nettail City." "Philippa, you lose." The fifth princess' tone was a little excited. Philippa frowned. "Did you catch the leader? Did he admit it? He died in battle half a month ago. The source of the clue is the letter left by the Whisperer," Wu Hung explained. Philippa's eyes changed, and she asked for confirmation. "Did he kill him?" "There are no new clues. The elders have determined that he did it," Wu Hung replied. "I know Dashiel. He is not a pirate. He will not do such a stupid thing." The fifth princess put her hands behind her back, and her chest was slightly raised. "What do you mean? Pirates at least won't sell out their own people." Philippa counterattacked. "Humph. You lost this time. Don't cheat." The little maid chimed in. "It's not certain who will lose." Philippa looked at Wu Hung. "Why don't you arrest the city lord and ask him directly? I remember the association asked you directly last time. And use props. Why is it so difficult this time?" She was talking about the last time, when the inspector went to the island to investigate Wu Hung. There was no evidence at the time, but he directly investigated Wu Hung based on his identity as a necromancer and used strange objects. Wu Hung said, "Can this be the same? What's the difference? Aren't there 2 level 18 players in the team? Are you afraid that he won't cooperate?" Philippa asked. Wu Hung thought for a while, organized his explanation. "The two are different. The inspector's investigation of me is an internal investigation. They all belong to the same system of the association. This city lord is from the Yek kingdom. There must be evidence when doing things." Philippa pondered for a while. "I think I understand. The association is already quite strong. Okay, what should we do next?" Philippa continued to ask. "The fleet begins preparations. We will rest for another day tomorrow, and then we will return to Treasure Island," Wu Hung said. Philippa nodded. Okay, I will be ready. Wu Hung continued. I will go back first. Okay. Philippa nodded. Wu Hung got off the boat and heard the strange voice of the little maid behind him. Princess, what do you think Nautilus should be called in the future? On the way, we went to a leather goods store and promised the owner to take her away. We still have to tell her in advance. Return to the association. Everyone seemed to be much more relaxed, no longer as busy as when investigating a case. Wu Hung sat down in a resting seat nearby, looking through the letters that were left at the association. They had not been sent out for a long time, and they were all detained here. Footsteps sounded. Kavita came over. While you were away, the city lord came over. What did he come for? Wu Hung asked curiously. He came to inquire about the situation of the captured people, and learned that it was definitely related to the killing of the deacon, but he didn't say much. Kavita narrated, and then added. By the way, he also said that he would host a banquet for everyone, but the elder refused. He should have come to inquire about the news. Well, we stayed in the city, and it seemed that he was more nervous than the murderer. Indeed. As the two chatted, a member of Kavina's team came over from behind. I'll go and get busy. Kavina also stood up. Go ahead. Wu Hung nodded. Kavina left. Wu Hung also returned to his dormitory. Night fell in the bedroom. Xiao Xiao poked her head out from the wall. Uncle, I called him back. While speaking, Glinda and Benny flew in one after the other. What's wrong? Glinda asked. Wu Hung closed the blueprint in his hand. Is there anything wrong with those two people? Glinda stared at the 18th level military president, while Benny was responsible for staring at the city lord's mansion. The two of them had a clear division of labor. Glinda said, after I went there, I kept an eye on his movements. They must have arranged people to keep an eye on the association. We have been receiving reports of your actions, but there has been no news about the assassination of the deacon, or any extraordinary actions. Benny, how about you? Benny also said, nothing was found in the city lord's mansion. Some letters were written to the outside, but some props must have been used. I can't see the content. The letters were sent outside the city. Wu Hung nodded and said, this morning, we found the wife of the Whisperer, and found the letters left behind based on the clues provided by the other party, and traced them back to the Xuanlong gang. Is the case closed? No new information has emerged. We will deal with the White Wing gang tomorrow, and then return to Treasure Island, and the rest of us will return to the association headquarters. Wu Hung said. The two ghosts were a little surprised. How did it end? Glinda asked. Auntie, I know, I'll tell you. Xiao Xiao raised her hand. Glinda nodded. Okay, Xiao Xiao will tell you. Xiao Xiao flew to the side and recounted everything that happened today. Unlike the participants, Xiao Xiao looked at the whole case from the perspective of a bystander, and told it in great detail. After listening, the two ghosts nodded. Xiao Xiao continued. Auntie, can I be included in the new story? I also want to be a big star. Glinda said, the whole case happened in 2 days, and there is no story. It may not be suitable for writing into a story. Ah, is it because it happened too fast? There is no story. Wu Hung simply sorted it out. I'm taking a rest, don't go too far. The three ghosts nodded. Wu Hung went to bed to rest. The next day, early in the morning, the underground morgue of the association. Wu Hung stood on one side. Behind him were the other members of the association. Wu Hung, bring out the bodies, deal with them quickly, so that we can go back and report. Tapani said. Wu Hung took out 2 bodies wrapped in straw mats from his space ring. These 2 bodies were members of the White Wing gang who were killed at sea when they came here. At that time, they were thought to be useful, so they were not transformed into skeletons, but kept. Dead man talking released, the corpse sat up instantly. Wu Hung asked, what level is your leader? Level 13. In the army, does he hold any important positions? The corpse replied. Mainly responsible for some transportation dispatch in the city. Wu Hung then asked, what are his features? Very burly, no earlobe on his left ear. Wu Hung then asked, where can I find him? The corpse answered directly, there is a dispatch hall in the north of the city, and he has been living there now. A total of 4 questions were asked. The elder said directly, no need to ask. Wu Hung asked you to check the mobilization hall. The rest of you wait for news. Once you find the target, arrest him first. The rest will be dealt with later. Okay. Wu Hung nodded. The magic dissipated, and the body that was questioned lay back on its back. Everyone left the basement and gathered in the lobby on the first floor. Wu Hung walked aside and whispered a few words. Let the ghost go out to investigate the situation. The ghost went out to investigate. The rest of the people waited in the association. The city is also monitoring the association's every move. If they take action, they must capture the target as quickly as possible. Otherwise, they may give the other party time to react. As for the attitude towards the leader of the White Wing gang, Elder Tapani's attitude is tougher. They should capture the person directly, and the rest of the matter will be dealt with after the person is captured. The wife of the Whisperer left this morning. Janvito walked over and said, Left? Wu Hung turned his head, a little curious. Where can she go at this time? Last night, she asked Tapani to leave, saying that someone from her mother's family came to pick her up, and she planned to leave the city first while the association was here. Janvito said softly, Don't we need to take her back to the headquarters? After all, she's not a criminal, and she played a role in providing clues in the case. Just record it. And she was crying. We let her go. Janvito said, Did you give her the pension? Can it be that little money? It was given by Tapani. As an elder, he can only give more, not less. As if he heard what the two were talking about, Elder Tapani, who was not far away, turned his head and looked over. He walked over straight. What are you talking about? From the appearance and form of the elves are indeed a favored race. Still young, and tall and well-proportioned. Let's talk about the woman who left this morning, Janvito said. Tapani nodded. It's good that she left on her own initiative. Seems she's not very stable. The three of them gathered together and chatted for a while. The ghost that was arranged to go out to investigate the situation also flew back. I'll go over there, Wu Hung said, walked to a slightly farther position on the side. What's wrong? Did you find the target? Xiao Xiao lowered her voice, said, Found it. There's another person. I think he looks familiar. Who? Look, he's talking to the idiot leader, Xiao Xiao said, and then he went straight into the body. Then, a picture was shared in his mind. In the dim room, two figures were sitting upright. One was a burly man, wearing a leader's uniform, with a short haircut and a wound on his left ear, without an earlobe. The man opposite him was an old man, standing straight, drinking tea non-stop. Wu Hang's heart moved. The Snake Emblem Group. The old man who received the brocade box for which he had exchanged the bill. Chapter 697, They Are Crazy. Fuck, it is indeed the old man from the Snake Emblem Group. Wu Hung still has a relatively clear memory of him. Except for the difference in clothing, they look exactly the same. Then, there is a conversation between the old man and the leader of the White Wing gang. Are you not ready yet? The leader of the White Wing gang shook his head. It will be soon. Don't make any mistakes. Don't worry. After that, the two stopped talking, just sat on the chair and drank tea. Xiao Xiao also turned around and flew back directly. Wu Hung frowned. The people of the Snake Emblem Group appeared in the dispatch hall of the city guards and drank tea with a gang leader. All kinds of speculations arose in his mind, and the whole case became more suspicious at this time. It can even be said that the whole case is wrong. What's wrong? Janvito came over and asked. Wu Hung still frowned and said, Elder Dean, let's talk inside. The smiles on the faces of the other two also became serious, and they followed into a separate room. Is the leader of that gang dead too? Tapani guessed subconsciously. He's not dead, but we found another person. Maybe there are some problems with the results of our investigation, Wu Hung said in a deep voice. The other two narrowed their eyes instantly. Tapani said in a deep voice, Just tell me what you found. The ghost found the leader of the White Wing gang. The appearance matches the result of the corpse interrogation. But we also saw an acquaintance over there. It's the old man who gave us something from the Snake Emblem Consortium yesterday. The two seem to have some plans, and are waiting for the arrangement of the leader of the White Wing gang. Wu Hung told the two about his investigation. After listening, the two frowned, looking confused and doubtful. The people from the consortium that I met yesterday. And today they are together with the target to be arrested. What else is there to do? No matter how you think about it, there are problems. But it is a bit confusing. Tapani looked serious. Tell me what you think. Wu Hung pondered for a moment, and said, There are only two possibilities. One is that the White Wing gang has some connection with the Snake Emblem Consortium, and they are temporarily discussing things there. This may have some impact on our arrest. The second is the identity of this old man, which may be problematic. Which one do you prefer? The second one, Wu Hung said. The two of them looked at each other. If it was the second case, The identity of the Snake Emblem group was questionable, which meant that all the cases solved yesterday would be overturned. Why? Wu Heng said, the elders and the dean may not understand this. In the Yet Kingdom, the Snake Emblem group is illegal, and, after the conflict, it was forcibly closed. Even if the Snake Emblem group left someone to look after the store, they would not sit in the official department and drink tea openly. This is a very straightforward inference. John Ito stroked his beard and said in a puzzled tone, the gang members have been recruited, and it is possible that someone from the Snake Emblem group has come out. Without waiting for Wu Heng to speak, Tapani said, it is impossible. The biggest promise of the Snake Emblem group is to provide protection to important customers, and will not participate in this. So, you also think that there is a problem with the other party's identity? John Ito asked. Tapani did not answer. Wu Heng said, didn't you feel that the investigation progressed too fast yesterday? In the morning, we learned about the information of the family of the Whisperer, and threw the bills in the hands of the other party's wife. We got the other party's letter from the Snake Emblem group, and then we found the murderer and several gang members of the Xuanlong gang, John Ito said. In other words, someone was afraid of making a big deal, so he made a piece of evidence and sent it to us. It seems that the association is strong, breaking into the other party's city, arresting people and investigating in the city. But this is still their home ground. The Snake Emblem Consortium has been closed for a long time. Someone arranged a fake person to wait there and give us the clues. Tapani concluded. Is it possible that the people who appeared yesterday were playing a trick with us? Wu Heng pinched his eyebrows. They want us to leave here as soon as possible after we are done. Tapani also nodded. This speculation makes sense. If the case cannot proceed, the headquarters will only pay more attention to this matter. After all, many places are watching the association's actions. No matter what, there will be a result. So what should we do next? John Ito asked. As they said that, the two looked at Wu Heng together. The headquarters plan was that Wu Heng would be responsible for investigating the case. In addition, the key clue this time was also discovered by his ghost. So they wanted to hear his thoughts. It's useless for us to speculate now. I think we should arrest people first. Just arrest the two people and interrogate them. As for the woman who left this morning, arrange people to chase her along the way to see if we can find her back. Wu Heng expressed his thoughts. Okay, let's do it this way. Tapani agreed with Wu Heng's idea, and then said, if the two really have an ordinary relationship, we will maintain the previous speculation that the murderer is the leader of the Xuanlong gang. I have no objection. Jan Vito also nodded. Well, without further ado, Wu Heng, Jan Vito, go and capture the man immediately. Bring him back before the army in the city takes action, and interrogate him to get the result. Tapani said directly. The task of capturing the man was handed over to Wu Heng and the old wizard. The two nodded in response. They walked out of the room directly, pointed at two level 15 professionals, two association teams, and more than 100 skeleton warriors at the door. They walked out of the association gate in a mighty manner and headed towards the dispatch hall. At the same time, several tamed beasts flew in various corners, following the team to move forward quickly. The dispatch hall is a 4-story building. Bang! The door was violently broken open, and the members of the association rushed into the building with the skeletons. The soldiers who resisted and tried to report were all subdued on the spot. This is not a military camp, but just a functional department. There are not many soldiers inside, so it is not that difficult. Wu Heng led the team into the building hall. The leader of the White Wing gang, who was missing an earlobe, stood in place, looking at the people who broke in surprise. After hesitating several times, he said, Ladies and gentlemen, this is an important dispatch place. I am afraid it is against the rules. No one paid attention, and they began to search everywhere. Soon, the old man from the Snake Emblem Consortium in the shared screen was brought back under guard. What are you doing here? Jan Vito looked directly at him. The old man looked a little flustered, but still said, I'm here to deal with some problems. These have nothing to do with the association. Wu Heng glanced at him, then looked around, and said directly, in the case of human trafficking in the Emerald Sea, the suspect, the leader of the White Wing gang, and his accomplices have been identified and brought back for investigation. The association members quickly stepped forward, forcibly detained the two, and quickly rushed towards the association. At the same time, figures left quickly. They went to the city lord's mansion and the military camp to report what happened here. Return to the association. Wu Hong and Jan Vito walked in front, and the association members behind them were holding the leader of the White Wing Gang and an old man in dark clothes. Elder Tapani stood in the hall, looking at the two people who came with the deposit, and said in a serious tone, "Have you confirmed your identity?" Wu Hong nodded. "I have verified my identity. Interrogate them separately. Wu Hong will interrogate the people from the White Wing Gang. It will be faster," Tapani said. "Understood." Wu Hong nodded, pointed at the leader of the White Wings Gang. "Take him to the interrogation room over there." In the interrogation room. "Wait for the investigator to be ready." Wu Hong said directly, "Tell the truth, you can still survive. If you beat around the bush with me, you will only die." The gang leader said in a low voice. "What do you want to ask? I have never done anything against the association. At your level, you are not qualified to go against the association." Wu Hong continued. "Who asked you to transport people to Bajaya City?" The leader of the White Wings Gang was stunned. "I don't know what you are talking about. Someone must have slandered me. I can confront him." The tone was high-pitched, as if he was being wished for. Wu Hong looked at the other party's performance and felt a little funny. This information was obtained by asking the corpse. Compared with the living, the dead will not lie. Before Wu Hong could speak, the priest on the side said, "He is lying. Come on. Cut off one of his fingers." Wu Hong said directly. There was no need for the association to do anything. The accompanying skeleton drew out a dagger and picked off one of the other party's fingers in fear and struggle. A painful wail sounded from the room. "Stop the bleeding for him." The priest released his skills, and the wound healed quickly. "Don't lose your fingers," Wu Hong said, and then said, "Who is behind this?" The other party suddenly looked up and glared at him fiercely. He was quite tough. "Cut it in two." Wu Hong was about to speak, but his tone suddenly stopped. He only felt that his ghost flew back from outside and went directly into his body. Wu Hong sat upright in his seat. The picture was shared in his mind. In the sky, dense beams of light gathered into a light band, approaching from a distance. Wu Hong's eyes froze instantly. "Fuck. They are crazy." Chapter 698. "It's him. What's wrong?" The priest turned around curiously. "The army in the barracks is gathering here. The light column that the ghost can see represents the level of the target. And such a dense and unified action can only be the army in the city. It also proves that there must be an important secret between these two people. Being able to involve this city, they have to confront the association." Hearing this, the people in the room were stunned. Where did the island master Wu Hong get the news? They are desperate and gathering to the association. The priest still didn't believe it, not to mention whether the other party dares to do so. Even if it succeeds, the people in the headquarters will not let go of this city. Unless the city is no longer needed, the people will live a life of escape in the future. Wu Hong said directly, "Go and inform the elders, repeat my original words." "Yes." The team members immediately walked out of the room. Wu Hong's eyes fell on the leader of the White Wing Gang, and the other party's face reappeared with an unconcealable joy, a kind of secret joy that he was about to be rescued. "Kill him, and ask for the body," Wu Hong said. The gang leader's face suddenly changed, and he looked at him with wide eyes. "You are crazy." "No. No. No. What are you asking?" "I will tell you." "Don't be impulsive." The skeleton attendant stepped forward, and the short blade pierced directly into the chest. The blood of the drum gushed out. 2 more swords were added in succession, which accelerated the speed of death. Soon, the bloody smell was everywhere. The priest frowned, and the investigator recorded normally. Wu Hong stood up. "Dead talk release." The corpse climbed up, knelt on the ground, and looked over here. "Who is the official behind the people sent to the Bajaya City?" "Interior Minister Maurice." "What is the purpose of transporting people?" "I don't know, but I guess it may be related to religion." Wu Hong turned his head to look at the priest, who did not look away. It seemed to be saying, "Look at what I'm doing. It's not our church that did it." After a quick thought, the direction of the questioning began to change. "When we arrested you, who was that old man in dark clothes?" The corpse replied. "He was arranged by Morris, and we need to arrange for him to leave the city." "Is he from the Snake Emblem group?" "Not sure. I don't think so. The Snake Emblem group left here a long time ago." After the 5 questions, the corpse fell down with a bang. Wu Hong looked at the investigator. "Did you write it down?" "Yes." "Let's go to the elder's room." Walk out of the room. Elder Tapani was giving orders, and all the rangers in the team were sent out. The rest of the members were also ready for battle. Seeing Wu Hung coming out, he glanced at the bodies dragged out from behind and asked, "What did you find out?" "The person behind the escort of the women and children is the Home Minister, named Morris." Another person. "He said it is highly unlikely that he is from the Snake Emblem group," Wu Hung said. Tapani nodded. "Just kill him and ask for the corpse. Then rush out of the port. It seems that the other party has made up his mind. There is no need to follow the association's procedures." The two went straight into the house, with a bloody smell. In the room, Jan Vito was still interrogating, and it didn't seem to be going smoothly. He glanced over here. Tapani said directly, "Wu Hung will interrogate, and the investigator will record." Wu Hung glanced at the room, picked up the investigator's record book and took a look, and said directly, "Kill him and ask for the corpse." The old man opposite changed his face, and immediately shouted, "You must follow the procedures." Karama pierced his chest with 2 swords, and his body slowly softened, and he died tragically on the spot. Wu Hung did not dare to delay, and directly released talking with the dead. The corpse sat up again, and looked at the few people. Wu Hung asked, "Are you from the Snake Emblem group?" "No." "Who asked you to disguise yourself?" The corpse replied, "The president, Luciana." The room was silent for a moment. Everyone frowned. Wu Hung felt a little surprised, but it seemed reasonable. According to the rules, the entire city is under the management of the city lord, but he rarely shows up. As the only 18th level professional in the city, it is not surprising that he did these things. Does the city lord know about the whole incident of the association? Yes. Now it seems that the whole plan was arranged in order to give the association a wrong clue. The matter was resolved as soon as possible. Wu Hung then asked, "Is the death of the local deacon related to these 2 people?" "Yes." The eyes of several people condensed again. Anger flashed into Tapani's eyes. He was acting with himself. In the end, the murderer turned out to be these 2 people. There is only one question left. Wu Hung asked, "Tell me what you know about the killing of the deacon." The corpse replied, "I only know that the president arranged an ambush, and killed the local deacon and several members, and burned their bodies with the bodies of those who died in the battle." After the 5 questions, the corpse softened again. Tapani looked at the investigator. "Did you record it?" "I recorded it." The investigator nodded. "Wrap the body." Someone took out a straw mat, and wrapped the body, and Tapani put it directly into the space ring. After the interrogation, the ranger walked in quickly. "Elder, we found that the enemy army is fully equipped with bows and crossbows, and is coming this way." "How many people?" "A lot. Probably more than 5,000. Several people looked grim. "Let's go to the port. Kill them on the ship and leave directly." "Yes." Everyone took action and left directly. Wu Hung quickly returned to the dormitory, picked up the radio to call Philippa, and there was no response from the other side. Then he said, "The army in the city is going to attack us. Prepare to take us on the ship, and then leave." After saying that, he put away the equipment, jumping down from the building, following the team to evacuate quickly to the port. The port. A team of city guards, standing on the yoke, looked at the female captain and the skeleton diagonally above, smiled and said, "Is it the captain of the headquarters? The elder of the association asked us to come here to inform you to go to the association, said there is something important to discuss." Philippa's eyes suddenly sharpened, scanning the soldiers in front of him, asked, "Elder looking for me?" The soldier who delivered the message also had a slightly condensed look. Immediately realized that there was something wrong with his words. A short sword slipped from his sleeve and suddenly stabbed Philippa's chest. Philippa was prepared and retreated quickly. At the same time, the skeleton servant behind him stepped forward and chopped the other's head with a long sword. Clang! The sharp metal sounded, and the soldiers below took several steps back. The soldiers behind him drew their weapons and shouted, "Get on the ship and lead the reward." As they said, they continued to charge forward. At the same time, below the port, a large number of people rushed out from the alleys on both sides, and several ships on the sea also quickly surrounded them. Philippa narrowed his eyes and looked at the large number of soldiers rushing out. Something happened. This is going to fight with the army. Prepare for battle. By the way, lock up the 5th princess and the maid. Chapter 699, How Come It Was You? The plan to assassinate Philippa failed. Then, there was a noisy sound of footsteps. A large number of patrol teams, city defense troops, all gathered in front of the road, swords unsheathed, bows and crossbows strung, all looking towards the fleet. And in the sea behind, 12 Yeko Kingdom Navy ships appeared one after another, quickly forming a fleet, and wooden barrels were thrown into the sea from the deck. Floating on the sea, the retreat route out of the port was blocked. Philippa looked at the gathered people, with a sharp look in her eyes, scanning everyone's movements. Whether she was a pirate, or had she followed Wu Hung to kill enemies, she had seen blood and bigger scenes, and she was not panicked at all. "Philippa, what are you holding me for?" The fifth princess broke free from the skeleton holding her and shouted loudly. Philippa turned her head and looked over. "Stay still." The fifth princess looked at the fleet blocking the sea behind her, and the army gathered at the port, and her face turned pale again. "The scene in front of us can already guess what happened. If the murderer is just the gang leader investigated yesterday, then the whole case is close to being closed. The army suddenly gathered here abnormally, which means that the association investigation team has found new clues. And it is a clue related to the leader of the entire city. These people want to harm this city, and also want to kill the entire Yek kingdom." Looking around at the others, the fifth princess turned her eyes back to Philippa and said, "I lose this time. I will give you my life. Take me to rescue Wu Hung and others. After all, I am a member of the royal family." Philippa looked at the other party's serious look and said, "There are elders in the association. Don't say that you are a fifth princess who escaped. Your father may not be useful even if he is alive. Why are you talking so harshly?" "TSK." Philippa smiled. Behind him, large groups of skeletons began to gather at the edge of the deck. Navy armor, armed with guns. Using the fence as a cover, they were ready for battle. Below, the army quickly assembled, infantry in the front row, and soldiers holding crossbows and crossbow carts could be seen in the back. A solemn atmosphere instantly spread. This feeling is something that the bandits and pirates cannot achieve. At this time, two soldiers came out with chairs and placed them in the middle of the army. A tall and thin man, wearing the uniform of the city defense commander, came out, sat down on the chair carelessly, crossed his legs and looked forward. Then, he whispered a few words. A soldier quickly ran to the ship and shouted, "Listen. Crew members on board, all ships must accept our control unconditionally. All personnel disembark now." "You are talking too much nonsense, shoot him," Philippa said. Bang. The skeleton on the side raised his hand and fired a shot. The gunshot was piercing. The shouting soldier instantly fell in a pool of blood. The army in the distance was also startled by the sudden gunshot. Then, in the army of the kingdom of Yeko, the horn suddenly blew. The dull rumbling of the horn instantly spread. "Kill!" The shouts of killing resounded all around. The army below started charging directly and rushed to the port in groups. The infantry held the line, and the archers in the back row followed and moved forward, preparing to attack within the range. As the army got closer and closer, they began to prepare to board the Cho board. Philippa looked out and ordered, "Shoot them for me." As soon as the words fell, skeletons stood up from the edge of the deck, the black muzzles of the guns pointed at the crowd below. Bang, 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 bang. Rifles began firing in bursts, followed by machine guns mounted high above, spitting flames at the bottom. In an instant, bullets were fired from several docked ships, and the bodies of the soldiers who rushed in from the front row fell one after another. Bang, bang. Before the crossbow cart was pushed to the fixed position, it was hit by the cannon shells. The body of the car exploded instantly, and the soldiers operating it were torn into pieces. "Blow up the warlock team over there," Philippa pointed. The machine gun turned its muzzle. The warlock team below immediately showed fear and panic. Then the team exploded, and the slower sorcerer was instantly blown into the sky. The fifth princess and the little maid hid behind the fence, covered their ears, and curled up. What was going on? The seemingly aggressive kingdom army was so weak. They rushed over and fell one after another. "This weapon. Princess. What is this?" the little maid shouted. "It must be the mysterious weapon of Treasure Island. The one that repelled pirates," the fifth princess answered subconsciously. Watching the large-scale death of the army, she felt an indescribable depression in her heart. Even though she knew that it was Natalia's city that did the wrong thing, it was the people of the kingdom who died after all. But if she didn't do this, the people of the association would really die here. The consequences would only be more serious. "Bomb that commander," Philippa said again. The muzzle of the machine gun turned again and raised it upwards. The commander, who was already horrified on the spot in the distance, saw the muzzle pointing towards him. His heart tightened instantly, and he ran to the side. Boom! The next second, there was a sudden explosion behind him. Along with the scattered limbs and broken walls, his body was also blown away and fell far away. Damn, almost. Philippa slapped the fence hard. As long as he was not killed, he would probably take potions to recover, just this little bit. Philippa turned her head and looked behind. In the direction of the Emerald Sea, a large fleet of the Yeko Kingdom Navy was still hovering, not approaching. They dispersed. The little maid shouted, looking back to the port. The charging army retreated in a panic, leaving only corpses on the ground. Some of the seriously injured, but not dead, were lying on the ground wailing loudly. What should we do next? Asked the fifth princess. Philippa looked around and said to the big-headed skull wearing leather armor beside her, the skeleton flying dragons are divided into two groups. One group will attack the enemy ships at sea, and one group will attack those who are hiding. The rest are ready to kill and clear the way for Wu Hung and his men. There are still many enemies below. Although they retreated, they only hid behind the buildings outside and did not really withdraw. Moreover, Wu Hung has not returned yet. We have ships on our side, and we are defending by the sea. Wu Hung is in the city, and it may be more dangerous. It doesn't matter whether the people in the association headquarters die or not. But Wu Hung must not be in trouble. As the order was issued, a whistling sound came from the giant cargo ship. Skeleton flying dragons jumped down from both sides, flew into the sky and circled twice, and then flew towards the sea and the port separately. Reaching a certain height, the magazine in the chest cavity opened, and dense iron rain fell from the sky. Smoke and dust rose all over the sky, covering the sky and the sun. On the main road leading to the port, the members of the association quickened their pace again. Not only Wu Hung and the people of the headquarters, there were also local association members in the team, and some family members. The attitudes of both sides were clear. If anyone stayed, the only fate waiting for them was to be killed. Uncle, there is poisonous smoke. A voice came to Wu Hang's ear. At the same time, smoke suddenly rose from both sides, as thick and black as ink, with a pungent smell, and spread towards this side. Toxic smoke. Be prepared, Wu Hung shouted, putting on a gas mask. The others also began to respond, putting on protective gear, or covering their mouths and noses with hoods. The priest and the team quickly walked to the elder and the old wizard, put one hand on them, and covered them with a layer of light to drive away the poison gas. The two most recognized fighters in the team. We must ensure that nothing happens to them, so that the others can survive. The wizard Jan Vito waved his staff fiercely, and a strong wind blew. The poisonous smoke blew away, and then filled the air again. I have already given you a murderer. Why don't you just leave, and you have to seek death yourself? The cold words came from the other side of the smoke. The figures behind the smoke could be vaguely seen. It's the 18th level president. Glenda's voice came to my ears again. Wu Hung stepped forward and whispered, it's the president of the city, a 18th level professional. I have investigated him before. Elder Tapani narrowed his eyes. No wonder, there are 18th level professionals in the city. Nodding slightly, said to the front, killing members of the association headquarters, do you know the consequences? Not only will you not survive, the entire Yek kingdom, including your family, will be implicated. As he spoke, the people behind him fell down one after another due to poisoning. The antidote could not remove the ongoing toxicity, and the priests in the team could only give several high-level professionals continuously replenish the shields to protect against toxins. After that, he whispered to the side, there is danger. Take Wu Hung and Sim away, and teleport out. Jan Vito said, what about the others? It depends on fate. Okay. Several people whispered. There was also a sneer from the other side. Ha! If there are more people, just kill them. Just like you. Arrogant! Tapani shouted, tapped his feet lightly, and rushed into the smoke. As he moved, the wind and thunder roared. Then, in the smoke, Tapani's figure was seen fighting with others, swords and fists splashing everywhere, and exploding everywhere. Kill! At the same time, the sound of shouting and killing was heard all around. A large number of kingdom soldiers rushed out from both sides. Although they covered their mouths and noses, they were obviously not afraid of this poisonous smoke. It should be a special detoxification potion. Meet the enemy, John Vito said loudly, pointing the staff in his hand forward. Boom! A row of thunder struck from the sky. The enemies affected along the way collapsed to the ground with their bodies charred. The members of the association rushed out their weapons together and rushed towards the enemy head-on. Bang, bang, bang. On Wu Heng's side, several skeletons around him raised their machine guns and fired at the front, killing a row of enemies. Use Dead Corpse Battlefield to release Corpse spell. The fallen corpses transformed into rotten corpses and pounced on the enemy with their fangs and claws. The rotten corpses were killed and continued to transform into bull-sized spiders. The spiders died, and the evil explosion was triggered. The dead spirit gas filled the surroundings. The direction of Wu Heng's defense formed a quarantine zone. Don't kill them, go find who is in charge, Wu Heng said to the air. The three ghosts stopped killing the enemy. They quickly dispersed and flew in other directions. Wu Heng glanced at his side. The number of corpses was enough to hold off for a while. He immediately went to support the others behind. He fired with a rifle, then transformed the corpses and attacked. Necromancers are suitable for this kind of battle. There are enough corpses, and they can be continuously transformed in the back. Wu Heng, the island owner, is in that building, and he is in charge of the battle here. Then he flew back from outside and whispered in his ear. The commander has been found. Let Granda kill him. He can't be killed. He should have brought some props, Granda said. This guy is really well prepared. I'll go and kill him, Wu Heng said. There is an ambush in the building. It seems that they are waiting for Jan Vito to teleport in. It's dark, Wu Heng whispered, and walked quickly to Jan Vito's position. The island owner is commanding the battle. Where? Jan Vito asked curiously. In the building over there, he is giving orders through the messenger. Wu Heng pointed to the distance. Gian Vito glanced at the building in the distance and said, I'll go and kill him. I'll go. Skeletons and I are more suitable for fighting in buildings, Wu Heng said. You go and kill him? Wait for me to bring his head back. Let's hold on, Wu Heng said, and asked Caxiu and Karanmu to stand beside him. The array pattern under his feet lit up, covering Wu Heng and the skeleton. Gian Vito's eyes widened. You learned it? He disappeared in the next second. Gian Vito was a little stunned. How did you enter the necromancy school? He muttered, and waved the staff in his hand again. Dense energy arrows fell from overhead, crackling into the crowd, and a large number of enemies died. Squeaky, a harsh sound rang out. Bang! A crossbow arrow as thick as an arm shot in from a distance, and the corpses along the way were shattered, and a member of the association was taken flying backwards. Gian Vito looked over there, and lightning smashed the crossbow cart. The magic circle flashed. Wu Heng appeared in a dark corner with the skeleton, and opposite was the building that the ghost had just explored. Faintly, on the roof and in some dark places, you can see the guards hiding, standing there and waiting for 2 or 3 minutes. The three ghosts came back after another exploration. Glinda said, The city lord is in the room, the one in the hall is a substitute, the real owner is in the room inside, there are many mechanisms and several high-level professions inside, he looks like a thoughtful person. What a shady old man, this guy hid in the dark to command, and also arranged substitutes and ambushes. It seems that some evaluations have been made on the combat effectiveness of the personnel on the association side. Then Benny said, There are more than 50 heavily armored soldiers in the courtyard, and there are horses ready at the back door. Then Xiao Xiao said, 5 secret guards at the door, and 3 on the roof. Wu Heng quickly simulated the attack plan in his mind. It felt that the problem was not too big. There were no high-level professionals, and the main person was only level 16. He had a ghost, so he couldn't run away even if he wanted to. Are you ready to kill everyone? Wu Heng handed 2 heavy machine guns to Caxiu and Karanmu. The 2 skeletons skillfully opened the safety and held it to one side. Ready! Xiao Xiao raised his arms and shouted. The other 2 nodded. You are responsible for clearing the sentries. We will charge in. In the house, the inner room. Lord, the port suffered serious damage. The enemy had equipment that had never been seen before. The army was completely repelled. The city defense commander was seriously injured, said the soldier who reported. Dashiell's eyes widened. His face showed anger, but quickly suppressed it. An army, to occupy a ship where the main force was not there, could still fail. The people from the association headquarters are so powerful? Let the water ghost stab the boat. Yes, sir. The soldier replied, and left quickly. Then another person said, Sir, the fighting in the city is fierce, the president is fighting with the other elders, and the army is advancing continuously. Compared to the port, the street fighting is smoother. Where is the old wizard, the one with white beard? He is still in the team, and his fighting power is very strong. Hearing that the other party is still there, Dashiell was relieved. No matter the cost. Continue the attack. Yes. Everyone left. Dashiell sighed and said, You are the ones who don't leave. Don't blame me. Wu Hung walked out of the dark alley with the skeleton. Hate sense took effect immediately. And it was the eyes of the secret sentries around. Someone is approaching. Kill him. Someone spoke in the dark. Crack. Suddenly, the sound of bones breaking sounded. And halfway through the words, his neck was twisted into a knot. Wu Hung strode towards the door with the skeleton. The secret sentries around, one after another, had their necks twisted, and their bodies fell limp. They came all the way to the gate of the courtyard. Break the door, Wu Hung said. Bang! Caxia kicked it open. In the courtyard, the heavy infantry wearing bright silver heavy armor turned their heads and looked over. Chapter 700, Looking back, there is only one way. In the courtyard are soldiers wearing heavy armor, with shields or long swords in front of them, like humanoid machines made of steel. The door was kicked open with a bang. Everyone turned their eyes at the three figures that broke in. It's the enemy! Someone shouted. Swish. 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 The soldier picked up the crossbow and shot out. Two skeletons stood in front of Wu Hung, and the arrows penetrated the leather armor and pierced his body. Kill! Kill them all! Both sides gave orders almost at the same time. The heavy armored infantrymen picked up their weapons and charged towards the door. Kasha and Karanmu, one on the left and one on the right, separated and started firing at the crowd with their machine guns in their hands. Bang! 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 The deafening explosion and the sound of bullets tearing through armor echoed throughout the area. At such a close distance, the bullets had the greatest lethality. The seemingly indestructible armor was torn into holes, which were embedded in the soldiers' bodies. Some tried to raise their shields for defense, but under the dense rain of gunfire, the shields were shattered, and the heavy armored infantrymen fell one after another, filling the entire courtyard. All the people were dead, and the heavy machine guns stopped firing. The air was filled with the burning smell of gunpowder and the pungent smell of blood. Wu Hung raised his staff, and a grayish-white halo swung out. The heavy armored infantryman, who had just died in the courtyard, stood up and walked towards this side. From the holes in the broken armor, melted flesh and blood kept leaking out. It dripped all over the ground. Uncle, they are still inside, guarding the door, waiting for you to go in, Xiao Xiao said. That city lord. Didn't he escape from the back door? No. Aunt Glinda is watching him. He can't run away, Xiao Xiao replied. Wu Hung nodded, and looked at the building with closed doors and windows in front of him. In the gap, he could sense the gazes looking at him. He did not escape from the back door immediately. They thought they still had the ability to fight, relying on the mechanisms and ambushes in the building? Squeak! The door of the building was opened a crack, as if provoking. Come in if you have the guts. You fight to the death. But I still want to be a hero. Wu Hung took out the machine gun directly from the space ring. It was fixed on the ground. The shell chain was placed, and the muzzle was facing forward. The next second, like the roar of a god, dense flames shot towards the building in front. The doors and windows were as fragile as pieces of paper, and bricks and rubble flew everywhere. The solid walls were reduced to ruins by the rain of shells, and dust rose like smoke. A bullet chain was used up, and there was a pile of shells under his feet. The wall was shaky, and then it collapsed with a loud bang, raising countless smoke and dust. The scene inside the building was also exposed to the view without any cover. The ground was full of bodies killed by the explosion, and broken limbs were scattered all over the room. Several soldiers, who were seriously injured but luckily survived, were vomiting blood. When the wall collapsed, they looked at the machine gun outside. Their faces were full of fear. They shouted while vomiting blood. Spare my life. It's none of our business. Don't kill us. I am willing to cooperate with the investigation. Spare my life. Spare my life. One person shouted, and the others followed suit. They begged for mercy loudly, and were willing to cooperate with the investigation now, as long as they were not killed. Wu Hung glanced inside, and did not see the city lord Dashiell among the living people. Wu Hung waved his hand. Kill them all. The heavily armored skeletons on standby rushed forward. Kill the wailing wounded in the room. What time is it now? The army outside is still besieging the association members. Leaving prisoners behind will only cause trouble for yourself. Uncle, that person is inside, Xiao Xiao said immediately. In a room inside? The city lord Dashiell was covered in blood. One arm drooped weakly, and took out the potion and poured it into his mouth. Listening to the begging for mercy, and the last wailing outside, Dashiell's face became even uglier, and a little panicked. He had clearly held back 2 level 18 professionals, and the rest was to kill them all. But the most inconspicuous, who was thought to be the owner of the treasure island, who just followed to investigate, would show such strong fighting power. He replaced the old wizard and came to kill me. No. Even if the level 18 wizard came, I'm afraid he couldn't destroy a building into what he saw in front of him in a few seconds. Damn it. What kind of monster is this? Dashiell cursed, and felt regretful again. He shouldn't have underestimated him. Or, he shouldn't have agreed to this plan. He took out the scroll with great effort and tore it open. The teleportation magic circle gradually lit up under his feet. Swish. Suddenly, a sharp sword flew over out of thin air. Dashiell dodged subconsciously, and the magic circle disappeared. And then, the door was kicked open. Wu Hung strode in with his skeleton attendants. Dashiell had a broken arm, covered in blood, looking miserable. Seeing Wu Hung coming in, said with a wry smile, I misjudged you. I'm a little curious. What do you think? This city lord doesn't want to be anymore, and wants to kill people from the association. Wu Hung looked at him and asked. Since the death of the local deacon, I have been suspecting this city lord. Just as Philippa analyzed, whoever is easiest to clean up the scene, then this person is either the murderer or an accomplice. The only thing that makes everyone in this department unsure is that no one would be stupid enough to take everything they have, to confront the association head-on. If you stand in my shoes, when you look back, you will find that there is only this way. Dashiell said with a wry smile. Maybe, Brittany was sure you wouldn't do this, but now it seems that she still made a mistake. Wu Hung nodded. The 5th princess? She is the smartest in the royal family, but she is too idealistic in her view of things, like an overprotected child, but I am still very happy to hear that she is alive. Dashiell said, and then said, Can I survive if I surrender? I am no longer a threat to you, and I can cooperate with you. Wu Hung glanced at his broken arm, and shook his head. No, I want to use your head to calm the war outside. Then let's see who can survive. Dashiell's eyes were fierce, and with his only remaining hand, he took out a dagger and held it in his hand. Wu Hung glanced sideways. Kill him, don't destroy his appearance. Arrogant! Dashiell shouted loudly, and rushed over. Caxiu also turned into a stream of light, and rushed out. In the blink of an eye, he rushed in front of the other party, and smashed his throat with a punch. Dashiell's body flew backwards, slid down the wall, his eyes widened, and his body slowly collapsed. Roll up. The skeleton took down the tapestry beside him, rolled up the body, and put it into the space ring. Wu Hung came to the hall. Dead Corpse Battlefield was released again, and several skeletons stood up from all sides. Follow me. They walked out quickly together. In a part of the city, the wind was howling, and the sound of fighting and collision was deafening. The elder Tapani held the sword in one hand, his eyes were sharp, and the sword was like a silver snake, attacking at fast and tricky angles, constantly. The opposite was a burly, bearded boxer. He walked steadily, and his punches were continuous, and every punch was like an erupting volcano, with a rumbling sound, and spewing flames. The two fought, and the surrounding trees were broken in half, and the ground and the surrounding walls were left with spiderweb-like depressions, and a series of sword cuts. The elves are a favored race, and can spend more time honing their swordsmanship. The boxer stepped back, keeping a short distance. It's not your turn to criticize me yet, Tapani said coldly. All your people are going to die. Aren't you in a hurry? You will be left alone, and you won't be able to leave. The boxer put his hands behind his back. Calm and composed. Tapani also forced a smile. The investigation team personally appointed by the 5 leaders. Do you think you can survive? You want to be a coward, but you can't escape the investigation of the leaders. Ha ha. I dare to kill you, and you still scare me with these? The only way left for you is death. As he spoke, the boxer suddenly looked forward. A building in the central area, smoke and dust billowed. How did we find it? Street fighting area. The sound of bowstrings was clear. The army found it difficult to break through the front, and began to surround, using long-range attacks to consume the association's manpower. The rain of arrows fell, and the association's personnel were in a mess. And outside the association, the bodies had piled up into a small mountain. The old wizard John Ito showed the terrifying power of an 18th level wizard, but it was difficult to resist such a large-scale attack. Wind, Thunder and fire all came out, killing targets in groups. Similarly, continuous casting made his face paler and more depressed. Protect the priest, treat the wounded. Gianvito, with a messy beard, turned his head and said. He raised his head to drink the potion, and waved his staff. The wind blew, and most of the falling arrows were blown away. The priest reached into his arms, took out a jade talisman and crushed it suddenly. The next second, holy light descended from the sky, and the choir sang. The wounds of the wounded healed, and the physical strength of the combatants was also recovering rapidly. And under the holy light, some of the rotten corpse servants transformed by Wu Hung let out painful wails, and turned into wisps of ashes, and drifted away under the holy light. Damn it, keep these undead away from the holy light. Chapter 701, You Look Down on Me. He cursed in a low voice, and then pulled Gianvito, who was about to rush out. Dean, take Mr. Sim and teleport out. Gianvito shook his head. It's not time to leave yet. Don't wait, Wu Hung should have left. We will all die if we delay. Remember to report the matter to the association truthfully, and avenge us. Another person said. Whoosh. As he spoke, a series of air-breaking sounds came from above. Several crossbow arrows as thick as forearms fell suddenly from the sky. Puff. The sound of the arrows entering the flesh was heard. The crossbow arrows pierced through the association members, who were unable to dodge, causing casualties again. Beside Gianvito, the attendant's chest armor was torn, his body was pierced and nailed to the ground, blood and internal organs were flowing. Big mouthfuls of blood gushed out of his mouth and nose. Yabo! Gianvito shouted. The attendant gritted his teeth in pain, his gums were covered with blood, and he spoke intermittently. My lord, go quickly, let's leave here first. Don't talk, drink the potion first. Gianvito opened the potion and poured it into his mouth. Blood and potion flowed down the corners of his mouth. Kill. At this time, the army launched another attack, with iron shields in front and crossbows as cover. Like a wave, they quickly gathered around. Sim, Moyer, Gianvito shouted. The two investigators, while recording with pen and paper, walked over quickly. Take care, everyone, I will report everything to the association, Gianvito said. The magic circle gradually lit up under his feet. And Wu Hung? He escaped in the middle of the battle, help us beat him up, the priest shouted. As soon as the words fell, Gianvito, who was casting the spell, suddenly stopped the spell and looked up. Then he saw a flying carpet flying towards them. Deserting, Necromancer? Would you run away from the dead on the battlefield? You look down on me? Wu Hung was covered in blood and dust. As he spoke, he looked down at the miserable members of the association. Seeing Wu Hung appear, everyone's eyes widened instantly. Unexpectedly, he really didn't run away, nor did they expect him to come back. Wu Hung, why are you back? Have you found the city lord? I just said that. How come you really came back? The crowd was noisy. He didn't come back for a long time, so they thought he was afraid of the fight and ran away. But seeing him come back now, I felt like I was walking into a trap. Isn't he here to die again? The magic carpet rose again. Wu Hung held the body in one hand, and the trumpet in the other, and shouted loudly, The city lord Dashiel is dead. Those who leave on their own can be exempted from responsibility, and those who are stubborn will be wanted by the association. The sound of the trumpet spread quickly. The army charging forward, also attracted by the huge shout, looked upward. When they saw the figure in the blood-stained brocade robe, who was held in his hand like a dead dog, their pace began to slow down. The city lord? Dead? Unlike the professionals in the association. The soldiers who were forcibly conscripted in the city only thought that the city lord was the person with the highest position. Representing the kingdom of Yek, also represents the highest power in the city. The city lord is dead, so is it necessary to continue this battle? Drop your weapons, and go home, don't lose your life here. The sound of the horn spread. At the same time, suddenly a large shadow enveloped them. Turning around, one after another, skeleton dragons flew from the port, blocking out the sky and the sun. There was also a large army of skeletons behind them, armed with weapons, rushing towards this side. The soldiers of the Yek kingdom, who had begun to hesitate after seeing the death of the city lord, and who had lost their morale after seeing the dragons and the association's reinforcements arrive. Then, some began to flee, and some wrestled with the supervisors behind them. The flag was thrown to the ground. More and more soldiers followed suit and left, scattering in a hurry. They lost their fighting power in the blink of an eye. The association also breathed a sigh of relief. Wu Hung fell from the sky and collected the body of the city lord. The ground was full of wounded soldiers, and several dead servants and members. Wu Heng walked over and released resurrection spell one after another, and several dead members were transformed into seriously injured. The priest began to release the holy word spell and take potions. Is the city lord dead? Janvito asked. Dead, Wu Heng replied, and released dead corpse battlefield. The piles of corpses around them instantly turned into skeletons, and stood up with their bodies shaking. The rotten flesh and blood flowed out from the gaps in the protective gear. Take the wounded to the fleet. Don't go alone. Follow the skeletons, Janvito said, and then looked at Wu Heng on the side. Wu Heng, mobilize some skeletons. Let's go help the elders and kill the 18th level professional. Yes, Dean. The members of the association answered. Wu Heng also nodded. Okay. He mobilized some skeletons and ran quickly in the direction that Tapani was chasing. Since the location of the two level 18s fighting was still uncertain, there was no way to teleport, and they could only run and search all the way. Trample, tramp, tramp. The two ran wildly with a large number of skeletons. Wherever they passed, they could see some soldiers who had abandoned their armor and helmets, looking at the skeleton team in horror and hiding in the nearby alleys. Halfway through the journey, the elder Tapani ran back. Janvito frowned. Killed someone. Tapani looked at the two and the skeleton army behind them. I saw him escape from the city and came back to help you. What happened? Escaped? It seems that the boxer knew that the plan was wrong. There was no way to win. If they stayed, they would only face two level 18 professionals. So they chose to escape. Wu Heng killed the city lord, and the reinforcements from the port came, Janvito explained, and then looked at Wu Heng fiercely. You brought so many skeletons here? The biggest ship. The deck is a flying dragon, and the cabin is full of skeletons, Wu Heng explained. You really expected that they would attack us? Janvito said. Just in case. In fact, that ship, Wu Heng originally used it as a troop transport ship, battleship, inside the cabin. Wu Heng, Tapani, Janvito, and several level 15 professionals each sat on a chair, eating to replenish their energy while discussing the next things. Thanks to Wu Heng's presence, the dead were rescued. But for some people with missing limbs, the broken parts could not be restored. Fortunately, their lives were saved. Have you found out the cause? Tapani asked. The city lord's body has been brought back. Let's ask the body later. We will know everything then, Wu Heng replied. The others nodded. Although only 5 questions could be asked, it was almost enough to get the whole story out. Janvito drank some water, took out a wooden comb, and combed his beard. What should we do with this city? Without a city lord, there are chaotic soldiers all over the city. It will become a bandit's nest as soon as we leave. Now this city has become a problem. The association is here, and it still has some deterrent power. At least it won't do anything too extreme. But once the association people leave, if they really evacuate here, then it will become another situation in the blink of an eye. Moreover, the current situation of the Yek Kingdom is that it is full of wars. It will probably take some time to transfer a new city lord. Should the association take care of it first? Said the dwarf. That's fine. Let Wu Heng's skeletons patrol first to stabilize the order in the city. The case has not been investigated clearly. Will the Yek Kingdom suspect that we deliberately killed people and then occupied the city? They attacked and killed association members, and they will be held accountable. In history, there is no precedent for an association occupying a city with an independent regime. Everyone said one after another. Tapani looked at Wu Heng. Wu Heng, what do you think? Wu Heng was eating, looking up. The association must not leave now, otherwise the city will be in chaos. I think we should report this matter to the association headquarters first, and see how the leaders arrange it. Yeah, that's right. Just see how the leaders arrange it. Tapani nodded. Excuse me. Philippa suddenly raised her hand. Everyone looked at the little girl captain beside Wu Heng. It is said that she defended the fleet, and decisively ordered the skeleton army to enter the city to rescue people. It can be regarded as saving everyone's life. Little girl, what do you think? Janvito asked. The 5th princess of the kingdom is on the ship. She can stabilize the officials here. Chapter 702, we were all young. The 5th princess of the kingdom? Philippa's words made everyone present frown, and then they all looked at Wu Heng. We were originally investigating a city in the kingdom of Yeko. There is a princess hidden on your ship. Everyone looked at him, and Wu Heng paused while eating, and explained. The kingdom of Yeko was in chaos, and the 5th princess fled to Treasure Island. I and the Deacon Zalagwi wrote a report to the headquarters about this matter. How did you get here? Tapani asked. I heard that the association was going to investigate Nettale City, so I sneaked into the fleet. At that time, the ship was already sailing on the sea, so I had to let her come with me. I thought it was nothing serious this time, so I didn't tell you. Wu Heng added. Don't worry. The actions in the city have nothing to do with her, and she didn't participate in the fight between the kingdoms. When she came back, Philippa briefly talked about the fifth princess. Facing the attack of the army, she had to take herself as a hostage to save these people in the association. How to say it? This fifth princess seems to be an idealist who has rarely been exposed to the dark side, and still has faith and sense of justice in her heart. Jan Vito stroked his beard. Hey, be careful next time. How could someone sneak in with such a thing? That's right. It's a bit unreasonable for a foreigner to sneak into the fleet carrying out the mission. Master Wu Heng, you are such a great detective. How could you not notice anything? You didn't see the other person because she is pretty. After all, Master Wu Heng is still young. What's so strange about that? We were all young, pretty girls. Everyone laughed and joked about it, and the atmosphere in the room became much more relaxed. Everyone has been young before, and we can understand. Ah? Wu Heng found that they misunderstood him, and immediately said, no. She sneaked in from the headquarters ship. The ship of Treasure Island is full of skeletons. How could a living person sneak in? Everyone's jokes were instantly choked. Damn. After talking for a long time, she sneaked in from the headquarters ship. They looked at each other and felt a little embarrassed. Tapani said, okay. It's okay to follow, as long as she doesn't have other purposes. What do you think? How about letting the fifth princess manage the city? John Nito stroked his beard. I have no objection. If the fifth princess comes forward, it will save us a lot of trouble. The others followed suit. I think it's okay. It's good for us if she manages it. Others may be in danger. Tapani nodded and looked at Wu Heng. Wu Heng, what do you think? Wu Heng said, maybe we should ask her own opinion. Tapani drank the wine in one gulp and said, okay, now assign tasks to everyone. Each team will start planning patrol time, maintain order in the city. Wu Heng will explain the situation to the fifth princess and see if she has any ideas about managing the city. Yes. All members answered. Wu Heng also nodded to show that he understood. Okay, eat less now, and have a good meal in the evening. Tapani clapped his hands and said again. Everyone stood up and left the cabin together. According to the assigned tasks, they started to act. At the door, Wu Heng. Tapani called again. Wu Heng looked over. After talking to the fifth princess, come and ask about the corpse. The mission of this headquarters is not over yet. Understood. Wu Heng agreed and walked towards the cabin inside. Philippa went up to the deck and arranged for the skeletons to clean up the barrels of explosives floating on the sea. A cabin. The fifth princess, Brittany, sat on a chair, looking at the table in a daze. The association staff came back. Some intelligence was also brought back. It was also confirmed that the city lord Dashiel commanded the army to attack and kill the headquarters investigation team. He attempted to trap the entire team in the city. The association headquarters will definitely investigate this matter. Nettale City is finished, and the Yeko Kingdom is also finished. After her father's death, why did the kingdom become like this? It's rotten. Knock. 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 At this time, there was a knock on the door. Fifth Princess, I'm Wu Heng, are you in there? Brittany's dead eyes slightly recovered a little. Master, please come in. The door opened. Wu Heng walked in directly and glanced at her. Where's your little maid? I want to be alone for a while, so let her go outside for a walk. Brittany answered softly. Wu Heng could not see any spirit in her eyes. It was even more lifeless than when we were on the island. Are you in a bad mood? Wu Heng sat down on a chair nearby. Brittany did not answer. Wu Heng continued, why did this happen? We will investigate later, and I will tell you the result when I get it. Thank you. Brittany's tone was emotionless. Wu Heng looked at her, and frowned slightly. He felt that something was wrong with her. In fact, Wu Heng could also feel her mood. I went to another world. And when I returned to the modern world, I found that my home was gone, and the world was full of zombies. For a long time, I was also shrouded in an extremely gloomy atmosphere. The kind of gloom that could not be shaken off. Are you disappointed with the current kingdom? Yes. Brittany answered decisively. I wanted to say that I would take over the city directly. But I didn't say it. If I said that, She might think that the association was going to use her to control the city. In addition to her mood at the moment, she might be very reluctant to do so. After thinking for a while, he asked, "Last time you said you would build your own forces and restore the country. Are you still going to do it?" Brittany looked at him with some doubts. "I thought he would comfort me and say some truths." Unexpectedly, he would mention what he said when they first met. Wu Heng continued, "You just feel that the kingdom is getting worse and worse." "Yes," Wu Heng said. "In the final analysis, the people who control this country are not good. Now I think you are good." Brittany was stunned and said subconsciously, "But do you support me to take back the kingdom?" "That depends on whether you have the determination." Wu Heng glanced at her. "We saw the city of Netail. Maybe other cities, or the royal city where you live, have become like this. What should I do? What should I do?" Wu Heng leaned forward and said in a low voice, "There is no mayor in Netail City now. The elders and others are discussing the candidate. I will go and talk to you to see if you can take over the city and develop it step by step." Brittany's eyes were erratic for a while, and she began to hesitate again. "I'm afraid I can't do it well. How can it be bad now?" "Brittany, you are smart and kind, so you seem a little too emotional. As long as you want to do well, you will never be worse than your brothers." Wu Heng raised his tone and said seriously, "Really?" Brittany looked up suddenly. "I'm talking, you still don't believe me?" "I believe you. I'm willing to manage this city and stabilize the situation." Brittany nodded seriously. Wu Heng stood up and said, "Get ready, I'll talk to the elders first. If there's no problem, I'll take you to the city lord's mansion." "Thank you." Wu Heng nodded, opened the door, and walked out. Brittany was still a little dazed. She took out the mirror again and looked at her haggard face. Walking out of the room, Wu Heng breathed a sigh of relief. The incident in Netail City almost caused the fifth princess to suffer from depression. Using the kingdom army to attack the association investigation team must have had a big impact on her. Walking out of the room, coming to the deck, Elder Tapani and others stood aside and chatted. Seeing him coming out, asked, "How is it?" This incident was a big blow to her, but she accepted our proposal and will take over the city as a princess, Wu Heng said. Several people nodded. "That's good. Let's ask the corpse first." Wu Heng took out the corpse of the city lord Dashiel, opened the tapestry, and revealed his original appearance. The dead talk released. The corpse suddenly sat up. He looked at the people here. Wu Heng glanced at the people on the side and saw that no one wanted to ask questions. So he said, "Who killed the local deacon?" The corpse replied, "Lucana." The name Luciana appeared before, when interrogating the old man pretending to be the Snake Emblem Consortium. He mentioned that the person who arranged this matter was the president's leader Lucana. Wu Heng then asked the corpse, "Why did you kill him?" The corpse replied, "He discovered the identity of the Luciana sect's protector, and was afraid that the news would be passed on to the association." Several people in the association frowned. It has something to do with the sect. The sects are more radical in their actions, and many sects preach everywhere, and they don't care what will happen if the deacon dies in the local area. The worst case scenario is that they will continue to preach in another place. The fifth princess really got it right. Someone in the kingdom is colluding with the sect. Tapani turned his head and glanced at the investigator beside him. "Did you record it?" "I did." The investigator nodded. Wu Heng then asked the corpse, "Why did you attack the headquarters investigation team?" The corpse replied, "You found important evidence. Luciana said that if you leave, the headquarters will come to arrest you directly. If you kill you, the headquarters will reinvestigate, and there is still a chance." The important evidence he mentioned also refers to the old man who pretended to be a member of the consortium. The other party did say that this matter was related to the president and the city lord's mansion. The fourth question, Wu Heng asked, how did he become the president of Netail City? The reinforcements of the great prince arrived in time when the enemy attacked the city, preventing the city from being captured. The last question, Wu Heng asked, which sect is he from? Zuincheng Church. Chapter 703. I went over. After 5 questions, the body lay back on the deck. Wu Heng waved his hand, and the skeleton beside him rolled up the body and carried it down. Elder, have you heard of the Saint Respect sect? Wu Heng asked. Here, I also came across several sects. Just like the Tianming sect I met last time. The 18th level professionals all formed sects, using this method to improve their reputation. It sounds like there are quite a few sects. I just don't know if the association has heard of this sect. Tapani shook his head. Many sects are famous in certain places, and it is difficult for the association to contact them comprehensively. Janvito said, in other words. The mastermind of this incident was the sect's protector. Yes. Wu Hung nodded, and went over the whole incident in his mind, and said, the city lord Dashiel is a supporter of the faction of the Grand Prince of the Yeko Kingdom, and the Grand Prince has the support of the sect, and arranged for the protector to support the city of Netale. After this protector became the president, for some reason, the identity of the sect or some things were discovered by the local deacon. Once the news was passed back to the headquarters, it would be identified as a cult and cleared, and the other party would directly kill people to silence them. The local deacon died, and Dashiel had to help the other party cover up this matter whether he was willing or not. After that, we arrived and got accurate clues. The other party planned to kill again to delay time. In other words, this mattered Dashiel. I was forced to do it. After taking the first step, I had to continue. Wu Hung sorted out the case, and recalled what Dashiel said before his death. Looking back from his perspective, there is only one way, and he has to go on. Several people in the association nodded in agreement. Tapani said, write down what Wu Hung said. The investigators quickly wrote it down. They wrote it all down. Tapani continued, let's write the report. Wu Hung, you take the fifth princess, and go take over the city directly. The patrol association will proceed first. Okay. Knock. 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 Wu Hung knocked on the door. Come in. The fifth princess' voice came from inside the room. Wu Hung pushed the door open and walked in. Brittany and the maid were both in the cabin. The case has been sorted out. The whole case is related to the cult. Brittany asked. What's going on? From the information we have received so far, the eldest prince has received support from the cult, and the one who killed the local deacon is the president arranged by the cult. Wu Hung told her the collected and sorted intelligence. He really colluded with the cult. Brittany was a little surprised, but she also expected this result. Wu Hung said, you said that Dashiel would not do such a stupid thing as killing the deacon. Actually, that's true. But the problem is that there are some things that he has no say in. He can only help the cult clean up its mess. Brittany took a deep breath and sighed slightly. The little maid also sighed. Wu Hung continued, I have talked to the association and asked you to manage this city. Get ready. I will send you to the city lord's mansion. You will go to the city hall to hold a meeting with officials. Be energetic and don't be so decadent. Brittany looked up and looked at me. There was some retreat in her eyes. I'm afraid I can't do well, no matter how bad it is. It's better than the current Natalia city. Cheer up. Wu Hung said. The maid also advised, Princess, Island Master Wu Hung will help you. The Pirate's Treasure Island can be built so well, so can the city of Nidal. Let's go. We'll discuss it when there are problems. Wu Hung continued. Brittany nodded. Okay. The three of them walked out of the room together, and took some skeletons to the city lord's mansion. The city lord's mansion. When the few people arrived, the entire city lord's mansion was deserted. Servants, guards, even family members and women, no one was seen, leaving only an empty house. The easy-to-carry valuables were almost all taken away, and the remaining ones were the hard-to-carry things. Fortunately, the chandeliers, tables, chairs, cabinets, etc. were still there, so it was not uninhabitable. It's too late. The maid looked at each room one by one, and said angrily, It's good that these people left, so that we don't have to chase them away and make things complicated. Brittany said. Wu Hung said to the maid, The fifth princess and I are going to the city hall to meet local officials. Here are some skeletons for you. You can take them to clean up. Ah? I'm scared. The maid lowered her head. What are you afraid of? They are all dead. I'm not a necromancer. The maid muttered. Brittany said, Come with me, and we'll clean up together when we come back. Yes, I'll listen to you, princess. Wu Hung didn't say much, and arranged for skeletons to guard here to prevent people from moving things again. Then they went to the city hall together, and asked people to call a meeting of local officials. In other places in the city, Philippa occupied the naval port. The city wall was taken over by the association, and the streets in the city were also patrolled by skeletons. Let the whole city gradually quiet down. At dusk, after dinner, Wu Hung sat in a study in the city lord's mansion, put the written letter into an envelope, opened the door, and shouted, "Philippa!" Tap tap tap. Philippa trotted over. "What's wrong?" "Send the letter here to the association, and send it to the headquarters together with the report of Elder Tapani," Wu Hung ordered. "Oh, good." Philippa took the letter and then asked, "Tonight, are we staying in the city lord's mansion?" "We stay here, to avoid any danger," Wu Hung said. "It's not about my own danger, but the fifth princess Brittany. She showed up in the city today, intending to officially take over the city. But I'm also afraid that there are still supporters of the original city lord in the city, or members of the cult. If she is killed at night, it will be the end. Therefore, Tapani and others live in the association, and the 15th level professionals. Each team will take turns to guard the city and patrol. Wu Hung lives in the city lord's mansion. Search the original city lord's residence. See if there is any other evidence, and protect the safety of the fifth princess at the same time." "Okay, I'll be back soon." Philippa ran down directly. After going out, she took out her bicycle and rode it, followed by the skeleton attendant jogging all the way, heading to the association. Wu Hung returned to the room. He took out the radio, assembled it simply, picked up the microphone. "Minnie, can you hear me?" After waiting for a while, Minnie's voice came from the radio. "Master, where are you?" "According to the plan, we are going back today. Something happened. This morning, we found new clues involving the city lord and the cult, and there was a battle with the local army." "Ah!" Hearing this news, there was a noise from the opposite side. Not only Minnie, but also Robert, Annette, and even Shannara's screams could be heard. Then, Shannara's voice came over. "Is it safe now?" "It's safe. The city is now under the control of the fifth princess of the Yeko Kingdom, and it is actually controlled by the association," Wu Hung explained. Shannara continued, "Tell us in detail." "Okay." Wu Hung then told the other party in detail what happened along the way. After a while, Shannara said, "That is to say, the population of Nettale City is now dying or fleeing, and there are not many left. Yes, it is estimated that it will be difficult to recover in a few years," Wu Hung said. "It is different from Treasure Island. The pirates died on Treasure Island at that time, and the population of the island itself was not so serious. But Nettale City is different. It had to fight with other armies of the country before, and it fought with the association again this time. Many people died. The valuable things in the city lord's mansion were almost moved away. There is only one city left in the whole city. There is no money and no people." Shannara confirmed again. "I feel that what you said is a bit serious, but it seems to be the case," Wu Hung said. Shannara said again, "I will go there tomorrow." "Ah? Why are you coming here?" "It's quite dangerous. I will bring money to acquire local assets." "You don't understand. Just wait for me to come." Chapter 704, Let her accompany you. To come here to acquire assets. After hearing what Shannara said, I understood what she meant. Now the high-quality assets and properties in the city of Nidal are vacant and low-priced, which is also a good opportunity for acquisition. Of course, there are also some risks involved. If the war starts again, and this city is occupied by others, it is very likely that this purchase method will not be recognized. The money spent will be wasted. Now, the association is here. In addition to the attack on the headquarters investigation team, more high-level professionals from the headquarters will come later. If the news is blocked again, the probability of a large-scale battle is not high. Wouldn't it be a bit bad to do this? Wu Hung said. Shannara's voice came again. When the news spreads, each caravan will go there to look for opportunities. Merchants are profit-seeking. Who cares about whether it is good or not? Besides, if we buy it, the fifth princess can arrange any plans with us. If it is bought by others, it will not be so easy to discuss. Then, Shannara added, everyone else in the investigation team has their own power, and the Chamber of Commerce they support. They will definitely send the news out. This is indeed true. Holding it in your own hands is better than letting others buy it. Then come over and see what you can buy. Wu Hung also agreed. I will gather funds tonight, so as not to be preempted by other chambers of commerce. Shannara said directly. Okay. The few of them chatted for a while. And Wu Hung also listened to the maid and Shannara, and talked about the situation of Treasure Island. Generally speaking, Treasure Island has not changed much. The newspaper is still serialized, and now the third great detective story has begun. Several best-selling items are also being sold continuously. The production of pins and watches is gradually increasing. The bicycle factory has also started production, but the efficiency has not yet been improved. After chatting for a while, both sides confirmed that the other party was safe. Then they hung up the call, hang up the microphone again, and arranged for the skeleton to guard the radio station. Wu Hung picked up the water cup and drank a sip, sitting back in the chair, and his mind began to think about what happened today. The original plan was to capture the leader of the White Wing Gang at the end, but he didn't expect to find an old man pretending to be from the Snake Emblem Consortium, which also triggered a battle with the army. If he hadn't killed the city lord, and the skeleton army had entered the city, it would be hard to say what the final outcome would be. Wu Hung, Tapani, and Jan Vito would definitely be able to escape, but it's hard to say about the rest. There would definitely be casualties. I thought it was the Qilin Dao, and in the end, they created the Xuanqing religion, Wu Hung muttered while holding a teacup. When he was on Treasure Island, Wu Hung and Zalagui analyzed the affairs of the Yeko Kingdom. In addition, the plan of the Qilin Dao of the secret society was found at that time, and it was speculated that the internal strife in the Yeko Kingdom was largely related to the Qilin Dao. The case in the city of Nitalia was also looking for corresponding clues. In the end, when interrogating the corpse, it was found that the people who supported the prince were from the sect. Show off. Dare to kill the headquarters investigation team. You will definitely be labeled as a cult. The prince? I'm afraid you will have no chance of becoming king, as long as the association starts to investigate the prince, whether it is the officials who support him, or other sects or powerful families. I would also hesitate whether to continue to support him. After all, I found a reason for the association, and the royal family is nothing. Then, Wu Hung began to think about his future plans. The fifth princess came to manage here, and Shannara would also come, which would create an opportunity for me to increase my reputation. I would try my best to tie myself to the fifth princess. When the time comes, the fifth princess will join the fight for the throne, which will definitely cause a sensation in the kingdom. I can also follow, and get a wave of reputation improvement. Thinking in his heart, he still opened the panel to take a look. Level 19, 347585/355000. Reputation, level 19, 9582/66,000. He didn't need to worry about the experience of the level. The only thing he lacked was reputation. I'm level 19. And Granda is level 20. So we have some capo. We must seize this opportunity. Thinking in his heart, Granda flew back through the wall from outside. Looked at the study. Are they not back yet? No. They may have gone to watch the fun. Wu Hung closed the panel and asked, how is the city? When he returned to the city lord's mansion, Wu Hung released all 3 ghosts. The main purpose is to check if there is any danger in the city. After all, the 18th level boxer of the Saint Respect Church escaped. Maybe he would come back to attack us. He even dared to kill the investigation team. It is not surprising that he came back to attack 2 people. There is also the disbanded army in the city. See if there are any gathering to do bad things. I didn't find any other high-level professionals. The city is a bit chaotic. There are also many gang fights. But the association is also strengthening patrols. There won't be any big problems. Granda replied. Wu Hung nodded, and then said, Xanera will come from Treasure Island tomorrow, planning to acquire some real estate assets here. No wonder she can become the president of the Chamber of Commerce. She is quite sharp, Granada praised, and then said, why don't you go pick her up? She will be back in half a day. He was talking about the ghost train. It's better to come by boat. If you appear suddenly, it will easily attract the attention of the people in the association. Whatever you do next, you may need a time difference to cover it. Granada thought and nodded. That's right. Anyway, there is enough time. She must be the first to get the news and rush here. While the two were talking, Xiao Xiao and Benny also flew back. Uncle, there's nothing wrong outside. No high-ranking people were found. Xiao Xiao floated on the side of his shoulder, said. Well, that's good. Wu Hung then asked, why did you come back so late today? Sister Benny and I saw a fight. It was very intense. Xiao Xiao waved his fist and said, why? It seemed like they were arresting someone or something. I didn't quite understand. Good guy, I was just watching the fun. Because I don't know anything. Benny said, I heard some of it. It seems that the people who were beaten were from the forced conscription team. They forcibly took some people away. When they didn't come back, Their families came over. Several families beat them. It was very miserable. Oh, so that's how it is. Xiao Xiao suddenly realized. And then asked, what is the forced conscription team? For example, your uncle doesn't want to go to the battlefield. And then these people come to capture people and force him to go. If he doesn't go, they beat him. Oh, I understand. Xiao Xiao nodded. Forced conscription team. After the death of the city lord, these people no longer have privileged status. Now the battle is over, those who were captured can come back alive. At most they will be scolded. But the relatives who didn't come back will definitely come to settle accounts with them. Are you still fighting? Wu Heng asked. No, the patrol has passed, so we separated. Then he said, not bad. Wu Heng nodded, moved his body, said, I'm going back to rest. The battle today consumed a lot of energy. Give me that skill book. Give me back my tablet. Have you charged it? Let's go. I've watched those 2 cartoons over and over again. Wu Heng took out all the things. Then find me a new one. Wait until I find one. Wu Heng said. Then he opened the door and went downstairs. Went to the first floor. He saw Philippa sitting on the sofa in the living room. Behind her was the 5th princess Brittany rubbing her shoulders, and the little maid knelt on one side and rubbed her legs. Try harder, you haven't eaten yet, Philippa said. Wu Heng walked over, pinched her face. You're bullying me. Right. If I lose, the tavern will be theirs, Philippa said. Brittany gritted her teeth, but still said, I accept the loss. Philippa did win. We accept it. The two had made a bet before. If the murderer was the city lord, then Brittany lost, and would be Philippa's maid for a month. And she could do whatever she wanted. If the murderer was not the city lord, the Nautilus Tavern would lose to the 5th princess. Although it was finally confirmed that the real murderer was the 18th level sect guardian. The city lord was indeed involved. It would be an understatement to say that he was an accomplice. He should be one of the masterminds. In the end, Philippa won. Seeing that both parties were willing to fight and be beaten, Wu Heng had nothing to say. Don't go too far. Philippa shook her head. Go. You go pour me some water. Brittany, go prepare the bath water. TSK, Brittany snorted, and turned to go upstairs. The little maid also went to pour her water. Philippa said, or, let Brittany accompany you tonight. I have the final say now. Brittany staggered as she went upstairs, and almost fell down. Wu Heng rolled her eyes at her. Don't always scare people. Just joke. That won't work. She really wanted my tavern at that time. And she had to be my maid for a month anyway, Philippa said. Chapter 705, Saving Satellites. Wu Heng couldn't say much. For bets, they had agreed privately, if you lose, you lose. Then, has the letter been sent to the association? It was sent. When I arrived, they took it away directly and sent it to the headquarters, Philippa said. Did the elder say anything? He did. He praised me for being decisive in the battle today, and for my strong awareness. He also wrote my performance in the report, Philippa said happily. Well, it was really good today. Then you don't praise me. What are you praising? You are talented, you are born with it. Do you need others to recognize it? Wu Heng said solemnly. Philippa was stunned. Damn, you are really good at talking. Soon, Brittany came downstairs and said that the bath water was ready. Philippa got up and went upstairs, and the master and servant breathed a sigh of relief. Wu Heng also went upstairs. She was only fresh for 2 days, and after the freshness wore off, she couldn't even remember this. Brittany said, we did lose, and it almost affected your judgment, we admit it. Rest early, don't think too much. Thank you. Island owner. Brittany bowed slightly. Wu Heng returned to the room he had chosen, and the master and servant also went to the floor where they lived. Night fell, and they began to rest. The next day, early in the morning, he arranged a skeleton attendant for the 5th princess, and officially took over the entire city. Wu Heng went to the association and listened to the meeting held by Elder Tapani all morning. The main thing was to open the port, and more detailed arrangements were made for city defense and patrol tasks. Okay, everyone, follow the task. Don't act alone, to avoid any actions by the cult members. Yes, everyone answered, and then turned and left. Wu Heng also stood up and walked out. Just as he reached the door, Tapani called out, Wu Heng, wait a minute. Elder, what do you want me to do? Wu Heng turned his head and looked over. Tapani said, Is there any problem with the 5th princess? Nothing. I have already taken over some affairs in the city this morning, but we still need to help with the city defense. Wu Heng replied. Well, for now, let's do this, and see how the headquarters arranges after receiving the news. Understood, Tapani continued. Write a letter to Treasure Island, and ship some food and daily necessities over. We will stay in the city for a while, and the association will reimburse you for the expenses when we get back. Okay, I'll tell you when I get back. Tapani nodded. Wu Heng saw that he had nothing to do, and he also walked out of the meeting room. The entire association's personnel had been arranged. It seemed that he was much more relaxed. Apart from writing a letter to Treasure Island, he had no tasks assigned to him. He stood at the door and thought for a while, then walked towards the commercial street, protective gear store. Wu Heng looked at the closed door and knocked hard. Soon, the door was opened a crack, and someone looked through the crack. Then, the door opened, and the old woman said respectfully, Master of the association, where is your boss's wife? Master, please come in. I'll go call her. The woman led Wu Heng into the room. After waiting in the store lobby for a while, the proprietress came out. Compared with the last time, she returned to her original appearance, without any oil stains on her face. And she didn't have to deliberately make herself ugly. My lord, are you leaving? The proprietress asked directly. When she came last time, Wu Heng promised her that she would take the people in their store to Treasure Island when she left. I came here this time to talk to you about this matter. You say. Wu Heng glanced at the other party. You should also know about the changes in the city. The elders ordered to stay in the city for a while longer, so I will not return to Treasure Island for the time being. The proprietress frowned and asked. Some people who came back said that the city lord was dead. Is it true? It's true. The association's notice will be posted later. Now the city is taken over by the fifth princess. Wu Heng explained. She didn't seem to care who would take over the city. Instead, she asked, is the city still dangerous? It doesn't seem dangerous at the moment. If something really happens, I'll take you away, Wu Heng said. The proprietress thanked him immediately. Thank you, sir. I came here this time to tell you that you don't have to worry too much. Okay. Wu Heng got up and left. The proprietress walked him to the door and closed the door again. Return along the commercial street. Members of the association have begun to post notices at the door along the way. The city lord died, and the entire city was taken over by the 5 princesses, with the assistance of the association. The rest was to encourage the restoration of order in the city. If there were any cases, they could ask the patrol team for help, or go to the association for help. Uncle, there is a bard shop over there. Do you want to go and see if there are any skill books? A small voice came from his ear. Wu Heng looked up and saw that there was a shop selling bard props across the street. The door is closed. Go and ask. Wu Heng walked over and knocked hard. Soon, the door also opened a crack, and someone looked over. What do you want? Come to see the skill book of the bard. What do you want to buy? Just tell me the name, and I'll see if I have it, the other party said directly. Wu Heng really didn't know what skill books there were for the bard. He simply said, I want any below the 2nd level. Okay. Wait a minute. The crack of the door was closed. After a while, it was opened again. There are 4 books in total, and I will charge you 170 silver coins. Wu Heng paid, and the other party also stuffed out 4 skill books. The transaction was done cautiously, and it felt like buying and selling contraband. After taking all of them, 4 skill books also appeared in front of him. Communication. Heroism. Loud voice. Good speech. Communication can transmit information to a designated target within a certain range. The remaining 3 books all have amplification effects. After releasing the heroic spirit, courage is increased. The loud voice increases the range of sound transmission. The good speech is to increase language skills. These are also common bard skills. Do you have props? It is more suitable for beginners. Wu Heng continued. Just as he was about to close the door, he paused. Wait a moment. Returning again, a ring was handed out. 230 silver. Universal language ring. Description. A ring etched with special effects, which can make the user's words and voice more contagious, and can also be used in conjunction with performances to replace deception or disguise. It is still a ring that increases language, nothing special about it. Perhaps, bards pay more attention to appearance, and the shape of the ring is very good. At least it is more gorgeous than the rings of other professionals. Okay, I want it. Wu Heng took out the money directly, and the gap of the door closed directly. Wu Heng did not say much, and walked back directly. You bought a lot this time. In a small invisible state, hanging on one shoulder. Will you translate it when you go back? Wu Heng said. Don't we have a skeleton that can translate? Don't you practice writing? You can't always use pinyin. Do you still expect me to go to college? All the way back to the city lord's mansion. The fifth princess hadn't come back yet. The whole building was guarded by skeletons inside and outside. Wu Heng packed up simply, opened the door in the study, and walked in directly. Zombie world. Walked out of the door, walked to the window as usual, and looked outside. Wu Heng picked up the intercom. Shi Han Kai, are you there? Soon, Shi Han Sai's voice came from the intercom. Yes, today is the time agreed with the Korean Central Station. I am planning to go there with the motorcade. Where are we meeting? Wu Heng asked. The location is in a building in the city center. Shi Han Kai replied. Wait for me a moment. I'll follow you today, Wu Heng said, changing his leather armor into a bulletproof vest, and then went downstairs. The convoy was already waiting at the door. Wu Heng opened the car door and got into the passenger seat. Let's go! Shi Han Kai ordered. Let's go! The convoy started and left the base directly. In a building, Shi Han Kai sat on a chair, and Wu Heng, acting as a personal bodyguard, stood on one side. Soon, 3 figures came in. The leader was a Westerner, followed by 2 Asian faces, who should be Koreans. The Westerner smiled and said something quickly. The translator beside him said, Chief Chi, we meet again. Shi Han Kai also smiled. Yes, Mr. David. You are so confident to call us this time. I wonder what exchange items you have prepared. The translator immediately said it in English. David smiled confidently and answered directly. Of course. I heard that you were more interested in satellites last time. We plan to sell one to you directly. And the price needs to be discussed. Shi Han Kai raised his eyebrows. Wu Heng was also stunned. Good guy. The satellite is here for sale. Chapter 706, The Iron Lump That Can Position. Shi Han Kai also became interested. How do you sell it? David, a Westerner, said with a smile. Don't worry. Deputy Chief Chi, we are not selling the right to use the satellite, but a separate satellite. Separate satellite? Yes, we can provide satellites that have not been launched, and help you launch them into the corresponding orbit, and for subsequent use. David explained. Satellites that have not been launched. Last time, Shi Han Kai mentioned the other party's satellite, but he said that he would provide some corresponding functions. So Shi Han Kai refused. This time he was more direct, and wanted to sell a separate satellite to himself. For ordinary people, this kind of thing is really high-tech. Guns, bullets, maybe there are finished products. And they can also make blueprints according to them. But they can't make satellites even if they are killed. Shi Han Kai was slightly surprised, but returned to normal, and said lightly, in the current environment, it seems that having such a satellite is of little help to us. David immediately said, how can it not be helpful? Communication, television, topographic mapping or positioning. These are all very practical functions. Various countries are constantly launching satellites. This shows the importance of satellites. Shi Han Kai listened, without any change in expression. Tell me the price. I don't think this kind of thing is good. Food, 5,000 tons. Or resources of the same price. We are responsible for launching and teaching you how to use it. David quoted in a serious voice. As soon as the price came out, the room fell silent. This was a lifetime of food, all to be provided at once. The food provided by the base was 50 kilograms per bag. 1 ton was equivalent to 20 bags of rice. 5,000 tons. In today's world, this is a very exaggerated number. Shi Han Kai was stunned for a while before saying, are you kidding? No base can provide so much food. This is already very cheap. In the past, it would have cost hundreds of millions. David emphasized. You know it's now. But now it's just a piece of iron that can be positioned. Shi Han Kai thought for a while, and said directly, forget it. We don't need this kind of thing. David's face was anxious, and he smiled and said, don't worry, Deputy Chief Chi. You said the price in your mind? 10 tons of grain. Shi Han Kai directly reported the number. That is, 200 bags. The price is so low that a truck can deliver it. The people on the opposite side frowned. Listening to the offer, the transaction volume is not as high as the previous times when the two sides exchanged basic materials. David emphasized. Deputy Chief Chi, this is a satellite. I know, at this time, you will starve to death without food and, without a satellite, you can save some food, Chi Honkai said. This, David wanted to say more. Chi Honkai interrupted directly. For this price, you can also ask other bases if anyone wants to buy this thing. I need to go back and discuss it. Okay. Chi Honkai nodded. David continued. There is one more thing. We have established a research and development base with several foreign bases, which is dedicated to the research of superpowers and antiviral drugs. I wonder if you are interested. Oh, want to invite us to study together? David said with a smile. The researchers are all senior talents in related majors. It is not possible for ordinary people like us to enter, but we can become one of them, and the results will be shared with you. Chi Honkai glanced at Wu Hung, then quickly retracted her gaze and asked, what do we need to provide? It's also very simple. Some supplies, and the cooperation of special superpowers. The ability to control the superpowers of so many skeletons is a very powerful ability. If you cooperate in the research, it will definitely be of great help, David said with some excitement. Chi Honkai and Wu Hung neither showed surprise. It was similar to the last time the headquarters had a plan to train superpowers. However, the headquarters needed some blood samples, and their research also required the cooperation of real people. They asked us to provide food supplies, and also cooperate with the research. They asked for things with a clear conscience. How is it? We are just cooperating with some experiments, but once the antidote is developed, it will be shared by all our members. David continued. Chi Honkai replied. I'll go back and discuss it with the leader. And I'll tell you later. Yes. Yes. Okay. Chi Honkai didn't want to talk to him anymore, and said, did you bring any items for exchange this time? I brought some military equipment. Let's go. I'll have someone count them, and then settle the food for you. Okay. Everyone stood up and walked out the door. Then, they began to arrange for people to count the supplies brought over, and then pay the other party the corresponding amount of food. After the transaction was over, the other party talked about the satellite and the research base. Then they got on the truck and left in opposite directions. Back in the car, Chi Honkai said while driving, do you want to exchange the satellite? Let's see what they say. If the price you offer is acceptable, we will take it. Wu Hung replied. I deliberately lowered the price. They probably won't accept it, Chi Honkai said. Wu Hung thought for a while. I don't think so. Why? Accept us. No base can afford the price. We are the only buyer. The pricing power is not in their hands, Wu Hung said. It seems to make sense. Wu Hung thought for a moment. Let's see what they say. I don't think it will do much. Well, wait for their news. The convoy continued to drive back, and the journey was relatively smooth. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the convoy returned to the base. Wu Hung waited in the conference room for a while. Chi Honkai went back to the room to get the notebook, and walked back. He sat down opposite and said, Sister Yang, there are several related professionals in the pharmaceutical factory. They asked me when you would bring the alchemical skull over. I feel that asking for the skull is an excuse. Maybe you miss you. It has been a while since I saw Li Yang. Wu Hung said, I will go back in 2 days, and I will bring the skeleton to her. Okay. Chi Honkai continued. Also, Gao Rong's machine gun production line test was successful, and the entire industrial chain has been built. I guess there will be news soon. The second thing is that the skeleton sent to the headquarters to learn how to fly an airplane has returned, and airplanes can be used as a means of transportation. The successful test of the machine gun production chain is a good thing. If it can be mass-produced, it will greatly improve the combat capabilities of both worlds. Other bases, even if they have a complete production chain, do not produce raw materials. Wu Hung is different. Everything can be purchased from another world. The pilot issue has been a while. Now that I have completed my training, I can use airplanes for transportation. Let each place count the number of airplanes. Understood. Chi Honkai nodded. There is nothing else to do. Everything is normal. Let's go. Take me around the base, and show me to everyone. Okay. The two got up, and went out again. Treasure Island, Deacon's study. She logly returned from outside, took off her helmet, and put it into her space ring, smoothed the hair on her forehead. Sure, Yali said, Minnie came just now. What for? She brought news about Wu Hung. Shilagui's eyes lit up. How is it? Have you found out anything? Shiryali smiled. You haven't been in a hurry these days. I thought you two had contacted each other alone. What contact? Shilagui rolled her eyes at her, returned to her desk and sat down. What did Minnie say? Shiryali poured her a cup of tea and brought it to her, said, The murderer has been found. Guess who it is? How can I guess? I don't know who it is. Shilagui said dissatisfiedly. Guess. I think you can guess it. The city lord? Shiryali raised her eyebrows. I said you could guess it. Hearing that she had guessed correctly, Shilagui was surprised. Because apart from the city lord, she couldn't name another person. What's going on? Stop it. Tell me. Shilagui urged. Shiryali stopped teasing her, and recounted the situation she heard from Minnie in detail. When she heard that the association investigation team was blocked in the city, and was besieged by the army. Shilagui's face also showed surprise and fear. Crazy. The whole city is crazy. They actually dared to kill the people of the headquarters. Don't they know what the consequences are? Why did he do this? The city lord doesn't want to do it anymore. Shilagui asked. Listen to me. Shiryali continued to talk about the following events. From Wu Heng going to kill the city lord alone, carrying a dead body, scaring off the army that besieged the investigation team, and the results of the interrogation of the corpse. In other words, the person who killed the local deacon was the 18th level boxer, and the city lord was caught in the middle and had to follow. Shiryali concluded. Shilagui's eyes widened, and she pondered for a long time before digesting the news. This news was really too explosive. The president of the city was a cult, and he coerced the city lord to kill the association investigation team. He almost succeeded. If it wasn't for Wu Heng's report, she wouldn't believe that such a thing would happen. After hesitating for a while, she still asked, Wu Heng is not injured. Minnie said no. Shiryali replied, and then said, Tonight, let's go to the island owner's mansion to sit for a while. By the way, let's talk to Wu Heng. There are props for talking there. Shilagui hesitated. It's not good. What's wrong with it? Wu Heng's safety involves the entire Treasure Island. And you are the deacon of Treasure Island. It's reasonable to confirm each other's safety. Shiryali naturally found a reason. Shilagui took a sip from the water cup. Okay. Prepare some flower tea sent by the tribe. And go together in the evening. I prepared some for him. And it's just right to bring it this time. Shilagui paused. Shiryali. You? Why is there something wrong? What's wrong? Why do I feel that you are so proactive towards Wu Heng? She saved our lives. Shouldn't I be nice to her? But I still feel that you are weird. Shilagui stared at her suspiciously. Shiryali tilted her head to the side, not looking at her. After walking around the base, Wu Heng returned to the other world. The time on both sides was about the same, and it was dusk. When he opened the door and went downstairs, he heard the sound of conversation coming from the hall on the first floor. Philippa, the fifth princess Brittany, and the little maid gathered together to chat. Seeing Wu Heng coming downstairs, the three of them stood up and greeted him. Island Master, dinner is ready, I'll have someone bring it up. The little maid stood up and walked quickly to the kitchen. Soon, the skeletons brought dinner, and several people sat at the table, chatting and eating dinner. Wu Heng looked at the fifth princess. How was it today? Brittany said, in the afternoon. Dean Gianvito accompanied me to the military camp, reorganized the remaining troops, and appointed a new commander. Philippa also said, I went with him. The old man was imposing, and he had a stern face all the way. And those people were honest. How many people are there in the military camp? Wu Heng asked. There are only more than 300 people left. The current commander is called Hilda, who was previously the deputy commander of the city defense. Brittany said. Is he trustworthy? Brittany shook her head. Not sure, but I don't have anyone I can use, so I can only use him for now. Wu Heng thought for a moment and said, Since Dean Gianvito has come forward, there shouldn't be much of a problem. But we still have to be careful and train some of our own people as soon as possible. I understand. As for the army, although they are not trustworthy, it is difficult for them to pose any threat with only more than 300 people left. Not to mention the use of the skeleton army. The people from the association can be wiped out by 300 people. It is estimated that John Vito also felt that there was no threat. So he just took a look and did not say to disband the army or insert members of the association. Brittany continued. The city hall has resumed work, and the port has been reopened to the public. Where are the women and children who were rescued before? Wu Heng asked. They are temporarily settled in the city. In the next 2 days, we will arrange people to visit each village to see what is going on in these people's homes. Brittany replied. Wu Heng nodded. Isn't this good? It's much better than when I first became the island owner. Brittany showed a happy look on her face. Really? I will continue to work hard. Take your time. Don't rush. Yes. Brittany nodded obediently. Wu Heng then looked at Philippa. Is the fleet okay? It's okay. The skeletons are repairing some damaged parts. There are only some bumps and bumps. The damn rebels. They almost broke my ship, Philippa said angrily. The fleet of Treasure Island will come in a few days. Arrange some ships to cruise nearby. Philippa nodded. Okay. I'll arrange it tomorrow. After dinner, Skeleton cleaned the table. Wu Heng got up and went upstairs. The 3 girls and the parrot went to the courtyard. Philippa took out bicycles, shuttlecocks and other things that the island owner's mansion often played with, and taught them how to play. Rentam City. In the city lord's mansion, a ranger wearing leather armor and a tamer standing on his shoulder rushed in at a brisk pace. Bowing. City lord, there's news from the front. When Manshaw sat on the city lord's throne, beside her was the skeleton mage and the pink-skirted bone demon number 2. What news? When Manshaw asked. The ranger immediately said, the army of the kingdom of Yeko has set out, with infantry, chariots, and all the equipment. When Manshaw's eyes condensed. As expected, there was no way to avoid it. The kingdom of Yeko had set its sights on the city of Rentam. No matter what, it would drag this side into the water. How many people are there? Nearly 10,000. The ranger's tone was solemn. When Manshaw pondered for a moment, and said, continue to investigate their movements? Yes. The ranger nodded and left quickly. When Manshaw sat on the chair and thought for a while. Hartel. The housekeeper stepped forward. Madam. Ask the tribes that signed the alliance to arrange for representatives to come tomorrow to discuss the war with the Yak Kingdom army. When Manshaw said in a deep voice. Yes, madam. The housekeeper pointed at a few skeletons and left the city lord's mansion quickly. When Manshaw took out the map, looking thoughtful, Wu Heng returned to the study. Glinda reminded, someone called you on the radio just now. Who? It sounded like Minnie. And she didn't sound anxious. So she didn't go down to call you, Glinda said. Wu Heng walked to the radio and looked at the record book. There was indeed a record left on it. He picked up the topic and asked, Minnie, what do you want to talk to me about? Soon, Minnie's voice came from the other side. Master. Well, I just went to eat. What's wrong? Wu Heng leaned against the edge of the table and asked curiously. Deacon Zalagui and Assistant Shiryali are here. We heard that you are in danger, and they want to talk to you, Minnie said with a smile. Then, Shilagui's voice was faintly heard. What do you mean by talk? Ask about the progress of the case. Deacon Zalagui said, ask about the progress of the case. Minnie said into the microphone. Wu Heng smiled and said, give the microphone to Zalagui. After a commotion, Shilagui's voice came over. Island Master Wu Heng, how is the situation over there? Good fellow, she spoke quite formally. Chapter 707, what did Xiao Xiao say to you? Deacon. Wu Heng also said the position. Shilagui continued. I heard from Minnie that the investigation team was attacked by the army of Nidal City. Are you not injured? No. The investigation team is safe. Some members who were injured were also treated. Wu Heng replied. That's good. Shilagui breathed a sigh of relief. Then, Shiryali's voice came from the other side again. Ask him when he will be back. Shilagui said. Shiryali asked you when you will be back. Shiryali immediately said. I asked for you. I think you are more anxious than me. Ignoring the sister's stubbornness, Wu Heng said, it may take some time. The elder means that. Wait until the order from the association headquarters is sent, and then mobilize according to the order. This is not just Tapani's idea, but the result of all association members' discussion. This includes Wu Heng. Otherwise, once the people from the association leave, the whole city will be more chaotic, and more people will die. Then you should be careful. Zalagui instructed. Don't worry, the elders will be in the front if there is any danger. Wu Heng said, and then asked. Is there any problem with Treasure Island? No problem. Several wanted criminals have come to the island during this period, and they have all been arrested by the association. Everything is safe. Zalagui said with a smile. I am always relieved when you are in charge. Zalodwi said with a smile. You will only say nice things. I will just ask about your situation. As long as you are not in danger, I will talk to you when you come back. Okay, I will bring you gifts when I get back. The other party did not answer, and hung up the call. Zalodwi went to the island owner's house to call her, which was still a bit unexpected. It didn't seem like her character, but she was still a little happy, which proved that the other party was still worried about her. After sitting on the chair for a while, the sky became darker. Wu Heng said hello to a few ghosts, and returned to the room to rest. Early in the morning. It was the third day after the fifth princess took over the city of Nitalii. The city was still in a state of depression, but it had improved a little compared to before. Some shops in the commercial street were already open for business. There weren't many goods, and most of them were just opening the door and cleaning the room. The fifth princess also had a lot of things to do, such as appointing officials, processing information in the city, and presiding over the overall situation. She said she had never done it before, fearing that she would not do it well. But she did a good job, with a clear plan of what to do first and what to do later. After all, she was born in the royal family, and she understood these processes a little bit. Wu Heng also arranged a skeleton guard for her, who followed her around every day. On the association side, Elder Tapani assigned tasks to everyone again in the morning. Level 15 professionals, plus the team members of the association, were all assigned tasks. In addition to the normal patrols in the city, the team was also arranged to carry skeletons to the surrounding villages for investigation. Wu Heng still had not been assigned a task. It can also be understood that the tasks related to him were assigned to the skeletons and Philippa. If nothing happens to him, the skeletons in the whole city are enough to deal with most emergencies. I wish he could stay in one place honestly, and not run around all day. The meeting is over. Wu Heng followed the crowd out. The old wizard Gianvito quickly followed him. Wu Heng, you have learned all the skills. Give me back the book. Wu Heng immediately took out the teleportation. Thank you, Dean. Gianvito put the book away, and looked at him again. Have you studied the knowledge related to spells before? Wu Heng was stunned. I know 1 or 2 basic spells of the spell school. No wonder, I have some basics. Gianvito stroked his beard, and then asked. You are a necromancer. How come you are studying spells of other schools? Wu Heng answered as he walked. Before, in the kingdom of Yeko, although I changed my job to a necromancer, I didn't have the opportunity to learn the corresponding skills, so I learned a little bit here and there, and pieced it together. Gianvito nodded, which was in line with his growth experience. But it still makes people surprised. This learning ability is really not low. Wu Heng saw that the other party did not say anything, and then said, Dean, do you have other books? Lend them to me. Gianvito looked at him again. What are you going to exchange this time? Watch. Wu Heng lowered his voice. The same model as the heroes, but the style is different. Gianvito narrowed his eyes. How do I know what the heroes look like? These watches are all produced by me. There is no need to lie. Yeah, that's right. Gianvito flipped his hand and took out a skill book from the space ring. Here, return it to me after reading it. Thunder summoning technique, description, generate thundercloud weather within the casting range. Specify a point under the thundercloud that you can see, and let 1 or more beams of lightning shoot from the cloud to that point. If you are in the thundercloud area, the effect will be doubled and the consumption will be reduced. Wu Heng raised his eyebrows. The old wizard's signature spell can send lightning from the sky to strike people. I have seen him use this skill several times in battles with Gianvito. The difference is, it can strike one person or a row of people. In fact, in terms of attack type, Wu Heng feels that it is very similar to his own lightning beam. Lightning beam releases a horizontal lightning beam, which hits the target, and produces a lightning effect after hitting. Thunder summoning technique falls from the sky, which has the same effect as thunder on a rainy day. Gianvito relies so much on this skill. It must be quite useful. Wu Heng put away the skill book first, and then said, Dean, do you have any more? We are so familiar with each other. Life and death. Lend me 2 more. Gianvito hesitated, took out another book, and handed it to him. Don't always think about learning everything. Your energy is limited. These 2 books are difficult to learn. Forget it if you can't learn them. Summon Arrow Rain, description. You shoot a non-magical ammunition or throw a non-magical throwing weapon into the air, and use it as a prototype to shoot a group of weapons of the same type in the cone area in front of you. And these created weapons will disappear after the attack is completed. Seeing this second skill book, Wu Heng's eyes condensed. Non-magical ammunition or non-magical throwing weapons. Shoot a group of weapons of the same type forward in their original form. What skill is this? I don't think I've seen Janvito use it. Thank you. Wu Heng put it away directly. Janvito still instructed. Don't break it, don't lose it, give it back to me before we part. Don't worry, I'll look at it, turn it over gently. Okay, be careful. The two walked through the corridor together, and then separated. Wu Heng walked out of the association directly, and returned to the City Lord's mansion. Back to the City Lord's mansion, no one is home. Wu Heng returned to the study room and took a few ghosts with him, and headed directly to the zombie world. As the temperature rose, the dormitory became a little stuffy. Open the window for fresh air, release the ghosts. The one who was looking for his mother went to find his mother, and the other two went to move around nearby. I picked up the intercom, and said, Chi Han Kai, is the ship ready? It's ready, and we can set off at any time. Chi Han Sai's voice came over. Yesterday Chi Han Kai reported the development of the other bases. The military factory was assembling the machine gun production chain. And Li Yang was waiting for the skeleton alchemist to come over to develop the pills. In addition, it had been a while since he had appeared, and he needed to go back and take a look. Okay. I'll go down later, Wu Heng said. Understood. He sat in the room and waited for a while. Xiao Xiao flew back first. Uncle, have you translated the new skill book you bought? I have. My mother just finished work, and I asked her to pick it up. Xiao Xiao finished speaking, and turned around and left through the wall. After about 3 or 2 minutes, there was a knock on the door. Wu Heng opened the door and saw Xuxia's mother Zhao Yanqiu standing at the door. She was wearing a white shirt, a dark blue long skirt, light makeup, and a single pearl necklace on her fair and slender neck. She lowered her head, giving people a gentle and mature feeling. The profession of a bard is special, and she is more elegant than before. My king. Xiao Xiao asked me to come and get the skill book. Zhao Yanqiu still lowered her head. Come in. I have prepared a few skill books for you. Wu Heng made way. Zhao Yanqiu walked in with small steps. Wu Heng took out several skill books and said, Sit down. I will tell you the functions of these skill books. Zhao Yanqiu gathered her skirt, sat down on a chair beside her, and said softly, Okay. Wu Heng said, These 4 skill books, the first one is the communication technique, which can deliver messages to the designated target, which can be understood as you send a voice message to the other party, which outsiders cannot hear. The remaining 3 books are all used to increase your own status. This one is to increase courage, this one is to increase the range of sound propagation, and this one is language skills. Zhao Yanqiu was stunned. You can also transmit the message in private. It seems that this kind of plot has been played in fairy tale dramas. The remaining 3 books, you can also improve your own state. Okay, is it easy to learn? Zhao Yanqiu hesitated. Xiao Xiao immediately said, If it is uncle, it is easy to learn, mom. You, well, try hard. Zhao Yanqiu rolled her eyes at her. Wu Heng smiled and said, You are new to it, it is normal to learn slowly, take your time, it doesn't matter if you can't learn it. Xiao Xiao pouted. Thank you. My king. Zhao Yanqiu thanked. Xiao Xiao turned over from her lying position, and then said, Uncle, where is the ring? The ring you bought for mom. Wu Heng took out the general language ring. This is for you. It will also help you in your career. Xiao Xiao immediately said, Mom, Uncle picked it out specially for you. It is the most beautiful. Zhao Yanqiu suddenly looked up and said, Xiao Xiao, go out for a while. I want to talk to your uncle. What are you going to do behind my back? Xiao Xiao said dissatisfiedly. Wu Heng said with a smile, Xiao Xiao, we are going to the military factory later. You go and call them back. Xiao Xiao glanced at the two of them. Okay. After that, she walked through the wall and left. Zhao Yanqiu still lowered her head and said softly, I know all your kindness to my mother and me. I don't know which choice is right. Wu Heng raised his eyebrows. What did Xiao Xiao say to you? Chapter 708, changed into a shotgun. Zhao Yanqiu's face began to turn red. She said we can live together, and you agreed to be her father, it depends on my opinion. I did talk to Xiao Xiao about being her father before. It requires Zhao Yanqiu's consent, but judging from her expression, it should be more than just a change of name. It's more like, really wanting to live together. What do you think? Zhao Yanqiu still shook her head. I don't know. After observing for this period of time, Wu Heng suspected that Xixiao's unfinished business was to have a father. It's not just a change in address. I really want to be her father. Wu Heng thought about it. The most important thing is to solve Xixia's problem, he said. For a child of Xixiao's age, reality is a bit cruel. After a slight pause, he continued. Let's get in touch with her first, see what Xiao Xiao thinks, and then we'll talk about it according to the situation. Xiao Yanqiu looked up. Is it okay? Let's try. Okay. You go back first, and Xiao Xiao, and I will talk then. Wu Heng said directly. Xiao Yanqiu nodded and stood up. Don't forget the skill book, Wu Heng said. Xiao Yanqiu picked up the skill book and ring, saluted again, and left the room directly. The door closed, and Wu Heng sat back on the chair beside him. As the level increased, the insight also improved. In fact, it can be seen that Xiao Yanqiu seemed to be well prepared to come here, and obviously dressed up specially. Perhaps she was not mentally prepared, or she felt that the environment was not suitable. She still had some concerns. She is different from Li Yong and Qi Han Kai. They didn't get married, and they didn't have any family. It's normal to think more. Of course, Wu Heng's plan is not to have Xiao Yanqiu, but to fulfill his little wish. Let's take it one step at a time. Soon, Xiao Xiao brought Glenda and Bernie back. As soon as she entered the house, she asked, Where's my mother? She went back first. Xiao Xiao leaned on her shoulder. How are you? Wu Heng smiled and said, We need to get in touch first. That's right, my mother is always hesitant when doing things. Let's go downstairs first, don't let the boat wait too long, and we'll talk about the rest when we come back. Wu Heng simply packed up, opened the door, and went downstairs. The three ghosts disappeared and walked out together. After going downstairs, Qi Han Kai also came over from the opposite side. The two chatted as they headed to the port. Say hello to Sister Yang for me, Qi Han Kai said with a smile. Okay. Wu Heng smiled and boarded the cargo ship. The skeleton driver started the ship, leaving the port. On the cargo ship, the skeleton drove the ship. Wu Heng was in the cabin, making a bed for himself. Xiao Xiao and Benny were flying outside with the ship, while Granda floated aside and asked, How far have you and Shishi's mother developed? Wu Heng glanced at her and said in a low voice, We just discussed it, and fulfilled a wish of the child. Her mother is good. Xiao Xiao is also very cute. And she can be my daughter, Granda said with a smile. Don't fight for it now. Wu Heng made the bed, and sat down opposite him. Just saying it casually. Granda floated across the desk. Bring me some paper and pen. I plan to write down the story of Nettail City first. Isn't it that the story is not attractive? And I don't plan to write it. The hypocrisy of the city lord secretly plotting, the cult infiltrating the army, and finally besieging the association investigation team. All of these together make it exciting. Just based on the fact that the army killed the association investigation team. This story can become a hit, Grenda said with a smile. Wu Heng took out a pen and paper and placed it across from the desk. Focus on writing about the wisdom of the leader of the association and the bravery of the association members. They will definitely read it later. Okay. Grenda nodded and began to think about the content of the new story. Wu Heng also took out the skill book he got and began to read it. Thunder summoning is a high-level skill in the spell faction. Judging from the description in the book, the power is definitely enough. The only thing to pay attention to is the enemy's avoidance. The formation of dark clouds and the process of thunder falling may cause the skill to fail due to the enemy's movement. Therefore, the control of timing becomes the requirement for hitting the enemy. I read it attentively for more than an hour. I turned to the last page, and the system prompt appeared immediately. Unlock skill, summoning thunder. It is still convenient to learn skills this way. After reading the first book, I immediately switched to the second one. Summoning Arrow Rain. This book is an unexpected gain for Wu Heng. I don't know if it is the same as my own idea. The thickness of the book is twice that of the Summoning Thunder just now. It is full of dense magic terms, symbols, and magic use. Complex and profound. Summoning a rain of arrows is not a literal rain of arrows, but refers to non-magical ammunition or projectiles. After the ammunition is shot into the sky, it uses magic to form a sheet of the same ammunition to attack. In this world, the most common shooting ammunition refers to arrows, crossbow arrows, so it is named as Rain of Arrows. I feel that if used well, it can play a greater effect. Wu Heng looked at it seriously, not only turning the pages according to the program, but also trying to absorb the knowledge in it. Turning the pages one by one, analyzing and studying the contents page by page. Finally, the last page was turned over. The prompt appeared again. Unlock skill. Summoning rain of arrows unlocked. Wu Hung put away the skill and stretched his body. Have you learned it? Glinda asked. I have learned it. Wu Hung stood up. You write in the room, I will go out and try the skill. Well, go. After that, he opened the door and walked out. Walking onto the deck, Xiao Xiao and Binny flew over. Uncle, why did you come out? Xiao Xiao flew over. Wu Hung looked at her. Get some fresh air, and try out some skills. What skills? You'll know in a moment. Wu Hung took out his pistol, and released magic in advance. Then he fired at the sea far ahead. Bang! A gunshot rang out. And in sight, a fan-shaped bullet was fired, and it fell into the sea with a crackling sound. Damn, the effect is not bad. Then he continued to fire the second shot, bang, and a splash of water was stirred up on the sea. Each time magic is cast, only the first bullet will be effective. Of course, you can also cast another spell, and then shoot. Xiao Xiao and Binny also widened their eyes. Wow, it just turned into a shotgun, Xiao Xiao exclaimed. Is this magic? Binny was also a little surprised. Magic. A kind of magic that can increase the number of weapons fired, Wu Hung explained. It's amazing. Wu Hung smiled, and continued to take out a crossbow. And after releasing summon arrow rain again, he shot it towards the sky. After the arrows were shot out for a certain distance, they suddenly increased in number, and fell into the sea in a dense mass. The effect was really good. The test is over. Let's go back to eat. Wu Hung was very satisfied with the result. He said hello, and returned to the cabin. A few days later, at noon, Wu Hung rode the skeleton flying dragon and landed directly in the yard of the military factory. The factory at this time had undergone great changes. The walls were higher, and the electric grid was pulled up. The skeletons holding guns stood upright behind the iron net of the wall and guarded it. Some survivors in work clothes, chatting as they walked towards the canteen. It was time for lunch. Just as he got off the skeleton dragon, Gao Rong ran over from a distance. Chief, you're back. Well, I heard that the machine gun production chain has been assembled. Take me to see it. Gao Rong nodded immediately. Okay,